Jiang Xiaofei found himself transported to the world of Dragon Ball, where he acquired a critical hit system by continuously landing critical hits. He could rapidly grow stronger, embarking on the path of a formidable warrior. In moments of leisure, he couldn't help but grumble. This is hardly a critical hit system. It's clearly a system for enduring torment. Chapter 1. Just arrive and already on the edge of a cliff. Jump already. Hurry up and jump. The others are waiting, urged Jiang Xiaofei's companions from behind. Yet he hesitated to take a single step forward, for just one more step would lead him to an abyss. Gazing into the unfathomable depths of the precipice, his legs had grown weak with trepidation. Behind Jiang Xiaofei stood a group of equally youthful boys, each face radiating vibrant smiles. Brimming with energy, their eyes filled with eager anticipation as they gazed at the cliff ahead. Turning to face these fearless youths, Jiang Xiaofei felt a pang of melancholy. He believed that apart from himself, none here were sane, merely a pack of lunatics. Jiang Xiaofei was originally a newly admitted student at a prestigious university, embarking on a long-distance relationship with his girlfriend. Unable to endure the anguish of longing, he resolved to take a flight to the city where she resided. Carrying his feelings of yearning, he boarded the plane, unaware that this would be his final journey by as the aircraft approached his girlfriend's city. He closed the Dragon Ball manga in his hands, envisioning their joyful reunion. Suddenly, the captain's voice interrupted. "Dear passengers, due to adverse weather conditions and a mechanical failure, we are unable to land safely. Please be patient." The cabin erupted into chaos, and Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but curse. Why was it so difficult to meet his girlfriend? He felt the plane endlessly circling over her city before it finally plummeted toward the nearby mountains. This was Jiang Xiaofei's last memory of his previous life. When he next opened his eyes in daylight, he found himself in this new realm. Indeed, he had traversed worlds. Before he could grasp the rules of this unfamiliar existence, he was pulled to the edge of a cliff by a throng of people. On a smooth, colossal stone, he beheld a figure clad as a priest, fervently praying for something. The priest slowly turned to face Jiang Xiaofei and the others, bellowing, "My loyal disciples, do you wish to become heroes like Kakarot? Do you desire a wife like Bulma?" "Yes, yes, yes," the fervent youths shouted with unrestrained zeal. Only Jiang Xiaofei appeared bewildered. "Kakarot? Bulma? Aren't they characters from the Dragon Ball series? Could I truly be in the world of Dragon Ball?" He shook his head at the sight of these individuals. The priest continued, "Today your opportunity has arrived. Guided by divine will, I have come to redeem you. You are favored by the gods, graced with divine blessings. Today marks your metamorphosis, your moment to soar." As a successor of science, Jiang Xiaofei understood the priest's intentions but dared not voice his dissent. He feared being torn apart by the impassioned youth surrounding him. Follow the divine guidance and press forward. You shall gain immense power, becoming warriors like Kakarot. The priest gestured toward the cliff in the distance. Thus, the group of boys formed a line, eagerly leaping one after another into the abyss. Witnessing this frenzied spectacle, Jiang Xiaofei felt a chill run down his spine, and soon it was his turn, leading to the earlier scene. "Coward!" shouted a boy behind Jiang Xiaofei, casting a disdainful glance at him before leaping past, plunging into the unfathomable depths. Jiang Xiaofei sank to the ground, astounded. He had seen cues for food and for games, but now he witnessed a line for death. At that moment, his rational mind insisted that jumping without any safety measures was utterly forbidden. The priest squinted at Jiang Xiaofei, his lips curling into a sinister smile, devoid of any further movement. "Coward!" echoed from the mouths of the boys as they leapt past Jiang Xiaofei, disappearing from his sight. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, Jiang Xiaofei felt his reason give way to impulse. "I am no coward. Today, I shall show you who truly is the coward." With those words, he rose unsteadily to his feet, his trembling legs propelling him toward the cliff. All eyes were upon Jiang Xiaofei as he leapt, becoming a vivid spectacle at the cliff's edge. With his eyes tightly shut, Jiang Xiaofei plummeted toward the abyss, the mountain winds howling in his ears. As clarity returned, he began to regret his decision, but it was far too late. In his previous life, he had read countless novels where protagonists gained extraordinary abilities upon their arrival in new worlds, ascending to the pinnacle of existence. Yet here he was. As a fellow traveler of worlds, why did he have to encounter such a dismal fate upon his arrival? His journey in this new life was tragically brief and sorrowful. Thinking of his beautiful girlfriend from his past life, his heart ached. But what could he do? Now, he could only resign himself to fate. A foul stench invaded Jiang Xiaofei's nostrils, traveling down his respiratory tract and into his lungs and stomach. Before his brain could process the situation, he expelled the remnants of his undigested breakfast from before his journey. The stench intensified, Jiang Xiaofei opened his eyes to behold a massive dinosaur, its gaping maw wide open, awaiting a delectable feast. Damn it! Jiang Xiaofei couldn't suppress his exclamation, instantly comprehending the unfolding events. He had no desire to become the creature's meal like the others. He gazed at the trees, sprouting from the cliff's edge, desperately flailing his arms in hopes of halting his descent. Boom, crack. Gravity took hold as he passed a tree, which broke beneath him. Ding! At the moment of impact, a different sound echoed in Jiang Xiaofei's mind, though he paid it no heed in that frantic moment. One tree after another succumbed to his fall, inflicting varying degrees of injury upon him. Just as he was about to land in the dragon's maw, one tree finally braced against his falling body. Jiang Xiaofei exhaled deeply, glancing down at the dragon with a newfound sense of calm. "Come in my mouth," the dragon spoke, addressing the boy dangling from the branches, "that I shall not be devoured by you." Jiang Xiaofei retorted defiantly to the malevolent dragon. Roar! The dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, its foul breath sending tumultuous waves through Jiang Xiaofei's stomach. Yet his grip on the proverbial lifeline remained resolute, unwavering in its tenacity. "I aspire to become a hero." An untimely voice resonated from directly above Jiang Xiaofei, causing his expression to freeze momentarily, exuding a fragrant exclamation. Gazing down at the dragon beneath him, he was met with an eerie smile, as if it were taunting him with the implication that this time he was destined to be consumed. This thought churned in Jiang Xiaofei's stomach, inducing a sense of nausea. The voice drew nearer, culminating in a collision with Jiang Xiaofei's body. Ah! A simultaneous cry of despair escaped the lips of both Jiang Xiaofei and the falling youth, as he felt as though his very innards had been shattered by the impact. Looking at the branch that had previously borne his weight, it became evident that it could no longer withstand the additional burden of another boy's descent. Crack! The sound of splintering wood resonated, leaving Jiang Xiaofei, without any support, plummeting alongside the boy into the gaping maw of the dragon. The dragon below observed the unfolding scene, its jaws agape, saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth in eager anticipation of the impending feast. Jiang Xiaofei, resigned to his fate, closed his eyes, relinquishing any hope for a miracle. Ding. Ding ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated the critical hit system. Chapter 2. The critical hit system and the malevolent dragon. Jiang Xiaofei suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant glimmer illuminating his gaze. It was an unprecedented ecstasy. Indeed, the system within him had awakened. As a transmigrator, he too possessed a golden finger. He was the protagonist. Hearing that the system was named the critical hit system, Jiang Xiaofei believed he would acquire skills of critical strikes. This revelation filled him with newfound confidence as he faced the ferocious dragon that was about to ensnare him. He clenched his fist, which resembled a sandbag, with determination akin to that of a superhero, his eyes radiating with assurance as he charged towards the malevolent beast. It was time to turn the tide. Jiang Xiaofei thought to himself, after enduring so much, his protagonist's halo should finally manifest. However, events did not unfold as Jiang Xiaofei had envisioned. At the moment his fist collided with the dragon's forehead, the anticipated calamity did not occur. Nor did the promised critical hit materialize. Instead, he heard the dreadful sound of bones shattering emanating from his tightly clenched fist. The intense pain jolted Jiang Xiaofei from his earlier exuberance. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 5 critical hit points, and your current strength has reached 50. Keep it up. The system's notification echoed in Jiang Xiaofei's mind. Damn! A broken system. Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed in bewilderment. Where was the promised critical hit? Yet, he had no time to ponder the intricacies of the critical hit system, for the dragon below was already incensed, its roar reverberating through the air, nearly piercing Jiang Xiaofei's eardrums. Enduring the agonizing pain, Jiang Xiaofei fled into the distance. He had to survive, no matter how arduous the path ahead. However, how could his speed possibly compete with that of the dragon? The distance between them dwindled with each passing moment. In the grip of terror, Jiang Xiaofei quickened his pace, spotting a small cave not far ahead. Without a second thought, he dove inside. The dragon, hindered by its massive size, could not enter the cave, resorting instead to violently battering the mountainside. Inside the cave, panting heavily, Jiang Xiaofei realized that the pain in his arm had dissipated. He slowly raised the arm that had just struck the dragon, discovering it was completely unscathed. This revelation filled him with ecstatic joy. Yet he did not attribute this miraculous recovery to his own abilities. Rather, his thoughts turned to the system. You wretched system, where's the promised critical hit? You nearly cost me my life. Jiang Xiaofei continued to grumble. Ding. Detecting the host's grievances, how may this system assist you? The system's human-like voice resounded. Sigh. Jiang Xiaofei sighed softly. What purpose do you serve? This system is the critical hit system, designed to enhance the host's power through enduring successive critical hits. the stronger the hits suffered, the more critical hit points will be accumulated, resulting in a significant boost in strength. Jiang Xiaofei finally grasped why his punch had no effect on the dragon. The system did not grant him the ability to deliver critical hits, but rather to endure them. What if I cannot withstand a critical hit? Jiang Xiaofei feared encountering a formidable opponent who might deliver a devastating blow, potentially ending his life. Would that not spell the end of everything? Rest assured, host, this system possesses supreme restorative capabilities. As long as you draw breath, you will fully recover within 30 seconds. What other functions do you possess? Given the host's currently weak strength, permissions are limited. It is recommended that the host enhance their power to unlock more permissions. Jiang Xiaofei felt quite helpless. How can I defeat the dragon outside? The system advises the host to elevate their strength to above 100. With the system's guidance, Jiang Xiaofei felt invigorated. It was merely about critical hits, after all. He swung his fist towards the cave wall with determination, though he held back, fearing the pain. Ding. 0001 critical hit points. It worked. Jiang Xiaofei beamed at the change on the system panel, his spirits lifted. However, to progress from 50 to 100, at this rate, would require a staggering 50,000 hits. And the dragon outside showed no sign of retreating, leaving him uncertain how long the cave could withstand the assault. With this thought, Jiang Xiaofei resolved to exert greater effort. 001 critical hit points. After numerous attempts, Jiang Xiaofei understood that the greater the critical hits he endured, the more points he amassed, whether through proactive or reactive strikes. Furthermore, he need not worry about his injuries, as the system was rapidly healing him. With this newfound understanding, Jiang Xiaofei felt emboldened, and the rate at which his critical hit points increased began to accelerate. Soon, a bruised and battered Jiang Xiaofei emerged, his critical hit points climbing to 95. He nodded in satisfaction at his progress. Throughout this process, Jiang Xiaofei distinctly felt his physique transforming. As his strength grew, acquiring critical hit points became increasingly effortless. Outside the cave, the dragon had become utterly enraged, using its powerful tail to strike the mountainside, causing boulders to tumble and initiating a collapse of the cave. Panic gripped Jiang Xiaofei. Being devoured by the dragon was not preferable to being buried alive in the cave. A massive rock fell and crashed upon his right foot. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have achieved a battle power of 100. Rejuvenated, Jiang Xiaofei sprinted out of the cave, delivering a powerful punch to the dragon, which was still thrashing its tail. This time, he felt no shattering bones or excruciating pain. Instead, the dragon was sent flying like a pebble from his blow. Delight surged through Jiang Xiaofei. All the suffering he had endured was worth it at this moment. He could finally unleash his pent-up frustration. He would never forget the dragon's scorn and mockery when he hung helplessly from a branch. With renewed vigor, a cool mountain breeze invigorated Jiang Xiaofei. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards the dragon, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. The once arrogant dragon, now overwhelmed by Jiang Xiaofei's tempestuous assault, bellowed furiously. Attempting to retaliate but finding no opportunity to do so, the dragon was perplexed. Just moments ago, before Jiang Xiaofei had entered the cave, he had been nothing more than an ant easily trampled. How had he become so formidable in such a short span? Moreover, the dragon could distinctly sense that Jiang Xiaofei's strength was surging with each strike. Letting you look down upon me, letting you act so arrogantly. Jiang Xiaofei fought with both fists and feet, not neglecting to voice his triumph. Seeing the dragon lie motionless, Jiang Xiaofei delivered one final kick, exhaling deeply. He had initially wanted to replicate the actions of Son Goku from Dragon Ball and savor the taste of dragon meat. However, recalling the dragon's previous actions, he felt a wave of nausea. It was time to depart. Jiang Xiaofei disregarded the dragon and set out to search for sustenance and explore how to escape this place. Just then, two figures appeared before him. One donned a yellow outfit, brimming with muscle, with hair that defied the wind. The other was completely green, exuding an air of aloofness, holding a priestly figure by the arm. Jiang Xiaofei rubbed his eyes, confirming once more, Son Goku. Piccolo. He had truly traversed into the world of Dragon Ball. Chapter 3, Vegeta's Interest. Hello, my name is Son Goku. With a radiant smile, Sun Wukong addressed Jiang Xiaofei. While Piccolo remained silent beside them, Jiang Xiaofei eagerly responded to Sun Wukong's words, unable to conceal the excitement swelling within him. As an ardent enthusiast of the anime realm, particularly fervent Shonen series, Dragon Ball held a special place in his heart. He felt a profound admiration for Sun Wukong's tenacity and dedication, and the mere opportunity to meet him in person left him in a state of exhilaration. Jiang Xiaofei was not particularly concerned about Piccolo, having watched Dragon Ball. He was well aware of the nature of Piccolo's character. Was it you who vanquished that evil dragon? Sun Wukong inquired. gesturing towards the malevolent creature beside Jiang Xiaofei. It was merely by chance, Jiang Xiaofei admitted candidly, fully aware that both Sun Wukong and Piccolo understood his true capabilities. I never expected you possessed such a unique constitution, enabling you to rapidly grow stronger through continuous battle, Sun Wukong remarked, his eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. Although Jiang Xiaofei was currently quite weak, Sun Wukong firmly believed that, given Jiang Xiaofei's extraordinary physique, he would one day become a formidable warrior, at which point they could engage in a thrilling duel. Little did Jiang Xiaofei know of Sun Wukong's thoughts, but the fervent gaze from the legendary fighter stirred a sense of anxiety within him. Suddenly, Sun Wukong produced a small bean from his hand and tossed it in Jiang Xiaofei's direction. Jiang Xiaofei instinctively caught it, grinning as he examined the miraculous bean. Is this a senzu bean? Indeed. It has the power to restore your stamina almost instantaneously, Sun Wukong explained. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei consumed the senzu bean, and the fatigue that had weighed heavily upon him vanished in an instant, while the hunger that had gnawed at him was replaced by revitalizing energy. Now that the troubles here have been resolved, let us depart, Piccolo suggested to Sun Wukong. Nodding in agreement, Sun Wukong waved farewell to Jiang Xiaofei, exclaiming, "Goodbye, my friend." The duo prepared to take flight. Wait, Jiang Xiaofei shouted towards Sun Wukong and Piccolo. I seem to have lost my way. Would it be possible for me to accompany you? He asked, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Piccolo furrowed his brow slightly, but Sun Wukong's smile remained unwavering. Of course, if you have nowhere to go, you may as well join us. We can even spar together later. I'm not sure about that, Jiang Xiaofei replied. Feeling overwhelmed, he recognized that, although he could enhance his strength through critical hits, he stood no chance against Sun Wukong. His current abilities were hardly worth mentioning. Don't worry. I have various training facilities available that can help you grow stronger swiftly, Sun Wukong assured him, his generosity evident as he welcomed Jiang Xiaofei and offered him a place to train. All right then, thank you, Jiang Xiaofei conceded, realizing that to survive in the world of Dragon Ball, one needed either tremendous strength or a powerful ally. As the protagonist of the series, Sun Wukong was undoubtedly the best choice. Under the guidance of Sun Wukong and Piccolo, Jiang Xiaofei arrived in West City. Here, he encountered some familiar faces, such as Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin, all gathered together in a harmonious atmosphere. Observing these iconic characters, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of apprehension. Welcome back. Have all matters been resolved? Vegeta approached Sun Wukong. Indeed, Sun Wukong replied. Vegeta, let us engage in battle. For Vegeta, battling Sun Wukong was the ultimate thrill. Despite being slightly weaker than Sun Wukong, each confrontation allowed him to recognize the gap between them and motivate himself to grow stronger. Hold on. Allow me to introduce a new friend, Sun Wukong proclaimed, pulling Jiang Xiaofei into the spotlight. This is Jiang Xiaofei, our new companion. Hello. Jiang Xiaofei greeted everyone with a smile. Gohan and Krillin responded warmly, while Vegeta remained indifferent. The aloof demeanor of Vegeta made Jiang Xiaofei feel somewhat helpless, as the prince's nature resembled that of Piccolo. You wish to fight, do you? From now on, he will accompany you, Sun Wukong said, pointing at Jiang Xiaofei as he addressed Vegeta. Jiang Xiaofei was momentarily taken aback, sensing that he had been ensnared in an unexpected situation. Was he brought here because of Vegeta? Doubts flooded his mind. That one. Vegeta glanced at Jiang Xiaofei. Confusion etched on his face. Kakarot, are you jesting? This weakling? Jiang Xiaofei felt a sense of resignation at Vegeta's bluntness. Yet, he understood that, in Vegeta's eyes, he truly appeared weak and feeble. It was likely that even a mere flick from Vegeta could obliterate him. Don't be hasty. If you want to unleash your fury, let me explain, Sun Wukong interjected, calming the agitated Vegeta. His physique is quite unique, somewhat akin to ours as Saiyans. He can rapidly grow stronger through continuous battle and possesses remarkable recovery abilities, surpassing those of regular Saiyans. Oh, is that so? Vegeta's interest in Jiang Xiaofei piqued. I've never encountered such a constitution before. This resembles the legendary Super Saiyan god. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Xiaofei protested. That's a bit of an exaggeration. How could I compare myself to a Super Saiyan? Come, let us proceed to the training room, Vegeta asserted, placing his faith in Sun Wukong's words as he led Jiang Xiaofei toward the training chamber. Jiang Xiaofei cast a glance at Sun Wukong, who wore a mischievous grin, clearly relishing the impending trial that awaited him at Vegeta's hands. Upon entering the training room, Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta donned their combat uniforms. Give it your all and attack me, Vegeta commanded Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei hesitated, feeling unworthy to strike. Perhaps that's not necessary. Are you looking down on me? Vegeta growled, irritation creeping into his voice. Not at all. It's just that I'm far too weak to be your opponent, Jiang Xiaofei insisted, wary of being overwhelmed by Vegeta's might. Rest assured, I will merely use 1/10,000th of my strength. If you do not attack, I shall not hesitate to strike. Vegeta warned. Realizing he had no avenue of retreat, Jiang Xiaofei mustered his courage and extended his fist toward Vegeta. However, Vegeta dismissed Jiang Xiaofei's approach entirely, not even bothering to gather his energy. He simply used a single finger to meet Jiang Xiaofei's punch. As Jiang Xiaofei's fist made contact with Vegeta's fingertip, he was sent hurtling backward, his body feeling as though it had shattered into pieces, while his mind remained eerily alert amid the overwhelming pain that coursed through him. What happened to your promise of using 1/10,000th of your strength? Congratulations, host, you have received 500 critical points. Seeing Jiang Xiaofei sprawled on the ground, motionless, Vegeta found himself momentarily astonished. This is far too weak. But soon, astonishment turned to shock. In mere seconds, Jiang Xiaofei's body began to recover rapidly. After 30 seconds, he stood once more, noticeably stronger than before, which Vegeta could sense instantly. Fascinating. I wonder if this growth is temporary or permanent. Does it have a limit? Vegeta mused, smiling as he prepared to attack Jiang Xiaofei again. Be cautious. This time I shall use 1/1000th of my strength. Chapter 4. The Savage Growth of Power. Jiang Xiaofei had yet to savor the joy of his newfound strength when Vegeta's words struck him with a sense of dread. 1/1000th. Just a fraction of a moment ago. A mere 1/10,000th of his strength nearly cost him his life. How could he possibly withstand this 1/1000th of power? Vegeta seemed intent on ending his existence. Yet, within the confines of the battle chamber, escape was an impossibility for Jiang Xiaofei. With no other choice, he braced himself and advanced. As Vegeta's fist hurtled towards him, Jiang Xiaofei raised his arms, crossing them in front of him in a defensive posture. Vegeta's fist struck his arms with tremendous force, sending tremors through his body. A spurt of blood erupted from Jiang Xiaofei's mouth as he was propelled backwards, crashing against the wall of the battle chamber, enduring a second impact before finally coming to a halt. Sitting on the ground, Jiang Xiaofei once again heard the voice of the system within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 critical points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained 100 critical points. Vegeta stood firm, scrutinizing Jiang Xiaofei's physical transformations. As expected, just like last time, Jiang Xiaofei's body restored itself to its original state within 30 seconds, and his strength surged once more. What remarkable recuperative abilities, even more efficient than the Senza beans. Vegeta marveled, huh? At last, I can truly enjoy this battle. Come, let us continue. Vegeta once again calibrated his power to 1,000th and charged at Jiang Xiaofei. This time, however, Jiang Xiaofei chose not to be passive. With a clenched fist, he met Vegeta's assault head-on. Bang! Their fists collided, and unlike before, Jiang Xiaofei did not get sent flying. The two locked eyes, and a glimmer of anticipation shone in Vegeta's gaze. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned 100 critical points. Bang! 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 Their fists clashed repeatedly, and amidst the flurry of blows, Jiang Xiaofei's strength gradually ascended. After several exchanges, Vegeta realized that even at 1,000th of his power, he was starting to fall behind. Jiang Xiaofei's strength was increasing incrementally. When he first entered the battle chamber, Jiang Xiaofei had been weak and fragile. Now, after just a few rounds, he had grown to this extent. This rate of progress was more terrifying than that of Cell and Majin Buu. Vegeta, ever the proud warrior, would never concede defeat so easily. Thus, he intensified his offensive. As Jiang Xiaofei felt the increased ferocity of Vegeta's strikes, he gradually adapted and found himself relishing the exchange of punches and kicks. In this kind of sparring, Jiang Xiaofei's prowess was surging and his understanding of the system deepened. When the disparity in strength between him and his opponent was vast, the damage he sustained, and consequently the critical points he earned, was substantial. Conversely, the closer his strength was to Vegeta's 1,000th, the fewer critical points he gained, and once he surpassed his opponent, the critical hits seemed to lose their efficacy. It was for this reason that to become powerful, Jiang Xiaofei needed to continually seek out those stronger than himself. In the world of Dragon Ball, such beings and deities were abundant. Boom. Jiang Xiaofei was once again sent flying by Vegeta's amplified output. A smile danced upon Vegeta's face. Haha, what a thrill. Jiang Xiaofei, you are a worthy adversary. Lying on the ground, Jiang Xiaofei felt no sense of defeat. Instead, he reveled in the continuous surge of power. Reflecting on his journey, in his former world, he had never felt such strength. Watching characters from anime, he had often fantasized about one day becoming as powerful and unyielding as they were, and now it seemed that dream was gradually materializing. Once more, after fully recuperating, Jiang Xiaofei stood up again, this time taking the initiative to attack Vegeta, his eyes ablaze with a thirst for power. Vegeta was more than willing to oblige, escalating his strikes once again. The sound of steel colliding echoed as Jiang Xiaofei was repeatedly sent flying. Yet, each time, the duration of his resistance against Vegeta's blows visibly increased. Both combatants, engaged in their back and forth, were filled with different reflections, especially Vegeta, who grew increasingly curious about Jiang Xiaofei's body. Outside the battle chamber, Goku and Piccolo engaged in light conversation, with Jiang Xiaofei becoming the focal point of their discussion. "Do you think Jiang Xiaofei will be killed by Vegeta?" Krillin inquired of Goku. "Rest assured, it won't happen. Vegeta knows where to draw the line. Besides, Jiang Xiaofei is not someone easily defeated. You haven't seen his rare constitution," Goku reassured him. "When Piccolo and I arrived, we caught a glimpse of him battling a dinosaur, and we could clearly sense his escalating strength. It bore some resemblance to my transformation into a Super Saiyan, yet was distinctly different." Goku glanced at the battle chamber, genuinely eager to see what Jiang Xiaofei's power would be upon emerging. "Is it really that incredible?" Krillin questioned, skeptical yet intrigued, as Goku was not one to lie. And he felt a growing interest in Jiang Xiaofei. Inside the battle chamber, Jiang Xiaofei was struck once more by Vegeta's fist. But this time he only staggered back a few steps. Steadying himself, he prepared to charge at Vegeta again. "Stop!" Vegeta gestured, halting Jiang Xiaofei's impending attack. Breathing heavily, Vegeta sat down. Although he had been suppressing his power during their combat, Jiang Xiaofei seemed to be an inexhaustible force, growing bolder with each setback. Vegeta saw a reflection of his younger self in Jiang Xiaofei. Now, Jiang Xiaofei was even more combative than this Saiyan prince. Vegeta could distinctly sense that Jiang Xiaofei's strength had already reached about 80% of his own. How little time had passed. In less than half a day, Jiang Xiaofei had grown to this level, while Vegeta himself had spent years achieving his prowess. Furthermore, it appeared that Jiang Xiaofei's ascension was steady, with no signs of regression. Vegeta had once thought that Saiyans were the most exceptional race, but after encountering Jiang Xiaofei, he completely altered that perspective. A hint of envy stirred within him. If only he had possessed Jiang Xiaofei's constitution, perhaps he could have defended his home when Frieza obliterated his planet. Yet, such possibilities were now but shadows of the past. Nonetheless, as a formidable warrior, Vegeta maintained his own pride. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's ferocious growth, he felt a sense of anticipation. To what heights would Jiang Xiaofei ascend in the future? Jiang Xiaofei, unaware of Vegeta's thoughts, felt an exhilarating rush of power coursing through him. Though the world of Dragon Ball was fraught with peril, he was confident that through diligent effort, he could survive. With the presence of formidable allies like Vegeta and Goku, his strength would undoubtedly escalate at an astonishing pace. Let us conclude for today. As of now, you possess about 80% of my power. Though this is while I remain in my base form, it is still a commendable achievement, Vegeta remarked to Jiang Xiaofei. Only 80%? Listening to Vegeta's words, Jiang Xiaofei appeared somewhat dejected, yet he understood that Vegeta's formidable 8/10 of strength was the result of years of rigorous training, while he himself had attained it in less than half a day. Such an achievement could only be deemed prodigious. "What? Are you still dissatisfied?" Vegeta observed Jiang Xiaofei's disappointment. "My 8/10 of strength is sufficient to annihilate the majority of warriors. If you remain unsatisfied, I could summon Kakarot to engage you in battle." He would be more than willing. Instantly, Jiang Xiaofei's spirits lifted at the prospect of battling Son Goku. At that moment, he found himself harboring the same eagerness as Vegeta, anticipating the duel with Goku. Chapter 5. Jiang Xiaofei vs. Son Goku. The doors of the training chamber swung open, and Jiang Xiaofei emerged alongside Vegeta. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Xiaofei no longer felt fear. Now he possessed the strength of 8/10 akin to Vegeta, granting him the right to converse with those present. Although he was still the weakest in terms of power, it did not signify that he would remain so indefinitely. If he could engage Son Goku in combat, Jiang Xiaofei was confident he could elevate his strength to Goku's level, provided Goku refrained from transforming into a Super Saiyan. In truth, Jiang Xiaofei was not entirely certain where the limits of the system lay. If Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, could he still rely on absorbing critical hits to enhance his power? Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta's emergence, Son Goku promptly approached, his face adorned with a warm smile. "How did it go? Did you gain anything?" Goku was genuinely curious, wondering what sort of growth Jiang Xiaofei had experienced after their prolonged session. On the surface, Jiang Xiaofei had begun to exhibit the demeanor of a warrior, yet a significant gap remained between him and the others. "You truly struck gold." Before Jiang Xiaofei could respond, Vegeta was the first to speak. "He is nothing short of a cultivation genius. No, a prodigy." Witnessing the typically proud Vegeta bestow such high praise upon him brought a measure of joy to Jiang Xiaofei, while Goku and the others appeared astonished. It was the first time Vegeta had offered such an assessment of another person. Even in the presence of Goku and Trunks, Vegeta had never offered such elevated commendation. The crowd grew increasingly intrigued by Jiang Xiaofei, particularly Goku and Krillin. Vegeta briefly recounted the events in the training chamber, and upon learning that Jiang Xiaofei had acquired Vegeta's 8/10 of strength, astonishment spread among them, tinged with skepticism. Before Jiang Xiaofei's arrival, Son Goku had been the fastest cultivator. Yet Jiang Xiaofei had achieved such a level in merely half a day. They even speculated that Jiang Xiaofei had been feigning weakness at the outset. How could anyone possibly reach such heights in just half a day? Yet, the evidence lay before them, compelling them to believe. Son Goku, however, maintained an optimistic demeanor, giving Jiang Xiaofei a thumbs up. Not bad. I truly envy your physique. We should spar when the opportunity arises. Jiang Xiaofei was more than willing to accept Goku's suggestion, for only by enduring the blows of those stronger than himself could he swiftly enhance his own abilities. As for individuals like Krillin, it would not be long before he surpassed them. There will be plenty of opportunities. Don't you want to see his strength now? Vegeta remarked to Goku, already anticipating a confrontation with Jiang Xiaofei. Goku appeared taken aback. While I too am eager to fight, he has just arrived and was subjected to your rigorous training. We should at least allow him some time to acclimate. Goku expressed his thoughts. Tomorrow, we can spar. Jiang Xiaofei nodded in agreement, seizing the time to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Having just arrived in the Dragon Ball world, he had yet to ascertain the current trajectory of the plot. The villains he encountered were familiar, yet their entrances differed. Since Son Goku and Vegeta were able to coexist harmoniously, it seemed that some crises on Earth had been averted. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xiaofei temporarily set aside his concerns. Now that he had entered this world, he should endeavor to adapt. Under Son Goku's guidance, Jiang Xiaofei began to grasp the environment around him. That night, lying in bed, Jiang Xiaofei reflected on the day's events, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. Tomorrow, he would battle Son Goku. How much further would he grow? Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofei jolted awake, peering through the window to see Vegeta engaged in combat with Son Goku. Their fighting styles were straightforward yet brutal, and Jiang Xiaofei discerned the disparity in their abilities. The strength Vegeta had displayed in the training chamber had already been overwhelming, but now he had fully unleashed his power, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Son Goku was similarly formidable. The clash of their energies caused the air around them to crackle and resonate. The exhilarating battle left both Vegeta and Son Goku feeling a sense of satisfaction. Vegeta, it's time for bed. Bulma's voice broke the intimate exchange between the two warriors. Though both Son Goku and Vegeta were straightforward men, they harbored a certain degree of trepidation toward their wives. Thus, their combat came to an end, heightening Jiang Xiaofei's anticipation for his own battle with Son Goku. The following day, as dawn broke, Jiang Xiaofei opened his bleary eyes. Guided by Son Goku, he entered their lavish dining hall. The sight of the abundant feast laid out before him made Jiang Xiaofei's mouth water. While he was aware of Son Goku's prodigious appetite, the sheer quantity of food on the table still astonished him. Observing Goku devouring his meal, Jiang Xiaofei's appetite surged, prompting him to embark on his own breakfast. Once adequately prepared, Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku ventured into a desolate mountainous area, accompanied by Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, and others. The barren landscape exuded a sense of desolation. Yet each person's face radiated joy, brimming with anticipation for the events about to unfold. Jiang Xiaofei clasped his fists before Son Goku, requesting him to hold back. Don't worry. Goku reassured him. The two distanced themselves, with Son Goku regulating his power to around 80%, and thus their battle commenced. The sound of their fists colliding echoed throughout the desolate expanse. Vegeta and the others watched intently, eager to see if Jiang Xiaofei's strength would increase in the midst of combat with Son Goku. The two exchanged blows, neither being sent flying. Yet it became apparent that Jiang Xiaofei's combat prowess was gradually rising, subtly suggesting he might even gain the upper hand over Goku. Stop restraining your strength. Unleash your full power, and let's have a proper fight, Jiang Xiaofei urged, unwilling to continue at a snail's pace. All right, consider it done. But be careful. In an instant, Son Goku's aura surged several notches, fully unleashing his power and speed. Of course, this was Goku in his normal state, not transformed into a Super Saiyan. Even so, Jiang Xiaofei felt the pressure mounting as he sensed Goku's formidable presence, his heart racing with excitement. With enough critical hits, he too could attain Goku's strength. As Jiang Xiaofei had just assumed a combat stance, the figure of Sun Wukong vanished from sight, only to reappear directly before him. Without any extraneous movements, Sun Wukong lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen. The impact from Sun Wukong sent Jiang Xiaofei hurtling towards a distant peak, where a humanoid silhouette materialized on the mountainside. Lying within, Jiang Xiaofei gasped for breath, a sharp pain coursing through him, yet strangely, It brought a flicker of exhilaration as he felt an unending surge of power flooding into his body. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 10,000 critical hit points. The onlookers, who had been observing Jiang Xiaofei intently, widened their eyes in astonishment as they sensed the influx of power entering him. In contrast to the collective surprise, Vegeta maintained a semblance of calm, for he had already witnessed Jiang Xiaofei's prodigious abilities in the combat chamber. Chapter 6, Kamehameha. Watching Jiang Xiaofei rise slowly from the mountainside, a hint of satisfaction flickered across Vegeta's face. Now, surely you must have no doubts left. This guy is indeed a prodigy, and even more so than Kakarot. If this battle continues, he may very well surpass Kakarot and become the mightiest warrior on earth. Vegeta's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. However, in the wake of Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, no one dared to refute Vegeta's words. Before the crowd could fully recover from their shock, Jiang Xiaofei once again assumed a fighting posture, beckoning for more. Seeing the fiery determination in Jiang Xiaofei's eyes, Sun Wukong's smile broadened. His figure vanished once more, racing towards Jiang Xiaofei's position. With unwavering focus in the face of Sun Wukong's assault, Jiang Xiaofei prepared himself, and all eyes were fixed on what was to unfold next. As Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful kick, Jiang Xiaofei raised his own foot to meet it in a clash. At the center of their confrontation, a tempest of raw energy erupted, surging outward towards Vegeta and the others, the air vibrating with a resonant hum. Unlike the previous encounter where he was sent flying, Jiang Xiaofei merely staggered back a few steps before regaining his balance. Such a transformation could not escape the notice of the spectators, the stark contrast between his two states undeniable. Sun Wukong's combat prowess remained unchanged, perhaps even slightly enhanced. Yet Jiang Xiaofei had not been flung away. Instead, he had merely retreated, indicating that during this brief exchange, his power had surged once more, nearly matching Sun Wukong's might. You've done well, Sun Wukong remarked to the now stabilized Jiang Xiaofei. At this rate, it won't be long before you surpass me. Thanks for the encouragement. However, my current growth is purely in raw strength and physicality. When it comes to combat techniques and skills, I am still far from your level. Jiang Xiaofei candidly acknowledged his shortcomings. At present, Jiang Xiaofei's enhancements lay solely in his physical strength, and both his battles with Vegeta and Sun Wukong had relied on sheer physical prowess. Yet, in the face of true adversaries, mere physical clashes would not suffice. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the manipulation of ki is a pivotal determinant of one's strength. For instance, Sun Wukong's mastery of the Kamehameha and Spirit Bomb are inextricably linked to his control over ki, which often dictates the outcomes of battles. Take your time. No need to rush. With your aptitude for learning, I'm confident you'll grasp anything swiftly, Sun Wukong encouraged. Alright, with a simple affirmation, the two resumed their fray. Each clash further marred the once pristine landscape, etching new fissures into the earth. What exactly is Jiang Xiaofei's origin to possess such a physique? Krillin voiced his curiosity. Having journeyed with Sun Wukong through the cosmos for years, he had encountered a myriad of beings, yet he had never witnessed someone like Jiang Xiaofei, who could rapidly enhance himself mid-battle. Initially at a clear disadvantage, he not only recovered swiftly from the blows, but even experienced a significant boost in strength, a phenomenon that defied explanation. I also happened to cross paths with Sun Wukong, but as for his true identity, I cannot say, Piccolo replied truthfully, sharing his own intrigue regarding Jiang Xiaofei's origins. While they sensed no malice emanating from Jiang Xiaofei, the prospect of him being from another planet in the universe raised concerns. They would prefer not to face a formidable Jiang Xiaofei as an adversary. Over the years, they had encountered many extraterrestrials with ill intentions towards Earth, and although they had consistently managed to avert disaster through their own strength, the unknown dangers still warranted their vigilance. It seems necessary for us to investigate him further. If he harbors no ill will, we would gladly welcome him as an ally. However, if he comes with intentions of invading Earth, we can handle him alone for now. But if he has accomplices, that could pose a significant challenge, Piccolo stated soberly as he observed the battle between Sun Wukong and Jiang Xiaofei. If he truly has any nefarious intentions, that would make things all the more interesting. Vegeta interjected, a glint of excitement in his eyes, eager for the thrill of combat. The sounds of their physical clashes echoed in the ears of Vegeta and the others, as both Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong continued to escalate their power and speed in their duel. Jiang Xiaofei's strength was rapidly approaching Sun Wukong's current capabilities, drawing envious glances from Krillin and Piccolo. Among their group, Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood as the strongest, while Krillin and Piccolo were relatively weaker. Yet their current prowess was a testament to years of rigorous training and survival through numerous life and death encounters. In stark contrast, Jiang Xiaofei had achieved a level of power comparable to Sun Wukong in a mere span of 2 days. Even the gods would likely struggle to match such rapid advancement. This is exhilarating. Jiang Xiaofei seemed to be invigorated by Sun Wukong's enthusiasm, and throughout their skirmish, smiles remained etched on their faces. It was a camaraderie forged through equal strength, a mutual appreciation blossoming amidst their exchanges. Moreover, the once dormant ember within Jiang Xiaofei's heart appeared to be rekindled, igniting a fire within him as he began to contemplate bolder ideas. Could skills also be acquired through critical hits? If Sun Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha upon him, would he gain insights into Ki? I wish to experience the power of your Kamehameha, Jiang Xiaofei declared, his eyes brimming with sincerity and anticipation. Then watch closely. Make sure you can take it. Sun Wukong replied with fervor. As they distanced themselves once again, Jiang Xiaofei fixating on every movement of Sun Wukong. He was already well acquainted with the stance Sun Wukong adopted to execute the Kamehameha, having witnessed it in countless battles against adversaries. Though it may not be his signature move, it was undoubtedly one of Sun Wukong's most formidable techniques, a skill he had wielded since his youth. However, as Jiang Xiaofei truly confronted Sun Wukong unleashing the Kamehameha, a flicker of trepidation surged within him, for the palpable aura exuded by Sun Wukong was indeed formidable, rendering the newcomer almost helpless. Sun Wukong, with legs apart and body bent, placed his hands before his abdomen, as a radiant orb of light gradually formed between them, its brilliance illuminating Jiang Xiaofei's face. The dazzling sphere continued to expand, pulsating with pure energy, and Jiang Xiaofei could palpably sense the tremendous power residing between Sun Wukong's hands. As the surrounding air began to converge towards him, for Vegeta and the others, Sun Wukong's actions had become a commonplace sight. They were accustomed to witnessing the Kamehameha and had experienced its might. Yet for Jiang Xiaofei, this was his first intimate encounter with such power. At that moment, he found himself regretting the brevity of his training, despite attaining the strength of Sun Wukong in his normal state through the system's capabilities. He was still unversed in several techniques. His previous combat experience had been limited to physical confrontations, but now he was to withstand the onslaught of the Kamehameha. Yet, having reached this juncture, retreat was not an option. With all his might, Sun Wukong released the energy he had amassed, thrusting forth the tempestuous energy sphere directly at Jiang Xiaofei. Chapter 7. I wish to be your disciple. Jiang Xiaofei had no avenue for retreat. The Kamehameha wave had departed from Sun Wukong's hands, aimed squarely at him. Faced with such overwhelming energy, Jiang Xiaofei felt as though he were confronting an atomic bomb. He had to withstand it, for failure would mean certain obliteration beneath its force. To perish now? Having only just arrived in this world and endured such tremendous trials over the past 2 days to acquire his current strength, would render all his efforts futile. While onlookers witnessed Jiang Xiaofei's rapid growth, they were oblivious to the sacrifices he had made to enhance his power, and he felt a deep reluctance within. If he could endure the Kamehameha's assault, it would not only grant him a surge of energy, but also provide an opportunity to showcase his capabilities before others and perhaps elucidate the nature of his unique physique. Jiang Xiaofei summoned every ounce of strength from his being, channeling it into his hands, bracing himself for the impending impact of the Kamehameha. The resplendent orb of energy, bearing the potential to wreak havoc, approached Jiang Xiaofei, and the instant his hands made contact with the sphere, an intense heat surged through his fingers, racing to his brain. Even the steel-like fingers began to show signs of deterioration. The energy sphere brought not only unbearable heat, but also a tremendous force. Under the onslaught of the Kamehameha, Jiang Xiaofei's form was propelled backward at an imperceptible speed, leaving 2 deep impressions in the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a critical strike point. Along with 1% of the Kamehameha skill, the familiar voice of the system echoed once more. Despite the excruciating pain, a smile crept across Jiang Xiaofei's face. For his hypothesis had been validated. In confronting his adversary's technique, he not only acquired sufficient critical strike points, but could also replicate the skill. Though it was but a mere 1%, it had already preserved the majority of his energy. Perhaps, when Sun Wukong activated the Kaioken times 100, he would fully grasp the Kamehameha skill. Nonetheless, Jiang Xiaofei knew he was far from capable of withstanding Sun Wukong's Kaioken times 100. That technique possessed the true power to obliterate a planet, and his physique was woefully inadequate. Yet, possessing even 1% of the Kamehameha skill left Jiang Xiaofei immensely gratified. At the very least, he had acquired a skill, and it was the Kamehameha. The energy orb continued its advance, ultimately engulfing Jiang Xiaofei entirely. Vegeta and Sun Wukong watched with rapt attention, showing no inclination to intervene. To them, this was a trial for Jiang Xiaofei. Should he fail to withstand the Kamehameha while possessing Sun Wukong's normal strength, it would indicate that his prowess was rather superficial. As the energy sphere dissipated, the lingering energy kept the air buzzing, with two distinct grooves extending into the distance. Yet Jiang Xiaofei's figure was nowhere to be seen. Had it not been for the faint fluctuations of his energy still felt, they might have presumed the Kamehameha had completely annihilated him. Beads of sweat appeared on Sun Wukong's brow, and his breath quickened, indicating that he had not held back, granting Jiang Xiaofei due respect. This blow was sufficient to test his limits. Piccolo maintained his usual stoic demeanor, offering no indication of whether he was mocking or expressing concern. If he could endure such a tremendous assault and still bounce back within mere seconds, I might just find a way to end my own existence. Krillin, too, was filled with curiosity. As someone who had experienced the Kamehameha's power firsthand, he understood that if death were to befall Jiang Xiaofei, the Dragon Balls could still revive him. Can you not sense Jiang Xiaofei's energy fluctuations? Vegeta prompted. Piccolo and Krillin composed themselves, attentively re-evaluating Jiang Xiaofei's energy. They exchanged anxious glances, their expressions growing tense. What is that? His energy is rapidly intensifying. How can this be? He seemed to be on the brink of collapse. Vegeta and Sun Wukong's faces gradually lit up with radiant smiles. I told you he was exceptional, Vegeta exclaimed, a hint of pride swelling within him. Unsure whether it stemmed from his initial certainty or from encountering someone who might surpass even Sun Wukong. Although Vegeta frequently sparred with Sun Wukong, aiming to surpass him, he was acutely aware that perhaps achieving that goal was beyond him. Yet, as the Prince of the Saiyans, he could not forsake his pride. Especially in the presence of a lowly Saiyan like Kakarot, maintaining his dignity was paramount. Vegeta would not cease his pursuit of surpassing Kakarot, even as the distance between them continued to widen. Now, with the emergence of Jiang Xiaofei, a new experience unfolded before him, hinting that Sun Wukong's position might one day be usurped. This was not born of jealousy, but rather from an innate sense of pride. Jiang Xiaofei lay calmly in the deep pit he had created, greedily inhaling the air of this world, his gaze fixed upon the azure sky adorned with drifting white clouds. I am still alive. How wonderful, I am still alive. In truth, after being engulfed by the Kamehameha, Jiang Xiaofei had already recognized that he could not withstand it and had prepared himself for death. Yet, once the dust settled and he found himself still breathing, it opened the door for the system to rapidly restore his bodily functions. This time, the process took a bit longer. Yet Jiang Xiaofei could feel a profound transformation within his body. After the baptism of the Kamehameha, his physical resilience had once again been enhanced, instilling him with confidence. Should he face the Kamehameha again, he would not emerge so battered and bruised. Overall, he could consider this a fortuitous turn of events born from misfortune. Once his body had fully recuperated, Jiang Xiaofei promptly rose and set off towards the direction of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Mere seconds later, he materialized before the group. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the sight of Jiang Xiaofei's flawless skin. Having endured such a tremendous assault, they had presumed that even upon recovery, he would bear some scars. Yet, it appeared that Jiang Xiaofei's complexion was even more radiant than before the battle. His regenerative capabilities surpassed even those of Piccolo and Majin Buu. Sun Wukong, having readjusted himself, casually handed Jiang Xiaofei a fitted outfit. Well done. I never expected you to achieve such significant growth under those circumstances. Your physique is indeed extraordinary, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. It's merely luck, Jiang Xiaofei thought to himself, refraining from disclosing the system's assistance, lest they consider asking Bulma to investigate the system nestled within his mind. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's demeanor, Sun Wukong chose not to pry further, acknowledging that everyone harbors their own secrets. As long as Jiang Xiaofei harbored no ill intentions towards Earth and its inhabitants, he was more than willing to embrace him as a partner. In truth, after experiencing the might of the Kamehameha, he found himself deeply impressed. I have a request, though I'm uncertain if it's appropriate to voice it, Jiang Xiaofei said, glancing at Sun Wukong with a hint of shyness. Feel free to express your needs. I'll assist however I can. Sun Wukong replied straightforwardly. It's nothing too significant. I merely wish to take you as my teacher and train under your guidance. Jiang Xiaofei articulated his thoughts. Chapter 8. The God of Destruction, Beerus. Sun Wukong stumbled slightly. Well, I'm not particularly adept at teaching. Vegeta would be a better fit. Or perhaps Piccolo, who would also make a suitable master. Sun Wukong, eager to avoid complications, immediately deflected the responsibility onto others. Piccolo and Vegeta, overhearing Sun Wukong's evasion, felt a surge of anxiety. Jiang Xiaofei's potential was undeniably immense, yet the pressure of mentoring such a prodigious talent was formidable. Moreover, cultivating an individual of such extraordinary caliber seemed to bear little sense of accomplishment. Hence, when Jiang Xiaofei turned his gaze towards them, they quickly shook their heads. Sun Wukong was the strongest among them, possessing the most extensive experience. The most crucial aspect was their shared interests. None would be more suitable as a teacher than Sun Wukong. Jiang Xiaofei found himself in agreement with this rationale. While watching Dragon Ball, his thoughts often aligned with Sun Wukong's fluctuating state. When Sun Wukong exhibited astonishing combat prowess, a surge of fervor ignited within Jiang Xiaofei. Conversely, when Sun Wukong faced setbacks, he felt a pang of sorrow. Once again, Jiang Xiaofei directed his sincere gaze towards Sun Wukong, his eyes tinged with a hint of grievance. Understanding Sun Wukong's forthright nature, he still yearned to grow stronger under his tutelage, as Sun Wukong was open and generous, offering much more to learn from him. This inclination might be a small selfish desire on his part. Despite the camaraderie shared among them, Jiang Xiaofei leaned more towards Sun Wukong. Well, there is really no necessity to formalize a student-teacher relationship, Sun Wukong said earnestly. What we have now is quite splendid. We can spar and exchange ideas anytime, anywhere. Though we may not be master and disciple, we are partners. Isn't the essence of partnership mutual growth and accomplishment? Sun Wukong's words were meant to dissuade Jiang Xiaofei from his desire for mentorship. Jiang Xiaofei, perceptive enough to grasp the underlying message, did not insist stubbornly, recognizing that such persistence could affect both parties adversely. All right, Jiang Xiaofei replied with a cheerful disposition. If I cannot be your student, then I shall be your little brother. You can assign any tasks to me in the future, for I have much to learn from you. With their agreement reached, the group returned to West City to prepare for a significant event, Bulma's birthday celebration. In the world of Dragon Ball, the concept of money held little weight. After all, Sun Wukong had little interest in wealth. He merely aspired to grow stronger. However, his wife, Chi-Chi, had to consider the essentials of daily sustenance. Without Chi-Chi managing the rewards Sun Wukong earned, their survival would indeed be precarious. The wealthiest among them was Bulma's family, a dynasty centered around technology, whose innovations permeated the globe, yielding tremendous profits. Therefore, Bulma's celebration was naturally grandiose, inviting renowned figures from across the world. Yet, an unexpected presence would arrive uninvited, bringing unparalleled astonishment. In the realm of the god of destruction, a deity resembling a cat opened his eyes. With each awakening, he unleashed calamity upon the celestial bodies and beings of the universe, capable of obliterating a planet with but a snap of his fingers, reducing it to cosmic dust. This being was none other than Beerus, the god of destruction. Upon awakening, Beerus intended to eliminate certain subpar planets. Yet another matter held his intrigue, a peculiar dream. During his slumber, Beerus encountered an individual capable of engaging him in battle. This prospect exhilarated him. Within Universe 7, Beerus had reached the pinnacle of combat prowess. And since assuming the mantle of god of destruction, he had long ceased to relish the thrill of combat. However, in his dream, he found himself in a fierce struggle with this extraordinary being, rekindling a long-lost joy. Thus, Beerus awoke with the intent of locating this dream figure within Universe 7. He consulted the Angel Whis and the Oracle Fish, who confirmed the existence of such an individual, further igniting Beerus's anticipation. Should he truly encounter this person, his restlessness would dissipate. Beerus's first destination was the North Kaishan realm, but upon finding no trace of the individual there, he, with Whis' assistance, set his sights on Earth. In truth, Earth was a rather inconspicuous planet within Universe 7, its civilization not even registering on Beerus's radar. However, the warriors of Earth had garnered the attention of the Supreme Kai, rendering Earth, to some extent, a unique planet. Do you truly believe that such an unassuming planet could harbor someone capable of battling me? Beerus questioned skeptically, having never considered that a planet he had overlooked could produce an adversary of such caliber. Well, we shall soon find out, won't we? Whis replied leisurely. Thus, these two gods, the mightiest entities in Universe 7, traversed the cosmos toward the Milky Way, the location of Earth. Bulma's party was splendidly arranged, with an array of delectable dishes, a veritable feast for the gluttonous Sun Wukong. Though he was not adept at socializing, he found himself utterly unable to resist the allure of food. For Sun Wukong, the only things worth indulging in were culinary delights and combat. This seemed to be his life's motto. Amidst this grand celebration, Jiang Xiaofei experienced his first encounter with the culinary wonders of this world, savoring the unique flavors it offered. During the festivities, he also crossed paths with Mr. Satan and the ever-hungry Majin Buu. Gazing upon the visage of Majin Buu, Jiang Xiaofei found him to be even more endearing than he had perceived on television. In his current incarnation, Majin Buu had adopted a benevolent disposition, having forged a friendship with Mr. Satan. Due to his insatiable appetite, Buu was also irresistibly drawn to the allure of delectable cuisine. However, Jiang Xiaofei refrained from initiating any interaction, fearful that a moment's carelessness might result in Buu's voracious embrace, which would be a grave miscalculation. Observing this familiar scene, Jiang Xiaofei's thoughts drifted to events from Dragon Ball, recalling Bulma's birthday celebration, where everyone was present and Majin Buu was indulging in pudding. Did this imply that the subsequent narrative was about to unfold? The realization sent a chill down his spine, as he became aware that a being crucial to the fate of Earth, no, a deity, was imminent. Yet, something felt amiss, under normal circumstances. Goku ought to have been training with the Supreme Kai at this moment. Had his presence inadvertently altered the course of the established storyline? Uncertain. Jiang Xiaofei could only await the unfolding events to see if they would align with his expectations. As laughter and merriment enveloped the birthday celebration, Goku and Vegeta sensed a formidable energy approaching Earth, making them feel insignificantly small in its presence. They instinctively gazed skyward, where two figures gradually materialized, one tall and the other short. Chapter 9. Before taking action, let us savor Earth's culinary delights. As Jiang Xiaofei beheld the two figures basking in sunlight, his heart raced uncontrollably, for they were none other than the two deities from Universe 6, the god of destruction, Beerus, and the angel, Whis. Their arrival at Bulma's birthday party signified that the narrative would soon lead to Beerus's quest for the Super Saiyan god. Yet, due to his interference, the storyline was bound to shift. In the original plot, Earth had merely faced peril, but would his involvement alter that fate? At this moment, Jiang Xiaofei was uncertain. But it was undeniable that Beerus had indeed descended, and none of the warriors present could rival him, not even the Super Saiyan god. Among them, Vegeta appeared particularly anxious. As the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta had more worldly experience and had recently received word from the Supreme Kai that the god of destruction would be visiting Earth. Though the reasons remained unclear, one thing was certain: if Beerus were displeased, Earth would cease to exist. Additionally, the Supreme Kai had specifically cautioned against challenging Beerus, as that would only hasten Earth's demise. Clearly, this warning was directed at Goku, yet he seemed unfazed. As the two gods hovered above, beads of sweat trickled down Vegeta's brow, while Goku appeared eagerly poised for action. How could there be beings of such feeble combat strength on this planet? Is there truly anyone here capable of lifting my spirits? Beerus mused, devoid of any emotion, as he sensed the energy fluctuations of Earth's inhabitants. Whis emitted an unusual chuckle. Are you not intrigued by the energy signatures of those below? Following Whis' pointed gesture, Beerus' gaze fell upon the location of Goku and Jiang Xiaofei. As Beerus lowered his head, his eyes locked onto Goku's fervent stare. A brief exchange of glances ignited a colossal web of energy surrounding them. Beerus, seemingly provoked, vanished from Whis' side, only to reappear before Goku. The assembled warriors instinctively assumed combat stances, prepared to engage, yet they found themselves utterly immobilized. This intruder had effortlessly suppressed them all. Not bad, but you still fall short of my expectations, Beerus asserted, his piercing gaze fixed upon Goku as he maintained an equal stance. Goku, confronted with Beerus's condescending demeanor and calm words, felt his desire to battle intensify. His eyes ablaze with fervor. Oh, you seem like a worthy opponent, he exclaimed, undeterred by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Beerus. While others would have succumbed to despair in the face of Beerus's might, Goku remained an exception. Beerus's already narrow eyes narrowed further, scrutinizing the battle-hungry warrior before him, and the surrounding tension escalated. Just as the atmosphere was poised for conflict, Beerus's nostrils twitched, and a flower-like grin blossomed on his face, even causing drool to trickle from his mouth. The oppressive aura dissipated, allowing the assembled warriors to exhale in relief. Their curiosity piqued regarding Beerus's sudden change in demeanor. Shifting his gaze from Goku, Beerus, relying on his keen sense of smell, pinpointed a location, right where Jiang Xiaofei stood. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei's heart raced. He had noticed Beerus's attention and could see the deity approaching him. All eyes were fixed on Beerus's movements, and when he finally stood before Jiang Xiaofei, he leaned down and took a deep whiff of the item in Jiang Xiaofei's hand. In an instant, stars seemed to twinkle in Beerus's eyes, a clear indication of his delight. This is the aroma, he exclaimed, inhaling deeply once more, unable to conceal his excitement. What exquisite delicacy is this? Beerus gazed at Jiang Xiaofei with a longing for culinary delight. It's instant noodles, a specialty of our Earth, Jiang Xiaofei replied earnestly. Instant noodles? Beerus pondered, his eyes fixed on the bowl in Jiang Xiaofei's hand. May I have a taste? Of course. Jiang Xiaofei offered the bowl to Beerus. I just prepared this. I haven't had the chance to eat it yet. Please enjoy. How could I? Beerus protested, yet his hands had already taken the bowl from Jiang Xiaofei. Upon receiving the noodles, Beerus ravenously devoured them. The first bite sent a wave of exquisite flavor cascading over his taste buds, traveling down his throat and into his stomach. With that initial mouthful, Beerus radiated an aura of satisfaction. It was his first encounter with such delectable fare. The onlookers were taken aback by Beerus's reaction, yet their vigilance finally eased. As they observed Beerus reveling in the dish, Whis joined in, sampling the instant noodles as well. Vegeta cast a grateful smile toward Jiang Xiaofei. Without him, the ensuing events would have been unfathomable. Upon realizing it was Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei had quickly recalled the events from the original storyline and prepared a bowl of instant noodles. Initially a gamble, yet it had indeed captured Beerus's attention. The subsequent events should now unfold more smoothly. As long as they did not provoke Beerus, they would likely navigate this challenge unscathed. After savoring the instant noodles, Beerus began to explore the various culinary offerings at the birthday celebration. A plethora of delectable delicacies profoundly satisfies Beerus's insatiable appetite, a blissful expression permanently gracing his visage, causing everyone to forget that he was, only moments ago, a figure of overwhelming dominance. Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta refrained from intruding upon Beerus, acutely aware of the potential ire their words could incite in him. However, one individual lacked such discernment. While savoring his culinary delights, Beerus encountered a rotund figure relishing pudding beneath a sunshade. This individual possessed an adorably cherubic face, yet Beerus found himself disinterested in the personage, his longing directed solely towards the pudding in hand. In an effort to procure this delicacy, Beerus approached the individual with the decorum of a gentleman, respectfully requesting a taste of the scrumptious pudding. This plump, charming figure, also a connoisseur of cuisine, was reluctant to share his treat. Consequently, he swiftly extended his tongue, launching an assault on the pudding, rendering it sullied with his saliva, thus thwarting Beerus's desire for the dessert. Feeling humiliated, Beerus's once radiant gaze dimmed, transforming into a frigid stare, enveloping the surroundings in an intangible pressure. Jiang Xiaofei, relishing his meal, sensed this overwhelming tension and thought to himself, "This is bad." Indeed, as he cast his gaze toward Beerus, the silhouette of Majin Buu emerged ominously. Thus commenced a cataclysmic confrontation between the demon and the god. Chapter 10. There is not a fighter among us. The energies emanating from the two clashed violently, the collision of two distinct forces of annihilation causing Jiang Xiaofei considerable distress. Having witnessed the original saga, he was acutely aware of the impending chaos, yet he desperately sought to avert such calamity. However, fate proved to be an unyielding adversary. The battle between Beerus and Buu was unavoidable. As the god of destruction, Beerus acted as he pleased within the seventh universe. His current visit to Earth was, after all, to seek worthy opponents. Yet, the allure of Earth's cuisine had momentarily distracted him from his true purpose. Jiang Xiaofei had hoped that the delightful food would completely quell Beerus's desire for combat, but it seemed such optimism was fanciful. Aside from the anxious Jiang Xiaofei, Vegeta and the others widened their eyes, contemplating intervention in the impending clash, yet courage eluded them. The energy radiating from Beerus unmistakably signaled his wrath. Although it was merely a small pudding, Buu's actions directly challenged Beerus's divine dignity, compelling him to ensure that this audacious individual understood that some beings, some gods, were beyond reproach. Buu, on the other hand, was rather naive. A fellow glutton, his fondness for food had been apparent during the battles against Sun Wukong and others. However, Buu seemed unaware of the intricacies of social conduct. Now, alongside Satan, he led a life of abundance, yet suddenly faced a contender seeking to usurp his food, prompting an instinctual response, oblivious to the identity of the intruder. If a battle was to ensue, Buu was more than willing to oblige, as he too was a formidable force on Earth. If anyone in attendance appeared composed, it was Whis, who remained immersed in the realm of gastronomy, seemingly indifferent to the conflict between Beerus and Buu. With no words exchanged, Beerus struck first, sending Buu soaring into the sky, to which Buu responded in kind. The sound of their fierce encounter resonated like a solo performance in a grand concert. Bang! With a resounding crack, Jiang Xiaofei observed Buu's plump form hurtling toward the ocean, creating a spray of waves upon impact. Emerging from the sea, Buu displayed evident fury, steam billowing from the hole atop his head as he charged toward Beerus once more. However, Buu's ferocious assault lacked its intended lethality in the face of Beerus's might. Suspended in midair, Beerus effortlessly restrained Buu with a single hand, his feet remaining firmly planted. It was clear to all that this was a one-sided massacre, with Buu possessing no semblance of a chance. As despair loomed over Buu, his movements became erratic yet increasingly powerful, striving to breach Beerus's defenses, yet achieving no tangible progress. Beerus exhibited little interest in the skirmish, the resentment over the pilfered pudding fading away. Should the fight continue, he might genuinely succumb to slumber. Thus, Beerus reached out, grasping Buu by the top of his head, spinning him rapidly before casting him away into the distance. Buu's figure gradually diminished in the eyes of the spectators, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Having dealt with Buu, Beerus turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong and the other formidable fighters, stretching languidly and yawning before descending to the ground. Truly, there isn't a fighter among you, he mused. It seems the dream I had was merely a dream. In this universe, there exists no one capable of inciting my combative nature. Beerus languidly addressed Whis. Observing Beerus's disinterest, Whis remained silent, continuing to relish his meal. Once we have dined sufficiently, let us obliterate this earth. Beerus remarked nonchalantly, lifting a piece of pudding to his lips. The moment the pudding met his mouth, the silky sensation enveloped him, plunging him into a state of bliss. Bang! Beerus lowered his head, his eyes bulging as the pudding slipped from his mouth. Do not disrupt the festivities at someone else's birthday party. A woman's voice echoed in his mind. Beerus trembled, a murderous intent surging forth as he raised his head, glaring furiously at the woman who had struck him from behind. This spectacle did not escape the notice of others. Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but revel in schadenfreude, realizing that Beerus was ultimately fated to face Bulma's wrath. Vegeta, in a state of panic, recognized Bulma as his wife. The fact that she had dared to strike the god of destruction of the seventh universe sent him into a frenzy. Without a moment's thought, he positioned himself protectively behind Bulma, presenting her with a delectable pudding, a grin plastered across his face. Internally, Vegeta was gripped by sheer terror. Yet he understood that retreat was not an option. His wife was behind him, and should Beerus choose to unleash his fury, Bulma would stand no chance of survival. Even if his own prospects were bleak, he had to stand his ground. Observing Beerus's stern demeanor, Bulma recognized the gravity of the situation and quickly donned a smile, offering her apologies to Beerus. Beerus continued to fixate on the couple before him, his murderous intent unabated, as he slowly raised his right hand, positioning it across Vegeta's path. Beads of sweat trickled down Vegeta's face, his legs trembling under the formidable aura of Beerus. Yet, he could not falter, for behind him stood his wife and comrades. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, Beerus extended his right hand and graciously accepted the pudding from Vegeta. Thank you. As the oppressive malice dissipated, Vegeta let out a sigh of relief. I shall not disturb your culinary enjoyment any longer. With that, he took Bulma by the hand and retreated from Beerus's vicinity. Observing the pudding in his grasp, Beerus's lips curled into a smile. At last, he could savor the delectable treat. With that thought, he brought the pudding to his lips. Hey, you're the one who just declared the destruction of Earth. Goku's aura surged with agitation, his eyes ablaze with fervent combativeness as he fixed his gaze upon Beerus, who was preparing to relish the pudding. Earth is my home, and I shall not allow anyone to destroy it, even if that someone is a god. Chapter 11, Goku vs. Beerus. How intriguing. Beerus set aside the pudding, eyeing the one who dared to challenge him with a scrutinizing gaze, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. As I mentioned, if you can defeat me or at least make me experience the thrill of battle, I may reconsider my intention to obliterate Earth. As the god of destruction, Beerus held no qualms about speaking the truth. Should someone truly manage to surpass him, he might have to relinquish his title. However, in the seventh universe, aside from Whis, no one else could likely contend with Beerus. Goku, too, was acutely aware that based on the aura Beerus exhibited during his earlier confrontation with Majin Buu, he might not stand a chance against him. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to act, for Beerus had already proclaimed his intent to annihilate Earth, a reality Goku could not abide. Though not born on Earth, he had spent his childhood there, forming an emotional bond with every blade of grass and tree. His family and friends resided on this azure planet, having weathered countless crises to reach this day. Thus, he would never permit anyone to jeopardize their cherished home. Even if that person was a deity, he would stand his ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Goku transformed into the first stage of Super Saiyan. The air around him became tumultuous, the friction generating sonic booms that radiated blinding light. Vegeta aimed to restrain the impulsive Goku, knowing that if a conflict broke out between him and the god of destruction, it could end in tragedy. Yet, it was too late. Goku, in his Super Saiyan form, charged at Beerus with fists capable of shattering mountains, the force of his blows creating a howling wind as they approached Beerus. Unfazed, Beerus merely raised a single finger to intercept Goku's ferocious assault. He did not budge an inch, effortlessly deflecting Goku's violent strikes with just that finger, nullifying the power behind each blow. When Goku's initial attack proved ineffective, he swiftly unleashed a barrage of punches, each one imbued with the might to topple mountains and moving at speeds that surpassed sound, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Yet, Beerus continued to block all of Goku's relentless strikes with the same nonchalance, using merely a finger. As Goku and Beerus clashed, Jiang Xiaofei found his vision blurring, unable to fully grasp the rapid movements before him. Nonetheless, he could discern that Goku was clearly at a disadvantage. Beerus remained on the defensive, not yet countering Goku's attacks. Each of Goku's attempts was effortlessly thwarted by Beerus, Taking advantage of the moment, Goku leaped back to create distance, his aura now slightly disordered, while Beerus remained calm and collected, showing no signs of having engaged in battle. The disparity between them became starkly apparent. However, Goku refused to relent. Facing an opponent like Beerus only ignited his fighting spirit further. "You're a bit stronger than the previous one, but still not worthy." Beerus stretched lazily, his voice icy. "If this is all you can muster, I fear you will be unable to safeguard Earth under my watch." The weight of Beerus's words sent a shiver through Jiang Xiaofei and the others. They could sense the inevitability of Beerus's intent to destroy Earth. Yet, they felt powerless, for their strength paled in comparison to his. Goku was their strongest ally, yet his current performance suggested he could not defeat Beerus, let alone the rest of them. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei held no expectations for Goku's solo efforts. He simply hoped that Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and others could unite their powers as 5 Super Saiyans to summon the Super Saiyan God. For those who had witnessed the original series, only the emergence of the Super Saiyan God could hope to impart a semblance of combat enjoyment to Beerus, thereby safeguarding Earth and possibly forging a bond with Goku and his comrades. Hearing Beerus's provocations, Goku was further incited, letting out a battle cry. The surge of rage transformed the atmosphere around him once again, igniting his Super Saiyan second form. The energy surrounding Goku continued to escalate, the air crackling with volatile energy under his influence, the sound of explosive bursts echoing around him. Super Saiyan third form. Goku had unlocked every Saiyan transformation at his disposal, his mind shifting from rational thought to primal instinct. At this moment, he embodied the form of Earth's mightiest warrior. Even Vegeta would likely find himself outmatched. Yet, to triumph over Beerus, Goku knew he needed to push further. Activating the Kaioken, he tapped into the full extent of his capabilities. In this state, Goku held nothing back. The preliminary tests were over, and it became evident that Beerus was an opponent beyond his reach. However, having come this far, Goku recognized there was no retreat. He must press forward, fighting for Earth and his homeland. Feeling the inexhaustible power coursing through him, Goku gazed at Beerus, observing Goku's current state. A flicker of interest ignited within Beerus, who began to anticipate the ensuing battle. For a human to elevate himself to such heights was, in many respects, beyond normal limits. As a Super Saiyan, Goku's achievement was remarkable. Nonetheless, this would not serve as an excuse for Beerus to show mercy. With a teasing gesture, Beerus extended his finger toward Goku, who soared into the air, charging once more at Beerus. The intensity of their conflict escalated dramatically, the energy waves generated by their collisions affecting the spectators below. Had it not been for Whis erecting a protective barrier, countless ordinary individuals would have suffered greatly. Goku launched another devastating punch, one that pierced the heavens, finally forcing Beerus's body to shift backward slightly. As Beerus stabilized his form and stretched his stiff neck, he continued to engage in fierce combat with Son Goku. Under the full force of Goku's relentless assault, Beerus adopted a slightly more serious demeanor. It must be said that Goku is a born warrior. He faced Beerus without the slightest hint of trepidation. Aware of the disparity between their powers, Goku nonetheless stood tall and chose to confront his opponent head-on. This relentless spirit is something that Jiang Xiaofei deeply admires about Goku, his unwavering refusal to concede defeat. Utilizing a momentary lapse, Goku unleashed the Kamehameha wave enhanced by his Kaioken technique. The surrounding energy converged towards him, and Beerus made no attempt to hinder Goku's actions. Instead, he was curious to see what further surprises Goku could present. The formidable and potent energy sphere erupted from Goku's hands, hurtling towards Beerus not far away. Observing the dazzling energy sphere, Beerus felt a flicker of intrigue. With a mere flick of his fingers, he summoned forth a counterforce. When the two energies collided, there was no cataclysmic explosion. Rather, they were annihilated at the point of impact. This was a deliberate act by Beerus. Had it been otherwise, the collision alone might have obliterated the Earth. After executing the Kamehameha, Goku's energy became erratic, yet Beerus remained unfazed. "You have lost," Beerus stated coldly to Goku. "No, I have not yet lost. As long as I am alive, you shall not lay a hand on the Earth," Goku bellowed, his resolve fortified as he charged once more towards Beerus. Chapter 12, The Siege on Beerus. In his prime, Goku was no match for Beerus, weakened from previous encounters. He stood no chance against such a formidable opponent. Without any suspense, as soon as Goku approached Beerus, he was sent flying with a single kick. Yet, like an indomitable insect, Goku repeatedly surged back, undeterred by the repeated blows from Beerus. With each assault, however, Goku's energy waned. On the ground, Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta watched helplessly, their hearts aching for Goku. They tried to avert their gaze from this overwhelming battle. Yet the sounds of impact resonated deeply within their souls. "This is unscientific," It shouldn't be like this. Shouldn't Beerus appreciate Goku's tenacity? Jiang Xiaofei murmured. His head bowed in disbelief. Ah, Kakarot. Vegeta cried out, his energy surging as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, rushing towards Goku and Beerus. Father, Gohan echoed, unleashing his own transformation into Super Saiyan and following Vegeta into the fray. Piccolo and Krillin, albeit slower to react, also charged towards Goku's position. Goten and Trunks swiftly fused to become Gotenks. Vegeta and Gohan caught the fallen Goku and fed him a Senzu bean, restoring a measure of his strength. Rest for now. We will fight in your stead and protect the Earth, Vegeta declared. Goku shook his head, his gaze resolute as he replied, I am fine. I can still fight. Very well. Let us unite to safeguard our planet. Let us battle for Earth. Together, they encircled Beerus. In that moment, Goku's friends and family rallied around him, each encouraging him and Vegeta in their own unique ways. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at Whis, who, as ever, was indulging in his delicacies, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding chaos. After several deep breaths, Jiang Xiaofei prepared to join the skirmish against Beerus. High above, Beerus stood with his hands clasped behind his back, paying little heed to the encircling warriors. At his level of power, victory could not be attained through mere numbers. Humanity's audacity in challenging a god was akin to an ant shaking a tree, a moth fluttering toward a flame. Everyone understood this reality, yet at this juncture, they had no other choice. Fully aware that this battle was unwinnable, they chose to continue fighting nonetheless. This was their pride and honor as warriors, a testament to their commitment to defending their home. Goku led the charge, channeling all his energy once more towards Beerus, with Vegeta and Gohan closely following. Years of combat had forged an unspoken synergy among them, allowing them to fully unleash their powers without the need for words. Yet, even so, against the overwhelming might of Beerus, they seemed to gain no advantage whatsoever. The combined efforts of the group forced Beerus to swiftly maneuver his body to block their attacks. Throughout this exchange, Beerus remained in a state of passive defense. After a series of assaults, it became clear to everyone that even with Beerus standing still, absorbing their attacks, defeat was still beyond their reach. The chasm between divine and mortal was insurmountable. Do you believe you can achieve victory through sheer numbers? Beerus remarked nonchalantly, dismissing the gathered fighters. This time, you ought to comprehend that you are facing an opponent whose power cannot be compensated for by mere crowd strength. Surveying the chaotic energy signatures of each individual, Beerus scoffed at their aspirations to protect the Earth. Listening to Beerus's words, anger surged within each warrior. Though they were weak before him, they were not cowed. Even Jiang Xiaofei, on the ground, began to feel the fire of rage igniting within him. Beerus, relying on his status as a destroyer, wielded his power to wreak havoc upon others' homes. In the original narrative, Beerus was tasked with purging the universe of its malignancies to ensure a healthier cosmic evolution. However, since Jiang Xiaofei's arrival in the Dragon Ball universe, certain events that were meant to unfold seemed to be changing. While the timeline remained correct, the sequence of events had become increasingly conflict-ridden. He genuinely feared for the fate of Earth under Beerus's destructive whims. To aid Goku and the others in their quest to protect the Earth, Jiang Xiaofei joined the fray. Yet with his current level of power, he failed to pique Beerus's interest. A mere encounter with Beerus sent Jiang Xiaofei crashing back to the ground, leaving a massive crater in his wake. I've had enough. This farce must come to an end. Beerus had lost his patience. Even with all present, they could not evoke the exhilarating sensation of combat he craved. Since you cannot find the Super Saiyan God, you shall all descend into oblivion to seek clarity. Beerus summoned the surrounding energy and, with a swift motion that surpassed the speed of light, launched an attack on the assembled warriors. This marked Beerus's first proactive strike in the battle. How could Vegeta, Goku, and the others withstand such an onslaught? Coupled with their previous injuries, after Beerus's initial offensive, they were left utterly defenseless. Goku had fallen, Vegeta and Gohan lay on the ground incapacitated, while Piccolo and Krillin were barely clinging to life. Gotenks had reverted to his original form. Jiang Xiaofei had hoped they would unite to harness the power of the Super Saiyan God, but even in the final moments, as Beerus prepared to annihilate the Earth, no one responded. All eyes were fixated on the egg-sized sphere of energy pulsating at Beerus's fingertip, a manifestation of annihilative force that instilled a profound sense of dread in every onlooker. Son Goku's gaze reflected a fierce unwillingness, yet he found himself utterly devoid of the strength to even move, let alone intervene against Beerus. Despite Jiang Xiaofei's formidable regenerative capabilities, the chasm between him and Beerus was insurmountable. He was powerless to thwart the god of destruction's intentions. As the destructive energy sphere swelled with increasing intensity, the tension in the hearts of the spectators escalated correspondingly. Wait, I have a way to ensure you have your fill of combat. Observing the ominous energy thrumming at Beerus's fingertip, Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward, determined to attempt his own method of preventing Beerus from obliterating the earth. However, Beerus paid Jiang no heed. Through their encounters, he had lost all hope for the Earthlings, no longer anticipating any worthy challenge from them. There is one individual who can undoubtedly satiate your thirst for battle, who can engage you as vividly as you envision in your dreams. Jiang Xiaofei, now impatient, yelled directly at Beerus, yearning for a chance to prove himself. Yet, Beerus, having lost interest in Jiang's words, merely sought to swiftly eliminate this group and return to the realm of destruction for a well-deserved respite. Witnessing Beerus' indifference, Jiang Xiaofei was consumed by rage and despair. His eyes reddened with fury. "Can you not listen to me properly?" Clenching his fists tightly, a torrent of power surged within him once more. He leapt into the air, charging towards Beerus with a fierce punch. Chapter 13. The Shock of Beerus. Soaring through the sky, Jiang Xiaofei's body generated immense friction with the surrounding air, igniting his clothing in flames. In that moment, he resembled a rocket, hurtling towards his target. Beerus cast a glance at him, still largely unperturbed. In his eyes, no matter how fiercely this group struggled, it was futile. He was the god of destruction, wielding an overwhelming power that rendered them utterly powerless. No matter how many attempts Jiang Xiaofei made, he was destined for failure. Beerus raised his other hand and gently pointed at the oncoming Jiang Xiaofei, expecting to easily dispatch him. Yet, he miscalculated. Jiang Xiaofei's velocity surged once more as he aimed to strike the destructive energy sphere in Beerus's hand. Even Beerus found himself momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere mortal would dare to confront such a concentrated force capable of obliterating an entire planet. Even below, Son Goku and Vegeta were astonished, mirroring Beerus's thoughts that Jiang Xiaofei would choose to battle him. They were acutely aware of Jiang Xiaofei's unique physiology, akin to that of a Saiyan, which allowed him to grow stronger with every fight. However, Jiang Xiaofei's rate of ascension was even more rapid. If he could harness this method to enhance his strength, it was conceivable that after a few exchanges, he could indeed stand a chance against Beerus, potentially safeguarding the Earth. With eager anticipation, they were blindsided by the revelation that Jiang Xiaofei's objective was not to battle Beerus, but to strike the destructive energy sphere itself. Jiang Xiaofei unleashed the full might of his strength, aiming to smash the energy emanating from Beerus's fingertip. Although he had not yet mastered the art of controlling his ki, his physical prowess had escalated to an extraordinary level. After enduring several of Beerus's brutal strikes, his resilience had only increased. He believed he could utilize his strength to dispel the destructive energy sphere from the Earth, yet he had overestimated his capabilities. Upon impact, the energy sphere remained unmoved, while his hand was rendered void under its annihilative force. Jiang Xiaofei could only watch in helplessness as the malevolent aura emanating from the sphere threatened to consume his very soul. With a mere flick, Beerus sent Jiang Xiaofei crashing back to the ground. "Do you truly believe such meager tactics could protect this planet?" he mused, perceiving their naivety. "Weiss, get up. I am pressed for time and have no inclination to indulge these buffoons." Beerus roared impatiently at Weiss, who was still enjoying his meal. "Buffoons. Today, I shall make you understand that even those who seem foolish have their convictions." Jiang Xiaofei's voice resonated once more as he rose from the depths of the crater, surrounded by a swirling aura of golden energy. Beerus narrowed his eyes, observing this seemingly indomitable young warrior, a flicker of unease stirring within him. It was the first time he had felt such a sensation. During his confrontations with Goku and Vegeta, he had never experienced this twinge of trepidation. However fleeting it may have been, this feeling of fear was instigated by the young fighter before him. Even Weiss, who had been calmly savoring his delicacies, paused to scrutinize the battle-ready Earthling. Revitalized, Goku and Vegeta beheld the figure that had repeatedly astonished them, a surge of fervor igniting within them. They had expected Jiang Xiaofei to be vanquished by the destructive energy sphere, yet it appeared they had underestimated his resilience. They wished to fight alongside him, but the excruciating pain coursing through their bodies was nearly unbearable. It turned out that after being eroded by Beerus's destructive energy, Jiang Xiaofei's internal system had been reactivated. Although he had actively struck out, he found that the points of impact had escalated to an unprecedented level, nearly overwhelming his body. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaofei persevered, emerging with newfound strength. If he were to face that destructive energy once more, he was now confident in his ability to withstand it. However, this experience had made him acutely aware that his body had limits when it came to enduring such impacts, and that these limits would continue to be tested as his strength grew. Jiang Xiaofei raised his gaze to the sky, locking eyes with Beerus, his spirit ablaze with the desire to fight. In that moment of mutual recognition, the destructive energy sphere at Beerus's fingertip vanished. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. The immediate crisis for Earth had been averted, at least for now. as Beerus had momentarily set aside his intentions to destroy the planet. Since you are so tenacious, let me see what potential you possess that emboldens you to repeatedly defy me. In his universe, wherever Beerus went, he commanded absolute reverence, with none daring to resist him. Destroying a planet was but a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, upon arriving on Earth, he found himself beset by unforeseen difficulties. Initially seeking the Super Saiyan God for an exhilarating battle, he had been lured by the planet's culinary delights. To satisfy his palate, Beerus indulged in the local cuisine, yet found himself compelled to intervene after being provoked by Majin Buu. After effortlessly defeating Majin Buu, he was struck from behind by a seemingly defenseless woman, followed by an incessant barrage of provocations from a group of Saiyans. Now, he faced yet another indomitable spirit. At times, Beerus felt his patience had been excessively lenient. Confronted by the primitive denizens of this backward world, he had somehow refrained from annihilating it thus far. Seated quietly at the side, Whis had long since perceived the underlying truths. The reason for Beerus's slumber lay in his perception of this universe as exceedingly mundane. After witnessing the obliteration of countless planets, Beerus yearned for an adversary worthy of his prowess to alleviate his ennui. Particularly during this recent period of slumber, he dreamed of battles. And according to the prophecies of the Oracle Fish, such a contender seemed to exist. How could Beerus not be exhilarated? His repeated confrontations with the inhabitants of Earth were driven by the hope of discovering this prophesied individual. Otherwise, he would have obliterated the Earth long ago, leaving Whis to enjoy his delicacies in peace. Jiang Xiaofei harnessed the energy surrounding him, allowing his body to ascend gradually, a golden aura enveloping him. The sound of sonic booms echoing. Under the watchful gaze of all, he reached a level parallel to Beerus and halted. I, too, wish to ascertain the true strength of Lord Beerus's fists and whether they might shatter me completely. Chapter 14. Attaining Recognition. Beerus regarded the audacious young warrior before him with a calm demeanor, taken aback for the first time by a human addressing him with such insolence. He was, after all, a god of destruction. In the entirety of the seventh universe, his might was unparalleled. Even the Supreme Kai would not dare to speak to him in such a manner. The once mighty cosmic emperor, Frieza, had bowed in reverence before him. Yet now, he found himself repeatedly provoked by a mere earthling. This was a first since he had ascended to the rank of god of destruction. However, rather than fury, a sense of anticipation stirred within him. Although Earth's civilization was primitive, its inhabitants had consistently surprised him, offering moments of nostalgia. Let us await the outcome, Beerus remarked, addressing the flickering golden energy of Jiang Xiaofei. His words laced with confidence. Jiang Xiaofei initiated the assault, and after being struck repeatedly by Beerus, his resilience visibly improved, his strength significantly augmented. Even his control over energy saw advancements. Each blow he received seemed worthwhile. With a furious punch directed at Beerus's arm, the resounding clash echoed like steel. Yet Jiang Xiaofei felt no pain. Beerus's gaze shifted subtly. He sensed that Jiang Xiaofei's strike had markedly improved, piquing his interest in the fervent young warrior. Jiang Xiaofei's fists rained down upon Beerus with increasing velocity. Initially, Beerus had been able to deflect Jiang Xiaofei's attacks with one hand, but as Jiang Xiaofei accelerated, Beerus was compelled to engage both hands. Observers were transfixed by the unfolding battle, particularly Goku and Vegeta, who, witnessing Beerus's use of both hands, glimpsed a sliver of hope for Earth's survival. As their combat intensified, Beerus ceased his defensive posture and began to counterattack. The once advantaged Jiang Xiaofei found himself on the back foot, as Beerus's speed surpassed his own, gradually overpowering him. Jiang Xiaofei recognized that Beerus was amplifying his own power. Though he too was growing stronger, his progression could not match Beerus's ascent. With a resounding thud, Beerus's foot struck Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen, causing internal disarray as his body was propelled backward, crashing violently into the ground. Yet Beerus did not relent. He extended a finger, summoning dozens of energy spheres in the sky above. Each orb pulsed with radiant light and immense energy. With a mere flick of his finger, the orbs cascaded like a dazzling meteor shower toward Jiang Xiaofei's location. Boom, boom. The energy spheres crashed down upon Jiang Xiaofei, unleashing a tempest of raw power that created a colossal crater around him, waves of energy still pulsating from the remnants of the orbs. Goku and Vegeta, witnessing the blinding crater, grew increasingly concerned for Jiang Xiaofei. Although his body could regenerate swiftly, could he truly withstand such a formidable onslaught from Beerus? Beerus's gaze remained fixed on the crater, keenly sensing the fluctuations within, seemingly unable to detect Jiang Xiaofei's presence. It appears you are still no match for a deity. And you fail to ignite my full interest, Beerus's voice echoed, tinged with a hint of melancholy. He raised his right hand again, gathering the energy necessary for Earth's annihilation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained extreme critical hit points. Unconscious, Jiang Xiaofei could not hear the system's voice, yet his body was rapidly reforming. Just as Beerus condensed the destructive energy sphere, Jiang Xiaofei emerged anew from the depths of the crater. Since Lord Beerus has yet to tire, shall we continue our battle? His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear present. Goku, Vegeta, and the other Earthlings surged with excitement at this moment. Even Beerus gazed in astonishment at Jiang Xiaofei, a strange glimmer illuminating his eyes. No one had anticipated Jiang Xiaofei's resurgence, and the energy he emitted was palpably intensified. Earthling, I concede your tenacity. Yet no matter how often you try, you cannot defeat me, Beerus declared, observing the approaching Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei felt elated, for within Beerus's words, he discerned a shift in the deity's regard for him. This was a promising development. I understand, yet I must persist in this struggle, for Earth and my comrades, he explained, casting a glance at Goku and the others below. You are commendable, and I shall grant you an opportunity. If you can withstand this blow, I will spare you and your companions and refrain from destroying Earth, Beerus proposed, signaling a retreat from total annihilation. A smile graced Jiang Xiaofei's face. Really? As a god, I would never speak falsehoods, Beerus affirmed. Very well, Jiang Xiaofei readily acquiesced. Do not rejoice too soon. Only if you endure my strike will they continue to live, Beerus cautioned. Jiang Xiaofei was indeed overjoyed, with the system at his side. Although he might not conquer Beerus, the deity's desire to eradicate him completely seemed implausible. Moreover, Beerus's proposal suggested a desire to avoid endless conflict. Jiang Xiaofei assumed a defensive stance, preparing to confront Beerus's impending strike. Yet Beerus's energy showed little change, and he merely extended his right hand toward Jiang Xiaofei's forehead, lightly tapping it. Jiang Xiaofei closed his eyes in rapid succession, but upon reopening them, he found himself still beside Beerus. This time, it was Jiang Xiaofei's turn to be astonished. Is that all? Jiang Xiaofei inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Ahem. Beerus cleared his throat, finding the interaction rather tedious. Dealing with you all is somewhat exhausting. For today, I shall grant you a reprieve. In an instant, Jiang Xiaofei's face lit up with joy, almost desiring to embrace Beerus in gratitude, yet he restrained himself, fearful that such an action might provoke Beerus's disdain, which would be counterproductive. He performed a deep bow to Beerus, expressing his gratitude for the Lord's leniency. There are so many exquisite delicacies on Earth. I cannot bear to part with them just yet. Beerus glanced at the delicacies strewn across the ground and noticed Whis savoring the treats. Whis. Beerus could not help but exclaim, his form vanishing from Jiang Xiaofei's side as he lunged towards the food. A wave of discomfort surged through Jiang Xiaofei's body. Yet the overwhelming delight kept him steadfast. He returned to the others, nodding in acknowledgement. The group shared an understanding glance, smiles gracing their faces once more. They had successfully protected Earth, and it was largely due to Jiang Xiaofei, their new companion. In that moment, Jiang Xiaofei's place in their hearts was redefined. Chapter 15. The Unique Qualities of Sun Wukong. At the birthday banquet, nestled in a corner of the food plaza, Whis and Beerus sat together, indulging in the pudding at hand. With each bite, a look of bliss spread across Beerus's face. After such a prolonged stay on Earth, he had finally tasted a delectable pudding. The smooth texture tantalized his taste buds, instantly alleviating the weariness from continuous battles. Unable to resist the pudding's allure, Beerus consumed several more, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction. It is evident that you hold great affection for Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong, Whis stated candidly, voicing Beerus's innermost thoughts. Having slumbered for so long, encountering individuals who could invigorate his spirit was a refreshing change, prompting him to stretch his limbs. With the delightful pudding in hand, he swallowed another bite. After such an extended period without combat, he felt as though his body had grown rusty. This exercise, while enjoyable, left him yearning for more. They are merely mortals, yet they have cultivated their abilities to a level surpassing that of most advanced life forms across the cosmos. Even Frisia would likely falter before them, Whis explained. However, no matter how formidable mortals may become, they remain vastly inferior when compared to the rulers of this universe. Beerus observed Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong, who were celebrating their newfound vitality, lamenting the absence of the so-called Super Saiyan god. Had he been present, a truly exhilarating battle would have ensued. The Super Saiyans of this universe have been nearly obliterated by Frisia, with only a handful surviving on this very Earth. Their strength, as you have witnessed, does not even approach that of the Super Saiyan god. Perhaps such a being is merely a legend, impossible to realize, Whis added. Though begrudgingly accepting this reality, Beerus could do nothing more. After this battle, he could not justify attacking Earth again. He found himself intrigued by the potential growth of Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong. Should they continue to develop, perhaps one day he might once again experience the exhilarating thrill of combat that haunted his dreams. Since the Super Saiyan god does not exist, we shall cultivate our own," Beerus remarked, observing the warriors on Earth, addressing Whis with a calm tone. Whis understood Beerus's intentions well, anticipating the growth of these warriors, which could prove to be a delightful endeavor. On the other side of the banquet, Jiang Xiaofei had unwittingly become the center of attention. Although it was originally Bulma's birthday celebration, no one could have anticipated the numerous events that transpired that day, including a fierce battle to defend Earth. "We owe you our gratitude. Without you, we would have been unable to safeguard our planet," Sun Wukong expressed to Jiang Xiaofei, his words brimming with appreciation. Having faced multiple crises on Earth, Sun Wukong once believed that his own strength would suffice to protect it. However, it became evident that he was far from adequate. Beerus could obliterate the planet with a mere snap of his fingers. Had it not been for Jiang Xiaofei, how would he have defended his home? In response to Sun Wukong's gratitude, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of embarrassment, for all the glory should rightfully belong to Sun Wukong. Yet, through a twist of fate, he had traversed into the Dragon Ball world, acquiring a system that altered the course of events, leading to a favorable outcome. Still, Jiang Xiaofei felt as though he had overshadowed Sun Wukong. "Earth is our home. It is our collective responsibility to protect it," Jiang Xiaofei stated firmly. Hearing his words, Sun Wukong felt a renewed sense of hope, as he now had another ally standing beside him, ensuring that their Earth would receive even stronger protection. Vegeta and Piccolo approached, expressing their gratitude to Jiang Xiaofei, who reciprocated sincerely. However, Jiang Xiaofei did not desire to be the focal point of the world, so he sought someone else to share in this glory. It seemed the burden would fall upon Satan, who was no stranger to seizing accolades and fame. Initially reluctant, Satan hesitated, considering that Beerus had already taken action against Majin Buu, and offending a true god could spell disaster for him. Yet, after enduring much applause and adoration, he ultimately acquiesced, agreeing to become the hero who defeated a god and saved Earth. Once arrangements for Satan were settled, Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong, along with Vegeta, made their way towards Beerus. Sensing their approach, Beerus and Whis, still indulging in their culinary delights, acknowledged the group's presence. Upon reaching Beerus, they bowed deeply in unison. "We sincerely apologize, Lord Beerus. Please forgive our ignorance and recklessness." Beerus chose to ignore them, continuing to relish his meal, though internally he was amused. Whis nodded at Jiang Xiaofei and the others, informing them, "Lord Beerus has forgiven you. Henceforth, you must diligently cultivate, for there may come a day when Lord Beerus, in a whimsical mood, might wish to destroy Earth again. You must be prepared to defend it." Jiang Xiaofei and his companions exchanged bemused glances, finding Whis' comment somewhat humorous, yet with a kernel of truth. Even if it were not Beerus who posed a threat to Earth in the future, but rather another entity or deity, they would still rise to protect their home. Thus, having faced this battle, they were resolved to intensify their training, readying themselves for the unknown dangers that lay ahead. Beerus shot Whis a sidelong glance before turning back to Jiang Xiaofei and the others, stating, "Who said I have forgiven you? You have provoked me time and again. If I were to let you off so easily, it would tarnish my image as the god of destruction. Thus, I shall still destroy this Earth." Beerus's words left Jiang Xiaofei and the others somewhat speechless, resigning themselves to Beerus's temperament. Must they once again engage in a fierce battle to protect Earth? Just as doubts arose among them, Beerus extended his right index finger towards a rocky outcrop on the ocean's surface, unleashing a brilliant beam of light that shattered the rock into fragments. "Very well. I have now commenced the destruction of Earth. For today's events, I shall forgive you." The behavior of Beerus is utterly perplexing. However, upon closer reflection, one must remember that he is a deity, specifically a god of destruction, the mightiest entity within the universe. If he truly wished to annihilate Earth, such a multitude of events would not have transpired. Jiang Xiaofei found himself somewhat amused at his own folly, recalling how he had charged forward recklessly, heedless of the consequences. In retrospect, he felt a twinge of fear. Had Beerus not shown mercy, he might have ceased to exist long ago. It was laughable that he had even considered defeating Beerus to safeguard Earth as a means of promoting himself. Casting a glance at Satan in the distance, his heart began to pray. He had heard that Lord Beerus had come in search of the Super Saiyan God. Regrettably, as a Saiyan, he had never encountered this being. Yet, he knew of one individual who surely possessed knowledge of the Super Saiyan God. Son Goku boldly stated. Jiang Xiaofei's face turned pale. The hard-fought battle had just ceased, but with a single utterance from Goku, the flames of conflict were reignited. Indeed, Goku possessed extraordinary qualities. When Jiang Xiaofei turned his gaze back to Beerus, he noticed a significant surge in the latter's aura, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. Chapter 16. The Faux Super Saiyan God. Beerus's primary objective for this journey was to locate the Super Saiyan God. However, after spending considerable time on Earth and engaging in numerous skirmishes with Jiang Xiaofei and others, he had yet to sense the presence of the Super Saiyan God. His hopes had nearly waned, but at that moment, Goku informed him that there was someone who undoubtedly knew the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God. This revelation reignited the dim flame of hope within him, and the uncontainable battle intent surged forth, leaving Jiang Xiaofei feeling overwhelmed. Tell me, who is this person? Beerus scrutinized Goku. With an innocent smile, Goku responded, Please remain calm, Lord Beerus. This individual is not present here, and technically speaking, he is not even human. Bulma, quickly retrieve the Dragon Balls. We shall summon Shenron to inquire about the location of the Super Saiyan God. Goku's declaration startled Vegeta and Bulma, revealing that Goku was indeed intent on using the Dragon Balls. They were uncertain whether Shenron would even possess knowledge of the Super Saiyan Goddess whereabouts. After all, if even beings as exalted as Beerus and Whis were unaware, could a mere earthly dragon truly know? Nevertheless, faced with the situation, they had no choice but to forge ahead. Dragon Balls. Beerus mused. Indeed, the Dragon Balls appear as 7 identical orbs, each containing 1 to 7 distinct stars. When all 7 are gathered, one can summon Shenron to grant a wish, Goku elucidated. Then let us summon him and inquire about the Super Saiyan God's location. Beerus declared with composure. Lord Beerus is truly astute. Goku maintained his cheerful demeanor. Beerus felt a slight embarrassment, but chose not to dwell on Goku's simplicity. Jiang Xiaofei's expression fluctuated between various emotions. Prior to his crossing over, he was aware that Goku's emotional intelligence was lacking, and it seemed his presence had little impact on Goku's disposition. Just when he had managed to dissuade Beerus from destructive thoughts, Goku's words reignited the god's fervor. However, this time, he resolved to remain a mere observer, quietly witnessing the unfolding events. For now, Beerus had no desire to destroy Earth. He merely yearned for an exhilarating battle with the Super Saiyan God. With the assistance of Goten and Trunks, Bulma had procured the Dragon Balls. The 7 shimmering orbs were arranged together, and as Goku recited the incantation, their radiance intensified, casting a shadow over the sky. Layers of dark clouds gathered, obscuring the azure expanse above, preventing even the sun's rays from penetrating the thick veil. A dragon emerged from the Dragon Balls, soaring into the cloud cover, its form crackling with electricity. The elongated body of the dragon gracefully maneuvered, and finally, its head emerged from the clouds, gazing at the one who summoned it. Goku, why have you summoned me? State your wish. The dragon proclaimed in an imposing manner, only to falter the next moment. It is not I who seeks you. Rather, it is Lord Beerus who has a matter to discuss with you, Goku explained. Beerus? The dragon turned its massive head, spotting the god of destruction seated calmly beside Goku. Beads of sweat trickled down its forehead, and it humbly bowed, addressing Beerus with utmost reverence. Though the dragon was proud, it was acutely aware of Beerus's true nature and power. If Beerus were to be displeased, it could face annihilation at any moment. It is not a significant matter. I merely wish to inquire if you know the whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God. Beerus articulated his thoughts. Please hold on for a moment, Lord Beerus. The dragon replied sincerely. After a brief pause, it continued, I apologize, but there are no known whereabouts of the Super Saiyan God in this world. What? Beerus's temper flared, and Goku was taken aback. If even the dragon was ignorant of the Super Saiyan God's location, how could they proceed with their search? Observing Beerus's rising anger, the dragon quickly added, Please do not be vexed, Lord Beerus. Although I do not know where the Super Saiyan God is, I possess the means to transform into one. Then do not hesitate. Speak. Beerus contained his fury. Yes. The dragon nodded, explaining that by uniting the powers of 5 Super Saiyans, one could temporarily attain the level of the Super Saiyan God. Listening to the dragon's words confirmed Jiang Xiaofei's earlier observations, indicating that no unexpected developments had occurred. Is that all? Beerus inquired. Indeed. The dragon promptly responded, Does Lord Beerus require assistance with anything else? Not at the moment. Then I shall take my leave. The dragon bowed deeply to Beerus, its massive form dissipating into 7 dull orbs that scattered in all directions. The sky returned to its clarity, and Goku appeared eager to act. Now that Shenron had revealed the method to attain the power of the Super Saiyan God, they were determined to seek it out. However, they soon realized a grave issue. In this era, Super Saiyans were nearly extinct, with survivors primarily residing on Earth, and only 4 were present among them. Goku felt overwhelmed. With Jiang Xiaofei's prompting, they located Gohan's wife, Videl. Presently, Videl had shed her former fierceness, embracing the role of a soon-to-be mother. Alright, now that we have assembled 5 Super Saiyans, the next step is to decide who shall bear this power, Vegeta stated. He and Goku exchanged glances, ultimately directing their gaze toward Jiang Xiaofei. Startled, Jiang Xiaofei stood up. What is this? I do not possess Saiyan blood. We are aware, they replied. Did not Shenron say that by uniting the powers of 5 Saiyans, one could summon the Super Saiyan God? It did not specify that the power must be infused into a Saiyan. Moreover, your physique is more unique than that of any Saiyan. We might struggle to withstand this power, yet you would undoubtedly be capable. Vegeta elucidated to Jiang Xiaofei after much contemplation. We have concluded that you are the only one suited to harness this divine power and contend with Lord Beerus. Listening to Vegeta's well-reasoned explanation, Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of confidence, yet an unsettling doubt lingered within him. I believe Son Goku would be an excellent candidate. Jiang Xiaofei articulated his thoughts. I wish I could, but as it stands, I have not fully recovered and cannot possibly withstand such immense energy, Son Goku replied, scratching the back of his head. Very well, you shall be the one to absorb this power, Beerus declared, pointing decisively at Jiang Xiaofei, thus determining the course of action. With the decision made, Jiang Xiaofei felt reluctant to refuse, fearing Beerus's wrath if he were to defy him. Yet, if he were to accept this power, would he not become a counterfeit Super Saiyan God? However, upon reflection, the prospect of embodying a deity seemed rather appealing. Thus, the 5 Super Saiyans, alongside Jiang Xiaofei, joined hands and began to channel their inner strength towards him. A colossal energy surged forth, akin to rivers converging into the ocean, wildly coalescing within Jiang Xiaofei. He could vividly sense every cell in his body fervently devouring the energy. Once he had gathered the powers of Goku and the others, his aura transformed dramatically. If previously he radiated the strength of an ocean, at this moment he emanated the might of a vast cosmos. Murmurs filled the air, and piercing gazes were cast upon the figure enveloped in tempestuous energy, eyes reflecting both hope and trepidation. Was this the power of a Super Saiyan God? With one destroyer god already present, could Earth truly withstand the tumultuous clash of 2 divine beings? Chapter 17, The Battle of Gods. Beerus squinted, observing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation. A sense of familiarity washing over him. It was strikingly reminiscent of a dream he once had. A fierce battle spirit emanated from Beerus, colliding with the energy surrounding Jiang Xiaofei, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds that reverberated through the air. The two gods had yet to engage in earnest combat. Yet the very fabric of space around them began to warp. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan God? Jiang Xiaofei pondered, feeling the vibrant energy coursing through him. In the original story, it was this very power of the Super Saiyan God that allowed Son Goku to exchange blows with Beerus, bringing a modicum of satisfaction to the destroyer, which ultimately led to Goku becoming his friend and earning the opportunity to train in the realm of destruction. Now, with this power, Jiang Xiaofei was even more formidable than Goku had been as a Super Saiyan God. He felt confident that he could stand his ground, even against the true Super Saiyan God, and he was certain he would provide Beerus with an unprecedented thrill. This guy knows how to show off, Vegeta remarked haughtily. Unable to suppress his envy, he mused that had his own physique been just a bit more formidable, he might have been the one to become a Super Saiyan God. Alas, there are no ifs in life. One day, we too shall reach that level, Son Goku declared, his spirit unbroken as he observed Jiang Xiaofei's burgeoning power. Vegeta glanced at Goku, finding his unyielding confidence somewhat infectious. Indeed, it shall come to pass, Vegeta responded, a newfound self-assurance gracing his features, inspired by Goku's optimism. Let us have a contest to see who can ascend to that level first, Goku proposed, accustomed as he was to the friendly rivalry that spurred their mutual growth. Agreed. The two clenched their fists, sealing their pact with a clash of determination. Jiang Xiaofei stretched his body, familiarizing himself with the newfound power. Lord Beerus, this power is overwhelming. Perhaps we should engage in battle outside, Jiang Xiaofei suggested. Very well, I shall indulge you, Beerus replied, swiftly soaring towards the edge of Earth. Jiang Xiaofei followed closely, the sound of sonic booms echoing in their wake, as if heralding the impending divine confrontation. As Beerus and Jiang Xiaofei arrived at an uninhabited expanse, devoid of any signs of life, they found the perfect arena for their battle, where they could unleash their full capabilities. Let us commence. Beerus, brimming with anticipation, was eager to test whether this so-called Super Saiyan God could indeed be his worthy opponent. Jiang Xiaofei wasted no time, launching himself at Beerus with ferocity. It was undeniable that Jiang Xiaofei had undergone a remarkable transformation. When he first arrived, he had been fleeing from a fearsome dragon. Yet, through the unique abilities of his critical strike system and continuous battles alongside Vegeta and Goku, he had endured several significant blows, resulting in an exponential growth in strength. Now, bolstered by the power of 5 Super Saiyans, he had evolved into a Super Saiyan God, ready to engage the destroyer god, Beerus, in the divine clash. With a resounding crack of air, Jiang Xiaofei's fist met Beerus's, the latter converting his palm into a fist to counter Jiang Xiaofei's assault. Both fighters stumbled back a step. Yet this initial exchange ignited a fierce escalation in their duel. Unencumbered by doubts or reservations, both warriors poured their hearts and souls into the fray, relishing in the sheer exhilaration of battle. Their speeds intensified, each punch illuminating the sky with brilliance, their sounds echoing across the vast, empty expanse. As Son Goku and the others arrived just in time to witness the clash between Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus, they couldn't help but be awestruck. With the power of the Super Saiyan God coursing through him, Jiang Xiaofei's speed had surged, and his strength experienced a qualitative leap. It was astonishing that someone who was not a Super Saiyan could wield that power with such finesse. Vegeta remarked, "His physique is extraordinarily unique, more so than any opponent I have ever encountered. Perhaps this is a matter of destiny." Goku mused, "I wonder how long he can hold his ground against Lord Beerus." "Let us watch and see," Vegeta replied, keeping his eyes fixed on the celestial duel above. The two figures in the sky remained oblivious to Goku and Vegeta's observations. Immersed in the unprecedented thrill of combat, Beerus delivered a swift chop that struck Jiang Xiaofei's back, sending him hurtling downward, but Jiang Xiaofei quickly adjusted, gathering energy in his hands and launching a ki blast towards Beerus. With a flick of his wrist, Beerus deflected the ki blast into the void of space. In that moment, Jiang Xiaofei had already maneuvered behind Beerus, delivering a powerful kick to his side, followed immediately by a fierce punch aimed at Beerus's face. This time, it was Beerus who was sent reeling. However, he swiftly regained his composure, a rare smile breaking across his face as he regarded the spirited Jiang Xiaofei. "You are quite impressive. This battle has been most satisfying. Indeed, the prophecy fish did not deceive me," Beerus exclaimed, exhilarated as he addressed Jiang Xiaofei. Yet, it was clear that Beerus had yet to unleash his full potential. Did he truly believe that Jiang Xiaofei was still incapable of providing him with a thrilling fight? Jiang Xiaofei increasingly resembled Sun Wukong, harboring an unexpected anticipation for Beerus to unleash his full power. As Beerus regarded the figure before him, his gaze brimmed with admiration. "If that is the case, are you prepared to embrace the might of the God of Destruction?" he inquired. With that, Jiang Xiaofei's aura surged once more, propelling him towards Beerus in a fierce assault. However, this time, the battle did not escalate into a fierce confrontation. Under the watchful eyes of Sun Wukong and the others, Jiang Xiaofei's powerful punch was effortlessly caught in Beerus's hand. Despite his attempts to break free, Jiang Xiaofei found himself ensnared by Beerus's grip, akin to a prey caught in the jaws of a mighty lion, with no chance of escape. If this is the entirety of Super Saiyan Goddess power, I believe there is no necessity for the battle to continue. Beerus's voice exuded an aura of dominion, and as he unleashed his strength, the oppressive presence of the God of Destruction began to permeate the atmosphere. Subsequently, with a nonchalant flick, Beerus hurled Jiang Xiaofei into the distance, a sight that sent shivers down the spines of the warriors observing the clash. They had previously engaged Beerus in combat, but the current incarnation of Beerus was a far cry from the one they had faced before. Now, with merely a glance or a finger, Beerus could utterly dominate them. Is this the true power of the God of Destruction? Sun Wukong pondered, his heart racing. Suddenly, Whis, who had been observing like an invisible specter, spoke up. "If you believe this is Lord Beerus's full strength, you are gravely mistaken. Currently, Lord Beerus is only utilizing 6/10 of his power." What? The revelation that it was but 6/10 of his strength tightened the tension in the hearts of all present. The might of Beerus was beyond dispute, yet even Jiang Xiaofei, transformed into a Super Saiyan God and exerting his full combat potential, still could not compel Beerus to unleash his full force. If Beerus was only using 6/10 of his strength now, had he not previously engaged them with merely 1 or 2/10 of his power? In astonishment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta gazed once more at the slender figure hovering in the sky. Beerus's physique did not appear imposing at first glance. None would suspect that he harbored such immense energy within. Yet, this seemingly frail being continuously expanded their horizons, quickening their heartbeats. It seemed this battle held no suspense, especially since Beerus was merely using 6/10 of his power, while Jiang Xiaofei had likely exhausted every ounce of his strength. The disparity in their abilities was glaring. Yet Beerus showed no intent to halt the fight, and none dared to intervene. Observing the somewhat despondent expressions of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Whis wore a cheerful smile. "Do not feel inferior. Throughout the vast universe, no one has compelled Lord Beerus to engage with 6/10 of his strength. This means Jiang Xiaofei stands alone in this regard. Perhaps in the near future, you too may attain the level of 6/10 of Lord Beerus's power." Sun Wukong and Vegeta clearly discerned Whis' intent to comfort and encourage them. Yet they would never allow the vast chasm between themselves and the God of Destruction to extinguish their desire to grow stronger. However, given their current environment and resources, the path to further strength appeared daunting. They might require a new training ground. All eyes turned skyward once more, where Jiang Xiaofei had returned, his aura still surging, a visage brimming with exhilaration. Just moments ago, after being sent flying by Beerus, he sensed a gathering of energy within him. Although he was enduring the power of the Super Saiyan God, his innate ability to grow stronger from taking heavy hits was still operational. However, at this level, the effects of such resilience seemed less pronounced. Noticing the slight increase in Jiang Xiaofei's aura, Beerus was taken aback. Indeed, the Super Saiyan was capable of unlocking his potential in battle and continually growing stronger. His gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei softened. Jiang Xiaofei charged at Beerus once more, a relentless surge of energy pouring forth from him, unleashing a tempest of punches aimed at Beerus. Beerus, exuding an air of certainty, prepared to meet Jiang Xiaofei's ferocious onslaught. Blocking with ease, what had once seemed like the strikes of a fierce tiger now appeared to lose all momentum upon contact with Beerus's form, as if the force behind them was entirely absorbed and dissipated. Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of frustration. Despite possessing formidable strength, his opponent was undeniably superior. Yet, he did not relent, incorporating his legs into the fray, striving to inflict even a modicum of damage upon Beerus. With effortless grace, Beerus evaded all of Jiang Xiaofei's attacks. Suddenly, he lifted a foot, delivering a kick aimed squarely at Jiang Xiaofei's face. Caught off guard, Jiang Xiaofei was propelled upwards into the sky. As the aura surrounding him began to wane, the energy of the Super Saiyan God diminished, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Though both were gods, a vast chasm remained between the Super Saiyan God and the God of Destruction. Although this confrontation was merely a spar, Jiang Xiaofei struggled to come to terms with it. His opponent was the mightiest God of Destruction in the universe, wielding absolute power, and he had sought to challenge him relying on the strength of the Super Saiyan God. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofei believed that with his system, he could grow stronger by absorbing the opponent's critical hits, as he had done against Vegeta and Sun Wukong, yielding significant gains. Yet, before Beerus, his critical hit system seemed to falter. While he still accrued critical hit points, under the weight of Beerus's might, they appeared negligible. Even less valuable than the rewards gleaned from encounters with Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Jiang Xiaofei could not ascertain the reason behind this outcome. Perhaps his system was not infinitely powerful and struggled to operate effectively in the presence of Beerus. As Jiang Xiaofei's ascent halted, he began to plummet rapidly. The power of the Super Saiyan God fully dissipating. He fell faster and faster, yet he refrained from utilizing his abilities to regain control, for he wished to conduct an experiment. After shedding the power of the Super Saiyan God, he sought to determine whether his critical hit system would return to normal. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and even Beerus all turned their attention to the rapidly descending Jiang Xiaofei, none daring to intervene, for they did not believe he would descend uncontrollably. As Jiang Xiaofei passed by Beerus, the latter caught sight of Jiang Xiaofei's somewhat despondent expression, realizing that Jiang Xiaofei had completely lost his fighting spirit. With the power of the Super Saiyan God vanished, Beerus's interest waned. A thunderous crash echoed as Jiang Xiaofei struck the ground, creating a massive crater. All held their breath, their eyes fixated on the site of the impact. Had they not still sensed Jiang Xiaofei's aura, they might have rushed forward in alarm. Moments later, a figure emerged from the depths of the crater, and Jiang Xiaofei, casting a graceful smile towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta, proclaimed, "Indeed, my system has regained its efficacy." At that very instant, as he had struck the ground, he received a notification from his system. Furthermore, having endured the formidable power of a Super Saiyan God, his physique underwent yet another transformation, allowing him a deeper comprehension and application of ki. It is estimated that, after all these experiences, Jiang Xiaofei now possesses strength equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan 3. Beerus descended from the heavens, approaching Jiang Xiaofei and extending his right hand. Addressing him, "Would you be willing to accompany me back to the God of Destruction realm? There, you will find training resources in an environment unattainable on Earth, and we may engage in sparring at any time." Upon hearing Beerus's words, the initially exhilarated Jiang Xiaofei found himself momentarily taken aback. The esteemed God of Destruction was actually extending an invitation to him. It was truly astounding. However, Jiang Xiaofei did not rush to agree. Instead, he glanced at Son Goku and Vegeta. His current achievements were entirely due to the fortune he had drawn from them, and he could not forget them as he contemplated a journey to the God of Destruction realm. Beerus immediately grasped Jiang Xiaofei's intentions and turned to Son Goku and Vegeta, saying, "Hey, would you both like to join me in the God of Destruction realm for training, to gain even greater power?" After processing Beerus's words, Son Goku and Vegeta stood frozen, exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain if they had misheard. "Hee. Lord Beerus is asking if you would like to accompany him to the God of Destruction realm for training." Whis interjected helpfully. Regaining their composure, both responded in unison, "Yes. Thank you, Lord Beerus." "Excellent." Beerus replied succinctly, turning once more to Jiang Xiaofei. Thank you, Lord Beerus. I too wish to journey to the God of Destruction realm for training and accept your guidance, Jiang Xiaofei said, bowing deeply in gratitude. Beerus refrained from further words, stepping back a few paces before leaping into the air, his form floating against the sky as he called for Whis and set off toward the western city. At that moment, Whis's voice resonated. Remember to prepare everything for our departure to the God of Destruction realm tomorrow morning. With Beerus's departure, the battle between gods came to a conclusive end, with Jiang Xiaofei narrowly defeated despite possessing the power of a Super Saiyan god. After Beerus and Whis left, Son Goku and Vegeta approached Jiang Xiaofei, their eyes brimming with gratitude. They understood well that had it not been for Jiang Xiaofei's presence, they might never have received Beerus's invitation. On Earth, while they were formidable, compared to Beerus, they were but fireflies to the full moon. Beerus would not have paid heed to their thoughts or training. However, with Jiang Xiaofei in the picture, Beerus took notice of them and even invited them to the God of Destruction realm for training. What extraordinary luck Jiang Xiaofei possessed. In the original Dragon Ball universe, Son Goku and Vegeta's journey to the God of Destruction realm was not an invitation from Beerus. Rather, it was facilitated through a request to Whis. However, for Jiang Xiaofei, these distinctions no longer held significance. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, many events had diverged from their original course, perhaps for the better. Jiang Xiaofei's life would become a novel experience. Had everything unfolded as it once did, his existence might have lacked purpose, especially considering the peculiar circumstances that brought him to the Dragon Ball realm. Yet, in the presence of Son Goku and Vegeta, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of remorse, as if he had usurped their fortune and rights. Thus, when the opportunity to train in the God of Destruction realm arose, he insisted they accompany him, for only then could his heart find peace. As for whether similar situations would arise in the future, he could only take things one step at a time. Jiang Xiaofei was an individual unencumbered by familial ties, allowing him to venture into the God of Destruction realm without any pressure. In contrast, Son Goku and Vegeta faced different circumstances. When Chi-Chi learned that Son Goku was heading to the God of Destruction realm, she was wholly unwilling. Observing Chi-Chi now, Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of nostalgia. In her youth, Chi-Chi was a girl who idolized heroes, dreaming of one day marrying a hero. Her relationship with Son Goku blossomed into love, culminating in marriage. However, with Son Goku's obsession with training and the chaos of the world, their time together became scarce, causing Chi-Chi considerable distress. At times, she wished Son Goku were not a hero, but rather a devoted family man. The burdens of the household fell solely on Chi-Chi, as she managed everything from groceries to daily affairs, often worrying for Son Goku's safety. While being the spouse of a hero conferred a certain honor, it was accompanied by the frustrations of mundane life. Yet, once a choice is made, there is no room for regret. Jiang Xiaofei could not help but recall the beautiful visage of his girlfriend, with whom he once shared a close bond, now strained by the distance of attending different universities. He had hoped their relationship could withstand the test of time and distance, but an unfortunate accident during his flight left him uncertain about her current happiness. Shaking his head, he pulled himself from those memories. They were now inhabitants of two separate worlds, and it seemed unlikely their paths would cross again. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball realm, he must fully embrace this new life. Unlike Chi-Chi and Son Goku, Vegeta's relationship with Bulma lacked such complications. In some respects, Vegeta was also under the influence of his wife, yet Bulma never imposed undue hardships upon him and was incredibly supportive of his training. To that end, she even crafted training attire for him. Bulma understood that Vegeta aspired to surpass Son Goku, and with Jiang Xiaofei's arrival, she sensed an added urgency in Vegeta's quest for strength. She frequently comforted him, yet Vegeta remained unchanged. Bulma ceased to press him further, choosing instead to offer silent support. The night was eerily tranquil. Jiang Xiaofei had begun to adapt to life here, growing fond of the people around him. Tomorrow, he would leave Earth for the God of Destruction realm, a journey that promised even greater challenges ahead. The following day, at the designated time agreed upon with Whis, everyone was prepared. Chi-Chi still wore an unwilling expression, but refrained from obstructing Son Goku. With Beerus and Whis present, it would have been inappropriate to express anger. It is time to depart. While we are away, you all shall protect Earth, Son Goku said, looking at Piccolo and Gohan. Rest assured, focus on your training. Everyone is eager to witness your next steps in growth. Piccolo reassured him. Bulma, brimming with enthusiasm, rushed over to embrace Vegeta, then presented a variety of delicacies to Beerus and Whis, saying, "Please take good care of Vegeta." Seeing the abundance of food, both Whis and Beerus expressed their delight. "Fear not, we shall frequently visit Earth in the future. I assure you, I will have even more delicacies prepared for your visits," Bulma replied. With all preparations complete, The three of them, alongside the god of destruction Beerus, placed their hands upon Whis' shoulder. With a gentle touch of his staff upon the ground, Whis conjured a momentary vanishing act for the 5 individuals, propelling them beyond the confines of Earth into the boundless cosmos. Whis' velocity had surpassed the speed of light, yet this did not impose any considerable strain on Jiang Xiaofei's body, attributed to his enhanced physical resilience and the protective barrier enveloping Whis. As Jiang Xiaofei soared through the universe, countless celestial bodies zipped past him, leaving him in a state of awe. Previously, he had observed the wonders beyond Earth through a telescope, but now he found himself traversing the cosmos. Although he could not fully appreciate the visage of each star, the exhilaration within him was undeniable. Time flew, and in an instant, a colossal planet emerged before their eyes. Unlike Earth, this planet exuded a haunting aura of desolation. This was Jiang Xiaofei's destination, the realm of the god of destruction. Chapter 20. The Cleanup Trio. Gazing upon the barren expanse of the god of destruction's domain, a modest palace rose amidst the desolation, serving as the residence of the god of destruction. Is there no one else here? Sun Wukong inquired, curiosity piqued. Beerus cast a dismissive glance at Sun Wukong, while Whis, with a playful demeanor, explained, once, this place was lively, but no one could withstand Lord Beerus's temperament. So they all departed. Over time, it has come to be just Lord Beerus and myself. Oh, and the oracle fish. Whis, you are divulging too much, Beerus admonished. Jiang Xiaofei found the situation somewhat amusing. Ordinary beings often lived under the oppressive influence of a god of destruction, which must be quite uncomfortable. Upon entering the palace, a fish within a fishbowl appeared before Jiang Xiaofei, and he recognized it as the oracle fish. As the oracle fish scrutinized him, a flicker of trepidation passed through Jiang Xiaofei, fearing it might reveal his identity. Are you the Jiang Xiaofei that Lord Beerus summoned? The oracle fish inquired in a human-like voice. Jiang Xiaofei cheerfully affirmed, indeed. Excellent. Now that you are here, the responsibilities of this realm shall fall to you. Upon uttering this, the oracle fish returned to the vicinity of Beerus and Whis. Jiang Xiaofei exchanged bewildered glances with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Responsibilities? Aren't we here to train? Noticing the confusion on their faces, Beerus yawned. I've been awake for quite some time. I need to take a nap. With that, Beerus vanished, dismissing Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Jiang Xiaofei felt exasperated. It was he who had invited them, yet upon arrival, he had become an indifferent overseer. Was this appropriate? Whis, sensing their bewilderment, maintained his cheerful demeanor. It's like this. Lord Beerus has been awake for a while, and he is now taking a brief slumber. As for you, we will organize your forthcoming tasks. The three perked up their ears, eager to learn about the significant work awaiting them. In truth, the tasks are quite simple. Whis began transmitting his thoughts. As you can see, this planet is nearly deserted, and the departure of others has left it lifeless, overrun with weeds. Therefore, your first task is to assist me in clearing the weeds from the entire planet. Jiang Xiaofei felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. It appeared they were indeed here to work, and without compensation. He was tempted to ask if meals and lodging were included. Whis, noticing the silence, continued, oh, by the way, the weeds in front of the palace required daily maintenance. He pointed to a nearby patch of verdant grass. After this task, there will be other minor duties, such as helping the oracle fish clean its bowl and preparing some culinary delights from Earth. At the mention of Earth's cuisine, Whis couldn't he help but reminisce for a moment. And most importantly, you must assist Lord Beerus in changing his bed linens and blankets. This is also a daily responsibility. If time permits, you may use the remainder for training. Upon hearing Whis' words, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions felt their spirits dampen. They had come to train, yet it seemed Whis viewed them as mere free laborers, tasked with the duties of caretakers for both Whis and Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of indignation. Though he restrained himself, this was not merely due to his good nature, but rather the overwhelming strength of his opponents. Neither Whis nor Beerus was a foe Jiang Xiaofei could contend with at this moment. Sun Wukong and Vegeta maintained a more positive outlook, for they understood that alongside these tasks, there remained a possibility for training. Thus, under Whis' guidance, Sun Wukong and Vegeta commenced their day's work. Observing their enthusiasm, Jiang Xiaofei decided not to dampen their spirits and joined their ranks. Thus, the trio of caretakers of the god of destruction officially commenced their duties, beginning with the removal of the rampant weeds. Each wielded a sickle, burdened by a heavy basket upon their backs. After cutting the weeds, they deposited them into the baskets. Vegeta noticed Sun Wukong was slightly quicker and hastened his own pace. Sun Wukong, unwilling to lag behind, accelerated once more, resulting in a spirited competition between the two. Jiang Xiaofei shook his head at the scene. These two were indeed naive, vying for superiority even in such circumstances. Yet, despite his thoughts, he He found himself quickening his own pace, engaging in this unorthodox race against time. Thus unfolded a grand contest of weeding. Whis and the oracle fish sat at a nearby stone table, indulging in delicacies brought from Earth, occasionally casting glances at Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. Did you bring them here merely to toil? The oracle fish queried, savoring a pudding. To make 3 individuals of such potential laborers seems like a waste of talent. The rationale behind this labor is to forge their willpower, Whis elucidated. After all, the training ahead will be arduous. It also allows them to familiarize themselves with the realm of destruction. Such promising candidates must be nurtured with care. This strategy had been devised in consultation with Beerus. Let us hope they do not disappoint your and Lord Beerus's well-intentioned efforts. The oracle fish added. The realm of destruction was vast, and the weeds varied. Some seemed to possess a self-defense mechanism, thrusting thorny stems when Jiang Xiaofei's sickle approached. For an ordinary person, such contact could be fatal. But Jiang Xiaofei's toughened skin spared him from harm. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaofei realized this weeding task was, in essence, a unique form of training, subtly honing his focus and discernment. Reinvigorated by this insight, he accelerated, narrowing the distance between himself and the swiftly moving figures of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Determined to excel in his role as a cleaner, he embraced his responsibilities wholeheartedly. In this harmonious yet competitive atmosphere, the diligent trio of cleaners devoted half a day to eradicate the weeds from the entire realm of destruction. The realm of destruction is undergoing a remarkable transformation, infused with an air of joy and laughter. The prophetic fish observes Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, foreseeing that in the future, our realm of destruction will gradually become a lively place. Lord Beerus should truly engage more with them. Opportunities will abound. Whis gazes contentedly at the so-called cleaning trio, his heart brimming with anticipation for what lies ahead. Chapter 21. Changing bed linens is a high-risk endeavor. Whis rises and approaches the cleaning trio, noting, quite impressive. You have exceeded my expectations. However, this is merely your first task. The forthcoming duties will demand even greater diligence. Whis's words caused the trio, once filled with excitement, to freeze in place, realizing they had celebrated prematurely. The task of weeding in the realm of destruction was but a minor endeavor for today. A series of challenges awaits them henceforth. What shall we tackle first? Whis muses, resting his chin on one hand, deep in thought. I have it. Follow me. Under Whis's guidance, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions enter a spacious room, which appears relatively tidy, devoid of thick layers of dust. Within, there are no other miscellaneous items cluttering the space. However, one thing dominates the room entirely. Whis points to the surrounding aquariums and instructs Jiang Xiaofei and the others. These are the resting places of Lord Prophetic Fish, and each one must be meticulously cleaned to ensure their interiors are spotless and pristine. Looking at the myriad aquariums, Jiang Xiaofei feels overwhelmed. Although this task is smaller in area than weeding, it is far from an easy job, as scrubbing aquariums is quite a hassle. Be exceedingly careful while cleaning. If you break one, Lord Prophetic Fish will be quite displeased. As Whis prepares to leave, he hands each of them a cloth, reiterating his caution. The room now contains just the 3 of them and a disarray of aquariums, while others might find 1 or 2 resting places sufficient. This prophetic fish truly is extravagant, cluttering the room with aquariums meant for its repose. Despite its minuscule size, it occupies so many tanks and now expects us to assist in cleaning them. This is utterly unreasonable, Jiang Xiaofei grumbles. Complaining is futile. We must patiently complete these trifling chores to focus on our training. Vegeta reassures Jiang Xiaofei as he begins the scrubbing of the aquariums. Goku, too, takes to cleaning with his cloth, thinking, this isn't so difficult. We can finish this in no time. His optimism shines through. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoes as Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta glance toward Goku, who now holds a shard of glass, with several sparkling fragments scattered at his feet. Kakarot, how could you be so careless? Such clumsiness. Vegeta scolds, raising his voice, yet cautious not to attract Whis or Lord Prophetic Fish's attention. Goku, momentarily stunned, realizes. The aquarium is so fragile, I barely applied any force. Quickly, gather the pieces. If Lord Prophetic Fish sees this, we might face unforeseen consequences. And our training will become even more challenging, Jiang Xiaofei warns the 2. After tidying up the shards, they approach the remainder of their tasks with heightened caution and care. Fearful of breaking any more aquariums, for the repercussions of such an incident would be detrimental to their training. Are you heartbroken over the loss of your aquarium? Whis, already aware of everything, addresses Lord Prophetic Fish. Sigh, I concede. After all, they are the ones you chose, Lord Prophetic Fish responds, genuinely sorrowful. Though the aquariums are not limited editions, they are places it has inhabited, and thus, it holds a sentimental bond with them. At long last, after the trio's meticulous scrubbing, all the aquariums gleam as if brand new. Looking at their handiwork, they feel a sense of satisfaction. Exiting the room, they approach Whis. Now can we train? Jiang Xiaofei inquires. Today, there remains one last task, the most important of all, assisting Lord Beerus in changing the bed linens and bedding. Once this is accomplished, you may commence your training, Whis states, laying down the final condition. What? The three exclaim in unison. Is there no chance to switch tasks? At present, there is no pressing need for that, and Lord Beerus's linens must be kept pristine. Moreover, when you change the linens, be sure not to awaken Lord Beerus. The consequences could be quite severe, Whis kindly warns, leading them to Lord Beerus's chamber. At that moment, Lord Beerus lies upon a small round bed, indulging in a delightful dream, with drool occasionally escaping his lips. It seems Lord Beerus has encountered some delectable food in his dreams. Such an image tarnishes the reputation of a destroyer. Whis jests, remember, do not awaken Lord Beerus. With that, Whis departs, heedless of the trio's expressions. Observing the slumbering Beerus, the three begin brainstorming various strategies. Goku suggests that two should lift Beerus while the other swiftly changes the linens and bedding. However, before they can implement this plan, it is swiftly dismissed, as the sleeping Beerus is quite restless, tossing and turning on the diminutive round bed. Lifting him would undoubtedly rouse him. They must devise another method. I forgot to remind you of one thing. Whis's voice suddenly echoes, startling the three from their reverie. Do not touch those hourglasses. They will explode. With that, Whis's voice fades, leaving them once again to observe Beerus. However, witnessing the sleeping Beerus piques their curiosity, particularly for Jiang Xiaofei and Goku. In their minds, Beerus is slender, yet possesses an astonishing reservoir of energy, always exuding a cold demeanor. Yet, the sleeping Beerus presents a different visage, breathing heavily and rolling around the bed, nearly teetering off several times. Lord Beerus's sleeping form is rather endearing. Goku remarks as he studies the sleeping deity. Let us not waste any more time. We must quickly devise a plan to complete our task. Jiang Xiaofei urges. As Goku exhales softly, the breath inadvertently brushes against Beerus's skin. Without opening his eyes, instinctively, Beerus lifts his foot and delivers a swift kick toward Goku. Goku, caught in the trajectory of the kick, is sent flying toward the precarious hourglasses, prompting Vegeta to take flight and deliver a kick of his own to Goku, sending him back. Thank you. Goku hastily expresses to Vegeta. The trio, now acutely aware of Beerus's extraordinary nature, approaches the task of changing the linens with utmost caution, having learned the necessity of patience. They hold their breath and keenly observe Beerus's every movement, aiming to seize the right moment to fulfill their duty. Yet, Beerus's body remains restlessly active, shifting continuously on the bed in a myriad of positions. Just as the three are engrossed in their watch, the sleeping Beerus suddenly opens his eyes. Jiang Xiaofei and the others instinctively shiver, sensing a murderous intent in his gaze. Yet, before they can react, a colossal energy sphere materializes from Beerus's mouth, hurtling directly towards Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. A tremendous energy erupted around them, propelling the three individuals in disparate directions. And at the very sites of their impending landings stood three hourglasses. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding echoes inflicted secondary injuries upon the trio, enveloping them in a haze of smoke, their faces smeared with dirt as they exchanged glances, each striking a pose of readiness for battle. Yet, after orchestrating this chaos, Beerus succumbed to slumber once more. Shaking off the dust clinging to him, Jiang Xiaofei gazed at the unpredictably dozing Beerus, feeling utterly exasperated. Who would have thought that playing the role of a caretaker could entail such peril? Previously, he would never have believed that changing bed linens could be deemed a hazardous endeavor. Chapter 22, The Commencement of Training. In the presence of the slumbering Beerus, the three remained exceedingly cautious, even suppressing their own auras. The erratic nature of Beerus's movements was perplexing, devoid of any discernible pattern, rendering the task of changing the linens quite formidable. It seemed that they were left with no choice but to make one final attempt. Jiang Xiaofei spoke up, and both Vegeta and Sun Wukong turned their gazes towards him. Given Beerus's unpredictable actions, Jiang Xiaofei proposed forcibly controlling Beerus's movements. However, such an approach would undoubtedly provoke a counterattack from Beerus, leaving all three of them vulnerable. Thus, they resolved that one among them must selflessly sacrifice themselves, using their own body to entangle with Beerus and prevent him from unleashing his fury. Jiang Xiaofei articulated his plan, a strategy he had gleaned from the serious dramas he had watched. With no better alternatives at hand, Vegeta and Sun Wukong agreed to give it another try, and through a show of hands, they unanimously selected Jiang Xiaofei for the role of the sacrificial lamb. Their reasoning was that his unique physical condition rendered him capable of enduring the pain without significant consequence. Jiang Xiaofei had anticipated this outcome, After all, who could blame him for his noble disposition? He was willing to embrace the mantle of a self-sacrificing hero. Thus, the trio set their plan into motion. Vegeta readied the bed linens, while Sun Wukong grasped the blankets. Jiang Xiaofei, attuned to Beerus's movements, remained vigilant. The moment Beerus shifted, he would leap into action, transforming himself into Beerus's soft bed. As Beerus let out a yawn and began to roll to his right, Jiang Xiaofei seized the opportunity, lunging forward to touch the bed surface ahead of Beerus. Consequently, Beerus's body naturally settled upon Jiang Xiaofei. Feeling the warmth emanating from Beerus's form, Jiang Xiaofei's heart raced uncontrollably. Yet he dared not make any superfluous movements. Should Beerus awaken at that moment, he would undoubtedly be the most unfortunate among them. Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained fixated on Beerus, relieved that he showed no signs of stirring. Jiang Xiaofei then commenced the next phase of his action, slowly elevating his body, with Beerus following suit as he lifted from the small circular bed. Once they had established a safe distance from the bed, Vegeta swiftly yanked off the old linens, replacing them with the new ones in a fluid motion devoid of hesitation. Observing Vegeta's adeptness, Jiang Xiaofei surmised that he had likely changed bed linens numerous times at home. Jiang Xiaofei's body gently descended back onto the circular bed, and now came the most excruciating moment. He could merely maintain his position, silently awaiting Beerus's next rolling action. Only when Beerus shifted away from him would the task of changing the linens be deemed truly complete. As the seconds ticked by, Beerus's breathing remained steady. Yet there were no signs of him moving, causing Jiang Xiaofei to feel a surge of anxiety. He sensed cold sweat beginning to bead on his back. In an effort to clear his mind, he sought to enter a state of emptiness, believing that only in such a state could he maintain his composure and avoid soaking the linens with sweat, thereby nullifying all their prior efforts. After enduring several agonizing minutes, Beerus finally began to move once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei vacated the circular bed, while Sun Wukong draped the blankets over Beerus. As Jiang Xiaofei stood, every fiber of his being ached. Even during his transformation into a Super Saiyan god, he had never experienced such discomfort. Who would have thought that merely changing bed linens could leave him feeling as though he were on the brink of death? Upon exiting Beerus's chamber and gazing upon the resplendent realm of destruction, the three inhaled the air with fervor, the oppressive aura brought by Beerus dissipating, their spirits instantly lifted. The freedom to breathe easily was a most exquisite sensation. What delighted them further was the knowledge that the remaining hours would be dedicated to their training. Eagerly, the trio approached Whis, their faces radiant with anticipation, urging him, "We have completed our task. Please take us to train. Indeed, your efficiency is commendable." During the time spent changing Lord Beerus's linens, did anything noteworthy transpire? Whis inquired leisurely, seemingly unconcerned by their exuberance. At Whis's question, the expressions of the three shifted subtly. They were loath to recall the harrowing experience they had just endured, finding it rather terrifying. Observing their reticence, Whis did not press further, as he was well aware of the events that had unfolded. His inquiry aimed to gauge their thoughts, and from the looks of it, his strategy had yielded favorable results. Having accomplished these 3 tasks today, what insights have you gained? Whis adjusted his line of questioning, understanding Whis's intent for a summary. Jiang Xiaofei pondered for a moment before speaking. In truth, today has been immensely fruitful. We not only encountered a myriad of weeds while clearing the god realm, but also honed our ability to discern them swiftly. The task of cleaning the fish tank required a delicate touch, enhancing our attentiveness. As for changing Lord Beerus's linens, it tested each of our capacities to endure fear. In summary, this experience has undoubtedly brought about a transformation in our mental states. Listening to Jiang Xiaofei's summary, Sun Wukong and Vegeta nodded in agreement. I merely inquired. Yet you have provided such an extensive analysis. Whis's tone elicited a frown from Jiang Xiaofei. What he had anticipated as praise felt more like a subtle jest. Very well. Enough of that. Now allow me to lead you to your training grounds, Whis announced, reigniting excitement in the trio. Is it finally beginning? The three had not ventured to the God of Destruction's realm merely to act as cleaners or caretakers for Beerus. Their true purpose was to train. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were already heroes of Earth, their strength surpassing that of most. Yet encountering Beerus had made them acutely aware that the pursuit of strength knows no bounds. One must never cease striving for improvement. In contrast, Jiang Xiaofei held a differing perspective, endowed with a critical hit system. He believed that the most effective way to enhance his abilities was to seek out opponents who surpassed him, to endure their strikes and accrue critical hit points. For Jiang Xiaofei, the significance of cultivation was rather negligible. Nonetheless, he still harbored an eagerness for the upcoming training regimen. This anticipation stemmed from his dread of the day when the system might vanish, resulting in the loss of his critical hit points. At that moment, he would revert to an unremarkable ordinary individual, stripped of his extraordinary constitution. What he had acquired through cultivation was evidently far more dependable. "Here we are, your training ground," Weiss announced, gesturing towards a stretch of cleared land before them. Jiang Xiaofei felt somewhat speechless, for the expanse ahead was merely the barren ground left after their weeding efforts, devoid of any semblance of a combat chamber or gravity room. Noticing the confusion etched on the faces of the three individuals, Weiss found it amusing. With a gentle poke of his staff, the surroundings transformed dramatically. A violet path emerged beneath their feet, and before Jiang Xiaofei lay 3 stone weights of identical size. "Now, pass your hands through the weights and run 2 laps around this planet," Weiss commanded. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were eager to comply, hoisting the stone weights with their arms. However, they quickly realized that the weights were far heavier than they had anticipated. Straining with renewed vigor, they finally lifted the weights off the ground, their steps laboriously propelling them forward. "Be swift, for this path shall vanish. Should you fall off, you will plunge into another dimension. And even I would be unable to rescue you," Weiss warned kindly. Jiang Xiaofei, no longer lingering, mimicked Sun Wukong and Vegeta, lifting the stone weight before him and pursuing Sun Wukong. The thought of plummeting into an alternate dimension was far too terrifying to contemplate. Thus, the three began their rigorous training in the realm of the Destroyer God. Chapter 23. The first phase of training in the boundless expanse of the Violet Road within the Destroyer God realm. 3 figures trudged forward, each bearing stone weights akin to the mass of a planet. Behind them, the violet path steadily receded, perfectly synchronized with their pace. It was evident that this was all orchestrated by Weiss, and the trio, Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, were engaged in a spirited competition. At times, Jiang Xiaofei surged ahead as the fastest, only to be outpaced by Vegeta or Sun Wukong moments later. Beads of sweat, as large as pearls, cascaded down their faces, instantly absorbed by the stone weights, rendering them heavier. Their battle attire was soaked, and aches began to reverberate through their bones, yet not a single one of them faltered. Their indomitable will spurred them onward, despite the absence of an endpoint. Each participant brimmed with determination, knowing that this was their choice, and they must persevere. Along the smooth, level expanse of the Violet Road, devoid of any obstacles save for the weights in their hands. The only challenge emerged from the occasional spatial storms that swept across the path, perhaps the greatest adversity they would face in this endeavor. Although Jiang Xiaofei clutched the weight of a planet, the spatial storms did not have the power to hurl them away. However, they certainly impeded their progress. A favorable wind might have brought joy, yet fate was unkind, as every spatial storm they encountered was a headwind or crosswind. The winds howled past their ears, contorting their expressions as they braced against the sudden onslaught of the storm. Their steps grew hesitant, each lift of their feet executed with utmost caution, fearful of losing their balance, dropping the weights, and being swept away by the tempest. The intensity of the spatial storm escalated, and Jiang Xiaofei fought to maintain his equilibrium. The circumstances for the three were equally grim. They faced a formidable barrier ahead and relentless pursuit behind them. Whether they chose to abandon their advance or continue onward, they would encounter tremendous challenges. Should they halt, the path would vanish, plunging them into a dimension unknown. If they pressed on, the fury of the storm would intensify, threatening to distort their very forms. "Hold on. Once we traverse this stretch, we shall be safe," Vegeta encouraged. "Now is not the time for chatter. Conserve your strength and strive to navigate through this tempest," Jiang Xiaofei advised. Silence ensued as each of them gritted their teeth, exerting every ounce of strength to combat the storm, laboriously forging ahead. The sweat that had once glistened on their brows was swiftly whisked away by the tempest, and their drenched garments rapidly dried. This slight reprieve brought them momentary relief, and after enduring the storm for several tense seconds, its ferocity began to wane. Their strides quickened at that instant, as the vanishing path loomed just behind them. Once free from the storm's clutches, the trio felt as though they had been reborn, their bodies experiencing a fleeting sense of lightness. They exchanged encouraging glances, quickening their pace as they continued along the endless road. Weiss and the prophetic fish observed their performance through a screen, captivated by their resilience. "Impressive. They have managed to endure for such an extended duration. Do they truly intend to circle the God realm twice?" The prophetic fish pondered, astonished by their perseverance. "Indeed, quite remarkable. Moreover, they have yet to unleash their full potential. This merely reflects their baseline abilities. Their capability to withstand the spatial storms time and again is commendable, but it is their unwavering spirit that truly stands out. There is no hint of defeat on their faces, and that is of utmost significance," Weiss remarked, unable to suppress his admiration for the trio. As an angel with vast experience, Weiss had encountered innumerable beings, including humans from various universes, yet he had never before encountered individuals like Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. His anticipation for their future growth swelled within him. Let us engage in a friendly competition to see who can circle the God Realm first. Sun Wukong proposed enthusiastically. Humph, Kakarot, you shall not complete the circuit before me. That honor will belong to me, Vegeta declared, his competitive spirit ignited, especially in the presence of Sun Wukong. Then let us compete to determine who can be the first to circle the earth, Jiang Xiaofei suggested, feeling a surge of adrenaline, influenced by his two companions. 3 figures, each grasping stone weights, ambled forward along the violet path. Though the scenery was captivating, their minds were singularly focused on one objective, to be the first to complete a lap around the God Realm. Thus, the trio engaged in this friendly contest, sweat soaking their garments anew, while the oncoming spatial storms continually dried their perspiration. With the path's disappearance and the storms no longer posing a threat, their sole aim remained to accomplish this training. At last, after enduring 2 days and nights of relentless effort, the 3 successfully completed their training task of encircling the God Realm twice. Jiang Xiaofei finally released the stone weight from his arms, feeling an instantaneous liberation. He perceived his body as weightless, as if a mere breath could lift him into the air, lying upon the patch of ground before the palace. Once again overrun with an unruly growth of weeds, the 3 individuals exchanged knowing smiles, acutely aware of the ache resonating within their muscles. They were thoroughly satisfied with their recent training. No one concerned themselves with who had been the first to complete a circuit around the divine realm. Indeed, congratulations are in order for successfully accomplishing your inaugural training session. Although the duration taken surpassed my expectations by a considerable margin, it can be deemed a reluctant success. Weiss reappeared within their line of sight, his staff gently tapping the air, instantly dispelling the fatigue that weighed upon Jiang Xiaofei and his companions, revitalizing their bodies with newfound vigor. The trio expressed their gratitude to Weiss, who acknowledged their thanks with a slight nod. Take a brief respite, and once more clear this thicket of weeds before you. Then, you may proceed to the next phase of your training. Heeding Weiss's words, the 3 commenced their weeding task with remarkable efficiency, their speed notably improved compared to their previous attempt. When they once again stood upon the violet path, their confidence surged. Your training objective is to complete 2 circuits around the divine realm within a single day. Weiss outlined a temporal framework for them. With a clear goal set before them, the trio, brimming with enthusiasm, lifted the stone stumps and embarked once more on their journey along the divine realm's circuit. Chapter 24, Qi. After a week of training in the first phase, the 3 had finally met Weiss's expectations. Both their strength and speed had seen significant enhancement, even in their ordinary states. Should Sun Wukong and Vegeta transform into Super Saiyans, their power would be exponentially greater. However, in pursuit of greater endurance, they opted to train in their base forms. Recognizing that both the Super Saiyan and fusion forms rely fundamentally on their ordinary states. Only by fortifying their most basic forms could they effectively master the other transformations. Having completed the first phase of training, Jiang Xiaofei had reaped considerable benefits. His advancements were achieved solely through his own diligence, rather than reliance on the system's critical points. Furthermore, he discovered that his potential for cultivation was not inferior to that of Sun Wukong or Vegeta. Otherwise, he would have been left behind. The truth was evident. With effort, rewarding outcomes are invariably attainable. With the first phase successfully passed, Weiss prepared to guide Jiang Xiaofei and his companions towards a new training methodology. The most effective form of training is to engage in combat with an opponent. For through this process, one can identify personal shortcomings. Thus, the subsequent training would see Weiss personally stepping into the fray to instruct them. To the likes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, even Jiang Xiaofei found Weiss an enigma. Not a hint of energy emanated from him. Yet this did not diminish his formidable strength. Based on their estimations, residing alongside Beerus suggested that Weiss's power was at least on par with that of the Destroyer. Jiang Xiaofei, however, felt that Weiss surpassed Beerus in strength, though as an angel, Weiss undoubtedly faced certain restrictions. Regardless, Weiss's prowess was undeniably greater than theirs, and having him as a sparring partner would undoubtedly accelerate their growth. In the Destroyer realm, Weiss stood with his staff, facing Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. The first bout would see the 3 of them joining forces against Weiss. If any of you manage to touch the hem of my garment, this battle shall be deemed your victory, Weiss said with a playful smile. The trio appeared invigorated. Although they were no match for Weiss individually, and even collectively they stood little chance, the stakes had shifted. Success was no longer solely contingent on raw power, but rather on their ability to cooperate and graze Weiss's garment, a feat now seemingly within reach. Nevertheless, they approached the impending battle with the utmost determination. Given Weiss's words, it was clear this would not be a mere formality. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong charged forth, launching an attack against Weiss. His speed was remarkable, yet in Weiss's eyes, It remained transparent. Weiss stood stoically, allowing Sun Wukong to unleash his assaults, yet none proved effective. Every strike culminated in failure. Observing Sun Wukong's actions, Vegeta could no longer contain himself and surged forward, unleashing his own fury upon Weiss. The coordination between Vegeta and Sun Wukong was commendable, earning even Weiss's high praise. Yet, this did not imply they could reach Weiss's garment. The duo's attacks were deftly evaded by Weiss, who effortlessly sidestepped their every effort. Witnessing the clash, Jiang Xiaofei felt compelled to join the fray. Through days of training and rapport building, he had forged a certain synergy with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, albeit not as seamless as their own partnership, yet sufficient to contribute effectively. With Jiang Xiaofei's participation, Weiss finally made a move, parrying the trio's strikes while still maintaining an air of ease. They encircled Weiss, simultaneously launching their assaults, yet he remained unfazed. Despite countless attempts, they could not graze Weiss's garment. Enough for now, Weiss called, halting the skirmish. Do you comprehend why I can effortlessly evade all your attacks? The three listened intently, hoping for valuable insights from Weiss. It is because I am stronger than any of you, by countless magnitudes even when combined. Weiss's words struck a nerve, and Jiang Xiaofei felt the urge to retort, yet he could not deny the truth in Weiss's statement. Weiss's laughter subsided as he regarded the somewhat despondent trio. In truth, the power and speed you exhibit during battle are quite remarkable. However, you overlook a crucial aspect, chi. Weiss's demeanor shifted to seriousness. As your strength escalates, so too does the turbulence of your chi, rendering it easily detectable, allowing me to react preemptively. If you learn to harness and refine this energy, you may indeed have a chance to graze my garment. Speaking of chi, you should be familiar with it. The Kamehameha and Spirit Bomb utilized by Sun Wukong are both applications of chi, Weiss articulated with natural ease. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged astonished glances. While the Kamehameha was understandable, the fact that Weiss was aware of the Spirit Bomb, which Sun Wukong had never used in his presence, was surprising. Do not be astonished. If I desire to know what transpires with you, I will certainly remain informed, Weiss reassured them. The two regained their composure as Weiss continued. Mastering chi is not an endeavor achieved overnight, yet you possess a solid foundation, making it a manageable task for you. Best of luck. I eagerly await the day you graze my garment. After Weiss's guidance, the trio held their breath, closed their eyes, and began to focus on controlling their chi in accordance with Weiss's teachings. Regarding the manipulation of energy, Son Goku certainly possesses a considerable degree of authority. Under his guidance, the energy surrounding him has begun to converge inward, causing his own aura to grow increasingly faint. If one were not to pay close attention, they might scarcely perceive his presence at all. This is precisely the outcome that Whis had anticipated. Son Goku is but a step away from achieving that pivotal moment. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, has also started to grasp the nuances of energy control, though he lags slightly behind Goku, his own aura retracting incrementally. In contrast, Jiang Xiaofei's situation is markedly different. His energy remains the weakest among them. Having recently arrived in this world, he has had to rely on his battles with Son Goku to glean insights into the nature of energy. Following Whis' guidance, Jiang Xiaofei has begun to attempt control over his own energy, yet there has been little significant change. He is still unfamiliar with the concept of inward energy cultivation. Observing his two companions, a deep sigh escapes him. He is, after all, a latecomer to this journey. In a contest of innate talent and foundational strength, he finds himself at a disadvantage. However, it is impossible to dismiss Jiang Xiaofei. He diligently works to adjust his breathing, striving to capture the elusive energy. As time passes, an indeterminate duration elapses before a glimmer of light emerges in his darkened world, and his aura begins to gradually retract inward. Chapter 25, Two Super Blues. Whis is acutely aware of the transformations occurring within the three individuals. The changes in Son Goku and Vegeta were entirely within Whis' expectations, given their profound understanding of energy. What truly astonished him was Jiang Xiaofei. Though his mastery of energy was the weakest, the fact that he could achieve such a level of comprehension in such a brief span of time is a testament to his extraordinary talent. No, he is a prodigy. The most remarkable prodigy Whis has ever encountered. Unbeknownst to Jiang Xiaofei, he is completely immersed in his own world, oblivious to the happenings around him. While Jiang Xiaofei continues his training, Son Goku and Vegeta have concluded their own meditative practices. Jiang Xiaofei is truly impressive, Vegeta remarks, glancing at him before turning to Son Goku. He is indeed a prodigy. When have you ever seen someone become so formidable in such a short time while remaining true to themselves? Son Goku has always held unwavering trust in Jiang Xiaofei. He finds nothing surprising in any developments surrounding him. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's intense focus, they choose to depart quietly. Upon exiting, They promptly report their findings to Whis, who displays no trace of astonishment. Your return took even longer than I anticipated. As a consequence, you shall be responsible for today's lunch. Hey, Whis, this isn't fair. I can only eat, not cook. Son Goku is utterly inexperienced in culinary matters. Throughout his life, he has always been the one to eat, never having shown interest in cooking. Humph, I cannot. Vegeta's forehead is marked by visible veins. While he has cooked before, it was under Bulma's insistence. Only she and Trunks have ever tasted his culinary creations, and now he is expected to prepare a meal for an angel, a task for which his skills are woefully inadequate. While allowing Son Goku and Vegeta to engage in battle or partake in feasting is acceptable, assigning them the task of cooking may very well be their only shortcoming. Observing their fervent attempts to avoid the task, Whis decides not to press the matter further. In that case, we shall resort to the provisions brought from Earth. With a gentle flick of his staff, a sumptuous lunch materializes before Son Goku and Vegeta. No longer concerned about appearances, Son Goku dives into the feast. As they indulge, a figure clad in pajamas and with closed eyes materializes before them. It is none other than the god of destruction, Beerus. Upon Whis unveiling the delectable feast, Beerus's keen sense of smell had already alerted him, yet he remained drowsy, unable to resist the allure of the food. Thus, he was compelled by instinct to make his way here. The rich aroma of the cuisine tantalized Beerus's senses, and suddenly, he opened his eyes to behold the banquet before him, abandoning all decorum to gorge himself. Observing Son Goku and Vegeta's actions, Beerus's irritation surged. How dare they enjoy such delicacies without inviting him? And now they brazenly feast before him. Beerus's words did not halt Son Goku and Vegeta's indulgence. They had not savored such exquisite flavors in quite some time. Their greedy actions only served to exacerbate Beerus's annoyance. Without warning, he launched an attack on Son Goku and Vegeta. Despite their modest progress in training, they could not evade Beerus's onslaught, being sent flying while the remaining feast was left for Beerus to enjoy alone. Whis, confine them within your staff space, and let them reflect until I am satisfied. Beerus declared, his expression one of fury. Lord Beerus, that may not be appropriate. Whis began, but Beerus interrupted him. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Let them train inside. They may emerge only when they have proven worthy to share a meal with me. Beerus's tone grew more insistent. As Beerus's attendant, Whis complied with his wishes. With a gentle wave of his staff, the two figures, having just regained their balance, vanished from sight, only to reappear within the confines of the staff's inner space. Upon entering this realm, Son Goku and Vegeta let out a few cries, but Whis and Beerus ignored them, instead relishing the pleasures of their meal. The words of Beerus resonated clearly with Son Goku and Vegeta. As long as Beerus remained silent, their exit was impossible. They could only watch as Whis and Beerus devoured the delectable feast, and with the allure of food gone, silence enveloped them. It was then they realized that Whis's staff housed an immense space, with the passage of time within it accelerating by hundreds of times. Son Goku, contemplating using brute force to shatter the staff sphere, found that when his planet-shattering punch landed, there was no sound of destruction. Instead, his arm merely sank into a spongy surface, all his strength absorbed entirely. Seeing the astonishment on Son Goku's face, Vegeta followed suit with a punch, achieving the same result. Realizing that escape was futile, they began to engage in combat training to pass the time. This marked their first encounter in the realm of the god of destruction, albeit under such unexpected circumstances. Kakarot, let me assess the results of your training here. Vegeta charged at Son Goku. I was just thinking the same. Son Goku replied, brimming with enthusiasm. With only the two of them present, it was the perfect opportunity for a duel. Boom. Their fists collided, and the backlash of their combined strength sent them each stumbling back a few steps. Humph. Kakarot, your strength has indeed increased significantly. You are not without merit either. Come, let us continue. Within the confines of the staff ball, two warriors engaged in a fierce battle for several hundred rounds, yet no victor emerged. Whis and Beerus, having grown weary of the relentless duel, chose to selectively disregard the two combatants. Time slipped away unnoticed, until at last, Goku and Vegeta paused their confrontation, gasping for breath, sweat pouring from their pores. Yet their expressions conveyed a shared sentiment. They were far from satisfied. With a sudden surge of energy, Vegeta erupted with power, his hair transforming into a brilliant golden hue, while the surrounding air resonated with a golden roar. Observing Vegeta's transformation, Goku smiled and initiated a similar change. Kakarot, is this truly the extent of your power? You have indeed grown stronger, but if this is all you possess, then I am destined to defeat you today. Vegeta's interest was reignited. Did I ever mention that this is our strongest form? I still have further to ascend, Goku retorted, equally unyielding. Oh, let us then engage with our utmost strength today, Vegeta proposed. That suits me perfectly. Thus, the two warriors sought to transcend to a higher realm, one they had never before reached. However, this time, upon their ascension, they did not encounter a barrier. Instead, there was an overwhelming sensation that their power had yet to fully manifest. Eager for a true battle, they advanced into the unknown. First, they reverted to their original forms, only to once again erupt with energy. This time, the aura enveloping them was not white or golden, but a striking blue. Though the blue light was not overwhelmingly bright, it exuded an air of greater strength and danger. Chapter 26. Jiang Xiaofei's Mastery of the Ultimate Technique. As they felt each other's transformation, Goku and Vegeta exchanged knowing smiles. After days of rigorous training, their Saiyan forms had welcomed a new evolution, and remarkably, they had both undergone the same change. The endless surge of power within Goku evoked a sense of familiarity. Back on Earth, he had experienced a similar force, though at that time it was embodied in Jiang Xiaofei. As for the magnitude of that power, only Jiang Xiaofei truly comprehended it. However, after transforming into Super Blue, Goku had approached, if not surpassed, that very strength. The pale blue energy enveloped both Goku and Vegeta, emanating an intense aura that filled the space around them. You two have reached this realm, Vegeta exclaimed, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Throughout their training, Vegeta had consistently been the most diligent, and after countless attempts, he had finally attained this level. I was well aware of your secret training. While you strove to improve, I too could not afford to be idle, Goku explained, his body surging with exhilaration as he lunged toward Vegeta. Vegeta reciprocated with equal fervor, and the two blue auras collided, producing a spectacular display of colors that illuminated the space, crafting a beautiful tableau. Having transformed into Super Blue, their auras had notably subdued. Only in the moment of collision could one truly sense the immense power radiating from the other. It seems you have grasped Whis' teachings quite profoundly, Goku remarked. Naturally, once you comprehend the truth, you realize that a Saiyan's power is boundless. By restraining our auras, we can surprise our opponents, cannot we? Vegeta replied. Both warriors were in a state of extreme exhilaration, as this marked their first confrontation in the Super Blue form, allowing them to feel the fervor of each other's spirits. A pinnacle duel unfolded within the staff ball, while outside, Whis and Beerus savored their exquisite cuisine. It was only then that they recalled the entrapment of Goku and Vegeta within the staff ball. When Whis gazed into the inner sanctum of the staff ball, a cascade of blue light reflected upon his face. Deep within his eyes, a profound blue glimmer emerged. Lord Beerus, you must come and see what I have discovered. What could it possibly be? Just two individuals engaging in a mock battle within your staff ball, Beerus remarked lazily, stretching without opening his drowsy eyes. If this were merely a mock battle, then some of the skirmishes Beerus had previously endured seemed trivial by comparison. Intrigued by Whis' words, Beerus cast his gaze into the staff ball, where two blue figures captured his attention. What is this? Beerus uttered, disbelief washing over him as his lethargy dissipated. Super Saiyan God. He pondered, uncertain, as the energy radiating from Vegeta and Goku bore a striking resemblance to that of Jiang Xiaofei during their previous battle, albeit with a different form. It must be. However, they are not gods, they possess the power of a god. To be precise, a Super Saiyan imbued with the strength of a Super Saiyan God, Whis elucidated with precision. A Super Saiyan endowed with the power of a Super Saiyan God. Beerus echoed, his gaze unwavering from the staff ball. Release them, he commanded. With a subtle motion, Whis brought forth the two blue figures from the confines of the staff ball into the realm of destruction. Goku and Vegeta's confrontation abruptly ceased, their faces still alight with excitement, not yet having returned from the intensity of battle. Lord Beerus, why have you suddenly summoned us? Goku inquired, perplexed. Is there something amiss? I stated that you would emerge when I deemed it appropriate, Beerus replied sternly, scrutinizing Goku, who was enveloped in blue energy. Indeed, it appears that during my period of rest, your training has not faltered. You seem to have made remarkable progress. Under Whis' guidance. We have been diligently engaged every day, Goku and Vegeta replied, regaining their composure and normal state. Beerus nodded. Are you both aware of the level you have just attained? Both Goku and Vegeta shook their heads. They had never encountered the phenomenon of Super Saiyan Blue, nor had they even heard of it. You should have felt it. Upon transforming into Super Blue, your powers explosively surged, rivaling the strength of Jiang Xiaofei when he battled me. In essence, you now possess the power of a Super Saiyan God, though you remain human. Thus, the Super Blue form embodies the power of a Super Saiyan God within a Super Saiyan. As Beerus spoke, the confusion on Goku and Vegeta's faces vanished, replaced by exhilaration. Though they had sensed an extraordinary power, the weight of Beerus' words carried a significance that was entirely different. So we are indeed Super Saiyans imbued with the power of a Super Saiyan God? Goku recalled the sensation of transformation. Does this mean we can excite Lord Beerus now? I suppose that could be considered accurate. Beerus mused, taken aback by Goku's thought process. Just as they were discussing their transformation, Goku had diverted the topic. By the way, where is Jiang Xiaofei? How come it is only you two? It was only then that Beerus remembered he had brought 3 individuals back from Earth. Yet now only Goku and Vegeta stood before him, with Jiang Xiaofei nowhere in sight. He is over there. Whis pointed towards the motionless Jiang Xiaofei not far away. Not long ago, Whis had guided the 3 of us, leading to profound insights. Vegeta and I began to delve into the deeper control of our ki. While Jiang Xiaofei's understanding of ki remained rather superficial, resulting in a prolonged period of stagnation, he was still immersed in his contemplation of ki. Sun Wukong elucidated the reason for Jiang Xiaofei's stillness. I see, Beerus remarked, observing Jiang Xiaofei, whose eyes were tightly shut and body unresponsive. However, I could no longer sense any ki emanating from him. Why is he still so still? Beerus's words prompted Sun Wukong and Vegeta to quiet their minds and attune themselves to Jiang Xiaofei's ki. Indeed, there was not a trace of energy leaking from him. Judging from his ki, it seemed as if Jiang Xiaofei did not exist in the realm of destruction at all. The two exchanged skeptical glances, filled with confusion regarding Jiang Xiaofei's actions. Initially, they could sense his ki, but at that time, he was merely brimming with power and speed, lacking in mastery over his ki. Yet now, they could not perceive it at all. Could it be that his ki was so feeble that he could retract it so swiftly? Vegeta ultimately offered this explanation. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, seemingly unable to conjure a more reasonable rationale. No, that cannot be. Beerus's brow furrowed, his gaze fixated on Jiang Xiaofei, his pupils now slitted. That is. Beerus's voice trembled slightly, leaving Sun Wukong and Vegeta puzzled. Even when Jiang Xiaofei transformed into a Super Saiyan, Beerus had never displayed such a loss of composure. Yet now, he bore an expression of incredulity. Beerus glanced at the others, swallowing hard to moisten his throat, before turning his gaze back to Jiang Xiaofei. That is the Ultra Instinct. Chapter 27, You are not my opponent now. Though Beerus's voice was soft, each word resonated clearly in the ears of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. However, the two could not comprehend the true meaning behind Beerus's statement, looking at Whis with bewilderment. At this moment, Whis had abandoned his previous playful demeanor, his attention now fully on Jiang Xiaofei. Sun Wukong and Vegeta began to realize that the situation might not be as simple as they had imagined and turned their gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei. It was indeed surprising. He had previously had no exposure to this technique, yet now they could see the shadow of Ultra Instinct within him. This human was truly remarkable. Beerus mused aloud, his eyes never leaving Jiang Xiaofei for a moment. No wonder he spent such an extensive time in contemplation. It turns out he had achieved a new understanding and breakthrough. How astute was Lord Beerus's decision to bring him from Earth to the realm of destruction. Whis added. Only Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained perplexed. They had grasped the crux of the matter. Jiang Xiaofei had begun to engage with Ultra Instinct, a technique that even the god of destruction, Beerus, regarded with utmost seriousness. But what exactly was this Ultra Instinct? They could not detect any other changes in Jiang Xiaofei. Could you enlighten us? What exactly is Jiang Xiaofei's condition? Sun Wukong finally could no longer contain his curiosity and pressed Beerus and Whis for answers, eager to learn about Jiang Xiaofei's extraordinary encounter. Oh, it's not that significant. Whis feigned calmness. This earned him eye rolls from Beerus, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, yet Whis remained unfazed. Jiang Xiaofei is now immersed in a rather peculiar state. In this state, his body's reactions will no longer be directed by his brain. Instead, each part of his body can autonomously decide its subsequent actions. We refer to this ability or skill as Ultra Instinct. Whis explained to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Ultra Instinct, it sounds rather impressive, Sun Wukong remarked, his face aglow with admiration. Indeed, however, it is utterly impossible for an ordinary person to learn this skill through conventional training methods. It is astonishing that Jiang Xiaofei has inadvertently stumbled upon the threshold of Ultra Instinct. This child is indeed extraordinary, Beerus expressed with deep emotion. Sun Wukong and Vegeta cast envious glances at Jiang Xiaofei. They had all arrived in the realm of destruction together, and the two of them had exerted far more effort in their training than Jiang Xiaofei. After years of perseverance, they had finally mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, gaining the power of the Super Saiyan God. Yet upon hearing that Jiang Xiaofei had begun to engage with Ultra Instinct, they felt a pang of self-reproach. It was worth noting that Jiang Xiaofei had trained for far less time than they had, and now he had surpassed them, once again showcasing his remarkable growth. Is there a technique or mantra? I want to give it a try. Sun Wukong expressed his apprehension, fearing that one day he would fall far behind Jiang Xiaofei. Thus, upon learning of Ultra Instinct, he felt compelled to pursue it. I want to learn as well. Vegeta voiced his sentiments. Irritated by the fact that he was already overshadowed by Sun Wukong, and now a newcomer had also surpassed him. How could Vegeta not feel anxious? I have already informed you. It seems that ordinary people cannot learn it. Beerus reiterated firmly. I am well aware. But Lord Beerus, do we appear to be ordinary people? Sun Wukong retorted, a spark of intelligence igniting within him. Beerus scrutinized Sun Wukong and Vegeta, finding some merit in their argument, yet he emphasized. Ultra Instinct does not possess a specific technique or mantra. It requires one to grasp it independently. The essence lies in completely emptying oneself, allowing every part of one's body to learn self-activation, free from the control of the brain. That sounds difficult. Sun Wukong scratched his head, struggling to comprehend Beerus's words. Yet some aspects remained elusive. However, he was determined not to give up easily. He would undoubtedly master Ultra Instinct. If Ultra Instinct were so easily comprehensible, the seventh universe would have evolved long ago, Beerus remarked before turning his attention away from Jiang Xiaofei and heading to his chamber alone. Watching Beerus depart, Sun Wukong turned to Weiss. Weiss, has Lord Beerus mastered Ultra Instinct? Naturally. Oh, then what level has he attained? Can he utilize the perfect Ultra Instinct? Sun Wukong continued to inquire. Well, there is still quite a gap for Lord Beerus, Weiss candidly replied, leaving the god of destruction, Beerus, momentarily taken aback. Weiss, you really do speak too much, Beerus warned his attendant. Weiss nodded toward the departing Beerus, signaling that he would no longer disclose matters regarding Beerus to Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Wonderful. So Lord Beerus cannot utilize the perfect Ultra Instinct either. Sun Wukong's ambition surged, and his fascination with Ultra Instinct deepened. Sun Wukong's words were always captivating, leaving even Weiss and Beerus at a loss. Not far away, Jiang Xiaofei remained engrossed in his own world, every cell in his body brimming with vitality, pulsating rhythmically. They were both independent entities and capable of functioning collectively as a cohesive whole. In truth, before entering this meditative state, Jiang Xiaofei had initially aspired to follow the paths of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, but quickly abandoned that notion. Due to the insufficient accumulation of energy within Jiang Xiaofei, he contemplated the practice of the Ultra Instinct technique. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong relied on this extraordinary skill to repeatedly triumph over his adversaries, ultimately becoming a legend across all universes. During this period, Jiang Xiaofei had been devising ways to grant each of his limbs autonomy, and he had finally reached a threshold. As he slowly opened his eyes, beams of brilliance shot forth, enveloping him in energy once again. Sun Wukong and Vegeta could now sense Jiang Xiaofei's aura even in the realm of the god of destruction. Their gazes were irresistibly drawn to him, not solely due to his striking appearance, but primarily because of the formidable presence he exuded, undoubtedly a manifestation of his newfound grasp of Ultra Instinct. Noticing Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Whis staring intently at him, Jiang Xiaofei felt a tinge of embarrassment. He surmised that Whis had already informed them of the developments occurring within him. After all, in the seventh universe, Whis was the only being who had mastered Ultra Instinct flawlessly thus far. You have all completed your training, Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed, addressing Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Yes, you are the slowest among us, Vegeta retorted. My apologies. I've held you back. Jiang Xiaofei scratched his head, which hadn't seen water for days, as he offered his apologies to them. No need for apologies. Since you've wasted so much time, let us assess your training results, Vegeta declared. Must we test right after finishing training? Could I perhaps have a moment to recuperate? Jiang Xiaofei protested, reluctant to engage in combat, as the prospect seemed exceedingly exhausting. Enough chatter, get ready to fight, Vegeta urged, his patience waning with Jiang Xiaofei's awakening. Sun Wukong stood by, equally eager to engage. Seeing Vegeta's growing fury, Jiang Xiaofei raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. All right, allow me to demonstrate. However, he deliberately paused for a few seconds, adding, at this moment, you're probably not my match. Chapter 28, Vegeta, the living target. Jiang Xiaofei's audacious words ignited Vegeta's ire, causing his blood to surge. Such arrogance. Have you forgotten how I bested you on Earth? It hasn't been long. Yet you dare to speak to me in such a manner. Vegeta shot back, equally defiant. You mentioned Earth, and now we are in the god of destruction's domain. Jiang Xiaofei countered, asserting, I am no longer the same as before. Their exchange felt less like that of allies and more akin to adversaries, with animosity palpable in their brief dialogue. Whis observed with narrowed eyes. Since Jiang Xiaofei's awakening, he had developed an air of arrogance. Surely he didn't believe that mastering a fragment of Ultra Instinct rendered him invincible. Jiang Xiaofei, your words are somewhat excessive, Sun Wukong interjected, attempting to temper the situation. Is it? I fail to see it that way. If a fight is to commence, let it begin. What purpose does further dialogue serve? The truth shall be revealed in action. Deep down, Jiang Xiaofei was anxious. He refrained from saying too much, fearing that excessive words might betray him. His intention in speaking so boldly was to provoke Vegeta into unleashing his full power, thereby allowing Jiang Xiaofei to gauge his own current capabilities. He initially contemplated revealing his progress directly to Vegeta and Sun Wukong, but worried they might not unleash their full fighting potential, prompting him to resort to verbal provocation. As anticipated, Jiang Xiaofei's taunts ignited Vegeta's fury, who, without hesitation, unleashed an aura that surged around him, a faint blue energy emanating from his being, transforming even his hair and eyebrows to blue as the power of Super Saiyan God coursed through him. This time, Jiang Xiaofei was taken aback, for in his recollection, only Sun Wukong had reached the super blue state in the realm of the God of Destruction. Vegeta seemed to have lagged behind. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Xiaofei felt unperturbed by the transformation of Super Saiyan God Vegeta, sensing a confidence that he could indeed prevail. Though this training session had not yielded critical points, the insights Jiang Xiaofei gleaned were far more profound and robust than mere numerical gains. What is the matter? Are you afraid to strike? Has your resolve faltered? Vegeta challenged. Eyeing Jiang Xiaofei, who remained motionless, it appears you still fail to grasp the essence of Ultra Instinct. At this rate, mastering it in your lifetime seems an insurmountable task. Jiang Xiaofei further taunted. Vegeta, unable to contain his rage, charged at Jiang Xiaofei, his fist imbued with blue energy aimed directly at him. In that moment, Vegeta disregarded any semblance of camaraderie, entirely consumed by Jiang Xiaofei's provocations. As Vegeta's furious strike approached, Jiang Xiaofei closed his eyes, attuning himself to his surroundings. He could feel Sun Wukong's presence, even Vegeta's, yet he discerned a palpable intent to kill emanating from Vegeta. A satisfied smile crept across Jiang Xiaofei's lips. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Faced with Vegeta's fierce and unyielding punch, Jiang Xiaofei did not attempt to defend himself and was struck squarely in the face. Propelled backward by the force of the blow, rolling several times before coming to a halt on the ground. Why don't you fight back? Do you look down on me? Vegeta seethed, witnessing Jiang Xiaofei being flung away, his anger intensifying as he perceived greater provocation. Take it easy. I fear that if I strike, you won't have another chance. Jiang Xiaofei retorted, believing Vegeta still needed more fire to ignite his true potential. He was acutely aware that the critical points he received from the system were woefully inadequate, indicating that his strength was nearing Vegeta's level, necessitating further provocation to elicit greater results. Jiang Xiaofei. Vegeta's bloodlust surged, his previously blue pupils now tinged with crimson. Here I am, Jiang Xiaofei replied, a soft white aura rising from around him. Whis' eyes locked onto Jiang Xiaofei, affirming that he had indeed grasped Ultra Instinct, predicting Vegeta's defeat. How is this possible? Sun Wukong gasped, struggling to reconcile Whis' words with the reality before him. Vegeta had just ascended to a significant new level. With a foundation far more profound than Jiang Xiaofei's, how could he so easily be surpassed? You do not comprehend the true capabilities of Ultra Instinct. Just watch, and you will understand, Whis advised, confident that even in his current state, Sun Wukong would not be a match for Jiang Xiaofei. Trusting Whis' judgment, Sun Wukong found himself grappling with the undeniable truth, eagerly anticipating the clash between the two, particularly the manifestation of Ultra Instinct that Whis had emphasized. As their conversation unfolded, Vegeta's relentless onslaught reached Jiang Xiaofei, his punch still brimming with power. Yet this time, Jiang Xiaofei moved, evading Vegeta's attack with an astonishing grace. Vegeta, landing on the ground in a state of disbelief, stole a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, feeling a flicker of doubt, unable to comprehend how Jiang Xiaofei had evaded his strike. In his current state, he could neither see nor predict Jiang Xiaofei's movements through sight or energy perception. Wow! Sun Wukong exclaimed, echoing Vegeta's astonishment. He had not anticipated Jiang Xiaofei's growth to reach such remarkable heights. Jiang Xiaofei's body did not falter. He relied entirely on his innate instincts to engage in combat, launching a direct counterattack towards Vegeta. Before Vegeta could recover from his astonishment, Jiang Xiaofei's fist had already struck his lower abdomen. The force emanating from Jiang Xiaofei's punch made Vegeta feel as though his stomach were about to be pierced. Overcome with madness, Vegeta realized he had been completely influenced by Jiang Xiaofei. He had believed that transforming into Super Saiyan Blue would grant him a significant power boost, allowing him to contend with Jiang Xiaofei as before, only to discover how naive he truly was. No, this world was far too chaotic, and Jiang Xiaofei was exceedingly formidable. To attain such prowess in such a brief period was something he could only envy. Yet, surrendering so easily was an impossibility for Vegeta. The energy blast in his hand was hurled towards Jiang Xiaofei, but regrettably, none struck true. Although Vegeta's strength was already formidable, He found himself unable to decipher Jiang Xiaofei's movements, relegated to a position of passive endurance, demonstrating that Jiang Xiaofei had already secured an invincible stance. However, Vegeta was in desperate need of an outlet, and that outlet was Jiang Xiaofei before him. Jiang Xiaofei had achieved what he desired. Prolonging the battle would only further erode Vegeta's confidence, an outcome Jiang Xiaofei wished to avoid. Thus, he deliberately slowed his movements, allowing Vegeta to land a hit. Vegeta seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope, yet something felt amiss. Nevertheless, he persisted. Observing Vegeta's unwavering resolve, Jiang Xiaofei contemplated ending the battle swiftly, but hesitated. Fearing the fragility of Vegeta's spirit might be irreparably harmed, he could only strive to accommodate Vegeta's display. Enough. The victor had been determined. Continuing the fight served no purpose. Whis' voice rang out, halting the clash between Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta. The two fighters ceased their hostilities, but Vegeta could not muster any joy. Pray tell, why provoke Vegeta? Whis' gaze shifted to Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei scratched his head, a sheepish grin on his face as he replied, "Hee. I merely wish to gauge the extent of my strength, which is why I provoked Vegeta to unleash his full power against me." He cast an apologetic glance at Vegeta. "My apologies, Vegeta." Vegeta's inner turmoil was palpable. He felt as though he had become a mere target for others to practice upon. Chapter 29. Frieza's Infernal Existence. Humph. Jiang Xiaofei, you are truly pushing your luck. Vegeta's voice dripped with fury as he glared at the apologetic Jiang Xiaofei. He was immensely proud, his intellect always sharp. Unlike the often oblivious Kakarot. Yet, this time, he had been thoroughly outclassed by Jiang Xiaofei, inciting his ire. Hee. I sincerely apologize, Vegeta. I admit my wrongdoing this time. It shall not happen again. Should you have any requests, I shall certainly oblige. Jiang Xiaofei lowered his stance, valuing Vegeta as a companion immensely. Oomph. Who needs your assistance? Vegeta crossed his arms defiantly, turning away to preserve his dwindling pride and stubbornness. Yet, within the depths of Vegeta's heart, a tinge of guilt lingered. Although Jiang Xiaofei had instigated the provocation, had he not harbored jealousy, he would not have been so easily provoked by Jiang Xiaofei. He was indeed envious of Jiang Xiaofei's mastery of Ultra Instinct, particularly in battle, where he could fully appreciate its formidable nature. Hey, Vegeta, can't you be a bit more magnanimous? Jiang Xiaofei has lowered himself to apologize, and since his actions were merely to assess his training results, you should forgive him. Sun Wukong interjected from the sidelines. In Sun Wukong's view, camaraderie meant mutual support. Thus, if Jiang Xiaofei sought to test his abilities, Vegeta suffering a minor setback was inconsequential. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofei, should you need to evaluate your training in the future, do not hesitate to inform us. We shall fully cooperate and refrain from any hurtful remarks. Sun Wukong offered a cautionary note to Jiang Xiaofei. It shall not happen again. Jiang Xiaofei promptly raised his finger, pledging to both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He then presented them with 2 cups of warm tea. Well done. Whis finally spoke after the farcical episode concluded. To master Ultra Instinct to such an extent in such a short time is truly remarkable. All credit goes to Whis' teachings. Jiang Xiaofei humbly replied. Indeed. Yet it appears that your comprehension is not on par with his. Whis' words shifted to scrutinize Vegeta and Sun Wukong, reigniting a sense of tension in the previously softened atmosphere. Jiang Xiaofei inwardly cursed. This Whis truly knows how to stir the pot. Vegeta scoffed, while Sun Wukong wore an awkward smile. In comparison to Jiang Xiaofei, they indeed felt lacking. Had they not elevated their strength to Super Saiyan Blue, they might have questioned whether the God of Destruction's realm was suitable for their training. All right. There is ample time ahead. Jiang Xiaofei's ability to touch the threshold of Ultra Instinct was also a stroke of fortune. You too should take your time to contemplate. One day, you will also master Ultra Instinct. Whis ceased his provocations. The God of Destruction's realm returned to tranquility, and the lives of Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and others resumed their previous cadence. The 3 trained together, sparred, and as Sun Wukong and Vegeta became increasingly adept at utilizing Super Saiyan Blue, Jiang Xiaofei's grasp of Ultra Instinct slowly progressed. Occasionally, he would share his insights with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, facilitating their own journeys toward mastering Ultra Instinct. In the 7th universe, on a planet at the edge of the Milky Way, Earth, here, day and night alternate, and there exists a distinction between the human realm and the other world. The living inhabit the human realm, savoring their daily meals amidst breathtaking landscapes. While the deceased descend into the depths of hell, some are reborn, while others are doomed to remain trapped in hell. Frieza, once the emperor of the universe, led his Frieza force in a reign of terror across the cosmos, plundering planetary resources and reveling in destruction. He had once invaded planet Vegeta, enslaving a host of Saiyans to serve him, all while harboring deep contempt for them. After committing numerous atrocities, Frieza ultimately faced the retribution of justice, upon his demise. His soul was imprisoned in hell. In hell, a towering tree stood resolutely, and from one of its massive branches hung a long, white silk thread, the end of which formed a cocoon-like prison. The solitary occupant of this cell could only protrude its head. A visage hauntingly familiar, it was none other than the former cosmic monarch, Frieza. Now, Frieza endured immense suffering, his soul constantly eroded. In this realm, devoid of combat and destruction, he found himself powerless, forced to watch the events unfold around him, intensifying his disdain for the tedium of hellish existence. Beneath Frieza, a vibrant sea of flowers flourished, each blossom home to a diminutive flower fairy from hell, whose innate kindness and perpetual smiles could melt the coldness and malevolence of the world. In the enchanting realm of the flower fairies, a delightful assembly of adorable animal companions accompanies them, each clutching a distinct musical instrument. They joyfully follow the gestures and footsteps of the flower fairy, reveling in song and dance amidst the vibrant sea of blossoms. Perched upon the branches is Frieza, the object of the flower fairy's attention, who is repeatedly invited to their musical gatherings. As they swirl around him, they hope to cleanse Frieza's wicked heart through their joyous expressions. Yet, confronted by the innocent smiles and the cacophony of music, Frieza often feels an overwhelming urge to annihilate them. However, bound by the constraints of his limbs and power, he can only endure in silence, each second a torment. This is the daily existence of the cosmic tyrant Frieza in the depths of hell, a life interwoven with laughter, yet overshadowed by a spirit yearning to resist, yet utterly powerless. Despite enduring relentless suffering, Frieza has never relinquished hope for rebirth. Each additional minute he spends here only fuels his hatred for the Saiyans who brought about his demise, thus strengthening his resolve for vengeance. This is the very reason he persists in this place. Amidst the vastness of the cosmos, a spaceship drifts aimlessly. Once a formidable force that instilled fear across galaxies, leaving nothing but desolation in their wake, they relished the sight of others groveling in submission. Yet now, their former glory has faded, and the expansive universe has no ground left for them. Every attempt to conquer other planets ends in failure, transforming this once invincible army into mere pariahs. They have lost their leader and, with him, their claim to cosmic supremacy. Let us devise a plan to resurrect Frieza. Only he can lead us to reclaim our dominion over the universe, proposed a subordinate aboard the ship. They longed for the days of chaos they once sowed throughout the cosmos. However, they were acutely aware of Frieza's temperament. A moment's carelessness could lead to their own demise at his hands. Yet, unwilling to continue living in hiding, they unanimously resolved to seek the Dragon Balls to resurrect the cosmic monarch Frieza. Chapter 30. The Resurrection of Frieza. Currently, the leader of the Frieza force is known as Sorb, who initially served as an advisor in the Third Star region. Following the demise of Frieza and King Cold, he took command of the entire Frieza army. However, lacking formidable subordinates, his attempts at planetary invasion have been met with considerable difficulty. Thus, the notion of resurrecting Frieza emerged. The next step was to locate the 7 Dragon Balls and bring Frieza back to life. Upon arriving on Earth with his most powerful subordinate, Tagoma, Sorb utilized advanced technology to pinpoint the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Curiously, the readings indicated that all 7 Dragon Balls were in the same location, suggesting that someone had already gathered them, thus saving them significant trouble. After all, there were still Saiyans on Earth, and prolonged exposure could lead to detection, potentially resulting in a fierce battle that would delay their resurrection plans. Fortunately, it appeared that these complications could be avoided. Following the guidance of the Dragon Radar, Sorb and Tagoma quickly located the 3 individuals in possession of the 7 Dragon Balls, the Pilaf gang, who aspired to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill their wishes. Though the trio possessed modest combat abilities, their ambition was boundless. Despite facing repeated setbacks, they had never given up and were fortunate enough to have survived until now. Hand over your Dragon Balls, Sorb commanded, addressing Pilaf and his companions with an authoritative tone. Who are you to dare speak so insolently before me, King Pilaf? Pilaf retorted boldly, stepping forward to confront Sorb and Tagoma. Sorb exchanged a glance with Tagoma, who stepped up and launched an attack on Pilaf. With a single punch, Pilaf's body contorted slightly, sending him crashing into a boulder. Lord Pilaf, his companions rushed to assist him. Quickly, hand over the Dragon Balls, or the next punch will be far more severe, Tagoma threatened. Ultimately, the trio relented and obediently produced the 7 Dragon Balls. Excellent. Summon the Eternal Dragon, and you may leave unharmed, Sorb instructed. Yielding to Sorb and Tagoma's might, Pilaf placed the Dragon Balls on the ground and recited the incantation, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon, and grant my wish." In an instant, dark clouds gathered overhead as a colossal dragon materialized before Sorb and Tagoma. Meanwhile, on Earth, Piccolo, Krillin, and others sensed the dragon's appearance, yet they paid it little mind. This indifference would soon plunge the Earth into peril once more. Please, grant the resurrection of Lord Frisia. Sorb articulated his wish. The eternal dragon did not act immediately, but paused in contemplation. Is there a complication? Sorb inquired. Frisia's body was fragmented into numerous pieces before his demise, leaving him without a complete form. Even if he were resurrected, his soul would have no place to reside, preventing him from returning as a normal being. This indeed posed a formidable challenge. However, with our advanced technological apparatus, you may proceed with the resurrection of Lord Frisia. Your wish shall be fulfilled, declared the dragon, as pieces of familiar material descended from the sky, Frisia's shattered body. The two companions of Pilaf, witnessing the dragon granting Sorb's wish, felt a surge of indignation. Are we just going to stand by and watch them exploit the Dragon Balls we painstakingly gathered? One of them protested. Keep your voice down. If we're overheard, we could lose our lives. As long as we have our lives, we can achieve our dreams by following King Pilaf, the other reassured. You still have 2 wishes remaining. Speak them now, urged the dragon. Sorb fell into contemplation, deliberating with Tagoma about the potential resurrection of Frisia's father. Meanwhile, Pilaf's companions, unable to endure any longer, blurted out, grant me 1,000,000 zenny and a delicious ice cream. 2 gifts descended from the heavens, landing beside them. After fulfilling their wishes, the eternal dragon dissolved back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering them across the world. Sorb and Tagoma stood momentarily dumbfounded, but time was of the essence. Collecting Frisia's body fragments, they placed them into the latest technological device and boarded their spaceship, departing Earth. Within the spacecraft, the advanced apparatus whirred to life, as all present held their breath in anticipation of Frisia's resurrection. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the air as the device shattered, a cerulean liquid splattering forth, and a figure emerged from the apparatus. The figure was not particularly tall, nor was it robust. Instead, a strikingly bright purple head caught the eye, adorned with uniquely shaped horns on either side. The identity of this figure was none other than the cosmic sovereign, Frisia. Welcome back, Lord Frisia. Sorb bowed his head and spoke first. Frisia began to move his stiff body, emitting mechanical sounds. He extended his elongated arm, the fingertips brushing against the semi-mechanical skin, a sensation reminiscent of days long past. Within him, the powerful heartbeat resonated, causing Frisia to erupt into boisterous laughter. Ha! This feeling is truly exquisite. However, his demeanor swiftly shifted to one of icy coldness. Now, the filthy earthling shall await my vengeance. An aura of malevolent intent radiated from Frisia, instilling dread in those behind him, causing them to sweat profusely and tremble, fearful that a single misstep or action might draw Frisia's ire, resulting in their demise. Yet, there always exists a foolhardy soul. Tagoma stepped forward, positioning himself before Frisia. Esteemed Lord Frisia, I believe we should not be so eager in our quest to exact revenge on the Scions of Earth. Conquering the universe should be our primary objective. Though Tagoma's voice was soft, it bore an unwavering conviction. Nearby, Sorbet, listening to Tagoma's words, resignedly closed his eyes. Frisia turned to Tagoma, uttering no superfluous words. He gently raised his right hand, directing an attack towards Tagoma's limbs. Under Frisia's assault, Tagoma could scarcely endure, collapsing to the ground with a wretched scream. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Is it not true that you resurrected me only because you encountered insurmountable foes? Frisia's voice carried an air of malice. Now that I am revived, all shall heed my command. Oh, and to express my gratitude for your role in my resurrection, I shall reward you by crawling before me. Chapter 31. The God of Destruction of Universe 6. Frisia twisted his somewhat rusted neck, contemplating how to enact his revenge. This time, surely no one would oppose me, right? Frisia's frigid voice echoed, and all heads bowed, trembling in fear, rather than being deemed the emperor of the cosmos. It would be more fitting to regard him as a demon of the universe. We support Lord Frisia's quest for vengeance, though there is a minor complication. Of course, for Lord Frisia, it may not be a complication at all, Sorbet stammered. Oh, do enlighten me. Frisia granted Sorbet an opportunity, his right hand spinning incessantly. Well, after you were defeated by the Scions, many events transpired, including the fact that even the Majin Buu was vanquished by those detestable Scions. Sorbet's body had already prostrated before Frisia. Such occurrences are indeed surprising. My dear father once cautioned me against provoking 2 entities in the universe, Lord Beerus and Majin Buu. Who would have thought that even Majin Buu fell to the hands of those Scions? How utterly fascinating. Frisia's tone betrayed neither anger nor excitement, rendering Sorbet even more uncomfortable. It appears that I must dedicate myself to training for a period. I believe that after 4 months of rigorous training, my power will burgeon significantly. Even if those 2 Scions join forces, they shall not stand against me. Frisia gazed out at the cerulean planet beyond the spacecraft, allowing them to revel in their joy for the next 4 months. I eagerly anticipate the scene that will unfold after this duration. Sorbet. It is time for us to depart. Yes, Lord Frisia. Sorbet, still prostrate, shakily rose and issued the command to leave the spacecraft. Within the vastness of the seventh universe, countless intriguing events could unfold, and amidst these myriad happenings, a beam of light raced through. Should Beerus and Whis catch sight of this luminescence, they would undoubtedly be astonished. For within the light were two familiar figures, the god of destruction from Universe 6, Kampa, and the angel, Vados. Hey, Vados, how much longer? I'm feeling drowsy. Kampa languidly remarked. We shall arrive shortly, Lord Kampa. Vados's elegant voice chimed in. Hee. Soon I will gather all the treasures, and just the thought brings me joy. Kampa began to envision his forthcoming delights. Indeed, Lord Kampa, is it truly appropriate for us to intrude upon the seventh universe? Vados inquired. Kampa's mood shifted slightly. Vados, please do not ruin the ambience. We are merely passing through, not here to rob or steal. Lord Kampa, you are inadvertently confessing. Vados deftly pierced through Kampa's self-satisfied demeanor. Vados, you must clarify which side you stand on. Kampa's voice bore a hint of anger. Very well, Lord Kampa. Vados's tone remained unfazed, maintaining its calmness despite Kampa's agitation. We have arrived, Lord Kampa. At Vados's declaration, Kampa emerged from behind her, appearing as a corpulent version of Beerus, his form brimming with flesh. We've finally arrived. Kampa gazed upon the peculiar, luminescent planet before him. Vados, could you not take action yourself? Vados teased playfully. Vados. Kampa's tone grew more pronounced, finding her antics excessively mischievous. All right. Vados gently tapped her staff downward, causing the planet before them to emit a brilliant light from within. Eventually, the radiance receded, vanishing into the vast cosmos. And the entire planet disintegrated into cosmic dust under Vados's slight prod. Alas, another misstep, Kampa lamented, disappointed that the planet did not yield the treasures he had anticipated. Do not fret, Lord Kampa. There are still many targets ahead. We shall tackle them one by one and surely gather them all, Vados consoled him. Very well. Let us proceed to our next destination. Kampa regained his confidence. As a god of destruction, he knew that such setbacks would only momentarily dampen his spirits. Yet, just as they prepared to depart, two figures appeared at the site of the vanished planet. Hey, you two, having destroyed my planet. Do you think you can leave without consequence? Vados and Kampa turned towards the voice. Recognizing two familiar silhouettes, the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis from the seventh universe. Sister, it has been a while. Whis greeted Vados warmly. Hello, Whis. You scrawny monkey. I advise you not to stir trouble. Kampa confronted Beerus, exuding an air of confrontation. Stir trouble? You ought to clarify whose territory this is. Arriving here so brazenly and destroying my planet without my permission, who is truly causing a ruckus, you glutton? Beerus, unwilling to back down, retorted with equal fervor. I merely passed by and inadvertently sneezed, resulting in the devastation of this lifeless planet. Is it truly necessary for you to be so petty? Kampa, equally obstinate, replied. What of it? My petulance is undeniable, and this matter cannot be resolved without the exquisite cuisine of a single planet. Beerus extended a finger towards Kampa, declaring, I advise you not to push your luck. It seems you are eager for a confrontation. Kampa's roar echoed, as he had already begun to lose his temper. If it's a fight you want, then so be it. Do you think I fear you? Beerus matched his intensity, both deities radiating an aura that caused cosmic dust to dissipate into nothingness, their resolve unwavering as they prepared to clash. However, just as they were on the brink of battle, Whis and Vados intervened. Might I remind you, esteemed gods of destruction, that such childish antics are unwise. Your conflict here would surely harm the life surrounding you. Despite their roles as destroyers, they remained cognizant that indiscriminate slaughter would ultimately lead to karmic retribution. Vados, let us depart. Kampa, unwilling to waste time, had more pressing matters awaiting his attention. Sister Vados, Lord Kampa, since you are here, why not visit our realm? Whis extended an invitation. Well, we have other matters to attend to. Kampa hastily covered his mouth, realizing he had misspoken. Beerus narrowed his eyes. Did you not claim to merely be passing through? What business is it of yours? You are mistaken. With the tension escalating, it appeared yet another clash was imminent. We have prepared a delectable feast. Why not indulge before you depart? Whis suggested. The mere mention of food ignited a spark in Kampa's eyes, and he relented. Very well. Since Whis is so insistent, I shall reluctantly join. Come, Vados. Shameless. Beerus remarked, observing Kampa's behavior with a critical eye. Chapter 32, The Heartfelt Vados. Under the guidance of Beerus and Whis, Kampa and Vados arrived in the realm of destruction. With a gentle tap of his staff, Whis transformed the barren table into a lavish spread of culinary delights. The enticing aromas wafting from the dishes provoked an irresistible urge to indulge. Unable to contain himself, Kampa lunged at the feast, stuffing his mouth with the sumptuous fare. Delicious. This is the most exquisite food I have ever tasted. Kampa exclaimed. Cream smeared across his lips, eagerly inquiring, what is this? I shall not tell you. To seize my food without permission is truly brazen. Beerus interjected, preempting Whis from revealing the answer to Kampa. At that moment, both gods of destruction exhibited a shared trait, indulging in the culinary offerings without restraint. Their fervor for food was undoubtedly akin to that of brothers. Humph, you stingy glutton. You act this way over a mere morsel. Kampa retorted defiantly. Whis. He has devoured far too much already. Put the remainder away. Beerus commanded, casting furtive glances at Kampa. In response to Beerus, Kampa hastened his consumption, his mouth overflowing with an array of unfamiliar delicacies. He attempted to speak, but the food rendered him unable to articulate. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis complied, swiftly clearing the table of the remaining dishes, leaving only remnants scattered about. Once Kampa had finally swallowed his mouthful, he protested, Hey, must you be so miserly? Food should be shared, especially among brothers. Kampa approached Beerus, draping an arm over his shoulder with a somewhat ingratiating tone. Your earlier actions have left me displeased. Even brotherhood holds no weight in the face of food. Beerus has shrugged off Kampa's embrace, his pride unwavering. Allow me to apologize for my earlier behavior. Might you reconsider and present the food once more? Kampa attempted to soften his stance, the allure of the feast proving difficult to resist. Do you yearn for food? Beerus scrutinized Kampa. Indeed, I have yet to satisfy my appetite. Kampa confessed, his honesty shining through as he faced the temptation of the banquet. Then divulge your true intentions for visiting the seventh universe, Beerus pressed, revealing his agenda. Well, I told you. I was merely passing through. Kampa's expression betrayed his true motives. Since you refuse to speak candidly, then so be it. Whis, see them out. Beerus issued the dismissal. Kampa hesitated, his gaze lingering on Whis and Beerus, yet he held firm to his principles. In the face of his dilemma, he gradually retreated from the table of delicacies, suppressing his desire for the sake of future plans and the thrill of surprising Beerus. Guests have arrived. A voice called out, revealing Jiang Xiaofei, who, alongside Sun Wukong and Vegeta, had just concluded their training and sought sustenance from Beerus and Whis. Greetings. The trio warmly greeted the two unfamiliar yet familiar figures. The reason for this duality of familiarity lay in the resemblance between Kampa and Beerus, as well as the similarities in attire between Vados and Whis. It was evident they could be gods of destruction and angels from other universes. However, Jiang Xiaofei recognized them as the god of destruction Kampa and angel Vados from the sixth universe. Hello. Vados responded enthusiastically as Whis arranged the food once more for everyone to share. Vados picked up a strawberry, savoring it in small bites, her gaze lingering on Jiang Xiaofei, the radiant warrior who had captured her interest. A sense of youthful bliss enveloped her, her heart racing with excitement. Jiang Xiaofei acknowledged her with a gentlemanly smile and nod, intensifying the flutter in Vados' heart. Flustered, she quickly averted her gaze, turning away from him. Lord Kampa, have I transgressed? Vados blushed. Kampa, perplexed, was witnessing a side of Vados he had never seen before. What is it, Vados? I have fallen for a mortal. Vados confessed lightly, her sparkling eyes fixed upon Jiang Xiaofei from a distance. Kampa exclaimed in shock. Vados, you, an angel, how could you possibly fall for a mortal? Surely this is a jest. Shoo. Vados silenced Kampa with a playful gesture, showcasing her alluring side. My dear Lord Kampa, do not raise your voice. You might embarrass me. Her soft voice sent shivers down Kampa's spine. You are an angel, and he is a mortal. How can an angel fall for a mortal? Kampa lowered his voice, reproaching Vados. Though one might acknowledge the impropriety of such feelings, do you not perceive an inexplicable allure in Lord Kampa? Vados, with her gentle demeanor, resembles a delicate bird seeking solace. Vados, I implore you to regain your composure. Kampa's impatience was palpable. Should you continue down this irrational path, do not blame me for taking action. I doubt Beerus would object to the demise of a mere mortal. Vados discerned the underlying meaning in Kampa's words, and the atmosphere around them grew chillingly tense. My dear Lord Kampa, you must master your emotions. Should you dare to take his life, do not expect me to show mercy. Faced with such fervor from Vados, even the god of destruction Kampa felt a shiver run down his spine. He was acutely aware of Vados' formidable power. Despite his status as a god of destruction, he felt like a mere younger sibling in her presence. Furthermore, judging by Vados' demeanor, Kampa truly feared her potential wrath, realizing that the consequences would ultimately fall upon him. Kampa's eyes welled with tears as he gazed at Vados with a sorrowful expression, asking, Vados, do you no longer care for me? Vados, regaining her composure, wore a warm smile, exclaiming, how could I not cherish you, Lord Kampa? You are, after all, my beloved brother, and he is my dearest love. Her gaze drifted towards the distant sunlit warrior, lost in admiration. Vados, you wound me deeply. Kampa, unable to endure Vados' infatuation, muttered bitterly. Devouring the exquisite dishes before him, he sought to alleviate his inner turmoil and express his discontent towards both Vados and Jiang Xiaofei. Chapter 33. The God of Destruction's Afterthought? As Kampa relished the delectable fare, he scrutinized Jiang Xiaofei from a distance. He could not fathom why such an unremarkable man could capture Vados' attention and affection. In the sixth universe, many prodigies existed, yet Vados paid them no heed, not even granting them a fleeting glance. However, in the seventh universe, it took little time for her to become enamored with an outsider, leaving Kampa grappling with disbelief. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the moon first, yet no one had ever won Vados' heart. Now he found himself overshadowed, filled with dissatisfaction and anger. Determined to teach this oblivious man that someone of Vados' caliber was not one to be idolized. Due to Vados' influence, Kampa had unwittingly entangled himself with Jiang Xiaofei, despite the latter's only gesture being a gentlemanly smile towards Vados. Hey, Beerus, how is it that 3 humans exist in your realm of destruction, and they appear to hail from planets of lesser stature? I am curious how these beings from 3 inferior planets can stand here unscathed. With your disposition, should you not have banished them? Kampa's voice was low, yet it reached the ears of Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. This was a deliberate provocation, as he too was intrigued by the presence of these seemingly ordinary individuals. Oh, them? I merely found myself bored and invited them over for company. It's also quite entertaining to witness a good battle, Beerus replied nonchalantly. A commendable battle? Them? Kampa was perplexed. As fellow gods of destruction, their powers, though slightly varied, granted them absolute authority within their respective universes. The battles they deemed worthy were exceedingly rare, so Beerus' interest in the seemingly mundane trio piqued Kampa's curiosity. Hey, humans, why not engage in a sparring match? I wish to see how you have captivated the interest of our Lord Beerus. Kampa directed his focus towards Jiang Xiaofei and the others. What are you doing, Lord Kampa? Vados reproached him softly. Mind your own business. Kampa dismissed her, refusing to engage with the infatuated angel. Kampa. Beerus' gaze turned frosty. Jiang Xiaofei and his companions stared back at Kampa, feeling as though they were being treated as mere circus performers for the amusement of the gods of destruction and angels. Naturally, they were unwilling to comply, standing resolutely with their eyes fixed on Beerus and Whis. I harbor no ill intentions, merely genuine curiosity. Kampa's expression bore a mischievous grin. Humph. You had best speak truthfully, or you may find yourself deprived of such exquisite delicacies in the future, Beerus warned ominously. Beerus, what do you mean? Just because of my previous remarks, you would have me forsake gourmet food? I refuse to accept that. At that moment, Kampa resembled a mischievous child. Humph. Your defiance holds no weight. The delicacies rest in my hands. My word is final. And these delicacies originate from their planet. Given your attitude, how could you possibly continue to indulge in such delights? Beerus provided a dispassionate explanation. Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta nodded in agreement, acknowledging Beerus' reasoning. Their planet? Kampa mused. How can that be? What is the name of their world? Our planet is called Earth. Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Kampa as he spoke the name of his home world, pride glimmering in his eyes. Vados observed Jiang Xiaofei, finding him irresistibly charming, as he maintained his composure in the presence of a god of destruction. Earth? Kampa repeated. Vados, please check if there exists a planet by that name in our universe. Excitement flickered across Kampa's face as he disregarded Jiang Xiaofei. The sixth universe and Earth could be considered twin universes, with many celestial bodies bearing resemblance. If the seventh universe boasted such delectable worlds, then surely the sixth universe must possess similar realms. Yes, my Lord Kampa. Vados gently waved her staff, and the formation of the sixth universe swiftly unfolded within the sphere of her rod. Moments later, she had surveyed the entire cosmos. Regrettably, Lord Kampa, our universe does not contain a planet named Earth, Vados stated, a hint of sorrow in her tone. How can that be? Earth exists in the universe. How could our sixth universe lack it? Kampa was incredulous, yet Vados would never deceive him. After all, she had clearly expressed her feelings for the earthling she admired. Indeed, Lord Kampa, initially, our universe did possess an Earth. However, during one of your skyward journeys, you inadvertently sneezed and struck the planet, reducing it to cosmic dust. Vados explained to Kampa. Very well. Such matters are beyond our control, Kampa conceded, though internally, he felt a tumult of conflicting emotions. The absence of Earth in the sixth universe meant he could not savor its culinary delights, but also implied that Jiang Xiaofei, too, would not exist, which he considered a favorable outcome. Yet unbeknownst to him, Jiang Xiaofei was one of a kind, an irreplaceable entity in the entire Dragon Ball universe. It seems you possess quite the fortune, having escaped the fate of being obliterated by Beerus' sneeze. Kampa jested, directing his remarks towards Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. Upon hearing Kampa's words, a sense of despondency washed over Jiang Xiaofei and his friends. In the vast expanse of the universe, they were merely ordinary souls yearning for a vibrant existence. However, their splendid lives, in the face of such overwhelming existence, seem like mere jest. A single sneeze could obliterate their planets and lives. Simultaneously, Jiang Xiaofei and the other two are perplexed. They are undeniably minor characters. So why does Kampa exhibit such aggression in his words? Kampa, you are being excessive. Beerus too begins to express his dissatisfaction with Kampa's behavior. If Kampa were targeting him, he might understand. But Kampa has consistently directed his ire at the three humans, which naturally incites Beerus's anger. Lord Kampa is indeed petty. Vados openly shares her opinion. Lord Kampa truly is like a child who never grows up. Whis also joins in the commentary. You, all of you, why are you all targeting me? Kampa feels aggrieved. For the sake of a few humans, they treat him this way. Could it be that they harbor some unspeakable secret about them? Think as you wish. Besides, if there truly were some unspeakable secret, why would I divulge it to an outsider? Beerus dismisses the notion, uninterested in explaining to Kampa. I don't want to know. But I have already made some deductions, Kampa boasts, feeling rather clever. Oh, with your intellect, you managed to deduce that? I find that hard to believe, Beerus replies, eyeing the self-satisfied Kampa suspiciously. This is quite simple. The reason you both defend them so vigorously is that he is the god of destruction's successor. Kampa points at Jiang Xiaofei, convinced of his own brilliance. As for Vados, Kampa mutters in indignation. Chapter 34, The Astonished Kampa. Lord Kampa, Vados scolds him. Kampa refrains from continuing his tirade. Here, he may spar with Beerus, but he must never provoke Vados, for she is his supervisor with the authority to discipline him. Most importantly, he knows he is no match for her. Should a real conflict arise, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Although Kampa feels somewhat impetuous today, he has not completely lost his reason. You truly are remarkably clever. Beerus extends his thumb in approval of Kampa. See, I told you I couldn't be deceived. Besides being the successor of the god of destruction, who else could possibly remain here? Kampa beams with pride, but soon realizes something is amiss. The gazes of everyone upon him resemble that of fools, and Kampa finally comprehends this. Jiang Xiaofei, taken aback by Kampa's extraordinary deduction, feels speechless. A successor of the god of destruction? One wonders what the god of destruction from Universe 6 is thinking. Though you may appear less than intelligent, your words have indeed sparked a thought in me. Beerus expresses gratitude toward Kampa. As the god of destruction of Universe 7, I have lived long enough. It is indeed time to find a successor for myself. And Jiang Xiaofei seems to be a commendable candidate. Beerus casts a reproving glance at Jiang Xiaofei. So he is not merely a successor of the god of destruction. Kampa finally realizes this. Not yet, but from this moment onward, he shall be, Beerus decides unilaterally, not bothering to seek Jiang Xiaofei's personal opinion. Jiang Xiaofei wishes to voice his thoughts, but a mere glance from Beerus makes him understand that he cannot disrupt the proceedings at this moment. Moreover, this is also Beerus's method of safeguarding himself. Very well. Quite good. Kampa feels a surge of indignation, sensing he has been played, yet whom could he vent his frustration upon at this juncture? Meanwhile, Vados, hearing Beerus's words and observing his gaze toward Jiang Xiaofei, becomes even more fervent. He has become the successor of the god of destruction. It seems the distance between us has narrowed. Lord Kampa, you might want to refrain from embarrassing yourself here. Perhaps you should focus on your delicacies instead. If it truly comes down to a battle of wits, you might find yourself at a severe disadvantage. Vados teases Kampa. Kampa, you have changed. You truly have changed. You were not like this before. Could it be, Sai? Kampa finds himself unable to express his grievances and must concede this time. Yet when Kampa considers softening his stance, he once again finds his resolve to prove his intellect. He devises a plan he finds exceedingly satisfactory. Since you claim he is the successor of the god of destruction, then his strength must be formidable. Why not let me test him in your stead? What do you think of this idea? Kampa proposes to Beerus, swelled with self-satisfaction. Beerus remains silent for a few moments, glancing at Jiang Xiaofei, seemingly in indecision. Fear not. I will hold back and not use my full strength initially. Doing so would take his life. And I am aware of my limits. Kampa encourages once more. With me here, you dare to take his life. Beerus asserts firmly. Since you are so interested, let a sparring match ensue. Beerus ultimately acquiesces to Kampa's proposal. The reason Beerus hesitated was to draw Kampa's attention. He too wished to ascertain Jiang Xiaofei's current level and whether he truly meets the criteria for a successor of the god of destruction. Truly a wise decision. Kampa expresses his approval of Beerus and then turns to Jiang Xiaofei. Come, let us engage in some sparring. Thus, as the protagonist, Jiang Xiaofei finds himself maneuvered by two gods of destruction with little room for resistance. The two arrive at a spacious area, maintaining a considerable distance apart. Lord Kampa, please exercise restraint. I shall be watching from here. Vados cautions Kampa, then turns to Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei, if you find yourself overwhelmed, do not hesitate to speak up. I will assist you at once. Thank you. Jiang Xiaofei expresses his gratitude to Vados, who beams with happiness. It is my duty. Hey, enough already. We are here to fight. Do you understand? Stop chattering. Kampa can no longer endure and unleashes his power, fists clenched, charging toward Jiang Xiaofei. Faced with Kampa's attack, Jiang Xiaofei immediately reacts, but the disparity between them remains glaringly apparent. Boom. The two fists collide, and Jiang Xiaofei's figure is sent hurtling backward, stabilizing himself only after several dozen meters. Not bad. To withstand a punch without falling, you should take pride in that. However, from here on, it will not be so comfortable, Kampa remarks with a tinge of annoyance. Lord Kampa, did you perhaps hit too hard? Vados prompts once more. Kampa is left exasperated. My dear Vados, this is a friendly spar. A bit of force is entirely acceptable. If you continue to interject, this match may very well come to a halt. Is that so? Then let us not fight. Vados' unexpected remark sends Kampa into a frenzy. Looking at Jiang Xiaofei, he feels puzzled by Vados' actions, even suspecting that perhaps this angel has developed affections for him. Otherwise, why would she consistently defend him? However, Jiang Xiaofei dares not voice this thought. If he has misinterpreted the situation, he could very well vanish from Universe 7 entirely. Jesting about angels as romantic interests is indeed living dangerously. Our battle has not yet concluded. This time, it was Jiang Xiaofei's turn to take the initiative. His entire being exuded a restrained aura, and he suddenly entered a state of transcendence, acutely aware of the subtle movements of every part of his body. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiaofei vanished, only to reappear right before Xiang Pa. Watching Jiang Xiaofei's actions, Xiang Pa was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that a mere human could reach such heights. Bang! Xiang Pa forcefully received a flying kick from Jiang Xiaofei, his figure being propelled backward several meters. Is this the Ultra Instinct? Xiang Pa had yet to recover from his astonishment, his gaze instinctively drifting toward Beerus and Whis, momentarily forgetting that he was still engaged in battle. Observing Xiang Pa's jaw-dropping expression, Beerus silently nodded in approval, reveling in his delight. Jiang Xiaofei's form reappeared, prompting Xiang Pa to react swiftly. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, exchanging blows with mutual injuries. Enough. Xiang Pa retreated, disengaging from the fight, feeling it had lost its appeal. He had intended to dominate Jiang Xiaofei and make him aware of his standing, while simultaneously warning him against any malicious intentions. However, it became evident that his lofty aspirations could not be fulfilled, as he realized he could not easily overpower Jiang Xiaofei. This human was undeniably a prodigy. Haha. Beerus could not contain himself, chuckling mischievously. It seemed he had finally earned his rightful place as a God of Destruction supplement. Chapter 35, The Super Dragon Balls. Watching the captivating scene unfold, Bardos was equally taken aback. She had already placed considerable value on Jiang Xiaofei, but witnessing him engage in battle against Xiang Pa using an imperfect grasp of the Ultra Instinct filled her heart with exhilaration, further affirming her discerning eye. Jiang Xiaofei's momentum waned, the state of Ultra Instinct dissipating. Through this encounter with Xiang Pa, he had gleaned invaluable insights, and after enduring Xiang Pa's onslaught, the system feedback was remarkably positive. His strength had undoubtedly progressed significantly. If he were to face Xiang Pa again, he felt confident in his ability to endure longer. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei was acutely aware that he remained no match for a God of Destruction. Xiang Pa had not employed the full extent of Ultra Instinct during their confrontation. His cessation of hostilities was merely a whim. Beerus, you truly have stumbled upon a treasure, Xiang Pa remarked, a tinge of envy lurking beneath his words. Haha. Thankfully. Beerus feigned humility, though his inner joy was uncontainable. This time, he had certainly gained considerable face in front of Xiang Pa. Do not be too pleased with yourself. I believe there exist individuals of similar caliber within my universe. I simply have yet to discover them. Xiang Pa offered an excuse to salvage some dignity. Oh, then I genuinely look forward to that day, at which point we can summon that warrior and savor the culinary delights of Earth together. Beerus stated, deliberately emphasizing the notion of Earth's cuisine. Xiang Pa, perceptive enough, grasped Beerus's insinuation. Even when composed, his intellect occasionally shone through. Beerus, are you bold enough to engage in a cosmic competition with me? After a brief pause, new ideas began to surface in his mind. A cosmic competition? Do elaborate. Beerus expressed a hint of interest, as he found himself exceedingly bored while awake. And any prospect of amusement was welcome. Quite simple, really. You gather some warriors from the 7th universe, and I shall procure a few from the 6th universe. We can arrange a competition between them to see which side emerges victorious. Xiang Pa laid out his proposal. Sounds promising, though it seems to lack a touch of excitement. Beerus voiced his agreement. Ha ha ha. I share your sentiment, thus to enhance the competition's allure. Let us stipulate that the winning side shall gain control over Earth's dominion in the 7th universe. What do you think? Xiangpa's intentions were laid bare. Yet he maintained a stoic facade. Oh, is that so? But do you not feel that, in doing so, our 7th universe might end up at a disadvantage? The astute Beerus could certainly detect the loophole in Xiangpa's proposition. Is it? Xiangpa feigned ignorance. Heh, do you truly think me a fool? Earth is inherently part of our 7th universe. Why would we wager it? Moreover, it seems you have yet to present any earnest offer from your side. What do you 6th universe intend to exchange? Beerus was forthright. This left Xiangpa pondering. He had indeed coveted Earth's treasures. Yet he possessed no noteworthy planets to offer in return. If we lose this competition, I shall reveal to you my true purpose for coming to your universe. TCH. I am genuinely uninterested. Beerus shot Xiangpa a dismissive glance. No, you will be. If I disclose my purpose, you will undoubtedly be intrigued, Xiangpa asserted confidently. Oh, is that so? Seeing your unwavering confidence piques my interest. However, if you do not reveal your purpose, I shall never agree to this competition. Beerus adhered to his principles. To acquiesce without further ado would render him a fool akin to Xiangpa Whis. Bring me the instant noodles. After all this talk, Beerus found himself hungry again. Turning to Whis with a casual demeanor. Of course, Lord Beerus. Whis promptly produced a bucket of instant noodles from his staff's orb. Beerus poured boiling water into the noodles, covered them, and after 5 minutes, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, tempting everyone present to take a bite. Xiangpa, glancing at the noodles on the table, felt an overwhelming urge to snatch them, though he retained enough composure to restrain himself. As Beerus lifted the lid, a rich fragrance enveloped the room. Xiangpa's gaze fixated on the noodles in Beerus's hand. Beerus deftly speared a strand with a fork, gently placing it in his mouth, followed by a hearty slurp that awakened his taste buds with an explosion of bliss. I cannot bear it any longer. Whis, do you have any more? Can you bring me another bucket? Xiangpa implored, his eyes brimming with sincerity and yearning. Well, Whis feigned difficulty. You wish to eat instant noodles? Beerus feigned ignorance. Well aware of the answer, Xiangpa nodded fervently. Very well, but only if you disclose your purpose first. Then, I shall allow you to savor the taste of instant noodles, Beerus stated his terms. All right. Unable to resist the allure of the delicious food, Xiangpa acquiesced. Bardos, having seen through the entire exchange, merely shook her head gently. Both Xiangpa and Beerus were gods of destruction, brothers even, yet in matters of intellect. Xiangpa ultimately fell short of Beerus. In truth, my visit to the 7th universe is to seek the Super Dragon Balls. Xiangpa revealed his objective. Now, can I have my noodles? Super Dragon Balls. Beerus pondered, before instructing Whis. Give him a bucket of instant noodles. Upon receiving the noodles from Whis, Xiangpa imitated Beerus's earlier actions, allowing them to soak for 5 minutes before indulging. Are you referring to the Super Dragon Balls created by the Dragon God Zalama? Beerus inquired once more. Receiving an affirmative nod from Xiangpa, who was engrossed in his noodles, he continued to contemplate. Zampa placed the instant noodles into his mouth. An overwhelming sensation that tantalized his taste buds surged through him, his face radiating sheer happiness, seemingly causing him to forget all his previous frustrations. Such a delectable treat. Could it truly originate from that planet called Earth? While indulging in his meal, Zampa inquired, his mouth full of noodles swaying about. Indeed, Beerus replied, beaming with pride. If you are interested, our competition shall continue, but there must be stakes involved. I shall wager Earth, while you shall stake your collected Super Dragon Balls. What say you? Beerus, do you take me for a fool? Why should I relinquish the Dragon Balls I painstakingly acquired? Zampa retorted, a frown adorning his face. If I were to gather all the Super Dragon Balls, I could easily wish for the creation of an Earth. Why would I come here to seize yours? Oh, I see. In that case, there is no need for a contest. Besides, you probably haven't even gathered all your Super Dragon Balls yet. And judging by your appearance, the Super Dragon Balls must also exist in my 7th universe. Thus, I can only issue you an eviction notice. As for the Super Dragon Balls of the 7th universe, I fear you shall have no chance of acquiring them, Beerus declared, exuding confidence as he had Zampa firmly in his grasp. Watching Beerus' smug expression, Zampa felt a surge of anger rising within him. From the very beginning, he had been the one ensnared in a trap. Chapter 36, An Angel in Love with You. Zampa suddenly felt like a jester. Ever since arriving in the 7th universe, he had failed to find the Super Dragon Balls and instead encountered Beerus and Whis. Upon reaching the realm of the destroyers, although Zampa had savored culinary delights he had never encountered before, such exquisite food did not exist in the 6th universe. In other words, once he departed this place, he would never again taste such delectable dishes. He had anticipated a wager with Beerus, a cosmic contest. Yet time and again he found himself outplayed by Beerus, who had uncovered his carefully laid plans. Most critically, it was Bados who, upon her visit to the realm of the destroyers, had inexplicably developed feelings for a mere mortal. though she acknowledged that the mortal was strong and possessed great potential. How could Bados possibly harbor affections for a human? Zampa was baffled. For Zampa, this was truly a dreadful day, yet having reached this juncture, to further his own plans, he must make some concessions or compromises. Humph, Beerus, you treacherous scoundrel. Zampa exclaimed in frustration, you have ensnared me time and again. Haha, Zampa, how can you say that? It is plainly your own foolishness. How could you accuse me of deceiving you? Furthermore, everything I stated is indeed factual, Beerus replied, observing Zampa with keen interest. For millennia, it was the first time Beerus had witnessed Zampa suffer such misfortune. Indeed, he had to thank Jiang Xiaofei and his companions for this turn of events. Regardless, this match must take place. Earth is mine. And so too are the Super Dragon Balls. Zampa declared, his frustration mounting. By saying this, you have agreed to my proposal, wagering your Super Dragon Balls? Beerus thought to himself, elated at the prospect of acquiring the Super Dragon Balls from Zampa. Do not revel too soon. Victory is not yet guaranteed. Do you think you are the only one with a master of Ultra Instinct in your midst? Zampa shot a glance at Jiang Xiaofei, a hint of menace in his eyes. Haha, so it appears there exists a master of Ultra Instinct in the 6th universe as well. This makes the fight even more enticing. Beerus was filled with confidence in Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and Vegeta, believing that even if the 6th universe did possess a master of Ultra Instinct, could they match the likes of Jiang Xiaofei? The odds were nearly zero. As long as Jiang Xiaofei entered the fray, victory for the 7th universe was assured, for Beerus had recognized Jiang Xiaofei's extraordinary nature. Let us await the outcome with bated breath, Zampa replied, a cunning smile gracing his face. Indeed, it was worth the anticipation. With the assistance of Whis and Bados, the two destroyers simplified the arrangements regarding the number of participants and the venue for the competition between the two universes. After their discussions, Zampa prepared to return to the 6th universe to seek out candidates for the competition. Bados, we must return. Zampa called out to her. Must we leave so soon? Bados replied, reluctant to depart, feeling that she had just arrived and had yet to converse with Jiang Xiaofei. Are we really leaving in such haste? Otherwise, what? Shall we spend the new year here? Let us not forget the agreement we just made for the competition. Zampa felt exasperated with the angel. He was well aware of Bados's thoughts. How about you leave first, Lord Zampa? I wish to linger here a little longer, after all. It has been many years since I last saw Brother Whis. Leaving so abruptly tugs at my heartstrings. Bados expressed her desire to stay while also explaining her reasons. Zampa scrutinized Bados, attempting to discern the true intent of the angel. Bados, do not provoke my ire further, nor forget your duty. If I depart, and you remain here, you are neglecting your responsibilities. I trust the Omni King will not be lenient with you. Zampa felt a headache coming on, having to invoke the Omni King to exert pressure on Bados. Upon hearing the name of the Omni King, Bados' gaze dimmed. While she could disregard Zampa's opinions, the Omni King was a formidable entity she could not afford to underestimate. Casting a glance at Whis and Jiang Xiaofei, Bados felt an ache in her heart, yet ultimately chose to leave, for if the Omni King learned of these matters, the repercussions would not only befall her, but could also implicate Jiang Xiaofei. After all, the Omni King's actions were notoriously unpredictable. Watching Bados reluctantly return to his side, Zampa sighed deeply. Indeed, women in love seem to possess but a single-minded nature. Yet he was grateful for his own capabilities. After securing some earthly delicacies from Whis, under Bados' guidance, Zampa finally left this place that had caused him such sorrow. After bidding farewell to Zampa and Bados, Beerus turned his attention to Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and Vegeta. You heard our previous conversation. This upcoming competition is not merely a trivial sparring match, but one that could determine the fate of Earth. If you fail to secure victory, you may find yourselves unable to remain in the Earth universe any longer. The future of Earth rests entirely in your hands, Beerus spoke with solemnity. In truth, he felt a pang of concern. Should Jiang Xiaofei inadvertently lose, he would have to plead with Zampa for a taste of Earth's culinary delights. At that moment, he would undoubtedly endure Zampa's mockery and disdain, and the mere thought of it felt like the sky was collapsing around him. Shaking his head, Beerus banished those troubling thoughts. Such a scenario must not come to pass. Are you not being rather reckless? Jiang Xiaofei addressed Beerus. To so carelessly gamble with Earth seems rather excessive. Haha. It appears you have yet to comprehend your position. In the 7th universe, I, Beerus, am the absolute deity. Every planet within the universe belongs to me, including Earth. If you wish for Earth to be free, then strive to win this match. Beerus replied without hesitation. Jiang Xiaofei refrained from further speech, merely casting a glance at his companions, Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Sun Wukong appeared exceedingly exhilarated, for he would soon engage in a contest with formidable beings from other universes, an unparalleled battle that ignited his fervor at merely the thought of it. Vegeta, while exhibiting a semblance of calm, nevertheless bore an expression brimming with aspiration. Sighing softly, Jiang Xiaofei lamented the fact that his two companions were undoubtedly battle maniacs, willing to undertake anything as long as it involved combat and self-improvement. You need not worry about Earth. Instead, it would be wise to concern yourself with your own fate. Beerus remarked to Jiang Xiaofei, who found himself somewhat bewildered, questioning if he had committed some error. What is it, Lord Beerus? Jiang Xiaofei asked, feeling a twinge of trepidation. If Beerus had uttered such words, it could not bode well. Have you not noticed? Beerus inquired, a hint of surprise in his tone. Noticed what? The angel, Bados, harbors feelings for you. Surely, her affections are evident. Beerus expressed, thoroughly impressed by Jiang Xiaofei's obliviousness. Surely not. She is an angel. How could she possibly be enamored with an inconspicuous mortal like myself? Is there some error in your judgment, Lord Beerus? Jiang Xiaofei exclaimed in disbelief. Should you doubt my words, you may inquire with Whis, Beerus replied dismissively. Whis merely nodded in silent agreement, adding, otherwise, do you think Kampa would have targeted you? Reflecting on past events, Jiang Xiaofei realized the truth in this statement, feeling a tumult of emotions within. What must it feel like to be admired by an angel? Chapter 37, Frisia's Army, Earth in Crisis. Jiang Xiaofei had not been in the Dragon Ball universe for long, yet he possessed a fundamental understanding of its lore. The god of destruction is, without question, the sovereign of the cosmos, ranking even above the Kaioshians, with powers that far exceed theirs. Angels, dedicated to serving the gods of destruction, are themselves more powerful than their masters. Moreover, there exist beings of even greater strength beyond the angels. Now, having been informed that an angel harbors affection for him, Jiang Xiaofei could hardly contain his astonishment. Yet, such matters lie beyond his control. While he found Bados to be a beauty, aligning with his aesthetic preferences, an insurmountable chasm separated them. Furthermore, Jiang Xiaofei was in a relationship, albeit one that might never resume. The prospect of him quickly transferring his affections elsewhere was utterly implausible. The sole silver lining was that Bados had yet to confess her feelings, suggesting there remained a chance for resolution. Perhaps once Bados returned to Universe 6, she would soon forget him. You truly are a fortunate fellow. Beerus mused, marveling at the myriad surprises Jiang Xiaofei brought forth. Even a celestial being such as an angel seemed powerless to resist his allure. Lord Beerus, do not jest. I am but a mere mortal. How could Bados ever take a liking to someone such as I? If it is indeed true, it must merely be a fleeting curiosity that she will soon forget. Jiang Xiaofei scratched his head, perplexed. Listening to Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus nodded in quiet agreement, recognizing the validity in his words. An entity like Bados would naturally not be inclined to remain alongside an ordinary human. Indeed, you possess a fundamental understanding, he affirmed. Now, focus your energies on training. Prepare for the impending battle. We must demonstrate to Kampa and the inhabitants of Universe 6 that our Universe 7 is not to be trifled with, Beerus declared with fervor, leaving the selection of other participants to himself and Whis. Sun Wukong, brimming with enthusiasm, resumed his intense training, eagerly anticipating the day of the competition. Vegeta shared a similar sentiment, and the duo trained with heightened diligence in the realm of the god of destruction. Jiang Xiaofei, too, was not idle. He deepened his mastery over Ki, becoming adept not only in the Kamehameha technique, but also making strides with the spirit bomb. Regrettably, he struggled with the Kaioken technique, perhaps due to the influence of the system, as he felt no increase in power when attempting to wield it. Ultimately, Jiang Xiaofei was compelled to relinquish the Kaioken, a technique that could have significantly augmented his abilities. From time to time, they would challenge Beerus, who remained the strongest among them individually. However, when the three united, even Beerus found himself exerting considerable effort to contend with them. After each skirmish, they felt that surpassing Beerus was within their grasp. The stimulation provided by the trio seemed to spur Beerus into private training as well, harboring a fear that one among them might surpass him, particularly Jiang Xiaofei, who had the potential to truly eclipse him. Yet, Beerus wished for that day to arrive slowly. Although Beerus's training did not match the intensity of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, his progress was nonetheless swift. Where he once struggled with the Ultra Instinct technique, he now grasped its principles and, with diligent practice, he would soon master it entirely. Observing Beerus's advancement, Whis felt immense satisfaction. Each enhancement in Beerus's abilities signified an increase in his own longevity. Most importantly, the once lethargic Beerus, who spent his days sleeping, eating, or annihilating planets, seemed to have discovered a purpose worth pursuing. As Whis watched Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta, he found himself increasingly fond of them. There was a unique charm about their camaraderie. Their presence had introduced him not only to previously untried cuisines, but also provided Beerus with companions, infusing his existence with newfound significance. However, Beerus would never openly acknowledge such a sentiment. As time passed, and through their continuous sparring, the bond among the four grew ever deeper, with Beerus now considering the trio as potential successors. As for who would ultimately become the true god of destruction, That remained a matter of fate. In Universe 6, God of Destruction Kampa had returned, and seeing the still smitten Bados, his mood lifted considerably. Bados, do you still harbor feelings for that mortal? Kampa inquired persistently. Lord Kampa, perhaps you should focus on your own affairs. If we lose this upcoming tournament, you will not be able to protect your Super Dragon Balls. Bados attempted to divert the conversation. I am well aware, however. I remain curious as to how you could be enamored with a mere mortal. Is there not a man in our Universe 6 who resembles Jiang Xiaofei? Kampa's words once again provoked Bados. Bados's eyes lit up. There indeed existed such a possibility. Yet, she mused that even if she encountered someone akin to Jiang Xiaofei, she doubted she would ever experience the same feelings as when she first met him. Lord Kampa, you should quickly seek out powerful allies. Otherwise, you are destined to lose this time. Let us wait and see. Kampa retorted, sensing that he had merely conjured an illusion, while Bados remained ensnared in her infatuation. In the vast expanse of the 7th universe, around a planet on the fringes of the Milky Way, an array of formidable figures stood, each exuding an air of menace akin to seasoned debt collectors, their presence more intimidating than ever before. Within the confines of a spacecraft, Sorb gazed at the distant cerulean orb, a wicked grin spreading across his face. My lord, ahead lies Earth, the very place where your intended target has been honing their skills. At long last, the day has arrived. After 4 grueling months of training, I feel my strength has reached its zenith. Even against Majin Buu, I am confident I could defeat him in a single blow. Now, it is time to deal with you insufferable Saiyans. Frieza stood atop the spacecraft, his eyes fixated on the Azure planet, igniting within him a desire to obliterate it. The moment the spaceship touched down, Frieza unleashed his aura, causing his subordinates to tremble in fear. His objective was to lure the Saiyans residing on Earth. If the 2 Saiyans who had bested him were still present, it would only serve his delight. In the midst of his own training, Piccolo immediately sensed an unusual aura, thick with murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he pursued the source. Upon arrival, he was met with a collection of both familiar and unfamiliar faces, the Frieza Force. Chapter 38, The Death of Piccolo. As Piccolo's gaze fell upon the figure seated upon the throne, beads of sweat began to trickle down his brow. The oppressive presence emanating from that figure was overwhelming, particularly the piercing gaze that Piccolo could not bring himself to meet. Frieza. His heart raced. In his memory, Frieza had been slain, yet the being before him was unmistakably Frieza himself. With Piccolo's arrival, others soon followed. Gohan, Krillin, Tien, and even Master Roshi, all drawn by the same ominous energy. Upon witnessing their adversary, they were collectively taken aback, for they had all witnessed Frieza's demise. Oh ho ho! You all arrived rather swiftly. Frieza's sinister laughter echoed. Where's Goku? Has he sensed my presence and cowered in fear? Frieza wore a haughty expression. Frieza, are you not overconfident? Have you forgotten how you met your end? Despite his overwhelming shock, Piccolo endeavored to display fortitude. You are a Namekian, a friend of Goku. Since Goku is absent, you shall serve as my target. Frieza spoke without a hint of restraint. As the sovereign of the universe, Frieza had endured a stifling existence in hell. After 4 months of relentless training upon his return, he was finally poised for vengeance, only to discover that his primary foes were not present. How could he not be enraged? To commemorate my grand return, let us commence with a fireworks display. With that declaration, Frieza extended a finger, conjuring a purple orb radiating with destructive power, pointing it towards a nearby city. Stop! Piccolo shouted in an attempt to intervene. But it was too late. The orb sped forth, illuminating the surroundings before it impacted the city with a blinding flash. Boom! The explosion resonated throughout the city, casting a brilliant light upon every face. Frieza! Piccolo and Gohan roared in outrage, their fear of Frieza intensifying. It was evident that Frieza's recent display of power far exceeded that of his previous incarnation. They understood that this resurrected Frieza had grown significantly stronger. Oh ho ho! What a spectacular sight! It has been far too long since I have witnessed such a captivating scene. Frieza's malevolent voice rang out as he surveyed the city engulfed in radiance. The fireworks have concluded. Now, let the true revenge begin. Since Goku is absent, I shall turn my wrath upon you. He smirked. Rest assured, once I have dealt with you, I will spare Earth for Goku's eventual return. I believe it won't be long before he comes to join you. Frieza. Gohan stepped forward, intent on attacking, but was halted by Piccolo. Wait. I will confront him first. You all focus on contacting Goku. Piccolo instructed. Gohan nodded, dialing Bulma's number, for she was their only hope of reaching Whis and summoning Goku and the others back swiftly. As Piccolo ascended from the ground, he declared, Frieza, you shall regret your choice to seek vengeance on Earth. You dare challenge Lord Frieza? You are gravely mistaken. Stepped forward Tagoma, Frieza's loyal subordinate. Who are you? Piccolo inquired. Tagoma, brimming with arrogance, replied, I am Tagoma, a key lieutenant of Lord Frieza. Allow me to demonstrate the terror of Frisia's might. He charged at Piccolo, who heightened his energy in response to the impending assault. Bam! The two collided, producing a thunderous sound. In that brief encounter, Piccolo felt Tagoma's formidable strength. Piccolo quickened his pace, augmenting his power. Haha, save your efforts, you are no match for me. Tagoma taunted. You talk too much. Piccolo retaliated, launching another punch. Yet this time Tagoma effortlessly blocked it. With a firm grasp, Tagoma held Piccolo's fist, rendering him unable to withdraw. Slowly, Tagoma raised his other hand, poised to strike down upon Piccolo's arm. Piccolo cried out in agony, swiftly retreating back to Gohan's side. Observing the severed limb in Tagoma's grasp, unease washed over the group. If Frisia's minion was so powerful, how formidable must Frieza himself be? Especially Krillin, who, now sporting a bald head, found himself overwhelmed by memories of their previous encounter with Frieza, sweat trickling down his brow as fear consumed him, robbing him of the courage to even face Frieza. Enduring the excruciating pain, Piccolo utilized his regenerative abilities to grow a new arm. Tagoma, you took far too long to deal with a mere lackey. Frieza's voice rang out, directing his ire at Tagoma. My apologies, Lord Frieza. I shall conclude this battle at once. Tagoma hastily replied, apologizing to Frieza. It seems I must accelerate my pace. Tagoma began, but before he could finish, a horrific scream escaped him, one that surpassed even Piccolo's earlier cries. Tagoma was sent flying, clutching his lower body, trembling uncontrollably. After 4 months of rigorous training, his body had become more resilient than steel, and even Piccolo's assault had barely grazed him. However, it was evident that his lower body had not received the same level of training. The group turned to see the one who had attacked Tagoma, Gotenks. Hey, are you planning to destroy Earth? Did you consult me, the invincible Gotenks? As he spoke, Gotenks transformed, splitting into 2 diminutive versions of himself. Frieza's gaze fell upon the 2 small figures that had appeared before him, his expression contorting with disbelief. In those 2 children, Frieza saw the reflections of Goku and Trunks. This time he arrived on Earth solely to seek out these 2 individuals, yet he found them embodied in 2 children. Science. Haha, how intriguing. I am now 1 step closer to my vengeance. Goten, Trunks. Bulma summoned them to her side. Truly useless, wasting my precious time. Frieza seemed to have lost some of his patience. A brilliant flash ignited from his fingertip, slicing through the air towards Gohan. Gohan! Piccolo yelled, shoving Gohan aside, his own body exposed to Frieza's deadly beam. In the next instant, the ray pierced through him, and Piccolo's body could no longer withstand the assault, collapsing to the ground. His breath growing faint. Piccolo! Uncle Piccolo! Chapter 39, The Wrath of Gohan, The Return of the Trio. Oh ho ho! With such meager power, you dare to boast before me? You are utterly oblivious to your insignificance. Observing Piccolo lying on the ground, breath dwindling, Frieza wore a sinister grin. Krillin could no longer move, paralyzed by fear, trapped within Frieza's grasp. Son Gohan cradled Piccolo, his heart aflame with fury and anguish. But the current Gohan was no longer the fearless warrior he once was. His once boundless potential had long been exhausted. Faced with the overwhelming might of Frieza, Gohan understood all too well that he stood no chance against him. Even with his uncle Piccolo gravely injured because of him, he could not seek immediate retribution. For before Frieza, he was merely a weakling. Gohan, be strong. In his dire condition, Piccolo still expressed concern for Gohan. Do not attempt to challenge Frieza. You are no match for him. Find a way to bring your father back. Only when Goku returns can you survive, and Earth can be saved. After uttering these words, Piccolo's faint breath could no longer sustain him, and ultimately, he closed his eyes in Gohan's embrace. No, Uncle Piccolo, wake up, please don't sleep. Gohan's anguished cries tugged at the heartstrings. Yet Piccolo could no longer hear Gohan's desperate calls. What a profoundly moving scene. Fear not. I shall not allow him to depart in solitude. Soon you shall be reunited, albeit in hell. The thought of hell twisted Frieza's expression, recalling moments he wished to forget. Gohan gently laid Piccolo on the ground, straightened his spine, and with eyes ablaze, he fixated on Frieza upon the throne. If looks could kill, Frieza would have already met his demise. What a delightful expression. At this very moment, do you wish to slay me, to avenge your Uncle Piccolo? Come now. I am right here. Come and kill me. Frieza's arrogance was palpable, yet at this moment, he seemed to possess the means to back it up. Look behind you at your companions. They are already paralyzed with fear. How pitiful. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Frieza's eyes, as if his revenge had lost a part of its thrill. Listening to Frieza's taunts, Krillin and Tien Shinhan found themselves unable to retort. Their confidence had been shattered in the face of Frieza, watching helplessly as Piccolo perished before them. Frieza, today, I shall avenge my Uncle Piccolo. Gohan's desperate roar resonated, shaking the very souls around him. Krillin and Tien Shinhan could certainly feel Gohan's fury, reminiscent of the last time he was so enraged when his father was defeated by Cell. Oh, it's igniting. Indeed, It seems your Uncle Piccolo has fully awakened your potential. Should I kill a few more people to heighten your spirits? Frieza showed no concern for Gohan's fury. Frieza, I will kill you. Buzzing, Gohan was consumed by rage. Emanating the feral aura of a Saiyan, his power soaring. Super Saiyan. Haha, how amusing. Let me see how far you can ascend. Frieza did not impede Gohan's transformation, but rather observed with keen interest, seemingly awaiting Gohan's ultimate eruption. In the God of Destruction's realm, Jiang Xiaofei and Goku continued their battle. Now, Goku, in his Super Saiyan Blue state, was capable of stable output, further enhanced by Kaioken, elevating his power to a new echelon. Nearby, Vegeta and Whis were also observing the clash. Whis sensed someone calling for him, and so he produced his staff, which emitted a brilliant light, revealing Bulma's anxious visage. At that moment, Bulma appeared somewhat frantic, her expression dazed. The scene within the staff shifted, and from its orb, Vegeta glimpsed Piccolo lying on the ground. Alongside a sweating Krillin and Tien Shinhan, and Gohan, transformed into a Super Saiyan out of sheer rage. Finally, the scene within the staff froze on a figure seated upon a throne, Frieza. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, uttering that name. Jiang Xiaofei, Goku, cease your fighting. Earth is in peril. Vegeta called out to the two engaged in combat. Jiang Xiaofei and Goku halted, their gazes drawn to the scene within the staff. Especially upon seeing Piccolo and the enraged Gohan, igniting Goku's fury. Whis, quickly, transport us back to Earth. Goku urged, anxious, uncertain of Frieza's next move. The journey back to Earth would take half an hour. Your instant transmission is far more practical. Whis expressed his thoughts. Indeed, overwhelmed by rage, Goku took several deep breaths. Striving to regain his composure, he placed his hand upon his forehead, endeavoring to sense the energy on Earth. After multiple attempts, Goku finally detected the surging energy of Gohan. Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta placed their hands on Goku's shoulders, and in the next moment, they vanished, reappearing on Earth. At the instant Goku materialized, the exhausted Gohan had already begun to fade, his body wilting, supported by the arriving Goku. Upon seeing Goku, Gohan felt an overwhelming urge to weep. I'm sorry, Dad. You need not blame yourself. You have done remarkably well. Leave the rest to us, Goku reassured, patting Gohan's shoulder. Approaching Piccolo, Goku once again utilized instant transmission to relocate him, before turning to face the ever-anticipating Frieza. Haha, Goku, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, you might have found that none here remained for you to meet. Frieza glared at his most despised adversary, grinding his teeth. Hey, Frieza, if you seek revenge, come at me. Why torment them? Goku appeared notably calm, undeterred by Piccolo's death. Torment? I would not say that. I merely seek to pass the time. They simply add a touch of amusement to my vengeance, nothing more. In Frieza's eyes, everyone present was insignificant. His sole anticipation lay in the battle with Goku. Oh, is that not Prince Vegeta? As my former servant, you should pay your respects upon seeing your king. Frieza's tone dripped with sarcasm, leaving his intentions shrouded in mystery. Frieza, you would do well to depart quietly, or you shall surely regret it. Vegeta maintained his haughty demeanor. Haha. I never expected you to dare speak to me in such a manner now. It seems you have forgotten the past. Frieza, while speaking, let his fingers move once again, this time targeting Jiang Xiaofei, who stood beside Vegeta. Chapter 40, Frieza's Little Trick. A sphere pulsating with the aura of annihilation erupted from the tips of Frieza's fingers, hurtling towards Jiang Xiaofei with alarming speed. Not once did Frieza's gaze flicker towards Jiang Xiaofei. All his attention was fixated on Vegeta and Son Goku. In Frieza's estimation, among all the Earthlings present, only Son Goku and Vegeta posed any real threat to him, while the others were mere insignificant insects, expendable fodder. Vegeta observed Frieza's actions without intervening, a secret glee bubbling within him. He had never anticipated that Frieza's first target would be Jiang Xiaofei. After all, among the three of them, Son Goku had previously defeated Frieza, and Vegeta had a history of rebellion against him. Jiang Xiaofei, however, bore no personal enmity towards Frieza. The two had never crossed paths. Yet, in his obstinate arrogance, Frieza chose to strike at Jiang Xiaofei first. Aside from the smile gracing Vegeta's lips, he exhibited no further reaction. He did not believe that Frieza's simple onslaught could extinguish Jiang Xiaofei's life. Could Frieza's strike possibly surpass that of a god of destruction? That was certainly implausible. As he noticed that neither Vegeta nor Son Goku showed any intention of intervening, Frieza found the situation even more amusing. Slightly redirecting his gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei, an astonishing scene unfolded before Frieza's eyes. The blow that had effortlessly pierced through Piccolo collided with Jiang Xiaofei's body, sending him hurtling backward. Yet, the fierce energy sphere did not breach his form. After sliding several dozen meters across the ground, Jiang Xiaofei regained his footing. He felt a twinge of pain at the location of his heart, but that was the extent of it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a critical hit point. Once stabilized, Jiang Xiaofei looked skyward at Frieza, then propelled himself upward with a burst of speed, appearing before Frieza in an instant. Without uttering a word, Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a flurry of punches, each one imbued with overwhelming force, striking Frieza squarely in the face. Following that, he executed a powerful kick that sent Frieza tumbling from his throne. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Frieza's subordinates in disbelief. As if caught in a dream, Vegeta found the scene somewhat amusing. A being like Frieza was bound to stumble one day. Why provoke anyone, especially the strongest among them? Frieza was undoubtedly a genius, yet even he had to concede to the likes of Jiang Xiaofei. Why provoke me of all people? Jiang Xiaofei mused, fixing his gaze on Frieza from a distance. After enduring Jiang Xiaofei's rapid-fire assaults, Frieza began to regard this individual with newfound seriousness. Otherwise, he risked incurring his own downfall. Ho ho ho. It seems my revenge will become increasingly delightful, Frieza declared, his aura intensifying as he prepared to return the favor to Jiang Xiaofei. Suddenly, a figure obstructed Frieza's line of sight, golden energy swirling around, causing the surrounding air to crackle. Frieza, your opponent is me. It was none other than Son Goku. Haha. Look who has finally arrived, Son Goku. I thought you would wait until I had dealt with them all before making your move. Frieza laughed heartily. Enough with the nonsense. Frieza, since you have been revived, why not simply live as a decent being? Why must you seek trouble? Son Goku's voice was cold, revealing his effort to suppress his fury. Wow, I seem to have heard the grandest of jokes. Son Goku, during my absence, you haven't become foolish from training, have you? You think you can ask a cosmic emperor to behave? Is your brain made of mush? Frieza remarked with feigned interest. Previously, you had no choice. Now you're still obstinate. Don't blame me for not granting you any opportunities. Son Goku's aura surged. Very well. I am eager to see just how much you have improved during this time, Frieza replied, fully ignited with excitement. For Son Goku was the only opponent who truly mattered to him. To force Son Goku into submission and then eliminate him would be a most exquisite triumph. Jiang Xiaofei. Just watch. Son Goku called over his shoulder. Jiang Xiaofei nodded, drawing in a deep breath as he returned to the ground, standing shoulder to shoulder with Vegeta. Who do you think will win this battle? Jiang Xiaofei asked, feigning ignorance. Who else but us? Vegeta replied, brimming with confidence. Although Frieza had returned and grown stronger than before, their training in the realm of the gods of destruction had elevated them to heights beyond Frieza's imagination. Vegeta explained. Yet there remained an air of blind confidence in his words. Indeed, that makes sense. Jiang Xiaofei concurred. He understood that even if Frieza transformed into his golden form, he could never match Super Saiyan Blue Goku, especially with the two of them standing beside him, ensuring an overwhelming advantage. Unfortunately, Frieza remained oblivious to this reality. With a mighty roar, Frieza transformed, his purple aura swirling around him as the two unsightly horns atop his head vanished, and his physique grew taller and more robust. His purple dome glimmered under the sunlight, radiating an innate malevolence. Son Goku, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Frieza initiated the assault, launching a white fist aimed squarely at Son Goku's face. Son Goku clenched his fists tightly, dodging while simultaneously counterattacking. Bang! Frieza, caught off guard, failed to withstand Son Goku's blow. Frieza's expression twisted with rage as he quickened his strikes, but Son Goku continued to evade with ease. Indeed, you have made significant progress. However, do you truly believe this is sufficient to defeat me? Naive. Frieza boasted from his lofty pedestal, looking down at Son Goku. Let me give you a little excitement. With that, Frieza conjured a luminous sphere in his palm, launching it towards Krillin below. Krillin, paralyzed by fear, could do nothing but scream as the energy sphere hurtled toward him. Krillin. Son Goku swiftly turned, utilizing instant transmission to appear before Krillin, deflecting Frieza's energy sphere. The sphere collided with a nearby mountain, erupting in a thunderous explosion of debris. Both Krillin and Son Goku inhaled deeply, relieved to be alive. Frieza, you claim to be the emperor of the universe, yet you resort to such petty tricks. Is that amusing to you? Son Goku's anger flared, astounded by Frieza's despicable actions. Oh, Son Goku, you failed to pique my interest. I must resort to these means to awaken your potential. Frieza offered a flimsy excuse. Moreover, I am the emperor of the universe, born to rule over it. I naturally disregard trivialities. Those who perish at the hands of the great Frieza are simply fortunate. Despicable and shameless. Son Goku was incensed by Frieza's words, escalating his attacks and denying Frieza any opportunity to strike at those below. Yes, now this is more like it. You have consistently suppressed your true potential. How can you expect to satisfy my thirst for excitement? Let us hasten our pace. Chapter 41, Golden Frieza. Observing Frieza's series of antics, Vegeta stood on the ground, shaking his head in disbelief. This Frieza truly has a penchant for self-destruction, Jiang Xiaofei couldn't help but exclaim. In his earlier days of watching Dragon Ball, he merely viewed Frieza as despicable and unscrupulous, willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals. However, upon entering the Dragon Ball universe, especially after acquiring immense power, Frieza's behavior now appeared nothing short of suicidal. Humph, if he insists on courting death, then let him perish here today. As Vegeta spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the figures of Frieza and Goku. Previously, he had been subjected to Frieza's dominance. But as time passed, particularly after befriending Goku, he realized that Frieza was not as formidable as he once believed. Moreover, Goku had previously triumphed over Frieza. Although Frieza had significantly strengthened since then, who among them had not grown stronger? For Vegeta, he felt entirely capable of overpowering Frieza. However, he chose to refrain from intervening in the battle between Goku and Frieza, opting instead to observe, ever wary of Frieza's underhanded tactics. In the sky above, two figures moved with incredible speed, the sounds of their battle echoing around them, as Goku and Frieza engaged in a particularly fierce confrontation. To the untrained eye, the combatants were but flashes of lightning against the bright sky, their collisions generating friction in the air. Boom! With a resounding crash, Goku faltered, unable to anticipate Frieza's maneuver, sending his body hurtling towards the ground. Centered around Goku, the earth crumbled, creating a massive crater with cracks radiating outward. Useless, Vegeta exclaimed, observing Goku's predicament. Despite his high hopes for Goku, witnessing him lose to Frieza was something Vegeta could hardly accept. The term useless slipped from his lips as a natural reaction. Jiang Xiaofei, standing nearby, felt a sense of exasperation, yet he had grown accustomed to Vegeta's disparaging remarks about Goku. Undoubtedly, Vegeta cared deeply for his comrade, a fact beyond dispute. Rising from the ground, Goku gazed up at the radiant Frieza in the sky. Well, impressive. Frieza, I never anticipated your power had escalated to such heights. It seems you have been putting in the effort. Hearing Goku's acerbic praise, every cell in Frieza's being seemed to bristle with indignation. He was a genius, a prodigy who could grow stronger without training, yet after encountering Goku, everything had changed. He had even died once. Gritting his teeth, Frieza ultimately suppressed his fury. You are commendable as well. I can sense you are yet to unleash your full strength. Be wary. For if you fail to use your utmost power and inadvertently fall to my hand, it would be quite unfortunate. Then I shall accompany you to the very end. Goku declared, his body lifting off the ground and soaring towards Frieza's position. How fortunate. Frieza replied, feigning gentlemanly charm. Hearing such words from Frieza made Jiang Xiaofei feel a sense of unease. After their mutual flattery, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Disappearing from Jiang Xiaofei's side, he reappeared between Goku and Frieza, launching an immediate attack against Frieza without further ado. Frieza quickly countered, managing to keep pace with Vegeta's sudden assault. Meanwhile, Goku stood by, momentarily taken aback, sensing that his enjoyment had been abruptly snatched away by Vegeta. Hey, Vegeta, this is my fight with Frieza. Please don't interfere, alright? Goku urged, making no move to engage himself. Vegeta, stepping back from Frieza, replied, you are far too slow. Two combatants should not be engaged in mutual praise when one of them is intent on annihilating the earth. Vegeta's words seemed to awaken Goku to the gravity of the situation, the mirth in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a steely resolve. I understand. The once proud Saiyan prince. My slave, who would have thought you'd take on the role of educator today? Frieza remarked, reveling in the unfolding drama. Frieza, even if Kakarot cannot defeat you, you shall not leave here alive. Vegeta declared fiercely, returning to the ground. TSK, TSK, TSK. How delightful this is. Frieza said with malevolence, watching Vegeta descend. Very well. The warm-up is over. Let us immerse ourselves fully in battle. Frieza proclaimed, immediately launching another attack toward the earth, this time targeting Gohan. In a flash, Goku teleported, positioning himself in front of Gohan to thwart Frieza's sinister plot. Frieza, how could you be so despicable? Did you not vow to refrain from underhanded tactics? Goku exclaimed, exasperated. Haha, Goku, I never anticipated your strength to have surged so dramatically, yet your naivety remains unchanged. I am here for revenge, thus, I shall employ every means necessary to make it entertaining. Besides, in your eyes, I embody evil. Is it appropriate to discuss honor with a devil? The malevolence in Frieza's demeanor incited Jiang Xiaofei's desire to strike him, though he managed to restrain himself. Frieza's words had thoroughly provoked Goku, whose aura surged once more, boundless power radiating from him. Oh, splendid. Frieza's eyes glimmered with excitement as he observed Goku's escalating energy. The cold blood within him seemed to boil. The blue aura enveloping Goku bestowed an aura of tranquility, yet none could deny its potency. At that moment, Goku appeared far more powerful than the previously unrestrained Saiyan. Goku, is this your latest form? Frieza inquired, feeling the energy emanating from Goku. Indeed, this is the Super Saiyan Blue form. A Super Saiyan infused with the power of a Super Saiyan God. Goku explained. A Super Saiyan endowed with the strength of a Super Saiyan God sounds quite formidable. Frieza echoed Goku's words. Do not hold back. Reveal your full strength, and let us determine our fates. Goku urged Frieza, warning him that failure to do so might result in a lost opportunity. More ruthless and impatient than I anticipated. Very well, I shall fulfill your wish, Frieza replied. A smile flickering in his gaze. With a resounding cry, Frieza began to swell, his purple and white skin shimmering with power as it surged forth. The surrounding air becoming turbulent, disintegrating some of his minions into ash, their lives extinguished before they even had the chance to react. This scene caused Jiang Xiaofei, who had been observing the battle, to grimace once more. Frieza was truly remorseless, sparing not even his own subordinates, his cruelty surpassing all expectations. At last, a resplendent layer of golden hue enveloped Frieza's entire being, bestowing upon him an aura befitting a true monarch. As the onlookers beheld Frieza's transformation, an unsettling feeling began to simmer within their hearts. From Frieza's newfound form, they sensed an unparalleled might. Goku, behold my ultimate state, Golden Frieza. Chapter 42, 3 against 1. Golden Frieza? Goku remarked with a hint of intrigue. It appears you have been diligently training. Indeed, to exact my vengeance. I underwent 4 months of grueling training after my resurrection, growing stronger each day. With every increment of strength, my hatred for you intensifies. Goku, are you prepared for what lies ahead? Frieza replied slyly. Oh, so you owe your current strength to me, Goku remarked nonchalantly, not overly concerned with Frieza's tone. Yes, all thanks to you. To express my gratitude, I shall end your life. Frieza declared, his words devoid of any emotional inflection. As golden energy surged forth, the surrounding air grew thin. Then let us see if you possess the capability. Goku retorted, eschewing further conversation and launching himself at Frieza. The blue aura enveloping Goku's strikes added a dramatic flair, while Frieza's golden sheen exuded an aura of malevolence rather than sanctity. When the blue and gold energies collided, they unleashed a series of shockwaves, creating a unique and captivating display reminiscent of fireworks. In mere moments, the two combatants had exchanged hundreds of blows. Yet neither side gained a definitive advantage. All present on the ground witnessed this unprecedented battle. As Krillin and Gohan observed Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, they were taken aback, realizing Goku had made significant strides while they felt stagnant. Frieza's ability to attain such formidable power in just 4 months was beyond their comprehension. Clearly, they could only serve as spectators, relying on Goku and Vegeta for protection, effectively rendering themselves burdensome. After yet another flurry of exchanges, Goku and Frieza's forms became distinct to the onlookers. Not bad. Frieza's voice resonated, infused with a sense of exhilaration. This was the first time since his resurrection that he felt such satisfaction, all thanks to Goku. Even in moments of respite, Frieza had contemplated the difficulty of overcoming Goku. While he may have been the more naturally gifted, Goku's perseverance and dedication far surpassed his own. You are commendable, a worthy adversary deserving of my full effort. Goku acknowledged in response to Frieza's praise, musing that had Frieza not been hell-bent on revenge and destruction, they might have forged an alliance. However, the possibility of redeeming Frieza now seemed as improbable as reaching for the heavens. After a brief pause, Goku re-engaged Frieza in combat, unleashing countless energy blasts that radiated outward from their duel. They even shared a sense of mutual respect amidst their rivalry. Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta stood side by side, observing the clash, with Jiang teasing, "Isn't this exhilarating?" "Hardly," Vegeta replied, seemingly uninterested, yet his gaze remained fixated on the battle between Goku and Frieza. Jiang, perceptive to Vegeta's facade, chose not to expose him, accustomed to his prideful demeanor. Krillin and Gohan joined Vegeta and Jiang, their faces etched with astonishment, momentarily forgetting the peril surrounding them. Vegeta, with Goku's level of training, can you achieve the same? Krillin inquired hesitantly. What do you mean? Do you think I could ever be outdone by Kakarot? Vegeta retorted, irked by the implication of favoritism. Not at all. I'm merely curious about this state. Krillin quickly clarified, shaking his head in a flurry. Umph. It better be so. Vegeta's tone returned to normal as he redirected his focus to the aerial battleground. Jiang found humor in Vegeta's unchanged demeanor despite his new role as a father. Suddenly, a blinding light shot toward them, prompting Vegeta to react swiftly, extending his fist with all his might to redirect the incoming energy sphere. Frieza, Vegeta growled, his irritation palpable. He found such petty actions deeply distasteful. Frieza, Goku echoed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Frieza, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, replied, I bear no ill will. I merely sought to alleviate their boredom. Oh, so I should thank you for your kindness? Goku glared at the insufferable Frieza. That's unnecessary. You have already provided me with immense pleasure, Frieza retorted with a smirk. Frieza, I warn you one last time. If you dare to strike them again, I will not hold back. Goku issued a final warning. Oh, even now? You exhibit courtesy toward me? That won't do, for we are sworn enemies. It seems I must provoke you further, Frieza declared, conjuring a pulsating energy sphere that sent shivers down spines. Frieza, Goku shouted once more, propelling himself toward him. However, Frieza appeared to anticipate Goku's approach, hurling the energy sphere before Goku could reach him, this time targeting everyone below. Observing the descending sphere, Goku activated instant transmission, colliding with it head-on. He braced against the sphere's assault, exerting pressure to compress it in his grasp. Impressive, but what if I were to throw another? Frieza taunted, forming yet another energy sphere and launching it into the crowd. Frieza, Goku could only shout, unable to resolve the one in his hands. Vegeta sprang into action, adopting Goku's aura and form, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta charged toward the energy sphere, bracing against its tremendous force. Oh, it seems you still possess fighting spirit. Then I shall continue. With that, a barrage of energy spheres fell like small meteors from the sky. Jiang Xiaofei joined the fray, effortlessly dispatching the incoming spheres with powerful strikes, surpassing Goku and Vegeta in strength, sending the energy spheres hurtling into space. Goku and Vegeta also neutralized the spheres in their possession. Once all the energy spheres were dealt with, the three turned their gaze toward Frieza, their eyes ablaze with intent to kill. After ensuring the safety of those below, Jiang Xiaofei could no longer contain his temper. What are we waiting for? Let us strike together and punish him, he declared, his energy surging dramatically, even exceeding that of Goku and Vegeta. Jiang was the first to charge forward, attacking Frieza with fervor. Sun Wukong and Vegeta followed closely behind. Thus commenced a fierce battle of 3 against 1. In Chapter 43, Defeat You Until You Yield, the once jovial Frieza suddenly found himself tense in the face of the trio's onslaught. The current situation appeared to have slipped from his grasp, as he discerned that the energy emanating from the three was on par with his own. Particularly striking was Jiang Xiaofei, whose swirling power was distinctly different from that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, yet exuded a far more oppressive aura. Frieza was taken aback. He had never anticipated encountering 3 such formidable humans simultaneously on this seemingly insignificant planet Earth. He sensed that he had once again overreached. No, this cannot be. Frieza could hardly believe what lay before him. You, what gives you the right to act in concert? Jiang Xiaofei interjected. Are you still oblivious? You have repeatedly sought trouble with us, treating it as a source of amusement. Pausing to gauge Frieza's expression, he continued, did you not desire an exhilarating battle? Wouldn't a 3-on-1 confrontation be even more thrilling? Just imagining it is exhilarating. He cast a glance at Sun Wukong and Vegeta beside him. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Comrades, let us commence. The 3 figures surged forward simultaneously, having lost all patience with Frieza. Their urgency stemmed from Frieza's despicable nature. Allowing such a being to continue existing posed a grave risk to innocent Earthlings, potentially leading to injury or even death. Thus, they resolved to conclude the matter swiftly. And the most efficient means was undoubtedly their synchronized teamwork, an approach that Frieza could not withstand. In truth, the proud Sun Wukong and Vegeta, in their earlier days, would have eschewed collaboration, each yearning to face a powerful adversary alone. However, during their time in the realm of the Destroyer, they gradually acclimated to fighting alongside one another. In encounters with Whis, none of them stood a chance alone. They were routinely overwhelmed. Yet, as they learned to coordinate their efforts, their endurance under Whis's training markedly improved. Over time, they seemed to grow accustomed to battling in unison. Of course, facing Whis was an encounter with a deity, while Frieza, no matter how powerful, remained merely a man. Despite his peculiarities, he was still fundamentally human, and thus could not be compared to a god or angel of Whis's caliber. The 3 stood at different angles around Frieza, effectively encircling him. For the first time in his life, Frieza felt the urge to retreat. His gaze shifted to the ground, where the comparatively weak humans dwelt. In that moment, he genuinely considered charging down to capture them, using them as leverage against the trio. Frieza was acutely aware that if a confrontation ensued, extricating himself would become infinitely more complicated. Do not entertain any petty schemes. Breaking through our encirclement is virtually impossible. Moreover, should you attempt to use them as hostages, it will likely hasten your demise, Jiang Xiaofei warned, having discerned Frieza's intentions. Haha, it seems I must charge headlong into this. Frieza's demeanor returned to its former bravado, as if resigned to his fate and ready to throw caution to the wind. He once again elevated his golden form to its pinnacle, bracing himself to endure the trio's onslaught, believing he could seize an opportunity to break free. Boom. Jiang Xiaofei unleashed a punch that collided with Frieza's face, sending him hurtling away, directly towards Sun Wukong's position. In Sun Wukong's grasp, a sphere of brilliant blue and white light formed and surged towards Frieza. The luminous orb engulfed Frieza, eliciting horrifying cries that sent shivers down the spine. Vegeta, seizing the moment, launched himself forward as the light dissipated, unleashing a flurry of punches that left Frieza utterly defenseless. As the trio's assault subsided, visible bruises began to mar Frieza's golden skin, his arms hanging limply at his sides. Observing the breathtaking clash in the sky, Krillin and Gohan could only marvel in disbelief. When did these three become so synchronized in their cooperation? Krillin stammered. I have no idea. I've never seen Dad and Vegeta work together like this. It must be thanks to Jiang Xiaofei. Gohan speculated, with Krillin nodding in agreement. Since Jiang Xiaofei's arrival, their lives seemed to have transformed, particularly for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, whose bond appeared to have deepened significantly. Unsure whether Frieza could withstand this latest assault, Krillin remarked upon the trio's spirited confidence contrasted with Frieza's evident disarray. Let us continue to observe. This battle is beyond our intervention, Sun Wukong lamented. Krillin silently concurred, recognizing the widening chasm between himself and Sun Wukong. Initially, Krillin had diligently trained, striving to keep pace with Sun Wukong. However, he gradually realized that instead of closing the gap, their distance only grew, particularly after marrying Android 18. It became evident to Krillin that he and Sun Wukong now belonged to entirely different realms. I am Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe. I cannot possibly stumble in the same place twice. Frieza's visage twisted into a snarl, his voice a thunderous roar. He teetered on the brink of collapse, his rationality waning. For revenge, I endured torment in hell. For vengeance, I sacrificed my prime years, training tirelessly for 4 months. I cannot lose like this. Frieza summoned his energy once more, the golden aura intensifying. You will all perish. Die. He began to coalesce energy spheres at his fingertips. Jiang Xiaofei swiftly countered with a punch that struck Frieza's abdomen, instantly shattering the nascent energy orbs. You dare attempt such tricks in my presence? It seems you truly underestimate us, or perhaps you overestimate yourself, Jiang Xiaofei taunted. Having grown accustomed to this manner of speech, relishing the sense of control it bestowed upon him, the trio launched another round of attacks against Frieza. This time, he offered a modicum of resistance, but it only provoked an even more ferocious barrage. His body could withstand the assault of energy blasts, yet it faltered against Jiang Xiaofei's fists, suggesting that a single blow from him could obliterate half a planet. As the onslaught paused, Frieza's neck could no longer support his noble head, which drooped downward, his limbs still hanging listlessly. How can this be? I am Golden Frieza. Jiang Xiaofei smirked, relishing Frieza's discomfiture. It seems you remain unconvinced. This will only serve to teach you that your quest for vengeance has brought you to the wrong place. Sun Wukong added. Humph, you reap what you sow. Vegeta succinctly concluded. Frieza remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Hey, Frieza, are you ready to concede? Jiang Xiaofei inquired. However, the response he received was a pair of defiant eyes, brimming with an overwhelming roar of fury, yet tinged with a hint of powerlessness. Such commendable courage. But do not forget the current predicament. I believe that if you persist through a few more rounds, you shall find yourself descending back into the abyss once more. Bah! I shall never tread the same path again. Await your reckoning. Frieza summoned the last vestiges of strength within his being. Preparing to unleash the wrath of the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza, Jiang Xiaofei regarded the unyielding Golden Frieza and declared, since you refuse to yield, I shall compel you to do so. With that, Jiang Xiaofei surged once more towards the obstinate visage. Chapter 44, The False Surrender. Frieza hurriedly raised his feeble hands, hoping to withstand Jiang Xiaofei's devastating blow. Boom. The forceful punch shattered Frieza's defenses, sending his hands sprawling apart. The speed of the strike unrelenting as it hurtled towards Frieza's contorted face. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, Frieza's features contorted once more, the searing sensation nearly robbing him of his ability to feel pain, as the sound of breaking bones echoed from his neck. The onlookers, witnessing this horrifying and violent assault, instinctively touched their own faces, pondering the sensation should such a blow land upon them. Indeed, to the side, Sun Wukong observed Jiang Xiaofei's might, astonished that during our confrontation, you retained such formidable power. Are you implying that we are inferior to Frieza? Vegeta interjected with his own opinion. How could that be? It is only in the face of my adversaries that I display such strength. Against you, I cannot bring myself to strike. Jiang Xiaofei's explanation bore no fruit. Once this battle concludes, let us engage in a duel, utilizing your current prowess, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta proclaimed in unison. The clarity of their conversation resonated sharply in Frieza's ears. It seemed the three had long since dismissed him from their minds, a humiliation unbearable for him. The Cosmic Emperor, though his strength paled in comparison to the three before him, this indignity was a burden too great to bear. You lot are utterly intolerable. Ignoring the pain coursing through him, he howled with fervor. The golden aura surged, igniting Frieza's fury once more. He was unwilling to accept defeat. Ever since Vegeta and Jiang Xiaofei joined the fray, this had morphed into a brutal 3-on-1 slaughter. His golden form had yet to be fully realized before it was shattered. Intolerable? Frisia, you must comprehend that it is you who sought to ravage our beloved Earth. We are merely its rightful defenders, yet you dare to accuse us of oppression. Jiang Xiaofei offered Frisia no opportunity for reprieve. This time, it is either total capitulation or a return to the depths of hell, should you dare resurrect. I shall strike you down at every encounter. Jiang Xiaofei's words were aggressive, yet they exuded an overwhelming confidence. Let us settle this one-on-one. Frisia understood that Jiang Xiaofei would not relent. Thus, he turned to Sun Wukong and Vegeta, hoping to incite their Saiyan instincts for victory. Frisia, spare yourself the effort. Your words are ineffectual and devoid of persuasion. Jiang Xiaofei interrupted Frisia's exchange with Sun Wukong directly. Since the three of us stand here, it is to eradicate you entirely. Any attempts to assail us with words are futile. Observing that Sun Wukong and Vegeta remained motionless, Frisia recognized his failure once more. He lowered his head, adopting a posture of surrender, his golden aura dissipating as if he had relinquished all resistance. I concede. Frisia's voice, though barely audible, reached the ears of all present. As the Cosmic Emperor, Frisia was notoriously proud, yet here he was, bending beneath the weight of three adversaries, an unprecedented occurrence, yet undeniable. Jiang Xiaofei retained an attitude of skepticism toward Frisia's cunning nature, well aware of the treachery that lay beneath. This fellow is undoubtedly feigning surrender. Thus, he must remain vigilant. For upon uttering those words, the expressions of all around him softened, with some even breaking into long-forgotten smiles. In such a scenario, their guard was at its lowest, and Frisia could strike unexpectedly at any moment. Hey, Frisia, I trust you speak the truth. Do not attempt any tricks. Sun Wukong warned him as well. I have already been thoroughly beaten by you. What further deception could I conjure? Frisia lowered his stance further, seeking to convince them of his sincerity. Very well. I shall grant you my trust for now. If you dare make any other moves, you shall remain here permanently. The azure aura surrounding Sun Wukong dissipated, inching closer to Frisia. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiaofei shook his head. Sun Wukong was still far too naive. Expecting a demon to turn over a new leaf based solely on such an attack was utterly insufficient. Should a demon not be thoroughly subdued, its retaliation would be dreadfully formidable. Kakarot. Vegeta called out to Sun Wukong, are you still so naive? This fiend's habitual ploys, how can you still trust him so readily? With Vegeta's warning, Sun Wukong halted, his eyes filled with caution, fearing an unexpected assault from Frisia. Yet, Frisia maintained his bowed head, exhibiting no further movements. The three exchanged glances. Could it be that Frisia truly had been subdued? Even Jiang Xiaofei entertained this notion for a fleeting moment before shaking his head, his vigilance undiminished. I have been so thoroughly beaten by you. How could I possibly harbor any thoughts of resistance? Frisia's gaze bore an unprecedented sincerity as he looked upon Sun Wukong. I have no desire to return to that wretched hell. I would rather live. You have my word. I shall never return to Earth again. I shall seek refuge on other planets. In a bid to assure Sun Wukong, Frisia made his promise. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, then gestured, you may leave. Take your subordinates with you, but do not let me cross paths with you again. Frisia nodded slowly, his body moving toward the path Sun Wukong had opened. All eyes were fixed upon Frisia. Beneath the surface, everyone harbored fears of a sudden attack, their vigilance unwavering, save for Sun Wukong, who appeared rather oblivious. Once Frisia's form exited the encirclement of the three, he slowly lifted his head, turning toward Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Thank you for this opportunity. Frisia bowed deeply, a faint smile blooming upon his face, an expression of satisfaction at the success of his deceitful scheme. Suddenly, Frisia's aura shifted dramatically, enveloping him in a golden sheen as he surged towards Krillin below. To express my gratitude, let us take him with us. Frisia, Sun Wukong shouted, his body erupting with azure energy as he instantaneously teleported to shield Krillin. Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta simultaneously launched their attacks toward Frisia. Chapter 45, The Misfortune of Frisia. However, just as everyone believed that Frisia's assault was destined to fail, he abruptly pivoted, launching an attack towards the nearby Bulma. In his grasp, a violet sphere of annihilation materialized, hurtling directly towards Goku. Jiang Xiaofei and the others gritted their teeth. Despite their utmost vigilance against Frisia, his cunning had ensnared them all. Beside Bulma, there was no one capable of offering assistance, and it seemed Frisia was on the verge of capturing her. In the next instant, it felt as though time itself on Earth had come to a standstill. The movements of all present slowed to a crawl. At this moment, time was infinitely decelerated, Frisia's actions appearing slower than that of a snail by countless magnitudes. Jiang Xiaofei and Goku could only watch helplessly as events unfolded, powerless to intervene. How rude of you. Frisia. Whis' figure descended from the heavens, his staff shimmering with light. Behind Whis loomed the imposing figure of the god of destruction. The moment Frisia laid eyes on Beerus, his expression exaggeratedly shifted, beads of sweat appearing involuntarily on his brow. He had not expected that such an inconspicuous planet would summon both the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Whis simultaneously. Furthermore, Frisia could distinctly feel the deceleration of time was intricately linked to Whis, for in this realm, only Whis and Beerus remained unaffected. Whis and Beerus positioned themselves before Bulma, and the flow of time resumed its normal pace, albeit Frisia's charge towards her came to an abrupt halt. "And Master Beerus, what brings you here?" Frisia stammered, a visage of sheer trepidation, fearful that a single misstep in his words might result in his instant annihilation. Years prior, his father had cautioned him against provoking two individuals in the seventh universe, Majin Buu and the god of destruction Beerus. Now, confronted by Beerus, Frisia perceived an overwhelming power, yet was utterly incapable of discerning its true magnitude. "Frisia, you truly are despicable. To attack a defenseless woman. Had I not arrived in time, would you have laid your vile hands on Lady Bulma?" Beerus's tone was grave, his fury palpable at Frisia's recent actions. "Master Beerus, it's not what you think. I merely wished for this lovely lady to provide me some protection." Frisia hastily defended himself. "I care not for your intentions, now that I am here. You shall not lay a finger on Bulma. You may do as you please with everything else, but should you dare to harm her, do not expect my mercy," Beerus declared with resolute finality, leaving Frisia astonished, unable to fathom how Bulma had garnered Beerus's protection. "Is that true, Master Beerus? You truly will not involve yourself in this battle?" Frisia questioned, incredulous, for Beerus's demeanor seemed to align with Goku's side. "Do you still doubt my words? Or do you wish for me to obliterate you on the spot?" Beerus retorted, his irritation evident. "And no, I believe in you, Master Beerus." Frisia bowed deeply, then turned to face Goku and Jiang Xiaofei. "My apologies, everyone. I was merely jesting." Frisia feigned innocence, his shamelessness on full display. "Frisia, your words hold no credibility with us. Time and again, you have betrayed our trust. Today, you must perish here." Goku's patience had finally reached its limit, ignited by Frisia's provocations. "I have always maintained that such a creature deserves no chance, for he will never appreciate it," Vegeta added, visibly irate. "Then let us unite in our efforts. Let him comprehend that he has truly overstepped our boundaries," Jiang Xiaofei declared, charging forward. Before Frisia could react, he was met with a flurry of Jiang Xiaofei's relentless strikes. Though Frisia had transformed into his golden form, he could not withstand the onslaught. Each blow from Jiang Xiaofei inflicted unparalleled agony upon him. With another kick, Jiang Xiaofei sent Frisia hurtling towards Goku's position. Transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, Goku gathered his energy into a Kamehameha wave, which surged forth as Frisia approached, engulfing him in a radiant sphere of light. No. Frisia's cries echoed as the golden hue of his form faded under the assault of Goku's attack, nearly leading to his obliteration. "I surrender. I truly concede this time. May I have another chance?" Frisia pleaded, yet none paid him any heed. Following the Kamehameha, Frisia plummeted heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Utterly exhausted and too fearful to make any further moves. "Hey, Frisia, did you think this was over? When you annihilated planet Vegeta, did you ever consider that today would come?" Vegeta recalled the dark past, the architect of his pain being none other than Frisia himself. Fury ignited within Vegeta as he lunged at the battered Frisia, delivering blow after blow without restraint, each strike eliciting a wail of agony from Frisia. No one intervened. In their eyes, Frisia had earned every ounce of their wrath. As Frisia's strength waned, he could only wheeze, his voice barely a whisper. Never had Frisia envisioned his fate would culminate in such a manner. He had come with fervor to exact revenge, to obliterate Earth. Yet now, despite having grown significantly stronger, his opponents offered him little opportunity to showcase his power, and the combat prowess exhibited by Jiang Xiaofei and the others had far surpassed his expectations. Though he was a genius, capable of rapid advancement within 4 months, what of those 3? They too were evolving, their growth eclipsing his projections. With a face ashen with despair, Frisia gazed at Vegeta, once his subordinate, a glint of bitterness flickering in his eyes. "You force my hand. Then let us descend together into hell." His visage contorted into a sinister grimace. Frisia summoned every ounce of his strength, channeling it into his arms, striking deep into the Earth's core. Chapter 46. This woman is not to be provoked. Two torrents of immense energy collided within the Earth's depths, birthing an even greater force of destruction that swiftly shattered the planet into fragments. Waves of annihilation surged from within as Jiang Xiaofei sought to intervene. But it was already too late. Despite every calculation, they had never anticipated Frisia's unwavering resolve to sacrifice himself, opting for mutual destruction. It seemed that though cunning, Frisia possessed a sense of pride. In that moment, Jiang Xiaofei was filled with regret. Having read the script, he should have known the unfolding events and their outcomes. Yet he had failed to prevent the calamity from transpiring. In truth, when facing Frisia, Jiang Xiaofei initially approached the encounter with utmost caution. However, as the battle unfolded, he felt an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of dominating the arrogant Frisia. In that moment, he became somewhat oblivious, forgetting just how fierce Frisia's eventual counterattack would be. Alas, it was too late. As the earth vanished in an instant, Jiang Xiaofei's gaze shifted to Whis and Beerus. From this point onward, they would have to rely on them to reverse time. Moments later, the earth had been utterly reduced to cosmic dust, and Frisia's presence had completely dissipated. On the planet, there remained but a single patch of land, the ground beneath Whis and Beerus, untouched by the destructive energy. Bulma's pupils had long since dilated, staring in disbelief at the scene before her. The earth, just like that, it was gone. Bulma struggled to comprehend the reality that unfolded before her. The once intact earth had vanished into the vastness of the universe in the blink of an eye. Trunks, Dad, Mom, thoughts of her loved ones flooded her mind. They were still on earth, yet now they had completely disappeared. She collapsed helplessly onto the remaining ground, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Jiang Xiaofei, along with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, felt a profound inner turmoil and deep remorse. The circumstances that led to this calamitous state were significantly intertwined with their actions. It was indeed a cruel reality. Observing the unfolding events, Whis couldn't help but express his sentiment. Whis, is there any way to remedy this? Sun Wukong asked, urgency lacing his words. I can reverse time by 3 minutes, but whether you can seize the opportunity is another matter, Whis replied candidly. Fear not. This time we shall not waver, nor shall we grant Frisia an opening. Sun Wukong's resolute gaze radiated a fierce hatred for Frisia. Very well. Prepare yourselves. With that, Whis tapped his staff lightly, and the scenery around them transformed in an instant. The land beneath their feet became whole again, mountains and rivers reappearing. No one took a moment to appreciate the newfound beauty. After 3 minutes of time reversal, Jiang Xiaofei and the others fixated intently on the architect of their woes, Frisia. The moment Frisia reappeared, the trio launched their assault, this time having learned from their previous mistakes, denying Frisia any chance to retaliate or explain. After a relentless barrage of attacks, Frisia was rendered powerless. He vividly recalled the recent events, having expended his last strength to obliterate the earth, perishing alongside the majority of its inhabitants. Now, seeing a restored earth before him, he understood precisely who was responsible. Thus, as Jiang Xiaofei and his companions unleashed their fury, Frisia made no attempt to resist. He realized he had lost this battle entirely, for although Beerus and Whis claimed to remain neutral, their actions clearly supported Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After all, how could Beerus, who relished the destruction of planets, allow the earth to re-emerge? I concede, Frisia uttered. Though the words tasted bitter on his tongue, his voice heavy with resignation. Do you think we would still believe you? Frisia, you must perish here today. Only then can we find peace, Jiang Xiaofei declared, his voice laced with anger. Kamehameha. A colossal energy sphere formed in Jiang Xiaofei's hands, radiating brilliant white light. Infused with tremendous power, Frisia gazed at the energy sphere, his eyes glazed. He discerned that he had no chance of surviving such might. Slowly, he closed his eyes, seemingly awaiting the arrival of fate. In his mind, the images of little flower fairies dancing in hell resurfaced, twisting his expression between horror and helplessness. The energy surged forth from Jiang Xiaofei's hands, hurtling towards Frisia, as everyone anticipated the moment of his demise. Yet, just as the energy sphere was about to collide with Frisia, Beerus appeared, extending a hand and gently flicking it aside, sending the ominous energy spiraling off into the distant cosmos. At that moment, all eyes widened in disbelief, the target of their astonishment none other than Beerus himself. Lord Beerus? They were utterly perplexed by his actions. Even Jiang Xiaofei found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend the unfolding narrative. Frisia, too, was bewildered, unsure why Beerus would intervene on his behalf. Enough. This farce must come to an end. Beerus's voice resonated in everyone's ears. To him, it was merely a spectacle, and such spectacles should conclude at the appropriate juncture. Furthermore, Beerus sensed Frisia's despair. While it did not guarantee that Frisia would abandon his wickedness, it at least offered a glimmer of elusive hope. No, Frisia is incorrigible. If he were to destroy the earth again, who would save it? Jiang Xiaofei's voice rang out, still unwilling to relent. Do you not understand what I am saying? Beerus, observing Jiang Xiaofei's stubbornness, felt a surge of irritation. What is this all about? If there are matters to discuss, just speak plainly. Why must we always be at odds? Whis approached, attempting to mediate between the parties. You see, the tournament between the sixth universe is about to commence, and we are in need of personnel. Frisia would make an excellent candidate, so we intend to bring him along to participate in the competition between the two universes. After Whis's explanation, the others ceased their objections. Frisia returned to his previous position beside Beerus, and as he neared, Bulma's eyes burned with fury. Smack! The sharp sound echoed, and all turned to witness Frisia clutching one side of his face, incredulous as he stared at the woman before him. This woman dared to strike me. Chapter 47. The Overprotective Android 18. Jiang Xiaofei observed the scene, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. Had not Beerus once been struck by Bulma as well? This Bulma was truly a divine presence, always targeting the most formidable adversaries. A master of slapping faces. Enraged, Frisia's energy surged uncontrollably. His face twisted in fury. He had never before encountered anyone who dared to strike him. If it had been someone like Beerus, he might have endured it. But now it was merely a defenseless woman. You. I will kill you. Frisia's malevolent aura surged towards Bulma. She quickly recoiled. Nearby, Vegeta rushed to her side, positioning himself protectively before her, ready for battle. You harmed the earth, you harmed my family. I will teach you a lesson. If you have the guts, kill me now. Bulma, hidden behind Vegeta, refused to back down. Meanwhile, Beerus felt a headache coming on. As the god of destruction, he found himself entangled in such trivialities. All right, you should calm down. Beerus gently patted Frisia's shoulder, the weight of his divine presence pressing down on Frisia, suppressing his fury. Frisia involuntarily shuddered, as the oppressive, malevolent aura dissipated without a trace, beads of sweat beginning to gather on his back. Without uttering a single word, he ultimately succumbed to the pressure exerted by Beerus. He was unafraid of death. However, being at Beerus's mercy was undoubtedly a fate far worse than death itself. Frisia, it would be wise for you to behave yourself during this period. Do not presume that because we require your assistance, you can act with impunity. Should you dare to disregard the rules and agreements, do not blame me for my ruthless retribution. Beerus issued yet another stern warning, cautioning him against any transgressions. Indeed, Master Beerus, I shall remain compliant during this time, Frisia responded, adopting an unexpectedly docile demeanor that left everyone somewhat unsettled. However, the question lingered in everyone's mind. Could Frisia truly forsake his malevolent ways? If it weren't for Whis and Beerus's presence today, would their planet not have faced annihilation? Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku exchanged knowing glances, each comprehending the other's thoughts. Very well. From this moment forth, set aside your personal grievances. It is time to focus on aiding the seventh universe, as well as protecting the Earth. Beerus's words brought a sense of calm to everyone. Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and Vegeta understood the gravity of Beerus's statements. Soon, the sparring match with the sixth universe would commence. A contest that would determine the fate of the Earth and the Super Dragon Balls. They must exert their utmost efforts. Failure was not an option, lest they incur Beerus's wrath. Super Dragon Balls. Frisia mused quietly to himself. If he were to acquire the Super Dragon Balls, could he not attain power that surpasses even that of a destroyer? Nevertheless, this thought remained locked within the confines of his mind. Voicing it might very well lead to his obliteration. Furthermore, the participants in this competition must be the strongest warriors of the universe. I already have one of the universe's mightiest here. Let Goku and Jiang Xiaofei gather the others. He was reluctant to expend any further energy on such matters. Thus he delegated the task. Upon hearing the term the strongest in the universe, Jiang Xiaofei instantly recognized who Beerus was referring to. However, he was even more acutely aware of that individual's true capabilities. It was merely a tactic to provoke Son Goku. In reality, that individual was just an ordinary person. Of course, Jiang Xiaofei would not expose this, for it would spoil the fun. After Beerus's declaration, he paid no further attention, instead following Whis and taking Bulma away, embarking on a culinary adventure. Observing his wife being taken away, Vegeta felt a surge of frustration and a desire to confront the man. However, he ultimately restrained himself. Although he could transform into Super Saiyan Blue, he was still no match for that man. Vegeta clenched his fists, vowing that one day he would deliver a resounding slap to him, just as Bulma had done. Hey! Jiang Xiaofei and Son Goku approached Vegeta, and the group gathered together, fixing their gazes on Frisia. Oh ho ho! What's the matter, Goku? Are you contemplating a scuffle here? Frisia sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Frisia, you would do well to behave yourself during this time. Even if you are merely pretending, maintain the facade. Otherwise, you may find that there is no refuge for you in the entire seventh universe. Son Goku spoke in a warning tone. Thank you for the reminder. I have no intention of doing anything foolish. I suppose I shall be troubling you all during this period. Frisia replied, wearing a rather infuriating expression. Jiang Xiaofei felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a few blows to Frisia, yet he restrained himself. Engaging in combat at this moment would be a provocation towards Beerus, and he had not yet descended to such depths of madness. Frisia, consider yourself fortunate this time, but do not forget that the score between us remains unsettled, Vegeta declared, vowing never to forget how his home had been ravaged by the very individual before him, nor the brutal treatment he had once endured. Ha! Vegeta, it seems we have a misunderstanding. Frisia's laughter rang out, grating on the ears. Vegeta chose to ignore Frisia, joining Jiang Xiaofei and the others as they headed home. You lot, wait for me. Frisia called out deliberately, finding a sense of satisfaction in annoying them since he could not resort to violence. Bulma's home became lively once more, as all the powerful beings on Earth gathered there. Thanks to the healing from the Supreme Kai, Piccolo had fully recovered. observing the joyful scene before him. Frieza was once again reminded of hell, yet he felt a sensation distinctly different from that of the underworld. In a corner of the yard, Android 18 was playing with her child. As Krillin approached, a charming smile graced her face, instantly dispelling the clouds of worry from Krillin's heart. Did everything go smoothly this time? Android 18's gentle voice inquired. I wasn't much help. Krillin awkwardly rubbed his bald head. That's all right. Just do your best. Android 18 reassured him. Krillin felt an indescribable warmth. His wife was incredibly gentle, leaving him somewhat overwhelmed. He decided to confide in her about the recent events that had transpired. Android 18's expression darkened as she glanced at the purple-headed Frieza not far away, a surge of anger igniting within her. Gradually, she walked towards Frieza, launching a flying kick that sent the unsuspecting tyrant hurtling through the air. Are you the one who bullied my husband? Chapter 48. Earth women are not to be provoked. As Frieza was sent flying, the onlookers were left in a state of shock. Jiang Xiaofei found it hard to believe. He knew that Android 18 and Krillin shared a deep bond, and that Android 18's strength far surpassed Krillin's. Yet, there was still a considerable gap between her and Frieza. However, the undeniable truth lay before him, forcing him to accept it. Frieza, now seething with an unquenchable rage, felt a surge of indignation. He was the emperor of the universe. After his resurrection, his power had experienced a tremendous boost. In his golden form, he was capable of contending with Super Saiyan Blue. However, since arriving on Earth, he had faced nothing but setbacks. First, he was defeated in succession by Jiang Xiaofei, Son Goku, and Vegeta. And now he had received a warning from Beerus. To add insult to injury, he had just been struck by an Earth woman. Frieza had thought himself sufficiently adaptable, but the incessant bullying by Earth women ignited the flames of his inner fury. I will kill you, Frieza roared, his rage transforming him back into his golden form as he charged towards Android 18. Unfazed, Android 18 was prepared to fight, having chosen to stand up for her husband. Facing Frieza's assault, she unleashed her full power. After all, the individual before her was no ordinary foe. He possessed the capability to obliterate the Earth. Just as their attacks were about to collide, Whis appeared in a flash. It is a time of rest, but disturbances are not permitted. Whis effortlessly blocked the attacks from both parties, rendering them unable to move an inch. Frieza, you have provoked someone's husband. It is time for you to apologize, Whis instructed. Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had misheard. Apologize? Are you jesting with the universe? Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong approached, standing beside Android 18. Frieza surveyed his surroundings, ultimately letting out a deep sigh, reflecting on the wisdom that a true hero does not suffer immediate loss, and that a man of dignity must possess both humility and resilience. Thus, he chose to endure this moment. My apologies. I was in the wrong, and I beg your forgiveness, esteemed lady. Frieza transformed into a picture of politeness, embodying the demeanor of a true gentleman. Android 18 remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Frieza, her heart still brimming with indignation. However, out of respect for Whis, she refrained from expressing her fury. Very well. Let us all continue to indulge in this delightful feast and enjoy our joyous moments. Whis's voice resonated once more. Krillin, cradling his child, joined Android 18, and with that, the family of three departed in search of a more pleasant locale to relish their time together. Jiang Xiaofei observed the family, his heart a tempest of emotions. In the world of Dragon Ball, beautiful women are a rarity, with even the number of female characters being scarce. Yet, Android 18 and Bulma undoubtedly stand out as the epitome of beauty. However, both have already found their respective partners. And in his heart, this pairing did not seem appropriate. Especially the union of Android 18 and Krillin. How could they possibly come together? Was it merely due to her fondness for bald heads? Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, pondering that perhaps it was a case of self-sacrifice in their past. Frieza, the transgressions you have committed on Earth are far too numerous. Hence, it is only natural for you to be met with disdain. But should you engage in any further outrageous acts, do not expect us to show mercy, Jiang Xiaofei warned, eyeing the capricious Frieza. Mr. Jiang Xiaofei, I understand. To avoid disturbing your enjoyment, I shall seek a quieter place, Frieza responded before striding away alone. As he passed by a food stall, he casually grabbed some delicacies. Eager to discover what culinary wonders could captivate the likes of Beerus and Whis, two notorious gourmands. Watching Frieza depart, Jiang Xiaofei felt a twinge of introspection. Do you think there will ever come a day when Frieza genuinely forsakes his malevolent ways? He mused. Perhaps. He has changed considerably already. Sun Wukong replied with his trademark naivety. Kakarot, you remain excessively naive. Persuading a remorseless cosmic tyrant to abandon his wickedness is no simple task. Vegeta retorted with a scoff. And yet, you're no different. Sun Wukong jested in response to Vegeta. Kakarot, do you wish to be pummeled again? Vegeta's temper flared at Sun Wukong's teasing. That would depend on whether you can best me. Sun Wukong countered, their battle spirit igniting once more. Caught between the two, Jiang Xiaofei felt overwhelmed. How could these two still be such fervent warriors after all this time? You two, quiet down. The voices of two women echoed in the air, immediately dousing the fiery spirits of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The enchantment in their voices rendered the warriors unable to resist. The three men looked up to see Bulma and Chi-Chi striding towards them. Chi-Chi stood before Sun Wukong, gripping his ear in front of everyone. Why do you have such a penchant for fighting? Can't you learn from Gohan and be a more family-oriented person? Chi-Chi's demeanor resembled that of a scorned wife, likely burdened by the weight of household responsibilities that had stripped her of her once privileged temper. Coupled with Sun Wukong's perpetually innocent and carefree nature, Chi-Chi found herself endlessly concerned. Bulma was somewhat more lenient with Vegeta, but she too began to reprimand him, leaving the proud Saiyan prince with no retort. Observing the two couples, Jiang Xiaofei politely excused himself, wishing to remain uninvolved in their domestic disputes. Not far away, Frieza, captivated by Earth's culinary delights, witnessed the interactions of Sun Wukong and Vegeta with a hint of disdain. To think that such valiant warriors would be reduced to such subservience before women. Clearly, you are worlds apart from me, a cosmic sovereign, Frieza muttered to himself, taking a bite of roasted meat and displaying a blissful expression. Fortunate indeed that he still lived. For how else could he savor such delectable food? Previously, he had never dared to believe that such exquisite flavors existed in the universe. Jiang Xiaofei approached Frieza, their eyes meeting. Do you not find them lacking in courage? Jiang Xiaofei inquired, gesturing towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. I have not thought so. Frieza concealed his true sentiments. Is that so? Regardless of your thoughts, there is one truth you should grasp. Jiang Xiaofei paused momentarily. Frieza's interest peaked as he regarded the man before him. Women on Earth are not to be trifled with. Otherwise, even if you are a god of destruction, you cannot escape the fate of being slapped. Jiang Xiaofei spoke with an air of profound wisdom. Frieza contemplated his own experiences, seemingly grasping the predicaments of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, then glanced towards Beerus, who was not far off. Chapter 49, The Mightiest Warrior. Monaka? This Earth is indeed a most intriguing place. Frieza mused. Despite its low level of civilization, it harbored beings like Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Though they were not indigenous to Earth, their affection for the planet was unmistakable. Moreover, there existed women, although their combat prowess was exceedingly ordinary. The two Super Saiyans appeared completely powerless in their presence. The true marvel, however, lay in the culinary treasures of Earth, which were nothing short of miraculous. Few things in the universe stirred Frieza's heart as much as Earth's cuisine did. Even Beerus and Whis sang praises of the culinary wonders found on this planet. Frieza shook his head once more, grateful he had not annihilated Earth. It seemed he had much to learn about this extraordinary planet. Do you not find this planet filled with the incredible? Jiang Xiaofei, sensing Frieza's thoughts, inquired. Just a civilization of low standing. What is there to find incredible? Frieza feigned indifference. Regardless of your perspective, I firmly believe that once you truly come to know this planet, you may very well fall in love with it. Jiang Xiaofei spoke with a sincerity that was palpable. Since Frieza was intrigued, Jiang Xiaofei decided to go along with it. Is that so? Then let us wait and see. A glimmer of yearning flickered in Frieza's eyes. Sometimes, anticipation could indeed invigorate the spirit. Finally escaping the grasp of Chi-Chi and Bulma, Sun Wukong and Vegeta found their way to Jiang Xiaofei's side. What were you two discussing? You seem quite merry. Vegeta scrutinized Jiang Xiaofei, wondering if the latter was being swayed by Frieza. Nothing much, merely discussing the magnificent landscapes and splendid vistas of Earth, Jiang Xiaofei replied, gesturing toward the deep blue sea in the distance. Is that so? Vegeta expressed skepticism but chose to trust Jiang Xiaofei. Of course. Would you think I would converse with Frieza about how to wreak havoc? Jiang Xiaofei jested. If you're not afraid of being dealt with by Beerus and Whis, then by all means, go ahead and try. Sun Wukong chimed in. In the present moment, even when Sun Wukong and Vegeta exert their utmost strength, they cannot guarantee their ability to defeat Jiang Xiaofei. This individual is nothing short of a prodigy, and coupled with his unique physique, he truly poses a formidable challenge. Especially after mastering a portion of the Ultra Instinct technique, Jiang Xiaofei has swiftly surpassed them within a remarkably short span of time. Why not give it a try? Jiang Xiaofei declared, clenching his fist and gesturing towards the two. Who do you look down upon? One day, I shall surpass you. Sun Wukong retorted. A hint of indignation in his voice. I eagerly await that day. Jiang Xiaofei responded with a beaming smile. Observing the interactions among the three, Frieza found himself inexplicably drawn to them. As the Emperor of the universe, he had always maintained an air of superiority over others, never contemplating treating anyone as an equal. Yet, witnessing the camaraderie among the trio, he felt a twinge of envy. Alas, moments of joy are fleeting. The celebration of survival came to an end, and life returned to its tranquil state. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the interuniversal tournament approached. with Beerus having already selected a participant. According to Beerus, the individual he had chosen was the strongest warrior of Universe 7, second only to himself. Upon hearing this news, Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement. He always yearned to witness the prowess of formidable beings and engage in friendly exchanges thereafter. Even Vegeta, standing nearby, felt a surge of enthusiasm. In stark contrast, Frieza remained indifferent. He had roamed much of the universe in the past, but had never heard of such a character. Not even his father had warned him to be wary of a third entity, aside from the god of destruction and Majin Buu, which left Frieza with a flicker of doubt. Could it be that a super-strong individual had suddenly emerged during his years in Hell? After all, the universe is vast and full of wonders. Gaining Beerus's acknowledgement is undoubtedly no simple feat, and this so-called strongest warrior seems to align perfectly with Beerus's preferences. Jiang Xiaofei, however, was well aware that this so-called strongest warrior was merely a puppet employed by Beerus to provoke Sun Wukong and Vegeta. It seemed he would have to be included as well. As for the strength of this first warrior, Jiang Xiaofei held complete knowledge. Beerus had merely recruited someone from a random planet to pose as the strongest, instilling vigor and morale among everyone. Naturally, Jiang Xiaofei would never expose Monaka. Doing so would bring shame upon Beerus, and while Beerus might not lash out immediately, one could not predict his potential retaliation after the tournament. Whis descended upon Earth once more, this time to escort Jiang Xiaofei, Sun Wukong, and others to the tournament. Furthermore, this time, not only participants were permitted, they could also bring family members. Thus, the families of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, along with Krillin and others, were all included in the invitation. Once everyone gathered, Sun Wukong and Vegeta emerged from the Room of Spirit and Time, eager to hone their skills further, especially since their opponents would be from Universe 6. A decisive factor in determining the fate of Earth, they dared not exhibit any semblance of complacency. Yet, inevitably, there would be those who falter, such as Majin Buu and Frieza. After his previous battle with Beerus, Majin Buu had fallen into a state of melancholy, indulging in gluttony, yet finding no solace for his troubled heart. Ultimately, under Satan's gentle persuasion, Majin Buu succumbed to sleep. Once Majin Buu fell asleep, awakening him was solely dependent on himself. Outsiders had no means to rouse him. As for Frieza, he was even more abrupt, leaving behind a comical expression before vanishing without a trace. Clearly, he had decided to opt out. It appears that a certain rift still exists between Frieza and the others. This was a battle to defend Earth. What right did Frieza have to partake? Just moments ago, he had aimed to obliterate the planet. Fortunately, their numbers were sufficient, otherwise, it would have certainly caused headaches. While everyone understood Frieza's actions, one could only wonder how Beerus would react upon learning of this. After all, it was Beerus who had personally rescued Frieza. To leave at this moment, did it not imply a lack of respect for Beerus? Chapter 50, Slapping Zuno. With Whis' assistance, Jiang Xiaofei and the others embarked on their journey to the God of Destruction realm. The travel time from Earth to the God of Destruction realm took 30 minutes even at Whis' speed. To pass this brief half hour, the group adopted a new pastime, barbecuing. The ability to enjoy barbecued delicacies while traversing the cosmos was indeed a splendid affair, one worthy of boasting about. Why is it taking so long? The voice of Beerus echoed from the God of Destruction palace, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Two figures emerged from the grand doors of the palace, their silhouettes obscured by the lighting. Beads of sweat began to form on everyone's brows as they braced themselves for the impending sense of pressure, except for Jiang Xiaofei, who remained composed. However, when Beerus and Monaka finally came into full view, the anticipated pressure was conspicuously absent. Monaka, with his reddish skin and a dazed expression, appeared rather undernourished. This person seems rather ordinary, Vegeta remarked dismissively. Do not underestimate him. Have you forgotten the lessons we've learned in the presence of such powerful beings? Sun Wukong replied cautiously, sensing that Monaka might be more than he appeared. Leaping over to Monaka, Sun Wukong scrutinized him from head to toe. So, you are Monaka? Beerus mentioned you are the strongest in the universe. It is a pleasure to meet you. Sun Wukong extended his right hand, awaiting a handshake. Yet, Monaka's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand for an extended period with no response, leaving Sun Wukong awkwardly scratching his head. Beerus intervened, positioning himself between Sun Wukong and Monaka. He is not adept at communication. Refrain from bombarding him with questions. The true test lies in your performance during the tournament. Beerus warned in a tone that suggested he was concealing something. However, Sun Wukong, being somewhat oblivious, simply nodded in agreement with Beerus. Yet, his upper body had already surpassed Beerus's form, gazing at Monaka from behind him. In an instant, Beerus executed a swift kick, sending Sun Wukong tumbling aside. I have already warned you. Must you provoke me further? Ouch! Lord Beerus, your kick was rather forceful. If I am injured, how can I participate in this tournament? Sun Wukong lamented while rubbing his backside. Ignoring advice deserves a reprimand. How goes your inquiry into the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls? Beerus quickly shifted the topic away from Monaka, turning his attention to Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta. Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta exchanged glances, their thoughts drifting back to recent events. Upon learning about the Super Dragon Balls, they began to devise various methods to discover the whereabouts of the final Dragon Ball. Under the leadership of Gak, Bulma and the trio arrived at the planet where Zuno resided. It was said that Zuno was an omniscient figure, and those seeking his counsel had to wait several years for their turn. Had they not been connected, they likely would have faced a similar delay. However, to inquire about matters from Zuno, one must make a contribution as a condition for equal exchange. Zuno's demand was rather simple, a mere kiss. To set an example, Gak took the lead, gently planting a kiss on Zuno's cheek, thus earning the right to pose a question. Initially, Gak intended to inquire about certain aspects concerning Bulma, but upon noticing the fierce demeanor of Vegeta nearby, he quickly reconsidered. It was not worth risking his life for the sake of uncovering Bulma's secrets. Hence, he opted to ask about Bulma's age instead. Zuno's response was indeed impressive. He accurately stated Bulma's age down to the second. Yet, at that moment, Bulma's expression soured. With a resounding thud, Gak collapsed to the ground. Vegeta remained utterly unmoved throughout the ordeal. Observing Bulma's furious countenance, Zuno and his attendant felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing Bulma might unleash her wrath upon them. Women, now, it is your turn, Zuno's voice rang out, forcing himself to regain composure. Jiang Xiaofei stepped forward, only to be halted by Bulma's grasp. With a smile, she approached Zuno step by step. My dear Zuno, is there any other method to exchange for information besides this? Huh, woman, there is none. Zuno replied emphatically. Rest assured, for someone of your advanced age, with a less than enviable physique and certain sagging features, I have absolutely no interest. So do not let your imagination run wild, Zuno elaborated. Listening to Zuno's words, the smile on Bulma's face only deepened. Yet it bore an unsettling aura. A sudden chill swept through, as Bulma raised her right hand high and swiftly struck Zuno's face. With a sharp crack, a vivid five-finger imprint appeared on Zuno's ample cheek. The attendant, about to erupt in anger, wilted instantly upon witnessing Bulma's expression. Even Vegeta and Jiang Xiaofei stood in bewilderment. When had Bulma become so violent? Ever since she had struck the god of destruction, Bulma seemed to have spiraled out of control. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at Vegeta, pondering whether he too would be subjected to Bulma's wrath in the days to come. This thought sparked a flicker of anticipation within him. Vegeta, oblivious to Jiang Xiaofei's musings, nonetheless sensed the amusement radiating from him. As for Bulma, Vegeta contemplated intervening. After all, they seemed to be in need of Zuno's assistance, and treating him this way was hardly prudent. However, witnessing Bulma's demeanor, Vegeta decided against it. He did not wish to become the next target of her ire. Bulma's feelings toward Zuno were entirely understandable. After all, the desire to remain youthful and beautiful is universal, especially among women. Yet, Zuno had seemingly infringed upon both counts, making his punishment well-deserved. My dear Zuno, did you foresee being slapped by a woman while past her prime? Bulma remarked, her smile unwavering as she gazed at Zuno, who was still dazed, clutching one side of his face. Chapter 51, The True Power of Monaka. Observing the incongruous smile on Bulma's face, Zuno was left with no choice but to acquiesce. While he possessed vast knowledge of the cosmos, the intricacies of a woman's heart remained elusive to him. Coupled with his lack of strength, there was no necessity for anger. It was evident that the two men behind this woman were not to be trifled with. Zuno, begrudgingly shaking his head, said, My dear Ms. Bulma, please feel free to ask any questions. I assure you, I will answer candidly. Seeing Zuno relent, Bulma's smile transformed into a more genuine expression. It appeared that Zuno was indeed easy to communicate with. With that, she had some inquiries regarding the Super Dragon Balls that she awaited Zuno to clarify. Zuno provided her with thorough answers. Thank you, Zuno. We shall keep today's events strictly confidential. Not a word shall escape our lips. Bulma affirmed. Then, I must express my gratitude to this beautiful and poised lady. Zuno flattered. Subsequently, Jiang Xiaofei and Bulma departed under Zuno's courteous farewell. From that day forward, Zuno would approach encounters with women like Bulma with a degree of caution, lest he face a repeat of this debacle, as he could hardly afford to lose face again. Returning to the present, after listening to Bulma's account, Beerus nodded thoughtfully, gaining a deeper understanding of the situation surrounding the Super Dragon Balls. All right, it is time for us to set off to the 5-star, Beerus announced to the group, leading the way towards the cube, with Monaka following closely behind. As Monaka passed by Son Goku, he lifted his gaze, his wide eyes fixated on Son Goku with an intense stare. Son Goku, in turn, looked down at this so-called strongest warrior in the universe, Beerus's secret weapon. Feeling a surge of impatience, Goku's right hand seemed to move without the direction of his brain. After a few involuntary gestures, it formed a fist the size of a sandbag. With a swift motion, he struck out toward Monaka, who was passing by, the sound of air being displaced ringing out. Beerus sensed something amiss and quickly turned, but it was too late. Goku's powerful punch landed squarely on Monaka's face. Although Monaka did not budge an inch, the impact contorted his features, causing his nose and mouth to cave in from the force of the blow. Witnessing this, Jiang Xiaofei burst into laughter. Though he truly felt for Monaka, the actor in this scenario. Monaka, however, was engulfed in fear. Beerus had personally summoned him to cooperate in this charade. Yet the role posed a significant risk to his life. He wished to quit, but with Beerus present, the consequences of such an action would likely be dire. "Mom, I want to go home," Monaka silently lamented. To maintain his facade, he could only exert himself to keep his composure, revealing not a hint of the turmoil within. Yet, the heat emanating from his face ultimately caused him to shed tears. Beerus rushed to Goku and Monaka's side, delivering a swift punch to the back of Goku's head. "I told you not to engage in private battles. Why did you strike?" Beerus reprimanded, his irritation palpable, fearing Monaka might not withstand the pressure and inadvertently expose the ruse. After being chastised by Beerus, Goku merely rubbed the back of his head, lamenting, "I thought he would dodge my surprise attack." Who knew he was completely unprepared? Goku glanced at Monaka apologetically. "Sorry." In response to Sun Wukong, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, leading him to perceive Monaka as truly inscrutable. In reality, Monaka was reluctant to confront Sun Wukong any further. Although Sun Wukong had not exuded an overtly formidable aura, Monaka harbored fears that Wukong might whimsically strike him once more, which would leave him utterly unable to maintain his facade. Observing Monaka's retreat, Wukong found himself perplexed and approached Jiang Xiaofei and Vegeta. Monaka indeed seemed enigmatic. Unmistakably a superlative warrior, evoking anticipation within him. Jiang Xiaofei could not suppress a chuckle, while Vegeta shot Wukong a disdainful glance. "Wukong, you believe Monaka possesses immense strength, while I assert he is merely an ordinary individual," Jiang Xiaofei boldly declared. "How could that possibly be? Look at his composed demeanor. How could an ordinary person achieve such poise?" Sun Wukong vehemently disagreed. Consider Krillin. When faced with Frieza, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. Now, look at Monaka. Can you still regard him as an ordinary man? Wukong continued to argue. Nearby, Krillin's expression darkened upon hearing this, and Android 18 glanced over at Wukong. "Wukong, why drag me into this?" Krillin protested. "My apologies, Krillin. I merely intended to draw a comparison," Wukong replied, somewhat apologetically, yet he remained honest. "Oomph. I sense you were targeting me." Krillin scoffed. Android 18 gently embraced Krillin, offering him solace. "I truly did not mean it that way." Wukong expressed his exasperation. "Haha." Jiang Xiaofei laughed heartily. "All right, we should set off. If you believe Monaka is a super warrior, then so be it." Jiang Xiaofei subtly indicated that whether Wukong believed it was up to his own discernment. However, Jiang Xiaofei could discern that Vegeta was aware of Monaka's true strength. It appeared that in terms of intellect, Sun Wukong still lagged behind Vegeta. The group boarded Whis' cube, preparing to embark towards the nameless star. Relishing delectable barbecued delicacies and enjoying a fleeting moment of leisure, Jiang Xiaofei and his companions willingly seated themselves beside Monaka. Yet, throughout the journey, Monaka remained utterly silent, not even sampling the sumptuous barbecue. Beside Monaka sat Beerus, who, while reveling in the flavors of the barbecue, remained vigilant, especially towards Sun Wukong, fearful of any slip that might reveal the truth, which would be exceedingly embarrassing. After a considerable journey, the group finally arrived at the nameless star, where 6 Dragon Balls, comparable in size to planets, shimmered with a crimson star-like radiance. Jiang Xiaofei was profoundly astonished by the sight of such colossal Dragon Balls. They happened to pass above the Super Dragon Balls, and in the presence of those 6 Super Dragon Balls, they felt insignificantly small. Given the miraculous powers of the Dragon Balls on Earth, one could only imagine the extraordinary capabilities of these Super Dragon Balls. Jiang Xiaofei understood that these Super Dragon Balls could even recreate Earth. Chapter 52. The Aesthetic Sense of the God of Destruction. Above the nameless star, a robust and vigorous god was admiring his masterpiece. Directly beneath him lay the arena for the forthcoming tournament, and he was none other than Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. "Beerus, we need to make some improvements here," Kampa instructed, pointing towards a corner of the arena. As Kampa's attendant, Beerus complied with his wishes to modify the arena. Subtle changes transpired, and Kampa's smile deepened with satisfaction. Excellent. And over there, place 2 enormous portraits on either side of the arena, depicting my and Beerus's likenesses. Ensure I appear handsome, while Beerus, HMPF, is of no consequence. Kampa articulated his desires once more. "As you wish, Lord Kampa," Beerus replied, gently tapping his staff, causing 2 massive portraits to materialize, perfectly reflecting Kampa's specifications. "Marvelous. Simply perfect," Kampa exclaimed, reveling in the fruits of his direction. He mused that when Beerus beheld his elaborately arranged spectacle, he would surely be astonished. With that thought, Kampa's pride swelled. "Oh, Kampa, I didn't expect you to arrive so early." Beerus's voice echoed as he approached the nearby Kampa. Kampa immediately turned around, and the two gods of destruction locked eyes once more. "Hee, Beerus, my early arrival naturally signifies I have tasks to attend to. Behold." Kampa proudly gestured towards the arena on the nameless star, boasting, "What do you think? This is my meticulously crafted arena. Are you not impressed? Oh, so this is your creation? It's quite average, I suppose. It will suffice for use," Beerus remarked indifferently, casting a glance at the arena that seemed to lack his interest. "What? Average? This arena was designed with great care, and you dare to call it average?" Kampa's pride swiftly transformed into anger. "Beerus!" he shouted. Beerus's attendant, Beerus, appeared somewhat dazed, as she had been searching within Whis' cube for a handsome warrior. "Lord Kampa, what troubles you?" Beerus's gentle voice inquired. "What troubles me? Beerus claims this arena is merely adequate. What should we do?" Kampa directly addressed Beerus. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei and the others, guided by Whis, also arrived. Observing the arrangements on the nameless star, Bulma and the others began to voice their opinions. "Wow, the arrangement of this arena is far too tacky, especially those rigid benches. How can you expect the audience to sit on them?" Hearing this, Kampa felt his temper flare. Meanwhile, Beerus was grateful to Bulma for her timely remarks, as he had been seeking a way to criticize. "Indeed, these hard benches are utterly unsuitable for seating." Beerus concurred. "All right, Lord Beerus." Whis waved his staff gently, causing the stiff square benches to vanish, replaced by 4 enormous round cushions, complete with soft sofas and dining tables for indulging in delectable food and drinks. "Exactly. This is how one should properly enjoy a tournament." Bulma's voice rang out once more. Kampa's face had turned a shade of iron, glancing at Beerus. However, Beerus's attention was not on the matter at hand, for his gaze remained fixed on Jiang Xiaofei. This sight only intensified Kampa's fury. "Beerus, you need to focus. Why didn't you design it this way from the start?" Kampa began to reproach Beerus. Unfazed by Kampa's admonishment, Beerus's gaze sharpened slightly. "Lord Kampa, if you create something beyond your comprehension, it would only lead to greater confusion." Beerus interjected. "Haha, Beerus makes a valid point, with your aesthetic sense. You could hardly comprehend such matters." Kampa retorted, feeling a surge of delight at seeing Kampa's face darken. "Humph, my aesthetic is lacking. Does that mean yours is any better?" "Beerus, if it weren't for Whis by your side, you would likely spend your days in slumber," Kampa remarked, still reluctant to admit defeat. "Alas, Whis would always be at my side," Beerus responded, casting a glance at Whis. "Indeed, Lord Beerus, I shall accompany you until the next god of destruction emerges," Whis stated resolutely. "Ah, you two are merely engaging in a battle of wits. Just wait, Beerus, the competition is about to commence, and you may find yourselves unable to laugh." Kampa exclaimed. "Vados, let us depart." Kampa was eager to move on, having realized that in terms of verbal prowess, he was no match for Beerus. Frustratingly, even his good sister, Vados, seemed to side with the outsider against him. Listening to Kampa, Vados diverted her gaze from Jiang Xiaofei and, in high spirits, returned to the ranks of Universe 6 alongside Kampa. "You all heard that, right? Kampa aims to showcase the prowess of their Universe 6 on the battlefield. Everyone must be vigilant and not bring me disgrace." Beerus addressed Jiang Xiaofei and the others, including Goku and Vegeta. "That is a certainty. With Monaka on our side, victory is assured," Goku exclaimed without a second thought. Bang! Beerus once again struck Goku on the back of his head with a punch. "Always relying on Monaka. Why don't you step up yourself and take on 5 at once? Humph, you shall be the first to compete." Beerus fumed as he stormed off, with Monaka trailing closely behind. "Ah, Lord Beerus." Goku felt both helpless and exhilarated, unexpectedly finding himself the first to ascend the stage in such a manner. "Make sure to perform well. With your strength, defeating 5 should pose no significant challenge, provided you don't act recklessly." Jiang Xiaofei expressed his confidence in Goku. He had a fair understanding of the strengths of the individuals from Universe 6. Aside from Hit, the others were no match for Goku. Yet, Goku had a penchant for recklessness, often leading to unforeseen complications during matches. "Kakarot, you are truly fortunate. Humph. Perform well, and do not give me an opportunity to exploit." Vegeta clasped his hands together, departing with Jiang Xiaofei. "You all." Goku felt utterly speechless, resolving to speak less in the future. "Just wait and see my marvelous performance." Chapter 53. The Universe S Champion cannot pass the written exam? With everyone in place, the competition between the two universes commenced, starting with a written examination designed to assess the participants' grasp of basic rules and comprehension abilities. Under Vados' guidance, Jiang Xiaofei and the others made their way to the examination venue. Vados led the way, with Jiang Xiaofei following closely behind. Vados felt her heart race. Was he pursuing me? She contemplated glancing back at Jiang Xiaofei, but restrained her impulse, reminding herself that she was an angel and must maintain an elusive demeanor. Upon arriving at the examination venue, the members of Universe 6 were already seated and waiting. Goku and Vegeta gazed at the 5 contestants from Universe 6, their hearts racing with excitement. These were their adversaries. However, upon recognizing 2 of them, Goku and Vegeta's enthusiasm surged even higher. Frieza? I can't believe Universe 6 has a Frieza too, Goku exclaimed, only to receive no response from the other party. Caulifla stepped forward from Universe 6 ranks and approached Goku and Vegeta. Are you 2 the Saiyans from Universe 7? She inquired. Yes. And you are a Saiyan from Universe 6? Vegeta replied, eyeing Caulifla's attire with curiosity. Caulifla stood notably shorter than Goku and Vegeta, her confidence somewhat lacking. Which planet do you inhabit? Vegeta continued to inquire. We reside on planet Sadala. Caulifla answered earnestly. Planet Sadala. Vegeta's excitement was palpable, a yearning for home igniting within him. Yes, indeed. And you? Caulifla reciprocated with curiosity. We originally lived on planet Sadala as well, but due to the bloodthirsty nature of the Saiyans, it ultimately led to its demise, forcing us to relocate to other planets, only to be destroyed by someone like your companion over there. You must be cautious of individuals like him, Vegeta stated, glancing at the Frieza look-alike in the distance. How could Saiyans be bloodthirsty? Why would they seize others' planets? Moreover, Mr. Frost is highly esteemed on our planet. Caulifla expressed her confusion. Is that so? I hope it remains that way. Perhaps this is where the similarities and differences between our 2 universes lie, Vegeta explained. If given the opportunity, I would love to visit your planet. Vegeta smiled with anticipation. You are always welcome. Caulifla returned the smile warmly. All right, everyone, the greetings can conclude. Our written examination is about to commence, so please return to your assigned seats. Vados's gentle voice resonated. Once everyone returned to their seats, Vados, seated at the proctor's position, waved her staff lightly, causing a test paper to appear before each participant. This is your examination content for today. Everyone must take it seriously. If you score below 50 points, you will be eliminated immediately, Vados warned each individual. As Jiang Xiaofei gazed at the test paper before him, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. In his past life, although not an academic prodigy, he had experienced the rigors of college entrance examinations and had successfully enrolled in a university. Facing these questions was undoubtedly a walk in the park for him. He intended to be the fastest participant. Thus, Jiang Xiaofei promptly seized his pen and began to write on the paper with flair. Vados observed Jiang Xiaofei's graceful writing, her imagination running wild as she found his every movement to be elegantly charming. I'm done, Jiang Xiaofei announced, rising and striding directly towards Vados. All eyes immediately turned to him, and everyone shared the same thought. This man was astonishingly swift. Vados, witnessing Jiang Xiaofei approach, felt an inexplicable joy, her heart racing once more. Jiang Xiaofei glanced at the others still immersed in their writing, harboring no concerns about the competition. Even Goku, who was anxiously scratching his head, would surely pass. Monaka, the one deemed the universe's greatest warrior by Beerus, looked at the test paper in his hands and then at the towering figures around him. Feeling an urge to flee, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. This battle was not meant for him, and he shouldn't be here. The most critical aspect was that the god of destruction had summoned him to play a role without mentioning any compensation. Were it not for yielding to Beerus's overwhelming power, he would have rebelled long ago. Moreover, he had neither received a fee for lost work nor compensation for injuries. The last time he was injured by Goku, Beerus hadn't even uttered a word of comfort. Reflecting on these matters, Monaka's inner turmoil escalated, leaving him feeling utterly wronged and unwilling to battle this group of formidable beings. He yearned to escape. All right, the written examination is over. Vados gently waved her staff, and the test papers naturally returned to her. The results were revealed in an instant. We would like to extend our heartfelt congratulations to the 5 contestants from Universe 6, who have successfully passed the written examination and advanced to the next round of the competition. Bardos glanced at the test papers and announced, so, what about the written test results for Universe 7? Bardos piqued everyone's curiosity. Well, Mr. Jiang Xiaofei, full marks, Bardos exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Although this was merely a standard written exam, achieving a perfect score is no simple feat, yet Jiang Xiaofei accomplished it. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances with Jiang Xiaofei. Impressed. Not bad. They chuckled. Jiang Xiaofei remained humble. Sun Wukong, pass. Vegeta, pass. Piccolo, pass. Monaka, Bardos's voice suddenly halted, leaving everyone in suspense. Monaka, 10 points. The incredulity was palpable. How could such a simple test be failed? This cannot be. He is the strongest warrior of our universe. How could he only score 10 points? There must be a mistake. Sun Wukong expressed his skepticism towards Bardos. Mr. Sun Wukong, please refrain from doubting a professional examiner. There is absolutely no possibility of error. As Manaka's answer sheet was entirely blank except for this one question, Bardas provided an irrefutable explanation. Sun Wukong felt deflated, and Jiang Xiaofei turned to Manaka, who wore an apologetic expression. I apologize, everyone. These questions were simply beyond my comprehension. From here on, I shall have to rely on you all. It's all right, Manaka. I will fight alongside you. Sun Wukong reassured him. Observing Manaka's apologetic smile, Jiang Xiaofei seemed to grasp something deeper. You're doing this on purpose. What do you mean beyond your capabilities? You're clearly just afraid of facing the stage and getting beaten up. Chapter 54. Is this the weakest Sun Wukong? 10 points. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. One contestant has been eliminated already. How delightful. The god of destruction from Universe 6, Kampa, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing Manaka's paltry score. Haha. Beerus, I hear he is your strongest warrior from Universe 7. Who would have thought he couldn't even pass a simple written test? It seems your intelligence is indeed concerning. Kampa clutched his belly, fearing he might laugh too hard. Beerus was infuriated. When he sought out contestants, he had chosen Manaka rather casually, without conducting any intelligence assessments. Now he found himself in a precarious situation. While he knew Manaka was weak, he never anticipated such a trivial written exam would lead to his elimination. I simply did not want him to bully you. If he were to take the stage, your Universe 6 warriors wouldn't even stand a chance against him. What would be the point of the competition? Beerus forcefully justified. Well, I never expected you to have such thick skin. Even now, you can come up with excuses. I am truly impressed. Kampa was clearly unconvinced by Beerus's excuses. Enough of this talk. Even if we are down to just 4 fighters, we still fear you not. You will lose regardless. Do not cry later. Beerus retorted defiantly, knowing that a 1-against-4 scenario would be challenging but not impossible. Alright, let's see how long you can keep up this facade. Kampa, reluctant to continue the banter. Sense potential loss. To make the competition more interesting, I will send out our weakest fighter. Make sure you catch him. Do not let our weakest defeat all 5 of you. Beerus grew more animated, even though he was aware he was bragging. Very well. Do not blame me for being merciless afterward. Kampa fumed. Let us see. Beerus glared at Kampa. A spark of tension ignited between the two gods of destruction, intensifying the atmosphere of the competition. Both Beerus and Kampa unleashed energy blasts to strike the gong, signifying the official commencement of the match. On the arena, Sun Wukong took his position, feeling a surge of joy as he watched the opponent from Universe 6 step onto the stage. Finally, he would witness the strength of opponents from other universes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the confrontation between Universe 6 and Universe 7. I am your referee and commentator for this exciting match. The referee's voice boomed. Ready? Begin. Hey, I heard you are the weakest from your side. Are you looking down on me? Berta spoke, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Defeat me, and you may just have a chance against the others. If you cannot even best me, do not dream of overcoming the rest, Sun Wukong replied, observing Berta, who was built like a robust bear with a protruding belly. I hope you do not get defeated too quickly. Berta, slightly provoked, appeared even more rotund. His feet sprang like springs as he bounced around the arena, while Sun Wukong remained calm, analyzing Berta's movements. Berta accelerated his bouncing, transforming the arena into his personal playground. He then charged directly at Sun Wukong. Due to Sun Wukong's carelessness and his inability to decipher Berta's combat style, he found himself swiftly pushed towards the edge of the arena by Berta's relentless attacks. Sun Wukong wobbled momentarily before stabilizing himself, avoiding elimination. Hey, weakling. If this is all you've got, I suggest you surrender quickly. Do not waste my time, Berta boasted arrogantly. I was merely warming up. You have yet to ignite my true potential, Sun Wukong retorted. In the audience, Kampa observed Berta's performance and turned to mock Beerus once more. Beerus, if your universe's fighters are of this caliber, you should concede quickly. Do not let it get too embarrassing. Kampa, you should worry about yourself. If even our weakest cannot be defeated, that would indeed be shameful. Beerus replied with fiery determination. Sun Wukong, what are you doing? Be careful, or I will annihilate you. Beerus shouted at Sun Wukong on the stage. Jiang Xiaofei, overhearing this, felt a wave of embarrassment. The interests of this god of destruction were truly unpredictable. Sun Wukong glanced in Beerus's direction before returning his gaze to Berta. If that is the case, then let us accelerate the pace. That suits me perfectly. Berta initiated the attack. Blue energy blasts forming from his hands and hurtling towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong deftly maneuvered his body, evading the energy blast with ease. Now I am truly fired up. With those words, the surrounding energy surged around Sun Wukong. It's time to get serious, he declared, transitioning from defense to offense and launching himself at Berta. A punch capable of shattering mountains landed heavily on Berta's belly, yet to Sun Wukong's astonishment, Berta did not even budge, remaining firmly in place. Berta lowered his head, a mocking expression on his face as he regarded Sun Wukong. Unfazed, Sun Wukong intensified his strikes, but each blow felt as though he were hitting a sponge or rubber. His power completely dissipated. Hee, your strikes cannot harm me. Even if I were to stand here and endure your blows, I would still be able to exhaust you. Bodhidharma declared with unwavering confidence, an inexplicable assurance in his own physique radiating from him. Alas, this truly is vexing. Sun Wukong halted his onslaught, scratching his head in contemplation. However, to think that such a feeble attempt could thwart me is utterly impossible. With that, Sun Wukong's aura surged once more, an unrelenting power coalescing in his fist. Without any superfluous movement, he delivered a decisive punch to Bodhidharma's abdomen. This time, the force was not entirely dissipated. The impact reverberated through Bodhidharma's internal organs, stirring them violently. A trickle of blood escaped from Bodhidharma's lips as he gazed at Sun Wukong in disbelief. No, this cannot be. Bodhidharma's body finally toppled backward. There is nothing impossible about this. When I unleash a force that your body cannot withstand, how can you hope to completely deflect it? Sun Wukong retorted with sheer dominance. Once overjoyed, Kampa watched the unfolding drama on the stage, his previously appetizing egg now losing its appeal. Beerus, you dare call this the weakest? Kampa roared at Beerus, pointing at Sun Wukong on the arena. Chapter 55, A Gentleman? Frisia. In response to Kampa's outburst, Beerus regarded him with a bemused expression, his eyes filled with disdain. He is indeed the weakest. In terms of intellect, among these few, Sun Wukong could be deemed dim-witted. Wouldn't you agree that he is the weakest? Jiang Xiaofei, overhearing Beerus's words, was left speechless as he outright dismissed Sun Wukong's intelligence. Mom, he just called Dad dim-witted. The innocent voice of Wukong rang out. Beside him, Chi-Chi's veins throbbed with anger. Had it not been for Bulma, an android 18 holding her back, she might have rushed to slap Beerus. Calm down. Lord Beerus is merely trying to incite Kampa. There is no malice intended. Whis, sensing Chi-Chi's agitation, reassured her, stating that Lord Beerus holds a great fondness for Sun Wukong and is merely jesting. However, since it was Lord Beerus who spoke, he must take responsibility. Thus, these jewels are yours. With a gentle wave of his staff, Whis conjured a plethora of dazzling treasures before Chi-Chi. Upon seeing the glimmering gems, Chi-Chi's expression softened considerably. For now, I shall forgive you. With that, she hurriedly gathered the jewels. Bulma and Android 18 exchanged glances, realizing that for Chi-Chi, wealth held considerable allure. Do not get too smug, Beerus. We have not yet lost, Kampa declared, cutting through the banter. Bodhidharma, get up quickly. In response to Kampa's roar, Bodhidharma, grappling with abdominal pain, struggled to rise unsteadily. Not bad at all. Observing Bodhidharma on his feet, Sun Wukong could not help but commend him. In the next moment, Sun Wukong struck again, sending Bodhidharma crashing to the ground once more. After several exchanges, the once proud Bodhidharma was engulfed by despair. On one side was the furious roar of Kampa, and on the other, the relentless onslaught of Sun Wukong. He truly wished to vanish into the earth. Hey, are you still standing? My fists are growing restless. Sun Wukong eagerly anticipated Bodhidharma's resurgence. Yet, this remark pushed Bodhidharma over the edge. A surge of blood overwhelmed him, causing him to faint. Upon witnessing Bodhidharma's unconscious state, the referee promptly declared Sun Wukong the victor. Kampa, now visibly agitated, tugged at his ears. Staring at the innocent smile on Sun Wukong's face, contemplating the urge to personally intervene and truly render him dim-witted. What do you say, Kampa? Is it still not too late to concede? Beerus retorted. What is there to boast about? It is merely a single victory, just an appetizer. The main course is yet to come. Kampa feigned indifference. Indeed. After all, you still have 4 more contestants. Beerus observed Kampa's serious demeanor and, with a flick of his hand, the gong sounded, signaling the start of the second match. As Sun Wukong surveyed the contestants stepping onto the stage, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, for this opponent bore an uncanny resemblance to Frisia. Greetings, Lord Wukong. My name is Frost, and I apologize on behalf of my teammate Bodhidharma for his arrogance. Frost's voice momentarily stunned Sun Wukong. It's, no problem. Sun Wukong's mind was a blank slate. This was entirely unlike his expectations. Was Frisia not supposed to be exceedingly wicked and arrogant? How could this gentleman before him be so polite? Frost turned to the audience, bowing at a precise 90 degrees, expressing gratitude to the esteemed ladies and gentlemen for taking time out of their busy schedules to witness this match. This is merely a friendly spar, and I shall adhere to the principle of placing friendship above competition, ensuring no lives are endangered. Is this truly Frisia? Bulma questioned her hearing and judgment. The 6th universe is a twin universe, yet it possesses its own distinctions. Perhaps in the 6th universe, Frisia is indeed a gentleman. Chi-Chi chimed in. Listening to the women's exchange, Jiang Xiaofei shook his head in disbelief. What do you think of this, Frisia? Jiang Xiaofei inquired of Vegeta. Regardless of his demeanor, he must lose in this match today. Vegeta declared, arms crossed, maintaining his lofty posture. That's true, Jiang Xiaofei thought. Recalling that in the original Dragon Ball universe, Frost had indeed lost to him. Do not underestimate this Frost. He is undoubtedly more formidable than he appears. He might be just like our Frieza from the 7th universe. Jiang Xiaofei cautioned once more. Jiang Xiaofei's words reached the ears of the observant Bardos, who felt a wave of astonishment at his keen intuition. This man is not only handsome, but possesses an astute instinct. Truly captivating. Of course, this was Bardos's internal monologue. Maintaining her angelic composure on the surface, the referee's voice resonated, announcing Frost's impressive credentials. He had led peacekeeping forces, aiding numerous planets in repelling external invasions, and dedicated himself to post-disaster reconstruction, earning 3 Universal Peace Awards. Wow, he is far superior to our universe's Frieza. Bulma dismissed Jiang Xiaofei's warnings, captivated by Frost's accolades. Jiang Xiaofei chose not to elaborate further. As someone who had experienced such battles, he simply observed in silence. I did not expect you to be a defender of universal peace. My apologies. Sun Wukong conveyed his respect from the arena. It is nothing. So let us commence our match, Mr. Wukong. Frost replied. With the referee's signal, Frost initiated the attack, his body darting swiftly towards Sun Wukong. Before Sun Wukong could react, Frost was upon him. However, instead of engaging in a direct clash, Frost ensnared Sun Wukong's head with his legs, executing a rapid spin before forcefully slamming Sun Wukong into the ground, swiftly distancing himself once more. Ouch! Pain coursed through Sun Wukong's body as he rose from the ground, eyeing Frost with admiration. Quite impressive. I must apologize. Due to our size difference, I resorted to such tactics. Frost's polite demeanor left Sun Wukong at a loss for how to proceed with the battle. No worries. However, I sense you have yet to unleash your full potential. Are you merely testing me? Sun Wukong inquired. Your perception is indeed astute, my lord. Frost did not deny Wukong's assertion. In that case, you should promptly transform into your ultimate form. Only then can we engage in a truly exhilarating battle, Sun Wukong stated bluntly. Having fought against Frieza before, Sun Wukong was acutely aware of the transformations Frieza was capable of, and it was evident that Frost was not exerting himself fully. If that is the case, I shall oblige your request, my lord Wukong. Chapter 56, The Nonchalant Sun Wukong. With a few leaps, Frost distanced himself from Wukong, taking to the air. A series of roars erupted from Frost's lips as his body began to undergo a transformation. Sun Wukong observed Frost's metamorphosis below, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ultimately, Frost revealed his new form before Sun Wukong, his head elongated into a sharp point, resembling that of a sea monkey. My lord Wukong, you must be cautious henceforth, Frost advised, looking down at the Saiyan. Bring it on. Sun Wukong adopted a fighting stance, his aura swirling around him, clearly stirred with interest. Though it failed to ignite the passion required for his own transformation, Frost's speed had notably increased since his transformation, and his power had surged dramatically. Each collision with Sun Wukong resonated with newfound strength. However, even in this form, Frost could not breach Wukong's defenses, let alone exploit any openings. What on earth is Kakarot doing? Did I not warn him before the match? Finish off the opponent swiftly. Vegeta, watching the battle unfold, felt a growing frustration. Kakarot, show your true abilities. Vegeta shouted at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta in the audience, but Frost seized the opportunity, striking Sun Wukong and sending him crashing to the ground. Well done, Frost, Kappa exclaimed, casting a glance at Beerus nearby. His pent-up frustration finally found a release. Sun Wukong, what are you doing? This is a tournament. Stop holding back and conclude the fight, Beerus commanded, unable to remain composed as he observed Kampa's smug demeanor. Still lying on the ground, Sun Wukong had yet to regain his composure when the shouts urged him onward. With a deft somersault, he regained his footing. Apologies, my lord Wukong. My previous attack was too forceful, and I couldn't halt it in time, Frost expressed with a hint of guilt. No matter. That level of force is hardly enough to harm me, Sun Wukong replied nonchalantly. However, you are quite cautious, Sun Wukong added after a brief pause. What do you mean, my lord Wukong? Frost maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. Well, after our encounters, I can't shake the feeling that you are still holding back. You must possess a more advanced form, perhaps saved for a later moment. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Frost. Haha, you are indeed a combat genius, Wukong. Your intuition is remarkably accurate. Indeed, I possess an even more formidable form, but I will not employ it lightly. Frost's gaze became distant, as if lost in recollection. I once unleashed my ultimate form, but in that state, I couldn't control the overwhelming power. I inadvertently killed an innocent soul. Since then, I vowed never to use that form unless absolutely necessary. Such a history exists. Sun Wukong mused, yet his anticipation remained. Rest assured, You can unleash that power without fear of consequence. It is a pleasure to meet you, my Lord Wukong. Frost smiled earnestly. I shall not disappoint your expectations. With that, Frost's aura shifted again, layers of energy cascading around him, marking yet another transformation. Upon completion, Frost's form mirrored that of Frisia's from Universe 7. This is my ultimate form. Now, my Lord Wukong, you must be cautious, Frost warned. Feeling the surge of Frost's power, Sun Wukong's blood began to boil with exhilaration. This was the sensation he craved. Ah, he exclaimed, as golden energy surged around him, transforming his black hair to a brilliant gold. At that moment, everyone from Universe 6, including the god of destruction Kampa, widened their eyes in astonishment. A Saiyan can transform. Kampa exclaimed incredulously. Hey Gabe, can you Saiyans transform? Kampa asked, unwilling to accept the reality before him. Gabe lowered his head, replying, I'm sorry, Lord Kampa, but we cannot yet. A hint of melancholy flickered in Gabe's eyes as he gazed at the golden figure on the stage, tinged with envy. TCH. Kampa's mood soured further. At long last. Are you serious now? Vegeta observed Sun Wukong's transformation, his eyes gleaming with interest. To him, Wukong's transformation signified that the battle was nearing its conclusion. I can't believe my Lord Wukong can also transform. Frost remarked in surprise. Heh, it was merely a stroke of luck. Now, let us engage in a thrilling battle. Sun Wukong issued a challenge. Frost, no longer feigning politeness, charged at Sun Wukong. With a tightly clenched right fist aimed at Sun Wukong's face, Frost appeared poised to strike. However, his smaller stature and shorter arms meant his punch was effortlessly blocked by Wukong's arm. Undeterred, Frost swung with his left hand. Yet it too was easily deflected by Sun Wukong. The two fighters moved at incredible speeds, the sounds of their clashes echoing throughout the arena. Sun Wukong delivered a side kick to Frost's abdomen, propelling him backward until he steadied himself at the edge of the ring. Is this your strongest power? Sun Wukong asked, disappointment flickering in his eyes. If this is all you have, I would advise you to concede. At Wukong's suggestion to surrender, Frost's body trembled ever so slightly. He lifted his head to meet Sun Wukong's gaze, forcing a strained smile. Thank you for your concern, my Lord Wukong, but I have my reasons to continue. For the sake of universal peace, I must achieve victory today, so our battle must go on. I respect your ideals, but continuing this fight will yield no favorable outcome. Sun Wukong urged. Yet, Frost paid no heed, propelling himself once more toward Wukong. Seeing Frost fight with such desperation, Sun Wukong calmly raised his right hand just in time to block Frost's incoming punch. Give up. You cannot defeat me, Sun Wukong stated with a serene voice. Suddenly, Sun Wukong felt a darkness enveloping him, his legs faltering beneath him, trembling and swaying. A splendid opportunity. Chapter 57, The True Face of Frost. An opening. Without the slightest hesitation, Frost extended his foot and delivered a swift sidekick, sending the dazed Sun Wukong plummeting from the arena. As he fell, the golden aura surrounding him dissipated, reverting to its original form, yet he found himself unable to move. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. Initially, Sun Wukong had the upper hand, but he had made such a grave error, allowing Frost to seize the chance, ultimately casting him from the stage. Alas, well done, Frost. Maintain this momentum and let them witness the might of our sixth universe. Kampa, invigorated once more, taunted Beerus. At this moment, Beerus was seething with rage, his teeth clenched, itching to confront Kampa directly. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, knowing that bickering with Kampa would serve no significant purpose. Let us extend our congratulations to the sixth universe, Mr. Frost. For achieving victory in this match, the referee announced, declaring the result of the bout. Wukong. Chi-Chi, somewhat concerned for her husband, leaped from the stands to his side. Wukong, are you all right? Ouch. I was careless. I accidentally stepped out. Awakened by Chi-Chi's words, Sun Wukong touched his head, smiling at his worried wife. I'm truly fine. Which is a relief. Chi-Chi exhaled in relief. Let us head back. Sun Wukong took Chi-Chi's hand and returned to the stands. I told you not to be reckless. How does it feel to be at a disadvantage this time? Vegeta scoffed at Sun Wukong's expense. You faltered at a crucial moment. Vegeta, must you berate me so? I never anticipated such a result. Sun Wukong sought to regain some dignity, yet he knew this was indeed his own fault. Fool. Just watch how I deal with him. Vegeta volunteered to step up and face Frost. Wukong, at the moment your palm collided with Frost's fist, did you not feel as though you were stung by a bee, leaving you disoriented and unsteady? Jiang Xiaofei observed Sun Wukong calmly. How did you know that? Sun Wukong gazed at Jiang Xiaofei in astonishment. That fellow employs a poison sting, which must be concealed within his body. Jiang Xiaofei revealed the truth directly. With Sun Wukong's presence, it would lend credence to the explanation. How could this be? Are we not forbidden from using weapons? Furthermore, someone as forthright as Frost surely would not stoop to such underhanded tactics, right? Sun Wukong continued to defend Frost. Alas, you are far too naive. Jiang Xiaofei shook his head, observing the grinning Frost in the arena. That fellow was undoubtedly a villain, merely adept at concealing his true nature. What should we do then? Should we directly inform Lord Beerus? Sun Wukong found his thoughts muddled. No need. To expose such a scoundrel, we must wait until he is most arrogant. In this match, Piccolo will test our hypothesis. Everyone heeded Jiang Xiaofei's suggestion, and Beerus did not object. Ding! The gong sounded, and Piccolo descended slowly onto the arena stage. Greetings. I am Frost. May I inquire as to your name? Frost maintained his courteous demeanor. Piccolo. The response was succinct. My apologies, Lord Piccolo, to your companion, Lord Wukong. If we could have controlled our powers, perhaps we could have fought a few more rounds. Frost feigned remorse, yet Piccolo was indifferent to such theatrics. The match begins. As the referee's voice faded, countless flickering crimson energy spheres coalesced in Frost's hands. These highly destructive energy orbs contained unimaginable power. The crimson spheres were released, hurtling towards the emerald-hued Piccolo. Upon entering the arena, Piccolo had placed one hand upon his brow, a flickering golden energy sphere forming at his fingertip. However, it was an incomplete orb, forcing Piccolo to dodge and weave to evade Frost's onslaught. Yet, despite his efforts, Piccolo's movements were ultimately too slow, and he could not evade Frost's attacks, sustaining hits to his legs. Lord Piccolo, you are no match for me. It would be wise to concede now. Frost's voice rang out, attempting to persuade Piccolo. The outcome remains undecided. The golden energy sphere at Piccolo's fingertip shimmered brighter, alerting Frost to the impending danger. Frost swiftly moved, delivering a punch to Piccolo's abdomen. Instantly, Piccolo was overwhelmed by a sensation of weakness, the golden sphere vanishing from his fingertip, his body going limp. With a flying kick, Frost eliminated Piccolo from the match. Frost. Splendid work. Kampa erupted with excitement. 2 consecutive victories had finally allowed him to revel in triumph. Frost, however, bowed deeply to everyone, acknowledging their recognition. Beerus kept his eyes tightly shut, unwilling to involve himself, as if this match were entirely irrelevant to him. Did Piccolo not experience a sensation akin to that of Sun Wukong? Jiang Xiaofei inquired of the returning Piccolo. Piccolo nodded slightly, feeling a sudden sting in his abdomen akin to that of an insect bite, followed by a loss of strength and fading consciousness. Now, you should believe what I have said. Everyone silently nodded in agreement. Should we expose him? Piccolo proposed. That would be rather uninteresting. We must ensure he loses thoroughly, leaving him in utter despair. He must comprehend that in the face of absolute strength, all underhanded tactics are futile. Jiang Xiaofei articulated his thoughts. Very well. In the next match, I shall make him understand what true despair is. Vegeta concurred with Jiang Xiaofei's suggestion, and the others offered no objections. Good luck. However, exercise caution during your battle. Do not allow his poison needles to harm you. Jiang Xiaofei reminded once more. His tricks are far from sufficient. Vegeta was brimming with confidence as he fixed his gaze on the smiling Frost in the arena. This fellow appears so detestable now. One cannot help but feel an urge to pummel him. There will be ample opportunity. I find myself preferring our 6th universe's Frieza. At least he is openly malevolent, whereas this one is merely a scheming charlatan, adept at masquerading. Jiang Xiaofei cast a glance at Frost, summarizing his thoughts. The next match will feature Vegeta against Frost. Chapter 58, The Dominant Vegeta. Vegeta soared into the air and landed gracefully on the arena stage. My apologies for the injuries inflicted upon your 2 companions. Frost remained impeccably gentlemanly. Spare us the pretense. We have seen through your vile tactics. Vegeta's hands were firmly positioned before him, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. What are you implying, sir? I do not comprehend your words. Frost maintained his composure, though the warm smile on his face began to fade. I must admit, in terms of intellect and guile, you certainly surpass our universe's Frieza. However, individuals like you are even more detestable. Just the sight of you makes one want to retch. Vegeta revealed his disdain and fury. Frost took a deep breath and said, Your Excellency, there seems to be a misunderstanding. In front of so many witnesses, how could I possibly harbor any sinister schemes? At this juncture, your calm demeanor suggests that you are no stranger to such underhanded tactics. That so-called 3-time Universe Peace Award was likely obtained through dubious means, was it not? Vegeta stated bluntly. Frost, do not presume you can deceive everyone. Are there not toxic weapons concealed within your arms? Are you not afraid that we might report you, leaving you with nowhere to hide? I believe both Kampa and Beerus would be particularly eager to see that happen. Frost narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the unmasking Vegeta before him. You are indeed astute. Yes, I have employed certain methods, but all for the sake of ultimate victory, to provide a beautiful home for those displaced children. I must secure Kampa's support. Only with victory can those unfortunate souls look forward to a brighter future. Frost spoke passionately, tears glimmering in his eyes. Do not resort to such despicable tactics in my presence. It is futile. Vegeta remained utterly unfazed, his aura steadily escalating. The audacity of this little man had truly roused his ire. "Ah, you truly are a heart of stone, aren't you, Your Excellency?" Frost retracted his feigned sympathy, his words dripping with cold disdain. "Indeed, this entire scenario has been my performance. However, I believe you stand here now, yearning to defeat me head-on." With his disguise shed, Frost adopted an air of superiority, the king's malice and wickedness laid bare in that moment. "Humph, you need not provoke me intentionally. Indeed, I am here to defeat you openly, to demonstrate that all schemes and plots are as grotesque as mere gestures in the face of absolute power." Vegeta's voice resonated with undeniable conviction. "Oh ho ho, it seems you have great confidence in your strength. Then, in the forthcoming battle, let us hope your prowess matches your bravado." Frost's eyes narrowed further, an icy demeanor enveloping him as a crimson energy sphere formed in his hand, hurled directly at Vegeta. Truly despicable. As the energy sphere approached, Vegeta bellowed in anger. Yet, there was no hint of panic in his gaze. Only steely resolve as he fixed his eyes on the crimson orb and the distance between him and Frost. "You have thoroughly enraged me." With Vegeta's roar, the atmosphere around him shifted dramatically. As the energy surged, Vegeta appeared more invigorated, his hair transforming to a golden hue, surrounded by a whirlwind of energy that crackled with white lightning. When the crimson energy sphere collided with the golden aura enveloping Vegeta, it erupted into a blinding brilliance. This spectacle was truly breathtaking, captivating all eyes as the crimson energy was ultimately engulfed by the golden waves, only serving to amplify their potency. Vegeta leapt into the air, swiftly advancing toward Frost to attack. In response to Vegeta's onslaught, Frost moved even more swiftly, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres aimed directly at the approaching Saiyan. However, each of Frost's projectiles was effortlessly deflected by Vegeta's golden shield, dissipating into nothingness. Vegeta closed the distance, launching a straightforward punch that struck Frost's abdomen with tremendous force. Frost's pupils dilated in shock, feeling the relentless power surging into his body, his slender tail involuntarily straightening. "Humph, this time, you should comprehend the chasm that lies between us." Vegeta's voice echoed within Frost's mind. Yet, Vegeta's assault did not relent. One punch after another rained down upon the same spot on Frost's body. Frost's form began to cave inward, the searing pain instilling a deep sense of humiliation. Boom. Helpless and defenseless, Frost was sent flying by Vegeta's relentless barrage. Vegeta chose not to pursue further, instead awaiting Frost's next move. Steadying himself, Frost began to vomit uncontrollably, the pain in his abdomen radiating throughout his body, his rationality slipping away, his expression resembling that of a ferocious beast. "Vegeta, I will kill you." Frost conjured a beam of energy with a single finger, launching it at Vegeta. After transforming, Vegeta's power and speed had surged significantly. Though the beam was swift, he easily evaded it. A sense of despair welled within Frost. Yet surrender was utterly out of the question. "Humph, if you do not deploy your secret weapon soon, you may find yourself knocked out of the ring." Vegeta charged at Frost once more, delivering a relentless flurry of punches and kicks. In that moment, Frost finally lost all semblance of rationality. The beast within him unleashed in a blind fury. The pain coursing through his body no longer affected him. Disregarding all else, Frost steadied himself and charged at Vegeta. From his arm, a slender, almost imperceptible sharp object emerged, its tip glinting menacingly, exuding a chilling aura. Vegeta had anticipated this moment, ever wary of Frost's treacherous tactics. As Frost's fist drew near, Vegeta thrust out his powerful right hand, grasping the murderous arm intent on attacking him. "Ah!" With another fierce shout, Vegeta's aura surged once more, the arm he held twisting under his grip. "Is this your final struggle, weakling?" Chapter 59, Vegeta's Moment of Glory. In the audience, all eyes were fixed on this scene, the sharp object on Frost's arm clearly visible to all. Kampa's gaze narrowed into a slit. He could accept defeat in a fair fight, but victory attained through such despicable means was entirely unacceptable. Kampa glanced at the previously silent Beerus, his conviction solidifying. Beerus was undoubtedly aware of Frost's foul tactics, yet had chosen not to intervene. Kampa even suspected that Beerus believed he had instigated Frost, and such matters required an explanation. "Hey, Beerus, I was completely unaware of Frost's foul methods. Otherwise, I would never have allowed such a scoundrel to enter the arena." Kampa's confidence appeared waning, as his earlier negligence weighed heavily upon him. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, remaining silent. Observing Beerus's demeanor only intensified Kampa's ire. But he could not unleash his frustration upon Beerus. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, addressing the audience. Such scum should not be allowed to roam the universe. The other competitors from Universe 6 sat stiffly, fearful that Kampa's wrath might extend to them. As Bardos observed Kampa in a state of agitation, she sought to provide him with a graceful exit. "Lord Kampa, do not forget that Vegeta is still in the arena. An accidental injury would be most unfortunate." "Kampa, Appearing like a petulant child before Bardos, couldn't help but let his voice take on a mischievous tone. If you say that, it will surely sadden others. Bardos feigned indignation. Were it not for your decision to summon such a scoundrel, I would not find myself in such an embarrassing predicament. Kampa too felt a twinge of grievance. However, when Lord Kampa commanded me to find a fighter, he did not instruct me to assess their character. He merely specified that the individual must be capable of fighting. Disregarding all else, Bardos articulated Kampa's directives. This left Kampa at a loss for words. In that case, there is no recourse. To rectify my blunder, he must simply vanish. Kampa raised his hand once more, having just lowered it. Very well, let us return our attention to the match. We shall set this matter aside for now and allow them to determine who truly reigns supreme. Beerus finally interjected, refraining from passing judgment on Kampa's actions. Hearing Beerus speak, Kampa understood that there would be no further scrutiny on this issue. For now, I shall let this scoundrel be, but once the match concludes, I shall ensure he faces my wrath. Kampa declared with indignation. In the arena, Frost struggled helplessly, unable to escape Vegeta's powerful grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta lifted his right foot and delivered a fierce blow to Frost's abdomen. A relentless flurry of attacks left Frost entirely devoid of consciousness, and Vegeta discarded him from the ring as one would cast aside refuse. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the referee no time to react before witnessing Frost sprawled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Vegeta was in no rush to have the referee declare victory. If Frost dared to resist, he intended to demonstrate the vast chasm between them, one that could not be bridged by mere tricks. Lying on the ground, Frost reminisced about his theatrical exploits in Universe 6 and recalled the treasures promised by Kampa, erupting into maniacal laughter. Vegeta, our paths will cross again. When that time comes, I shall reclaim all that I have lost today. With great effort, Frost stood and staggered off the stage. No one paid heed to a defeated soul, and even if that soul were a scoundrel, few would take notice. However, Jiang Xiaofei was among the rare exceptions. This match concludes with Vegeta of Universe 7 emerging victorious. The referee announced the winner, signaling the dissolution of the glory Frost had once brought to Universe 6. In the subsequent bout, Universe 7's Vegeta faced off against Universe 6 Kappa. As Kappa gazed upon the gleaming figure of Vegeta radiating golden energy, a glimmer of envy flickered in his eyes. Being Saiyans, Vegeta and his kin could transform, while Kappa and his compatriots remained in ignorance of how to harness such power. Approaching the arena, Kappa bowed deeply to Vegeta. I sincerely apologize for my previous thoughts. Vegeta regarded Kappa with an inexplicable sense of familiarity, perhaps due to their shared heritage or a reflection of his former self in Kappa. No worries. Such scum are ultimately deceitful. Discerning their true nature is not an easy task, Vegeta reassured him. Thank you, Kappa replied, a relieved smile gracing his face as he assumed a combat stance. Deep down, Kappa knew he stood no chance against Vegeta, especially since he lacked the ability to transform. He would undoubtedly fall even faster than Frost did against the transformed Vegeta. In a secluded corner outside the arena, Frost's figure emerged, his gaze scanning the captivated spectators, seemingly unnoticed by anyone. Turning his attention to a nearby mound of gold and jewels, alongside a cube capable of soaring through the cosmos, Kampa's treasure, Frost leaped silently towards it, his eyes brimming with hope. You would do well to depart quietly and refrain from any foolishness. Jiang Xiaofei's voice reached Frost's ears. Following the sound, Frost beheld a striking visage. Friend, you would best vanish quickly and not disrupt me. These treasures rightfully belong to me. With them, I shall reign supreme across the cosmos. Frost's face twisted with greed, unable to conceal his avarice. Scum is still scum. The sight of you is nauseating, Jiang Xiaofei remarked, having no desire to engage further with such a wretch. In an instant, he vanished, delivering a single punch that struck Frost with tremendous force. Frost was unable to react or defend himself. The blow was far more brutal than any he had received from Vegeta. I have yet to settle the score for the harm you inflicted upon my ally, Jiang Xiaofei whispered into Frost's ear. Chapter 60, Vegeta's Cutting Tongue. The agony writ large across Frost's contorted face filled him with regret. Had he not indulged in his games within Universe 6, why had he chosen to participate in this match, jeopardizing the hard-won reputation he had cultivated? Most troubling was the caliber of adversaries he faced. Why were they so formidable? He had intended to avoid provoking these monsters, yet at the final moment, he was struck down. This fellow appeared even more fearsome than Vegeta. This scene did not escape Bardos's notice. This man was not only immensely powerful, but also possessed remarkable intellect, a veritable match. Bardos remained concealed, quietly observing the unfolding events. My good sir, let us negotiate. If you spare me, I shall grant you anything you desire. Frost ultimately capitulated, recognizing that surrendering before an unbeatable opponent seemed his only chance of survival. Negotiate. Very well. Jiang Xiaofei had no desire to push Frost to his demise. After all, this was a battleground for two universes, with two gods of destruction and their angels present. Should a fatality occur, he would have to account for it. In that case, relinquish the wealth you have amassed over the years. Jiang Xiaofei's voice echoed in Frost's mind. This man is a greedy one. Frost's immediate thought was that this would be easy. Bardos, too, was taken aback. Could such an attractive man truly be swayed by wealth? Yet it made sense. A gentleman rightly acquires wealth, and Frost's riches were ill-gotten gains. Extracting them was only just. Without hesitation, Frost produced a small portion of his wealth. His expression contorted with pain, even more so than when he had endured Jiang Xiaofei's earlier strike. Here it is. Although I know this is counterfeit, I shall let you off the hook this time, given your compliance. Jiang Xiaofei expressed his approval of Frost's actions. I am immensely grateful, my lord. Frost exhaled deeply, finally able to escape this place. How polite, truly too polite. Jiang Xiaofei responded with a beaming smile. Hey, the one hiding behind that rock. How long do you intend to remain concealed? I've finished my business. It's your turn now. Jiang Xiaofei called out to the slightly elevated stone not far behind Frost. Frost abruptly turned, fixating on the stone Jiang Xiaofei indicated. Bardos stumbled slightly, believing she had been discovered, contemplating whether to reveal herself. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from another stone. Hit, the assassin from Universe 6. Hit's gaze was icy and calm. He glanced at Frost before turning his attention to Jiang Xiaofei. Please, do not regard me with such eyes. I am merely passing by. It is purely coincidental. Jiang Xiaofei protested, already lifting off the ground to glance down. He nearly fell from the sky upon spotting Bardos behind yet another rock. Bardos raised her head, flashing a radiant smile and making a shushing gesture towards Jiang Xiaofei. Feigning composure, Jiang Xiaofei soared towards the audience of Universe 7. Frost looked at Hit, baring his fangs once more. Hit, let me go? If you find yourself in trouble in the future, I will certainly offer my full assistance. However, Hit paid no heed to Frost, instead focusing on the cube before him. Was it you who wished to take it away? As an assassin, Hit was not one for excessive words. His voice emerged like a ghost from the depths of hell. It belongs to me. If you wish to take it, then leave it here. Without further ado, Hit materialized behind Frost, delivering a powerful strike. Frost felt a sudden dizziness at the back of his head before losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. It seems I need not intervene, Bardos remarked. Returning to Kampa's side and casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei across the arena. On the platform, Vegeta had reverted to his normal form. Yet even so, Cabba was still no match for him. Throughout their exchanges, Cabba could distinctly sense the immense energy contained within Vegeta's body. Each of Cabba's attacks was effortlessly neutralized by Vegeta. Disappointment gradually manifested on Cabba's face. Though both were Saiyans, their powers existed on completely different levels. Just a minor setback, and you display such disappointment. How can you possibly be worthy of the noble Saiyan bloodline? Vegeta's words struck at Cabba's very soul. We Saiyans grow stronger with battle, more courageous with adversity. A weakling like you is utterly unworthy of being called a Saiyan. No, that is not true. Cabba feebly retorted, intensifying his attacks, yet they remained ineffective against Vegeta. Such feeble punches, how could Kampa possibly choose you to compete? Is this not an insult to Saiyans? Vegeta remained indifferent to Cabba's feelings, his words cutting sharply. Is it true that in your Universe 6, all Saiyans are as pitiful as you, utterly powerless? Vegeta expanded the range of his verbal assault, his aura suddenly intensifying, sending Cabba flying backward under its pressure. No, that's not it. We are not worthless. Cabba was now utterly provoked by Vegeta's words, on the brink of collapse. Coupled with the vast disparity in their strengths, Cabba was engulfed in despair. He had come here to bring glory to the Saiyans. Yet he found himself facing a Saiyan from Universe 7, whose strength was astonishing. More shocking was Vegeta's power after transformation. Not worthless? Is that all you can say? Judging by your displayed strength, you are even less than worthless. Your very existence brings shame upon the Saiyan name. Vegeta's remarks were harsh, disregarding Cabba's fragile psyche. Cabba's eyes reddened, but his anger surged at an unprecedented pace. The fury in his pupils seemed as if it wished to tear Vegeta apart. You madman. Today I shall show you whether I am indeed worthless. A power unlike any he had ever felt enveloped Cabba. In that moment, every cell in his body was infused with an unprecedented strength, his blood coursing rapidly, unleashing tremendous power. Upon witnessing this, Vegeta felt a surge of delight. Chapter 61, the first Super Saiyan of Universe 6. In the audience, Jiang Xiaofei and Sun Wukong observed Vegeta's antics with wry smiles. This guy, taking on the role of a teacher in the arena, deliberately provoking the Saiyans of Universe 6 to see if they too possessed the ability to transform. Being Vegeta's closest ally, Sun Wukong could see through Vegeta's intentions immediately. Indeed, I never expected Vegeta to display such a demeanor, Jiang Xiaofei mused. realizing that this was the first time the proud Prince Vegeta had earnestly mentored someone. Hey, what do you mean by that? Our Vegeta is exceptionally gentle, you know? Bulma interjected, dissatisfied with Jiang Xiaofei's words, raising her right hand for emphasis. Jiang Xiaofei dared not argue, fearing Bulma might strike him down. I wonder if Cabba will succeed. Let us hope he does not disappoint Vegeta's good intentions. Sun Wukong too awaited Cabba's growth. He certainly will, even if he fails the first time. As long as he grasps the key, he will surely succeed. Did you not also come through that stage? Jiang Xiaofei remarked to Sun Wukong. Hee, that makes sense. Let us wait and see. Sun Wukong believed that effort would ultimately yield rewards. I told you so. Our Saiyans from Universe 6 can transform too. Hee. It seems the upcoming battles will become increasingly thrilling. Kampa rubbed his hands together, utterly captivated by Cabba, having forgotten the earlier incident with Frost. On the arena, Cabba's energy continued to surge. The immense power had pushed his body to its limits, yet that rising energy seemed inexhaustible, continuously striving for greater heights. Vegeta stood proudly, without any intention to intervene. In fact, he too anticipated Cabba's transformation. In Vegeta's heart, seeing Cabba evoked an inexplicable sense of kinship, especially upon hearing about Planet Salad from Universe 6, which stirred his emotions even further. However, in Universe 6, Saiyans were a relatively mild-mannered race, lacking understanding of how to harness their bodily abilities. Vegeta aimed to provoke Cabba, to see if, driven by anger, Cabba could transform into a Super Saiyan. Just as they had. Clearly, this provocation had yielded remarkable results. At the very least, Cabba was now moving towards becoming a Super Saiyan. His eyes brimmed with anticipation, longing for a miracle to unfold. Yet, at the most critical moment, Cabba's transformation halted, the barrier unbroken, reverting him to his original form. In Cabba's eyes, there flickered a hint of despondency, but more so, an exhilaration. Although he had failed to transform, he seemed to have forged an extraordinary path, one that the Saiyans of Universe 6 had never dared to tread. As Gabe gazed once more into Vegeta's eyes, the previous animosity and fury had dissipated. He seemed to grasp the noble intentions behind Vegeta's actions. Gabe deeply bowed before Vegeta, expressing his sincerest apologies and gratitude. Do not get too complacent. Your victory is far from assured. Defeating me is an impossible feat. Vegeta crossed his arms, wearing a proud demeanor. Gabe, however, remained unfazed, for he understood that this individual before him was a quintessential example of a sharp tongue but a tender heart. To achieve transformation, one must experience boundless rage. No one can assist you, as relying solely on oneself is paramount. After absorbing Vegeta's words, Gabe slowly closed his eyes, savoring the sensation of his first transformation. Oh! A suffocating aura emanated from Gabe once again, as his cells within became invigorated, an unending surge of power coursing through his blood, saturating his entire being. With a resounding cry, the energy surrounding Gabe began to clash, manifesting as arcs of white lightning. The vitality of his cells surged anew, and his hair underwent a metamorphosis as he approached the threshold of his initial transformation. Gabe did not waver, but rather sustained his fury, allowing the power within him to swell even further. Boom! It was as if something had shattered. The force radiating from Gabe instantly made him appear as a different entity altogether. Observers were stirred with inexplicable excitement, silently chanting the words Super Saiyan. Vegeta couldn't help but smile knowingly. Indeed, after numerous attempts, Gabe had finally succeeded in his transformation. Gazing at Vegeta, an overwhelming joy surged within Gabe, prompting him to exclaim, "Master, I did it." Vegeta did not deny it. In his eyes, having such a disciple was indeed commendable. Do not let pride cloud your judgment. Maintaining this state in battle for an extended period is still a distant goal. Vegeta then roared, transforming into a Super Saiyan himself. Now, this was true mastery. Observing Vegeta's display, Bulma felt that he was undeniably dashing at this moment. Isn't Vegeta just a bit too fond of showing off? An untimely voice broke the moment, causing Bulma to furrow her brow as she glanced at Jiang Xiaofei and Goku. Jiang Xiaofei sensed an icy atmosphere and promptly silenced himself, internally muttering that good men shouldn't quarrel with women. Surely, he could vent in his mind. I told you so. Our universe's Saiyans can transform too. This time, it's truly realized. Kampa beamed with pride. Indeed, we must extend our gratitude to Vegeta of Universe 7. Beerus interjected. Kampa shot a disdainful glance at Beerus, snorting dismissively. Why should our Saiyans of Universe 6 express gratitude to them? Wow. Under the astute guidance of contestant Vegeta, contestant Gabe has also learned to transform. The referee's voice rang out. Based on my experience, Gabe seems to be the first Super Saiyan from Universe 6. What a prestigious position. Let us once again congratulate contestant Gabe, while also expressing our gratitude to contestant Vegeta for his guidance. Hearing the referee's words, Kampa's fury erupted. Who was this fool of a referee? Beerus has never let Kampa down. This was indeed your personal selection. Kappa sulked, seated as he continued to indulge in delicious treats. Now, let the match continue. With a command from the referee, Gabe, transformed into a Super Saiyan, resumed his battle stance, eager to discover how his newfound power compared to Vegeta's. Chapter 62. Hit. Master Vegeta, please guide me. Gabe unleashed his full power, racing toward Vegeta. Oomph. Just having learned to transform, and you wish to soar to new heights? How naive. Vegeta observed Gabe charging at him, swiftly springing into action. He too was curious to ascertain the extent of Gabe's current strength. Although both were Saiyans, their personalities bore stark differences. Would this have an impact on Gabe's transformation? As their explosive punches collided, the arena was enveloped in a golden radiance, with white lightning crackling as waves of energy surged forth. In mere moments, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Of course, Vegeta opted for a defensive stance, refraining from aggressive strikes. Otherwise, Gabe would not have lasted this long. Estimating that the time was ripe, Vegeta gauged Gabe's performance post-transformation and deemed that the battle had reached its conclusion. Thus, he leaped into the air, creating distance between them. Not bad. Being able to maintain this form for such a duration after your first transformation indicates you possess a natural aptitude for training. Vegeta looked at Gabe from afar, pride evident in his gaze. Though they had not formally acknowledged their master-disciple relationship, Gabe had accepted Vegeta as his mentor, and Vegeta valued this disciple in return. Heh. Compared to Master, I still have a long way to go. Gabe felt elated by Vegeta's praise. Oomph. At least you have some self-awareness. As for Super Saiyan, you are merely at the beginning. There lies an extensive journey ahead. Remember, the growth of a Saiyan is boundless. Vegeta's voice, laced with a hint of sternness, echoed as if reprimanding his pupil. Yes, Master. I shall strive diligently to surpass you in the future. Gabe encouraged himself. No, you must surpass me. Vegeta corrected him. Gabe was momentarily taken aback, his confidence wavering. What? You find that impossible? Remember, we Saiyans are born proud. We must continuously strive to surpass ourselves. Vegeta instilled this mindset within Gabe once more. Yes, I will definitely surpass Master Vegeta. Gabe clenched his fists, recognizing the monumental challenge ahead. Oomph. Now that is the spirit. However, I shall not allow you to surpass me. A rare smile graced Vegeta's lips. At that moment, Gabe finally comprehended that his master had been igniting his confidence and potential all along. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was destined for a greater path. I never imagined Vegeta would take on the role of a mentor so splendidly. Truly remarkable. Jiang Xiaofei observed Vegeta on the arena, feeling quite pleased. Indeed, it is quite a rarity. Goku chimed in, stroking his head as he gazed at his rival. Hey, are you two still fighting? Kappa languidly eyed the arena, speaking in a monotone. This display of master-disciple camaraderie was somewhat dull. Yet, no one paid heed to Kappa, which left him feeling disgruntled. How is it that a god of destruction found himself in such a situation? Since you have already mastered the technique to transform into a Super Saiyan, this battle should come to an end. Vegeta regarded Gabe with utmost seriousness. Master, this time I will not concede easily. Gabe's face was alight with fervor. Is that so? However, it is not entirely up to you. Vegeta refrained from assuming a fighting stance, declaring that before concluding, Gabe should once again feel the power of a Saiyan. Vegeta let out a thunderous roar, and the surrounding aura surged forth once more, albeit this time with a distinct difference. The energy emanating from Vegeta was not only more potent, but also notably gentler than before. A tempest of energy swept across the arena, causing the transformed Super Saiyan, Kappa, to struggle to maintain his composure, instinctively raising his arms to shield his eyes. When Kappa lowered his arms and looked back at Vegeta, he beheld a figure standing tall amidst a blaze of cerulean flames, and once again, he felt the insignificance of his own being. Even the audience was taken aback, with the inhabitants of Universe 6 particularly astonished, as they had not anticipated that the Saiyans could transform consecutively. Hit, too, opened his previously shut eyes to gaze at the azure figure. Realizing that these Saiyans seemed to grow stronger with each shout, it appeared that Kappa had stumbled upon a pattern. Is this the essence of the Saiyan transformation? Kappa's eyes brimmed with envy and yearning. You have lost. Vegeta's voice cut through the shock, allowing Kappa to regain his senses, only to realize he had already stepped outside the ring. Thank you, Master. Kappa smiled faintly and bowed deeply to Vegeta, preparing to turn away. Remember, the power of a Saiyan is boundless. With relentless effort, you too can reach such heights. Vegeta spoke once more. Kappa turned back, his eyes ablaze with fervor, a manifestation of his indomitable spirit. I hope that when we meet again, you will surprise me even more. Vegeta released his transformation, watching Kappa intently. I certainly will. Kappa clenched his fist, a resolute determination surging within him. Goodness, Vegeta truly steals the spotlight, exclaimed Jiang Xiaofei, feeling a sense of joy for both Vegeta and Kappa. Indeed, they are both remarkable. Goku chimed in. In this match, the contestant from Universe 7, Vegeta, emerges victorious. The referee proclaimed with finality. In the stands of Universe 6, Kampa tugged at his prominently erect ears, his mood growing increasingly agitated, as both matches had ended in defeat for his universe. Witnessing Vegeta's Ultra Blue form, Kampa felt a jolt of shock. He was particularly sensitive to his pride, especially in the presence of Beerus, who wore a smug expression. Hit. You are next, Kampa commanded, prompting the meditative Hit to slowly open his eyes, disappearing only to reappear atop the arena. The moment Hit entered, an invisible pressure enveloped the arena, casting a shadow over the entire stage. Vegeta, observing Hit, felt a tightening in his chest. This individual was undoubtedly a master, stronger than anyone he had faced thus far. Goku immediately assessed the situation. Yes, this is their trump card. Jiang Xiaofei pondered, perplexed by the order of combatants, which seemed to have shifted unexpectedly after Vegeta's victory over Frost. Could it be that in this Dragon Ball universe, Vegeta was deemed stronger than Hit? Shaking his head, Jiang Xiaofei dismissed that notion. This match features Hit from Universe 6 against Vegeta from Universe 7. The gong sounded, signaling the commencement of battle once more. Chapter 63, Vegeta, powerless against Hit. Faced with Hit, Vegeta could not afford to be complacent. Without hesitation, he transformed into Ultra Blue, fully aware that he needed to be on high alert against such an opponent. Although they had yet to engage directly, Vegeta sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Hit. His gaze remained fixated on Hit, his body tense with vigilance. Battles between strong warriors always demanded utmost attention, for a moment's lapse could lead to defeat. Looking at Hit's stance, his hands tightly clasped and forearms slightly bent, he presented a formidable fighting posture. This simple motion revealed no weaknesses, which was one reason why Vegeta regarded Hit with such trepidation. This guy is indeed extraordinary, Jiang Xiaofei commented succinctly, observing the arena. Indeed, his defense is impenetrable. Goku narrowed his eyes, adopting a serious demeanor. It seemed that Vegeta was in for a perilous encounter. Jiang Xiaofei candidly stated this, earning a disapproving glance from Bulma nearby. Although her hands unconsciously clenched tighter, while Bulma was not a warrior, she could still discern the atmosphere in the arena. Vegeta was evidently more serious and meticulous than before. The two fighters hesitated to strike, each waiting for the other, for it appeared that the first to act might expose a vulnerability. You are correct, Goku added. But from their performances, it seems Vegeta is slightly at a disadvantage. Jiang Xiaofei continued. In terms of psychological fortitude, Vegeta was clearly not on par with Hit. Although a tenacious warrior, he was somewhat overshadowed by the assassin's prowess. Do you truly have so little faith in Vegeta? Bulma stood up, defending him. It's not a lack of faith. It's that achieving victory against an opponent like Hit is exceedingly challenging, Jiang Xiaofei clarified once more. Whoosh. Bam. Vegeta could no longer contain himself and transformed into a streak of lightning, charging toward Hit. For an ordinary person, this strike from Vegeta would undoubtedly send them into a panic. However, before Vegeta stood Hit, there was no discernible change in Hit's expression, even as Vegeta's fist approached, failing to provoke any reaction. From this alone, it was evident that as an assassin, he was of the highest caliber. To the onlookers, it seemed impossible for Hit to evade this powerful strike from Vegeta. Yet, in the next instant, everyone was left agape. Even Jiang Xiaofei, who was aware of the storyline, widened his eyes in astonishment. Vegeta's attack had not succeeded. Instead, Hit's right fist grazed beneath Vegeta's nose with astonishing force, sending the bewildered Saiyan hurtling backward. Hit's hand returned to its original position, having executed such a simple maneuver that left the audience in utter disbelief. I could barely see how he executed that move. Goku marveled at Hit's technique, attempting to discern the intricacies of his actions. To decipher his movements with the naked eye is nearly impossible, Jiang Xiaofei concluded. To withstand his assault, one must learn to predict his actions, anticipating his next move in a split second. That moment will be crucial. Predicting the opponent's actions? Goku realized. Yet, while this concept sounded simple, its practical application was an entirely different matter. After all, the opponent was the foremost assassin from Universe 6. And if one could react and counter his techniques within such a brief time frame, then that title would surely be undeserved. Lying on the arena floor, Vegeta gazed at Hit in disbelief, feeling a searing pain radiating from beneath his upper lip and the tip of his nose. Yet, Vegeta still found it hard to believe that he had been struck and sent flying by Hit with a single move, for he had not even caught a glimpse of how Hit had executed his attack. Rising from the arena, Vegeta cast a wary gaze upon Hit, his heart brimming with caution as he made some tactical adjustments. Once more, he launched himself into the fray, his speed markedly enhanced, determined to outpace Hit. However, despair loomed once again. Just as Vegeta was about to make contact with Hit, he was met with another strike to his forehead, sending him hurtling backward once more. Surrender. You are no match for me. Hit's chilling voice echoed in Vegeta's ears, laced with derision. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, was resolute. The proud Saiyan prince would never concede defeat. Observing Vegeta's unyielding spirit, Hit lowered his raised hands, casually slipping them into his pockets. The scene before him seemed to push Vegeta to the brink of madness. For Hit's demeanor was a blatant disregard for his presence. With a fierce roar, Vegeta's aura surged once more, and he charged forward recklessly. He unleashed a flurry of attacks. Yet the relentless barrage appeared ineffective. Despite the swiftness of his movements, Hit effortlessly evaded each strike. Hit retaliated with what appeared to be a simple punch, landing squarely on Vegeta, who hurriedly executed several flips to distance himself from Hit. In the midst of Hit's assault, Vegeta sensed a fleeting pause in his own body. Though he could not comprehend the cause of this peculiar phenomenon, this was a technique known as time skip, capable of halting time for a mere 0.1 seconds, during which Hit executed his precise counterattack. Observing the one-sided battle unfolding in the arena, the King of the Galaxy spoke up. Son Goku, too, was acutely aware of the situation, and the expressions of those present reflected their unease. The ability to stop time, even if only for a fraction of a second, was a formidable advantage for an assassin capable of turning the tide. It seems you were right. To thwart him, one must predict his actions a mere 0.1 seconds in advance to hold any hope of victory, Goku remarked to Jiang Xiaofei. Let us hope so. However, it appears that Vegeta may no longer have that opportunity, Jiang Xiaofei observed, watching the unfolding scene. With Hit's relentless attacks, Vegeta was already gasping for breath, yet he still failed to catch Hit's movements. This must end, Hit declared as his figure suddenly vanished, reappearing with a fist crashing into Vegeta's abdomen. The immense force drove Vegeta down onto the arena floor, his body trembling until he fell unconscious. Hey, referee, isn't it against the rules to kill in the arena? Hit reminded the stunned referee, who was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 64, Son Goku vs. Hit. Upon hearing Hit's frigid words, the referee finally regained his composure and raised the microphone high. In this match, the contestant from Universe 6, Hit, is victorious. Haha, Hit truly lives up to the title of the foremost assassin of Universe 6. What of the Super Saiyan? What of transformation? They remain no match for Hit, Champa said, wearing a smug expression as he turned to Beerus. Amidst the battle between Vegeta and Hit, Beerus felt a pang of anxiety. Yet there was little he could do. Ignoring Champa's taunts, he chose to remain silent. Champa, somewhat disappointed by Beerus's indifference, gazed upon Hit, convinced that the Earth of Universe 7 was already within his grasp. Haha, Beerus, why not concede defeat? Just hand over the Earth to me. That way, you won't suffer further humiliation, Champa provocatively suggested. Do you truly believe he is invincible? Beerus finally could not hold his tongue, narrowing his eyes at Champa. At present, it certainly appears so, Champa replied, his spirits soaring, relishing the prospect of revenge against Beerus. Do you honestly think anyone can counter Hit's time skip? It is no easy feat. Goku, why not show him how it's done? Beerus commanded, directing his gaze at Goku. Eagerly, Goku's excitement bubbled forth. He relished the prospect of battling a formidable opponent. Alas, hasn't he already been eliminated? Why must he fight again? Beerus, do not disrupt the rules. Champa fretted at the sight of Goku. It is your universe that first broke the rules. Thus, he is permitted to re-enter the fray. Beerus explained. If you have the capability, then demonstrate it. Champa challenged, glancing between Hit and Goku, his skepticism palpable. With a determined clench of his fists, Goku leaped onto the arena, his face alight with excitement as he faced Hit. Vegeta, struggling to stand, passed by Goku. Any good advice? Goku inquired. None, Vegeta replied tersely. Disappointment etched on his face as he returned to the audience. Truly indifferent, Goku mused, before officially confronting Hit. In the audience, Jiang Xiaofei offered a few words of consolation to Vegeta, though their impact was minimal. You are quite strong, Goku remarked, assessing Hit. In response, Hit maintained his icy demeanor, fists clenched before him, prepared for battle. Let us engage in a fierce clash, Goku exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. With a mighty shout, Goku's energy began to coalesce around him, a soft blue glow enveloping him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. Yet, this transformation failed to elicit any reaction from Hit. Goku launched the first strike, his fists raging like a tempest, hurtling towards Hit in a bid for a swift victory. Without a doubt, Goku encountered the same fate as Vegeta. At the moment of their impending clash, he too was sent flying by Hit's time skip. Nevertheless, Goku pressed on, undeterred, relentlessly charging at Hit once more. It must be acknowledged that in terms of resilience, Goku proved somewhat superior to Vegeta. However, the onlookers from Universe 7, witnessing this frustratingly lopsided duel, had begun to lose hope. Haha, Beerus, it seems the outcome you predicted may not come to pass. Champa sensed the dawning of victory. Do not draw conclusions until the final moment, Beerus retorted, his gaze fixed intently on Goku. Oh, still holding out for a miracle, are we? Champa remarked as he glanced at Hit, his expression simmering with fury. Hit, swiftly eliminate this bothersome Saiyan. Hit cast a glance upward at Kampa before turning his attention back to Goku. It seems our game is nearing its conclusion. Is it? Goku responded. Excitement etched on his face, as if he had just conceived a brilliant idea. Thus, bearing the pain coursing through his body, Goku charged at Hit once more. To the spectators, Goku's attack appeared no different from before, and Hit seamlessly countered, especially as a victorious expression spread across Kampa's face. However, in the blink of an eye, silence fell over the crowd once more. On the arena, Sun Wukong deftly utilized his elbow to deflect Hit's punch, while his other hand transformed into a fist, delivering a powerful blow to Hit's abdomen. This strike caused Hit to wince in pain. The faces of all onlookers were etched with disbelief. Even Hit appeared astonished, while Kampa, who had anticipated an easy victory, was now drenched in sweat. How could this be possible? How did he accomplish that? Two such questions lingered in the minds of the spectators. Haha, what do you think? I told you the battle has only just begun. Now do you believe me? Sun Wukong expressed his delight in successfully thwarting Hit's attack. Indeed. You are more formidable than I had imagined, but surely this must be mere coincidence. Hit remained incredulous and resolved to make another attempt. With that, Hit distanced himself from Sun Wukong, this time taking the initiative to strike first, launching his time skip once again. However, the result was identical to before. Sun Wukong successfully intercepted Hit's assault and countered it. Hit was sent hurtling backward, yet rather than feeling disheartened, a fierce battle spirit ignited within him. In Universe 6, he had never encountered anyone capable of countering his time skip, but today he had, and the once dormant spark within him now surged with a desire to grow stronger. You are quite impressive, but overcoming me will still prove to be a challenge. After enduring several blows, Hit acknowledged Sun Wukong as a worthy adversary. Hit, emulating Sun Wukong and Vegeta, let out a mighty roar. Everyone expected Hit to transform, but once the roar subsided, he remained largely unchanged. The two combatants clashed once more, exchanging blows with each gaining the upper hand at different moments. Yet, the spectators remained keenly observant as the battle wore on. It appeared that Sun Wukong was gradually falling behind. Bang! Another resounding punch echoed, and this time, Sun Wukong failed to withstand Hit's attack. I didn't expect you to still be holding back. Stabilizing himself, Sun Wukong regarded Hit with anticipation. No, I simply grew stronger while fighting you. Hit's voice was soft, yet resonated clearly with everyone. Grow stronger? Sun Wukong was perplexed. Yes, that is precisely what I mean. Unlike you Saiyans, who can continuously enhance yourselves through battle, harnessing fury to transform into more powerful forms, I possess the ability to grow within a short span of time, Hit elucidated. Oh, is this truly the Hit I know? He can articulate so much. Kampa of Universe 6 added more time to the match, his demeanor revealing a sense of pride. That sounds rather impressive. Sun Wukong gave a thumbs up. This is the kind of battle I seek. Sun Wukong's body surged with energy once more, the blue flames enveloping him elevating his spirits. With a fierce punch, he charged towards Hit. Hit, vigilant and unyielding, recognized the need for utmost caution against Sun Wukong, not merely due to his instincts as an assassin, but also out of sheer curiosity towards Sun Wukong's prowess. While Hit was capable of growth, Sun Wukong was undeniably a prodigy in combat, adept at swiftly identifying vulnerabilities and countering them. Boom. The two fists collided, generating a colossal shockwave that sent the referee crashing down. Ripples of force radiating across the protective barrier. It seems your growth is still ongoing. In the heat of battle, Sun Wukong felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Hit continue to intensify. Indeed. Thus, victory in this fight is beyond your reach. Hit responded without hesitation. Oh, is that so? That merely heightens my anticipation. In mere moments, the two had exchanged blows hundreds of times. Bang! Another thunderous clash sent Sun Wukong flying once again. What just happened? I distinctly felt time come to a standstill. In the audience, Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Hit in the arena. Is this the result of that guy's growth? Vegeta's fists tightened, igniting a yearning to become stronger. Despite his current strength, he sensed that both fighters on the stage surpassed him, and the presence of Jiang Xiaofei beside him was something he could not tolerate. One day, you will no longer be my opponents. Jiang Xiaofei seemed to grasp Vegeta's sentiment, merely pressing his fingers against his temple, remaining focused on the match. Haha. It seems your time skip has indeed extended. Sun Wukong appeared unfazed. Correct. Through this process of growth, I have increased my time skip from 1 second to 2 seconds. If I can reach 5 seconds, you will stand no chance against me, no matter how formidable your strength. Hit's expression was calm, yet the fiery spirit of battle within his eyes could not be concealed. Before encountering you, I had never contemplated this notion. In my universe, I never needed to rely on such tactics to defeat my enemies. Yet you are different, although I cannot use lethal techniques. I must resort to this method against you to have any hope of victory. Haha, I actually look forward to seeing you reach 5 seconds. However, my body seems to be approaching its limits. Sun Wukong rubbed his numerous injuries, all the result of Hit's time-skip prowess. Since you are putting forth such effort, I too shall demonstrate my abilities. Sun Wukong loosened his body, entering a relaxed state. Originally, this was a technique my friends and I devised to combat Lord Beerus, but I have never utilized it until now. It appears I shall have to demonstrate it to you today. As Sun Wukong spoke, he glanced at Jiang Xiaofei before turning back to Hit. Huh. With a resounding shout, a red aura began to manifest around Sun Wukong, enveloped in blue energy. The crimson flames blazed brightly, illuminating the faces of everyone present, as Sun Wukong's power surged at that moment. What is this? The Kaioken. In the audience, those familiar with Sun Wukong understood what he was doing, yet found it utterly astonishing. The Super Saiyan blue form already possessed the power of a Super Saiyan god, a strength beyond compare. Yet now, Sun Wukong was incorporating Kaioken into it. How reckless a move. Feeling the immense power radiating from Sun Wukong, Vegeta gritted his teeth in frustration. That bastard, training this ability behind my back. Surely he couldn't be unaware. Vegeta shot a glance at Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei sheepishly scratched his head, his demeanor speaking volumes. Two fools. You. Ugh. Jiang Xiaofei felt wronged, but found himself at a loss for words. Hit. Take advantage of his transformation and finish him off. Don't dawdle. Compa of Universe 6 urged, sensing a hint of crisis from the power emanating from Sun Wukong. Hit glanced between Compa and Sun Wukong, raising his fists high as if preparing to strike. Yes. Strike quickly. Compa pressed once more. However, in the next moment, Hit retracted his motion, silently awaiting Goku's Kaioken. You. Witnessing Hit's disobedience to commands, Compa felt an impulse to obliterate him. 1 times. 2 times. Krillin had already begun to silently count the multipliers of Goku's Kaioken. No, it's 10 times Kaioken. The vibrant red aura surged around Goku's blue flame, enveloping the arena in an instant, the formidable power rushing forth. This guy? He actually succeeded. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief for Goku. I've waited long enough. Hit. I hope you won't disappoint me. Hit prepared for battle, eager to witness the true prowess of Goku under the tenfold Kaioken. However, just as Hit assumed his stance, he sensed a powerful energy surge behind him. Before he could activate his instant transmission, he was struck by Goku. The blue flame, entwined with red light, pierced through the arena like a sword, striking Hit no matter how he attempted to evade. At that moment, Hit's instant transmission lost its efficacy. Is this what it means to be overpowered? Hit murmured. Hey, Hit. You should unleash your full strength too. I can't maintain this form for long. I hope we can have an exhilarating battle. Goku was straightforward, gazing at this pure warrior. Woven in red and blue, Hit felt a genuine desire to engage in combat for the first time. Chapter 66. Instant Kill. Faced with Goku's relentless assaults, Hit let out another roar, purple energy surging, causing his power to swell once more. The 0.2-second instant transmission is no longer effective against you, but I can still continue to grow. Hit radiated a fighting spirit. Hehe. I look forward to your growth. Enveloped in blue and red energy, Goku's fighting spirit soared. It was unexpected that Hit could endure so long against Goku, and it seemed he could continue to grow. This was not good news for Goku. Krillin felt anxious. He initially believed Goku would triumph with the boost of Kaioken, but now everything remained uncertain. The most worrying aspect was the aftereffects of Goku's Kaioken. He might not be able to endure for much longer. Jiang Xiaofei pointed out a crucial fact. If Goku fails, then you will be our only hope. Can you feel the immense pressure closing in? Compa teased. Pressure? Nonsense. Even if Goku cannot defeat Hit's remaining stamina cannot be much either. Defeating him shouldn't be an issue. Jiang Xiaofei spoke nonchalantly, embodying a sense of confidence. There is some truth in that, but there is still another contender yet to step in. Compa glanced at the hulking figure of the metal barrel from Universe 6. That guy? His strength may not even match yours. What do you mean by that? The proud Vegeta was displeased. Nothing. Focus on the match. One day, I will surpass all of you. On the arena, the sacred clash of red and blue energies and the mysterious purple aura resulted in fierce collisions. The sturdy platform becoming battered from this battle. What a thrill. Goku, whose body was already operating beyond its limits, distanced himself from Hit once more. It seems this battle is drawing to a close. Goku's voice carried a hint of regret as Hit nodded gently. Although you held the upper hand this time, I believe I will certainly triumph over you next time. Goku declared as he leapt down from the arena. I will not yield easily. Hit called out to Goku's retreating figure. I am already looking forward to our next battle. Goku waved his hand as he returned to the audience. A sudden, intense pain coursed through his body, the aftermath of Kaioken. The thrill of battle is fleeting, but the body is headed for the crematorium. Jiang Xiaofei joked at Goku's disheveled state. Still spouting off, "You're next." Goku shot back. "Alas, there's no choice, if you all cannot win. I must resolve these troubles myself." "When did you become so narcissistic?" Vegeta scoffed. "This is not narcissism, it is confidence." Jiang Xiaofei stood tall, declaring, "Just watch as I dominate the arena." Without waiting for any response, Jiang Xiaofei's figure vanished from the spectators' sight, arriving on the stage. "Do you think he can defeat Hit?" "Shouldn't be a problem. It seems we must train even harder. More and more individuals have surpassed us." Observing the two formidable figures on the arena, Goku sighed. As Hit gazed at the composed Jiang Xiaofei, even as an assassin, he felt a stir within. The aura emanating from Jiang Xiaofei was evidently weaker than Goku's. Yet his countenance radiated calmness. The contestant Hit from Universe 6 faces Jiang Xiaofei from Universe 7. The match begins. With the referee's command, the two combatants instantly entered battle mode. "Hit, teach him a harsh lesson." Kampa's voice rang out again. Seeing Jiang Xiaofei, Kampa felt an inexplicable annoyance. "Lord Kampa, you are being a bit excessive." The nearby Beerus was quite dissatisfied with Kampa's behavior. This is a competition. Naturally, I must express my stance. Also, put away your infatuation. When he is beaten to tears by Hit, you mustn't get angry." Kampa displayed great confidence in Hit. "Have you forgotten what Beerus said? Jiang Xiaofei is a potential replacement destroyer." Beerus held immense trust in Jiang Xiaofei. What does being a potential destroyer matter? Before Hit, it remains insignificant." Kampa turned away, refusing to engage with the love-struck woman. "You're not a Saiyan?" From Jiang Xiaofei, one could sense no trace of the same aura shared by Goku and Vegeta. "Yes, I am merely an ordinary person from Earth. Today, I fight for the Earth, for Universe 7. Jiang Xiaofei declared, striking a combat stance. Having learned from Goku's experience, Hit would not underestimate any opponent, and he always felt an elusive quality about Jiang Xiaofei. Without hesitation, Hit charged towards Jiang Xiaofei, activating his instant transmission in an instant. His fist aimed directly at Jiang Xiaofei's face. Bang! Hit's expression shifted slightly, for just as his fist was about to connect with Jiang Xiaofei's face, Jiang Xiaofei stepped back and used his elbow to block the attack. "How is this possible? You can move freely." Hit found it hard to believe. Goku could predict his movements, which was within the realm of normalcy, but Jiang Xiaofei before him could move freely within his own time. There is nothing impossible. Once you learn to let your body fight on instinct, perhaps you will understand this point. Jiang Xiaofei did not consider it a significant matter. Jiang Xiaofei spoke, and gradually, a white aura emanated from him, ethereal and dreamlike, instilling a sense of sanctity. This aura conveyed an overwhelming sensation, as if he had already touched the divine realm. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, the assassin Hit felt an unexpected sense of powerlessness. In the face of Sun Wukong, he had managed to cope, but against Jiang Xiaofei, all his tactics seemed futile. Unwilling to concede, Hit launched another attack towards Jiang Xiaofei, this time with unwavering determination. He sensed that if he continued, he would inevitably be the one to taste defeat. Jiang Xiaofei closed his eyes, surrendering everything to his body's instincts. His aura allowed him to keenly perceive every subtle shift in his surroundings. Each movement of Hit resonated within every cell of Jiang Xiaofei's being. He swiftly unleashed a punch, and space itself seemed to fracture with a delicate trace. Boom! Hit's figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the barrier, consciousness fading gradually. Chapter 67, Kampa's Target. The free-flowing ultimate technique. Who would have thought this fellow could grow to such a formidable extent in such a short span? Kampa abruptly rose, gazing at the still upright figure on the arena, his words tinged with a hint of solemnity. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaofei employ the free-flowing ultimate technique, he realized that victory in this battle was beyond their grasp. However, the thought of allowing Jiang Xiaofei to slip away so easily ignited a lingering frustration within Kampa. Losing in a match is acceptable, but this indignation must be expressed. "Hey, Beerus, are you violating the rules?" Kampa aimed his weapon at the god of destruction of Universe 7. Kampa, are you trying to stir trouble again?" Beerus had tolerated Kampa for quite some time, but this only emboldened Kampa further. "Stir trouble? I believe you are the one causing a ruckus." Kampa retorted furiously. "That guy? He has clearly touched the realm of a god of destruction. Why allow him to participate?" Kampa pointed at Jiang Xiaofei on the arena, seething with rage. Everyone, including the gods, was taken aback by Kampa's words. What? This fellow has grown to such a level? Vegeta clenched his fists, his inner dissatisfaction reignited. He has merely brushed against it. He is not truly a god of destruction. Beerus attempted to explain. Yet he is a replacement god of destruction, and allowing such an individual to compete disrupts the balance of the match. Kampa was relentless. Disrupting the balance of the match? Kampa, I see you are merely nitpicking. Truly looking for trouble. An icy glare emanated from Beerus as he approached Kampa. Kampa, refusing to back down, soared into the sky with his corpulent form. In the skies above the nameless star, the two gods of destruction engaged in a remarkable exchange. Kampa, you were the one who proposed this match. Now that you see your impending loss, you wish to resort to underhanded tactics. Beerus called out Kampa's duplicity. Lose. Do you think I fear you? We still have one contestant yet to enter the fray. On what grounds do you presume we are defeated? I am merely contesting the unfairness of this match. At this moment, Kampa could not admit such a thing. Since you fear not defeat, let your final contestant take the stage. Why come here to cause trouble? While the two gods of destruction exchanged verbal blows, their limbs were not idle. A fierce battle erupted above the nameless star. Had it not been for the barriers set by Whis and Beerus, all present, including the Kaioshians, would have faced dire consequences. The destructive energy ravaged the air, enveloping the silent nameless star under the might of the two formidable gods of destruction. Standing on the arena, Jiang Xiaofei observed the clash between the two deities. Feeling somewhat perplexed, yet sensing that Kampa's actions were seemingly directed against him. My lords, this conflict between you will yield no fruitful outcome. Whis and Beerus stepped forward, seeking to halt the confrontation. Stand aside. Today, I shall show this lean monkey what it means to bask in the sun. Kampa's fury had not subsided. You, a bloated pig, dare to boast before me? You should consider your own strength. Beerus retorted, baring his fangs. Enough. My lords, if this continues, we may have to wait an eternity for a conclusion. Why not resolve this in the simplest manner? Whis proposed a more reasonable suggestion. The two gods of destruction turned their gazes toward Whis. Let us determine the outcome through a game of rock, paper, scissors. It is indeed a peaceful and expedient method. Whis couldn't help but extol his own wisdom. I am truly an angel who embodies beauty and intellect. Very well. If I lose, this match will be deemed a victory for your Universe 7. Should I win, I shall have the chance to battle with that fellow. I am eager to see just how formidable your replacement god of destruction truly is. Kampa expressed his stance. Beerus remained silent for a moment. Agreed. Just ensure you don't weep afterward. Weep? Spare me the trivialities. Let us get on with it. Kampa was eager to teach Jiang Xiaofei a lesson. Rock, paper, scissors. Haha, I win. Beerus, now watch me as I torment him. Kampa laughed heartily, vanishing to reappear on the arena. Hey, Whis, reinforce the barrier. Do not let this fellow escape. Kampa commanded Whis. Whis furrowed his brows, concerned for Jiang Xiaofei, but saw no trace of panic on his face. Lord Kampa, as a god of destruction, is it not somewhat inappropriate to strike at those from other universes? Whis, we have already made our decision. Your current stance is quite embarrassing for me. Kampa replied, somewhat exasperated. Lord Kampa's reputation has long been tarnished. Whis continued to press on. It is of no concern. I willingly accept the challenge against Lord Kampa, though I do hope he shows some mercy. Jiang Xiaofei expressed his thoughts. In truth, Jiang Xiaofei was aware that there remained a gap between him and the gods of destruction, yet with the system at his disposal, perhaps he could turn the tide. If he were to attain a critical hit from a god of destruction, it would undoubtedly lead to significant enhancement. Wow. The audience of Universe 7 erupted in fervor. Jiang Xiaofei has lost his mind. He dares to challenge a god of destruction. Oh dear. This fellow truly fears nothing. Such individuals are not unique. Whis, be ready to intervene. Beerus, although possessing some confidence in Jiang Xiaofei, heeded Whis's counsel. Rest assured, Lord Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei is not as fragile as we might imagine. Hey, did you all hear that? He proposed this himself. Do not worry. I will ensure you are treated well. Kampa's mood brightened instantly. Seeing that Jiang Xiaofei had willingly walked into the fray, he would not hold back. Very well. In that case, I hope you all exercise restraint. Whis no longer sought to dissuade them. Whis departed from the arena, his gaze fixed on the match as he prepared to assist Jiang Xiaofei should trouble arise. Lord Kampa, I have a matter I find somewhat perplexing. Jiang Xiaofei addressed Kampa. What is it? Kampa inquired, looking at Jiang Xiaofei. Why do I feel as though you are always targeting me, intentionally or not, since the moment you laid eyes on me? Jiang Xiaofei expressed his thoughts. Targeting you? Do you think too highly of yourself? At that moment, Xiangpa naturally could not admit to such a thing. As a god of destruction, how could he possibly focus on someone of such insignificance? Referee, hurry and announce the start of the match. Xiangpa swiftly diverted the topic. Thinking to himself, what does it matter if I target you? Today, I shall make it clear that I, Xiangpa, am not to be trifled with. Chapter 68, Jiang Xiaofei versus Xiangpa. The match began. With a command from the referee, Xiangpa's figure vanished from its original position, only to reappear right in front of Jiang Xiaofei. Boom. A swift and decisive punch landed squarely in Jiang Xiaofei's abdomen. Caught off guard, and without any defensive maneuvers, Jiang Xiaofei was sent flying amidst Xiangpa's monstrous howl. This Xiangpa is quite unscrupulous, Sun Wukong remarked innocently as he observed the scene on the stage. What did you say? Be careful, or I will destroy you. Xiangpa shouted angrily, pointing at Sun Wukong. Hey, Xiangpa, You better fight fairly and not resort to such underhanded tactics. Beerus cautioned. Lord Xiangpa, your actions truly tarnish the dignity of a god of destruction. The gentle voice of Beerus echoed, under the scrutiny and criticism of everyone present. Xiangpa felt he was the one being targeted, and by everyone at that. A sense of grievance filled Xiangpa's heart, akin to being forsaken by all, and his gaze towards Jiang Xiaofei grew increasingly furious. I am a god of destruction. How could I resort to such despicable means? This is all you're doing. Today, I shall make you understand that the authority of a god of destruction is not to be infringed upon. Overwhelmed with rage, Xiangpa's aura erupted. The very essence of destruction swirling around him, causing the space to visibly fracture, and the arena to gradually crumble under the sheer force of his divine energy. Steadying himself, Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Xiangpa from a distance, his heart in turmoil. Ding! An untimely voice echoed within Jiang Xiaofei's mind. Congratulations, host, you have acquired divine critical points. You have gained destructive power. Huh. Jiang Xiaofei was somewhat perplexed. Previously, after being struck by a formidable force, he had received critical points. But now he had obtained a certain power instead. Had the system undergone some form of evolution or enhancement? Yet at this moment, he had no time to ponder further. After all, he was facing the god of destruction from Universe 6. Jiang Xiaofei took a deep breath. Focusing his energy as a sacred white flame began to swirl around him, a manifestation of his mastery over the Ultra Instinct technique. The white flame intertwined with the destructive aura emanating from Xiangpa, igniting a dazzling display of light on the arena. Clearing his mind, Jiang Xiaofei entered a state of transcendence, surrendering his body entirely to instinct. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, Xiangpa narrowed his eyes. Jiang Xiaofei had previously utilized this power to defeat Hit, and now he aimed to employ it against him. Oomph. You think you can defeat me with such trivial techniques? It is utterly impossible. Jiang Xiaofei, with eyes radiating a white luminescence, focused on Xiangpa, responding with his actions. The speed he exhibited was so extraordinary that it astonished everyone present. Jiang Xiaofei's power now surpassed that which he showed against Hit. A gust of divine wind, imbued with sacred white light, surged forth, and Xiangpa immediately met the challenge head-on. With a fist capable of effortlessly obliterating a planet, he confronted Jiang Xiaofei. Boom! Their fists collided, unleashing a violent shockwave. Both energies exhibited signs of annihilation in that clash. The ferocity of the impact rendered the arena unable to withstand it, with vast portions already reduced to rubble. The referee, witnessing this scene, trembled in fear as he felt the overwhelming force. In the instant their fists made contact, both Jiang Xiaofei and Xiangpa swiftly retreated, putting distance between them once more. This exchange was still laden with the intent to test each other's limits. Feeling the pain radiating from his fists, Xiangpa was filled with disbelief. When he first clashed with Jiang Xiaofei, he had not felt anything like this. Yet now, even as a god of destruction, facing Jiang Xiaofei in the state of Ultra Instinct, he was compelled to exert himself fully. Jiang Xiaofei was equally astonished. After acquiring destructive power, he had attempted to integrate this newfound strength into his combat, yet it seemed to fall short compared to the pure destructive force of a god. Huh! With a furious roar, Xiangpa's aura surged once more, shattering the barriers around him entirely. The unleashed power surged towards the audience of the two universes, prompting Whis and Beerus to swiftly employ their staffs, erecting a more formidable barrier around them. The destructive power spread across the Nameless Star, and under the overwhelming divine force, the already damaged Nameless Star was further ravaged. Lord Xiangpa, your temper is simply too great. Beerus's staff quivered slightly, conjuring a shimmering barrier that rose at the edge of the arena, countering the explosive energy radiating from Xiangpa, enveloping the space of the arena once more. Feeling the destructive energy emanating from Xiangpa, Jiang Xiaofei stood his ground, not yielding an inch, and an undercurrent of excitement coursed through him. Every cell in his body seemed to pulse with a heightened urgency, eager to collide with this power once more. Following his instincts, the white flame surrounding Jiang Xiaofei surged higher. In the next instant, the two figures, propelled by unparalleled speed, collided once again. Their swift movements flitted across the arena, imperceptible to the naked eye of ordinary humans, save for the cacophony of their fierce battle and the bolts of lightning ignited by their clashing forces. I never expected him to have grown to this extent. Through his heightened senses, Sun Wukong could detect the battle between the two figures. As a result, he couldn't help but marvel at Jiang Xiaofei's rapid growth. The boy who once sought to be his disciple had long surpassed both him and Vegeta. Heh, now this is exciting. If he can grow stronger, then surely we can too. Sun Wukong's face bore no traces of despair or hesitation, only a yearning and pursuit for power. Indeed, as proud Saiyans, we shall always strive forward. One day, we will surely surpass him. Vegeta emanated an indomitable spirit, for he had always been one who refused to concede defeat. Bang, bang, bang. The arena reverberated with the terrifying sounds of their intense clashes. as the two figures darted into every corner of the protective barrier. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiaofei and Xiangpa had exchanged blows countless times, each collision unleashing enough power to threaten the very heavens and earth. The white and purple auras separated, distinct in their layers, continuing to engage in fierce combat amidst the surging remnants of power on the arena. Xiangpa felt a tinge of frustration, as during his battle with Jiang Xiaofei, he could distinctly sense Jiang Xiaofei as an unyielding wolf, meticulously tracking his every subtle movement. What was even more outrageous was that the strength erupting from that white form did not diminish with the passage of time. Rather, it intensified, making it increasingly arduous for him to fend off Jiang Xiaofei's relentless onslaught. Chapter 69, providing an exit for the god of destruction. Xiangpa's pupils dilated, the destructive force swirling within his violet gaze as he sought to penetrate the essence of the warrior from the seventh universe before him. Yet, the more he attempted to delve deeper, the more he sensed an unfathomable power emanating from his opponent. When had such a formidable being emerged from the seventh universe? Could it possibly be a creation of Beerus himself? Doubt not at Xiangpa's mind. Was he truly the next god of destruction? Only a god of destruction could engage another in combat, making Xiangpa's skepticism entirely reasonable. I care not what abilities you possess today. You shall lose this battle. Xiangpa's frigid voice resonated in Jiang Xiaofei's mind, a command that brooked no dissent or defiance. In response, Jiang Xiaofei's aura surged, his physical prowess now rivaling that of a god of destruction. Consequently, Xiangpa's unleashed power could inflict no harm upon him. As the battle progressed, Jiang Xiaofei distinctly felt the critical points he garnered from Xiangpa diminishing, indicating that the gap between them was steadily closing, while he continued to grow stronger. In contrast, Xiangpa found himself increasingly outmatched. Each encounter propelled Jiang Xiaofei to transcend his limits and achieve a new level of strength. Observing the vibrant white aura enveloping Jiang Xiaofei, Xiangpa remained undeterred, summoning the entirety of his god of destruction's power. For him, this was no mere tournament battle. It was a fight to uphold his dignity. As the god of destruction from the sixth universe, he would defend his honor through sheer strength. Whoosh, whoosh. Both Jiang Xiaofei and Xiangpa surged forward simultaneously, their afterimages dissolving amidst the clash of colossal energies. The terrifying sound of their collision reverberated through the space, igniting sparks that illuminated the surrounding darkness. Reflecting on every face present, these two truly exhibited an unyielding spirit. Beerus remarked lazily. To him, the outcome of this battle was no longer significant. He had witnessed Jiang Xiaofei's prowess, which was more than sufficient to assume the mantle of the god of destruction for the seventh universe. Moreover, aside from Jiang Xiaofei, there were two other promising talents. As Beerus glanced at Son Goku and Vegeta nearby, he felt fortunate that he had not obliterated Earth at the first opportunity. Otherwise, the adversaries he faced might have been even more formidable. Shaking his head at this thought, Beerus could hardly believe that such considerations crossed his mind as a god of destruction. Hey, huh? Watching the exhilarating combat on the stage, Son Goku's enthusiasm was ignited, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to train. Kakarot, be mindful of the occasion, Vegeta admonished Son Goku, although he too harbored a desire to train vigorously. As the prince of the Saiyans, he felt compelled to maintain his dignity. Vegeta's gaze shifted back to the two rapidly moving figures on the arena. Shrouded in destructive energy, Xiangpa's mood deteriorated. Facing the seemingly indestructible Jiang Xiaofei, he yearned to annihilate him with a single strike, yet found himself incapable of doing so. Jiang Xiaofei's strength had far surpassed Xiangpa's expectations. Even with the full force of his god of destruction's power, the damage inflicted upon Jiang Xiaofei was dwindling. You clearly do not shout, cannot transform, yet you exhibit such astonishing combat prowess. It truly astonishes me. Xiangpa was compelled to acknowledge Jiang Xiaofei's formidable strength. Hee. Compared to Lord Xiangpa, I still fall short. Jiang Xiaofei humbly replied. Are you mocking me? Xiangpa could tolerate no words from Jiang Xiaofei at this moment. The power of destruction surged uncontrollably, launching indiscriminate assaults, and the lone referee, barely clinging to life on the stage, could no longer withstand the onslaught. Had it not been for Whis and Beerus intervening, he would have surely perished. The referee, having distanced himself from the arena, shivered at the sight of Xiangpa's furious form. At the tip of Xiangpa's right index finger, a purple orb formed from pure destructive energy spun rapidly, drawing in the surrounding divine essence. If you can withstand this move, I shall concede your superiority, Xiangpa declared, casting a glance toward the location of Beerus. Goodness. Even now, Lord Xiangpa is still contemplating this. Whis' refined features flushed slightly as she understood Xiangpa's intentions. Xiangpa, have you gone mad? At this rate, the entire nameless star will be obliterated by your hand. Beerus shouted, alarmed by the purple sphere dancing at Xiangpa's fingertip. If he can withstand it, then naturally, This planet will remain unscathed. A sinister smile crept across Xiang Pa's face. At this moment, he was the true god of destruction. Beerus refrained from further protest. Instead, exchanging knowing glances with Whis and Bados, all three gods prepared to counter the impending destructive energy. Sensing the destructive energy at Xiang Pa's fingertip, Jiang Xiaofei felt a surge of desire within him. The white aura erupted once more, its waves of energy subtly surpassing Xiang Pa's destructive force. This blazing white aura enveloped the entire arena, permeating the energy shield and causing the once mighty destructive force to wane dramatically. Even the purple orb at Xiang Pa's fingertip lost some of its vibrancy. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of the god of destruction and the two angels. Beerus's expression shifted. Jiang Xiaofei's power had far exceeded his expectations, yet if Jiang Xiaofei persisted, Xiang Pa would descend into utter madness. This would undoubtedly result in a catastrophic destruction. An uncontrollable god of destruction was unfathomably terrifying. Thus, Beerus cast a meaningful glance toward Jiang Xiaofei. Understanding Beerus's unspoken message, Jiang Xiaofei realized that this battle could not continue. If Xiang Pa's rage remained unchecked, the inhabitants of the sixth universe would bear the brunt of the consequences. The terror of an unhinged god of destruction was all too imaginable, and it was a result they sought to avoid at all costs. The strength that had once transcended the power of destruction, under Jiang Xiaofei's precise control, was swiftly tempered, becoming a force just shy of the destructive energy. Xiang Pa, too, sensed the shift in Jiang Xiaofei's aura, interpreting it as a forced enhancement lacking stability. The destructive energy at his fingertips had quietly taken form as he gently directed it toward Jiang Xiaofei. Let me see your true capabilities, O supplementary god of destruction. As Jiang Xiaofei felt the silence filled with destructive energy from the purple orb, a flicker of regret crossed his mind. In his attempt to offer a way out for the god of destruction, he might very well face annihilation. Chapter 70. The Arrival of the Omni King. Jiang Xiaofei felt that the potential cost was rather steep. However, when he sought to rise in defiance, he discovered that he could not summon any of his power. He could only watch helplessly as the purple orb engulfed him, drowning him in its depths. In the audience sections of the 6th and 7th universes, everyone stood in unison, their faces illuminated by the light emanating from the purple orb, filled with dread. The destructive force radiating from that purple sphere resonated within each heart. Bulma and Chi-Chi's mouths had transformed into perfect O shapes, while Goku and Vegeta harbored concerns over whether Jiang Xiaofei could withstand this impending blow. In stark contrast, Beerus, Whis, and Bardos maintained an air of tranquility. To them, Jiang Xiaofei's confrontation with Kampa's full-force strike was hardly a matter of great concern. They had already concluded that this attack from Kampa was merely a test for Jiang Xiaofei. Should he survive the onslaught of such concentrated and immense destructive power, it would signify that Jiang Xiaofei indeed possessed strength on par with that of a destroyer god, perhaps even surpassing some. Conversely, if he were to meet his untimely demise, it would only indicate that he was still lacking in experience. At that point, they could simply utilize the power of time reversal to bring him back 3 minutes prior, thereby ensuring his safety. This was why they felt so fearless. Naturally, Jiang Xiaofei remained oblivious to the thoughts of the three deities. The purple sphere of pure destructive energy had completely engulfed him, and under the immense force, his body seemed to be on the verge of disintegration. Jiang Xiaofei strained to summon every ounce of strength within him, yet he was still unable to resist the overwhelming tearing force. A horrific scream escaped his lips, sending chills down the spines of all who heard it, while Kampa looked on with a wicked grin, reveling in the unfolding spectacle. The more Jiang Xiaofei cried out in agony, the more elated Kampa became. This is the consequence of defying a god. In Kampa's eyes, the purple sphere ultimately vanished from this realm, taking with it Jiang Xiaofei's cries. Kampa's expression suddenly turned grave, and his aura gradually softened as he sensed the fluctuations around him. TSK, TSK, TSK. I told you so. Why must a mere human be so stubborn? Why endure this blow? A hint of regret laced his voice, though internally he felt a sense of satisfaction. Beads of sweat had begun to form on Goku and Vegeta's faces, their expressions brimming with fear and disbelief. Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei's presence has vanished. A collective gasp arose from the crowd as they stared at Kampa, who remained upright and panting on the arena. They yearned to reprimand this god for harming their companion. But he was a destroyer god, dismissing them entirely, the disparity in strength too vast. For the first time, they felt the overwhelming nature of a destroyer god, far more despicable than Lord Beerus. Bulma's voice rang out. Though she couldn't match Kampa's strength, she could not bear to witness such behavior. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Beerus stumbled slightly. If you're going to insult someone, do it without dragging me into it. However, Beerus paid little heed to Bulma. His gaze fixated on the spot where Jiang Xiaofei had vanished. The aura of the destroyer was palpable, yet they could not locate Jiang Xiaofei. Alas, It seems it was still a bit premature for him. Beerus sighed softly, speaking to himself. Whis, it's up to you now. Understood, Lord Beerus. The only means left to rescue Jiang Xiaofei was to turn back time. Observing Whis's movements, Kampa immediately grasped his intentions. He leaped forward, positioning himself before Whis and Beerus. What do you intend to do? Are you unaware that time reversal violates the laws of the universe? Kampa's voice rang out, attempting to halt Whis's actions. Kampa, surely you've had your fun. If there's nothing more, you may take your leave. Beerus's tone was chilling, his irritation toward his brother evident. My comings and goings are not for you to dictate, and our match has only just concluded, with me emerging victorious. Thus, the Earth of Universe 7 belongs to me. Kampa disregarded Beerus's warning entirely, continuing on his self-serving path, salivating at the thought of the Earth's delicacies. How dare you claim victory? Beerus's agitation escalated, his words growing more fervent. Had I not given Jiang Xiaofei a way out, it would have been you who vanished. You? What do you mean by that? Kampa seemed to contemplate something, yet hesitated to pursue the thought. What do I mean? Can you not sense the aura Jiang Xiaofei emitted just before the final blow? So what? It was but a fleeting moment of control. A fleeting moment? How dare you utter such words? As a destroyer god, you are undoubtedly the most shameless of them all. Beerus was visibly incensed. Let me make it clear, it was I who, for the sake of preserving your dignity as a destroyer god, signaled Jiang Xiaofei to temper his power. Beerus's voice rose in a near roar as he made this declaration. No, that cannot be. Beerus's words struck with lethal force, instantly erasing Kampa's previously exalted joy. Alas, I never imagined Lord Kampa to be so petty. My heart is shattered. Bardos chimed in, addressing Kampa with a hint of melancholy. Kampa looked at the other gods, a wave of despair washing over him. No, this is not how the story should unfold. I am the victor. Whis, what are you waiting for? Act swiftly, Beerus urged, no longer concerned with Kampa. Immediately, at once, Whis lifted his staff, preparing to employ his time reversal ability. Wow, what a lively gathering. What on earth is happening here? A voice, innocent and childlike, echoed in everyone's minds. Moments later, a figure materialized before them. Beerus and Kampa's expressions shifted instantly, their earlier displeasure evaporating, replaced by a profound fear governed by power. What? The king of all. Both destroyer gods exclaimed in unison, uttering the name that filled them with trepidation. The other Kaiashins trembled, their legs shaking even more than under the pressure exerted by the two destroyer gods. Sweat had already formed into a veritable sea, and without hesitation, the two destroyer gods strove to lower their stances, like arrows released from bows, their plump and slender forms prostrating before this figure. We humbly welcome the arrival of the King of All. Chapter 71, The Tournament of the 12 Universes. Whis and Bardos, too, dared not show any signs of negligence. Swiftly approaching the King of All and bowing slightly. We pay our respects to you, King of All. A childish voice rang out, devoid of any emotion. As for the other gods, none remained standing. They all lay prostrate, welcoming the arrival of this esteemed King of All. Meanwhile, those observing the scene were left in a state of bewilderment. Wow, who is this newcomer that commands such reverence from Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa? Goku's voice echoed, reaching Beerus's ears. Instantly, Beerus's temper flared, his pupils dilating as his tail stiffened. In a flash, he vanished from his spot, appearing before Goku, anxiously covering his mouth. If you wish to survive, silence yourself. Beerus forcibly led Goku before the King of All, pressing his head to the ground. This child has been disrespectful, offending the King of All. I implore you to mete out punishment. Beerus adopted a lowly posture, his words exceedingly humble, fearful of inciting the King of All's wrath. It's quite all right. The Omni King displayed not the slightest concern regarding the matter at hand, eliciting a long sigh of relief from Beerus. Ah, I knew it. Sun Wukong stood up nonchalantly, a cheerful grin adorning his face as he gazed at the Omni King. The two attendants flanking the Omni King immediately shifted, appearing before Sun Wukong with the intent to eliminate him in an instant. You too. The Omni King's voice halted them in their tracks, compelling them to return to his side as loyal guardians. Hee. Sun Wukong wore a foolish smile. Who are you? The Omni King inquired, fixing his gaze upon Sun Wukong. I am Sun Wukong, hailing from the Earth of Universe 7. It is a planet brimming with delectable delights. Sun Wukong proclaimed animatedly. And what brings you here? Upon hearing the Omni King's question, Beerus and Kampa lowered their heads, their dignity as gods of destruction having long since evaporated. We are here for a competition. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with memories of the recent exhilarating matches, his heart filled with a tinge of yearning. A competition, you say? Indeed. Lord Beerus and Lord Kampa sought warriors from their respective universes to engage in a contest here. Sun Wukong, believing the Omni King might not comprehend, naively elaborated further. Oh, I see. The Omni King circled around Sun Wukong, casting his gaze upon Beerus and Kampa. At that moment, the two gods of destruction were engulfed in a sense of despair, utterly bewildered as to why Sun Wukong was present. Have you two been conducting private activities here, neglecting your duties as gods of destruction? The Omni King's tone remained unchanged, yet it instilled an icy dread in Beerus and Kampa. Yes. Bang. The brothers forcefully slammed their heads to the ground. Observing the disgrace of the two gods of destruction, Whis continued to embellish the situation. Compared to destruction, Lord Beerus is far more passionate about sleep and gourmet food, Whis remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Vados. Lord Kampa also disregards his health, indulging excessively, and his physique has begun to suffer. Vados appeared pitifully distressed. The words from the celestial siblings struck terror into the hearts of the two kneeling gods of destruction. Is that so? The Omni King seemed to lapse into contemplation, while Beerus and Kampa endured an agonizing wait, feeling as though time had come to a standstill as they awaited the Omni King's decree. Then perhaps we should consider replacing a god of destruction? Both Beerus and Kampa's heads snapped up, exchanging glances that spoke volumes of mutual despair. The Omni King slowly raised his hand, and Beerus and Kampa offered no resistance, seemingly resigned to await their fate. The atmosphere thickened with tension, and the other deities dared not interject. Whis and Vados maintained their usual composure, appearing entirely unconcerned about Beerus and Kampa. As the Omni King's hand ascended above his head, the previously tranquil space suddenly erupted with a tumultuous energy. Crack! A massive rift in time and space materialized above the assembly, pulsating with a chaotic force capable of obliterating any matter within its grasp. As Sun Wukong beheld the sudden emergence of the rift, he attempted to intervene, only to realize he was utterly immobilized. Thus, in the gravity of the moment, the deities awaited the final judgment of the Omni King. Thud! Ouch! The solemn atmosphere was abruptly shattered by this untimely sound, drawing the gaze of all present to its source. A familiar figure appeared quietly. Jiang Xiaofei. He is still alive. This revelation seemed even more astonishing than the arrival of the Omni King. Upon seeing that familiar, handsome visage, a radiant smile blossomed on Vados' face. The Omni King's hand gradually descended, the rift in time and space vanished, and the oppressive aura dissipated entirely. Beerus and Kampa opened their tightly shut eyes, exchanging bewildered glances, completely failing to comprehend the unfolding events. I've thought of something even more amusing. Beerus and Kampa swallowed nervously, awaiting the Omni King's next directive. Since you all enjoy competitions so much, why not hold a tournament between the 12 universes, with all fighters participating at once? That would surely be far more entertaining. Beerus and Kampa were at a loss for words. Really? That would be absolutely fantastic. Sun Wukong broke the awkward silence, rushing to the Omni King's side. When can we compete? I'm already filled with anticipation. Soon. Haha. Thank you so much, Lord Omni King. Sun Wukong clasped the Omni King's hand, shaking it enthusiastically. Beerus couldn't help but exclaim in alarm. He viewed Sun Wukong's current antics as nothing short of reckless, potentially endangering their entire Universe 7. The two attendants beside the Omni King appeared equally ready to spring into action. It's fine. It's fine. The Omni King reassured everyone. Make sure to search diligently for your team members. I look forward to your performance. After speaking, the Omni King extended his hands, and the two attendants politely grasped his little hands. Then let us proceed thus. The gathered deities bowed deeply in farewell to the Omni King. Whoosh! The Omni King's figure vanished, and with it, the immense psychological terror dissipated. Sun Wukong! Beerus roared in exasperation, contemplating the elimination of Sun Wukong. Do you have any idea what you've just done? You almost jeopardized our entire universe. It can't be that serious. Sun Wukong scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Beerus took several deep breaths to calm himself, choosing to ignore this single-minded creature. Kampa felt a headache coming on, sensing that the ensuing events would be troublesome. Just as Kampa was lost in thought, a crucial realization dawned upon him, furrowing his brow. I can't believe you survived. Kampa directed his gaze toward Jiang Xiaofei, who stood not far away. Chapter 72, The Seventh Super Dragon Ball. Upon hearing Kampa's words, the deities finally liberated themselves from the psychological burden left by the Omni King's departure. Surprised? I am as well, Jiang Xiaofei admitted, uncertain of the circumstances that had unfolded. Weren't you supposed to perish under my destructive power? How do you find yourself here? Kampa remained aggressive, though the fury he once displayed had waned, nonetheless. The sight of Jiang Xiaofei's survival still irked him. Jiang Xiaofei sensed that speaking now was unwise, as it was evident that Kampa had completely overlooked his previous concession. Thus, he glanced toward Beerus and Whis, his eyes betraying a hint of resentment. Beerus, of course, understood, as he was the orchestrator of Jiang Xiaofei's actions. Had it not been for Beerus's directive, Jiang Xiaofei might not have taken a step back. Enough. Do you not comprehend the situation? Facing Kampa, Beerus felt compelled to rouse him from his stupor. Comprehend what? Are you suggesting he retained his power? Kappa scoffed. It appears you still harbor doubts. If he had not preserved his strength, why would Jiang Xiaofei now stand before you? Humph. That is because Kappa attempted to counter, but found himself at a loss for words. This is easily explained. Vados interjected suddenly, her gaze involuntarily flickering toward Jiang Xiaofei. Indeed, it is quite simple. During the ultimate clash of your two forces, a disturbance in the fabric of time and space was generated. The sheer magnitude and ferocity of this power resulted in a rift being torn through the continuum, causing Jiang Xiaofei to be likely ensnared within the temporal fissure. The voice of Vados resonated in everyone's minds, seemingly holding a semblance of truth. This elucidates why we are unable to sense Jiang Xiaofei's presence. The crowd nodded in silent agreement. Yet, should he not be eternally trapped within the temporal rift? Why has he suddenly re-emerged? The query lingered in Xiangpa's mind. Have you forgotten the arrival of the Omni King? Vados sighed, exasperated by having such a destructive god as a sibling. When the Omni King declared his intent to obliterate you, he intervened personally, tearing through time and space. Indeed, his purpose was to rescue him from the rift. Vados's words illuminated Xiangpa's understanding, reigniting his awe for the Omni King's might. For one capable of effortlessly annihilating a universe, rescuing an individual from the folds of time should pose no challenge. The assembled nodded once more, acknowledging the omnipotence of the Omni King. It was hardly surprising that extraordinary events transpired in his presence. After Vados's explanation, even Jiang Xiaofei himself found it exceedingly reasonable. For having embraced the power of destruction, he indeed was drawn into the temporal fissure. Had his physical form not been remarkably robust, survival amidst the endless darkness would have been impossible. Though you may have triumphed this time, do not rejoice prematurely. In the forthcoming competition of the 12 universes, victory shall undoubtedly be ours. Xiangpa, no longer entangled in such matters, cast a glance at Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus, speaking resolutely. Alas, competing against someone like you is truly devoid of excitement. Beerus seemed utterly disinterested. You, what do you mean by that? Xiangpa was incensed by Beerus's words. What does it mean? Is it not evident? Throughout this competition, how many troubles have you sought? Moreover, it is clear you cannot bear to lose. Even resorting to lethal measures against our contestants in your capacity as a god of destruction. Beerus's remarks struck at the core of Xiangpa, leaving him with a profound sense of embarrassment. Upon reflection, Xiangpa realized there was indeed merit to Beerus's claims. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly. It was merely a straightforward contest. However, upon the involvement of Jiang Xiaofei, an inexplicable flame ignited within him. Was it jealousy? Or merely due to his appearance? Xiangpa shook his head. As the god of destruction of the sixth universe, what need had he to concern himself with a mere mortal? Though Xiangpa comprehended this, he would never entertain the notion of offering an apology. I merely lacked control over my power. It was a blunder, do you understand? Xiangpa insisted defiantly. As a god of destruction, failing to manage one's own strength is indeed a grave oversight. Vados interjected with a sharp retort. Vados, you. Enough. I shall say no more. Xiangpa ultimately relinquished his resistance, his gaze once again directed towards Jiang Xiaofei. Very well. We shall not hold these matters against you. I hope you will reflect upon this experience. Furthermore, our victory in this match means that the 6 Super Dragon Balls rightfully belong to us. Beerus asserted, directly demanding what was owed, lest Xiangpa continue with his obstinance. Here, they are all yours. Xiangpa responded with evident impatience. Yet he vowed to never forget the events of this day. Jiang Xiaofei, when next we meet, we shall spar once more. In response to Xiangpa's invitation, Jiang Xiaofei merely offered a wry smile. If you can manage your temper and prepare to endure a beating, I, Jiang Xiaofei, would be more than willing. Whis also chimed in. Vados, let us depart. Xiangpa declared, his mood decidedly sour as he entered the cubic structure of the sixth universe, contemplating the ineptitude of his contestants, resolving to rigorously train them upon his return. Until we meet again by fate. Vados offered a slight bow before entering the cube, her staff tapping lightly as she led the individuals of the sixth universe away. Phew, at long last, it is over. Jiang Xiaofei exhaled deeply, for reasons unknown. He always felt a sense of being bullied by Xiangpa, yet he was now undoubtedly stronger than him. No, I must transform this mindset. Upon our next encounter, I shall undoubtedly subjugate him. Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, what are you muttering about over there? Beerus inquired, casting a glance at Jiang Xiaofei. It's nothing, I was simply pondering. With these 6 Super Dragon Balls, where might the 7th one be? Oh, that is quite straightforward. Leave it to us. Son Goku proclaimed, brimming with confidence. Bulma, it is your turn to perform. Sai, what are these phrases? All right, I am already searching. Bulma responded to Son Goku, the Dragon Ball radar in her hand beginning to flicker. Why is there no reaction? Why does it only show these 6 Dragon Balls? Bulma voiced her confusion. Have you tried magnifying it to see if you can locate it? Jiang Xiaofei advised from the sidelines. Magnifying it yields the same result. Bulma began to elaborate. But upon zooming in, 7 shimmering points of light appeared before her. However, there are clearly only 6 Dragon Balls here. Bulma exclaimed, gazing at the 6 Super Dragon Balls radiating brilliance before her. Is there a possibility that this nameless star itself is a Super Dragon Ball? Jiang Xiaofei suggested. Chapter 73, Jiang Xiaofei's Wish. Jiang Xiaofei's remark struck like a bolt of enlightenment. The bewildered Bulma suddenly understood, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she looked towards Jiang Xiaofei and the others. Indeed, the location of the nameless star corresponds exactly with that indicated by the Dragon Ball radar. This means that this nameless star is the 7th Super Dragon Ball. An undeniable thrill filled the cubic space. Whis. Beerus's voice resonated. Very well, Lord Beerus. Without the need for complete elaboration, Whis comprehended Beerus's intent. Everyone, stand ready. Whis instructed as the cube once more distanced itself from the nameless star. Within the cube, gazing outward, the 6 Super Dragon Balls gleaming with golden light reflected in everyone's eyes. Illuminated by the glow of the 6 Super Dragon Balls, the 7th, obscured by cosmic dust, became vividly clear. Within the cube, Whis gently waved his staff. The onlookers witnessed as on the uneven surface of the nameless star, tornadoes began to form instantaneously. The rapidly spinning tornadoes swept across the entire nameless star, their immense force causing cracks to appear on its once solid surface. The nameless star became increasingly battered. As the tornadoes persisted, the fissures deepened, beams of golden light streaming through, stimulating the visual senses of all present. Ultimately, amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, the nameless star revealed its true form, its heavy outer layer disintegrating into cosmic dust, cascading into the vastness of space. The brilliance emanating from it rivaled that of the other 6 Super Dragon Balls, adding warmth to the dark, expansive universe. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is indeed a 4-star ball. The Super Dragon Balls have finally been gathered. Gazing at the magnificent spectacle before him, Son Goku felt a surge of longing. This is undoubtedly a marvel of artistry. Each Dragon Ball could rival a planet. What manner of existence is the Dragon God Salama? Vegeta gazed at the Super Dragon Balls radiating a golden luminescence, filled with contemplation. The 7 Dragon Balls on Earth, when placed before them, were undoubtedly a mere trifle in comparison. Anyone who had ever laid eyes upon a Dragon Ball would harbor such a notion. The impact delivered by the 7 Super Dragon Balls, each rivaling entire planets, was overwhelmingly staggering. If Kampa were aware that the unnamed star was, in fact, the 7th Super Dragon Ball, he would surely be consumed by regret. As he beheld the 7 Super Dragon Balls, Beerus too reveled in exuberance. Well, Lord Beerus, it is time to make a wish. Whis reminded. Oh, indeed. What sort of wish should I make? Beerus found himself in a quandary. I believe this wish should be made by Jiang Xiaofei, for he nearly risked his life for this tournament. Beerus remarked, casting a calm gaze upon Jiang Xiaofei. Me? Jiang Xiaofei pointed at himself. Incredulity etched across his face. But I do not possess the divine tongue. To summon the dragon and articulate a wish, one must utilize the divine language, a criterion Jiang Xiaofei did not meet. Fear not. Whis can facilitate that. Well, in that case, I shall comply. Jiang Xiaofei readily acquiesced, secretly eager to experience the sensation of wish fulfillment. So speak. What is your desire? Shall it be for greater power, delectable cuisine, or perhaps a spouse? All should be within reach. Jiang Xiaofei fell into deep contemplation. Then let us grant the 6th universe an earth identical to that of the 7th. Jiang Xiaofei ultimately resolved. Everyone regarded Jiang Xiaofei in disbelief. None could have anticipated such a wish from him. Beerus wore a knowing smile. Is this truly your wish? Indeed. Very well. Whis. Understood. Lord Beerus. Whis stood atop a cube and recited in the divine language. In an instant, the 7 Super Dragon Balls emitted an even more radiant glow, prompting most to shield their eyes instinctively. Only beings of Jiang Xiaofei's caliber could swiftly adapt, their gaze fixed upon the Super Dragon Balls. A colossal dragon emerged from within the 7 Super Dragon Balls, its gaping maw capable of devouring the sun, moon, and stars, instilling awe in all who beheld it. Its immense form could encompass the entirety of the universe. The dragon soared into the sky, rendering countless galaxies mere flickers of light before it. The mental shock of confronting such a behemoth was insurmountable. Have you truly made your decision? Whis reconfirmed with Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei nodded resolutely. Whis turned his form and recited once more to the dragon. Moments later, 2 beams of red light shot forth from the dragon's sun-like crimson eyes. The dragon's form dissipated, and the 7 Super Dragon Balls dimmed, their golden radiance fading as they shot off toward the 2 universes. Phew, it's done. It is time for us to return. Beerus felt a sense of relief. Although he had not participated in the tournament, as one of its organizers, he had remained deeply invested. Now that all was settled, it could be deemed a success. Upon the arena, Beerus witnessed the growth and progress of Jiang Xiaofei and his companions. Particularly, Jiang Xiaofei had astonished Beerus, as he had not anticipated such a wish from him. Do you now regret it? Beerus inquired once more. What good would regret do? The wish has already been made. Yet I hold no remorse. Jiang Xiaofei's tone was resolute. You are commendable. As a destroyer god, Beerus had never before praised anyone, Jiang Xiaofei being the sole exception. Oh, how rare indeed. I never expected Lord Beerus to offer praise. Whis jested from the side. Tend to your duties. Yes, Lord Beerus. In truth, granting the sixth universe a planet is not solely for Kampa to savor culinary delights, but also to fulfill a sentiment dear to my heart. Jiang Xiaofei stated candidly. Regardless of the motive, your magnanimity far surpasses that of Kampa. As a destroyer god, his lack of principles is appalling. Should he learn of your wish, he would surely feel humiliated. Beerus laid bare Kampa's shortcomings. If he dares to treat you with such disdain again, you may freely enlighten him to the folly of his ways. Lord Beerus, you are truly a formidable character. In the sixth universe, Kampa and Vados traversed the vast expanse of space when suddenly, Vados' staff illuminated, revealing a cerulean planet within her sight. Chapter 74, Destruction, the Power of the Gods. Vados' lively eyes sparkled. The azure planet continued to emit a unique aura. Lord Kampa, look quickly, Vados exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement. Kampa, still mired in gloom, turned to the orb atop Vados' staff. The azure planet struck Kampa's senses with a jolt. What is this? Kampa rubbed his eyes, fearing it to be a mirage. But upon closer inspection, the planet continued to shine brightly. Earth? Indeed, my Lord Kampa. This is our Earth from the sixth universe. Vados spoke with elation, her melodious voice lifting Kampa from his despondency. Is it truly? At last, I shall be able to indulge in the culinary wonders of our universe. Kampa exclaimed, saliva pooling in his mouth. No longer will Lord Kampa have to endure unpleasantness with Beerus over Earth's cuisine. Vados incisively reminded Kampa. But wait, hasn't our Earth already vanished? Kampa questioned, bewildered. Observing her somewhat naive brother, Vados was rendered speechless. Does Kampa still not grasp it? Clearly, Beerus and his companions must have gathered the 7 Super Dragon Balls, restoring our Earth to a civilization level akin to that of the 7th universe. Could he be so kind? Though Kampa spoke thus, a warm current flowed within, and a smile graced his lips. This fellow truly cannot resist meddling in others' affairs. Alas, in this regard, while both Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus are destroyer gods, they differ vastly in other aspects. Vados couldn't help but tease. Vados, you must recognize your own position. Kampa retorted, momentarily at a loss for words, contemplating what nobility of spirit a destroyer god ought to possess. Alas, Lord Kampa, should you persist in treating me thus, you shall inevitably lose me one day. Vados adopted a pitiful expression. Vados, you wish to depart, do you not? Seeking your little paramour? Vados' remarks swiftly extinguished Kampa's joy over acquiring Earth. My Lord Kampa, how could you say such a thing? There is no such paramour. Vados naturally denied it, yet her alluringly bashful demeanor was captivating. The next time I encounter him, I shall ensure he understands why the flowers bloom so red. Kampa declared indignantly. Lord Kampa remains as petty as ever, lacking any capacity for tolerance. Vados appears indifferent, for from her judgment, when Kampa and Jiang Xiaofei meet again, it is likely that Kampa will be the one at a disadvantage. Universe 7, Earth. With Whis' assistance, Jiang Xiaofei and the others have successfully returned to Earth. To celebrate their victory against the 6th universe, a grand feast is underway. I never expected you to survive the mightiest blow from a god of destruction. Truly remarkable. Sun Wukong remarks, savoring some barbecue while observing Jiang Xiaofei. This fellow should not be underestimated. To acquire such formidable power in such a short span of time is no small feat. Vegeta casts an envious and curious glance. Naturally, I cannot divulge that I possess a system. Jiang Xiaofei deflects. Pure luck, indeed. Jiang Xiaofei dismissively responds. You think you can fool me? Your unique physique has surpassed that of a Saiyan. If it were merely luck, you would have become a deity long ago. Vegeta points at Sun Wukong. I am curious. Just what power do you possess now? Sun Wukong, unconcerned with the truth behind Jiang Xiaofei's fortune, only cares about how strong he has become. That is hard to say. I should be stronger than both of you. Jiang Xiaofei deliberately pauses for a few seconds. You're trying to incite rivalry, aren't you? Sun Wukong knows full well that he is not Jiang Xiaofei's match. However, he is determined not to be easily dismissed. Such hubris. It seems your wings have grown strong. Vegeta, equally unwilling to concede, clenches his fists, veins bulging. I'm merely trying to motivate you. Jiang Xiaofei jests. Though he speaks the truth, he has indeed surpassed both Sun Wukong and Vegeta considerably. Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, come here. Not far away, Beerus, indulging in pudding, commands Jiang Xiaofei. He bids farewell to Sun Wukong and Vegeta and obediently approaches Beerus. Now, tell me, what benefits did you gain from your battle with Kampa? Beerus toys with his pudding. His tone nonchalant. Benefits? The benefit was witnessing the full fury of a god of destruction. Jiang Xiaofei replies, somewhat disheartened. Lies, continue weaving your tales. I sense a divine aura emanating from you, one that belongs to a god of destruction. Beerus, uninterested in idle chatter, reminds him bluntly. Hee. Nothing escapes Lord Beerus' keen perception. Jiang Xiaofei grins mischievously. Then why are you trying to be clever in my presence? Do you wish to be destroyed? Beerus speaks with an undercurrent of threat. Hee. You wouldn't dare? Jiang Xiaofei displays his rogue demeanor. Enough. Tell me how you achieved this. Beerus, intrigued, presses on. As a human, Jiang Xiaofei possessing the aura of a god of destruction is indeed astonishing. All right, here is the truth. In the final moments of my battle with Kampa, a tremendous destructive force emerged from that purple orb. That power disregarded everything, flowing through my hands and into my body, tearing and crushing everything within me. That was undoubtedly my closest encounter with death. Jiang Xiaofei reflects on that moment, still feeling an inexplicable fear. Subsequently, under that power, I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I found myself in a rift of time and space. In my attempts to escape, I inadvertently discovered that I could wield the power of a god of destruction. Jiang Xiaofei pauses, and Beerus looks astonished. Is that all? Yes, just that. Beerus ponders, concluding that Jiang Xiaofei has indeed turned misfortune into fortune, acquiring the power of a god of destruction at the last moment. You are now truly a qualified candidate for a replacement god of destruction. Jiang Xiaofei relaxes somewhat. In reality, his acquisition of that power is entirely due to the system, but he cannot reveal this, leaving him to argue in this manner. Then let me witness the might of this replacement god of destruction. Chapter 75, Battle with Beerus again. What? That seems rather inappropriate. I was just teetering on the brink of life and death. I haven't even recovered my strength. Upon hearing that he must battle Beerus, Jiang Xiaofei feels overwhelmed. It is not due to his lack of ability, but rather because he is not inherently combative, especially against the god of destruction. Should he triumph, it would anger the god of destruction, and the repercussions would not befall him but the universe that the god inhabits. Conversely, should he lose, it would leave him profoundly unsettled. He has just recently faced a god of destruction. Kampa serves as a living testament to that. Although he believes Beerus to possess a better character than Kampa, who can guarantee the outcome if a battle ensues. Before me, don't feign. Do you think I cannot see whether you have recovered? If all else fails, just consume a senzu bean. Beerus's eyes glimmer with excitement, clearly intrigued by Jiang Xiaofei's current strength. If Jiang Xiaofei truly possesses the power of a god of destruction, he would undoubtedly be the strongest in Universe 7, next to himself and Whis. Should he encounter Kampa or other gods of destruction again, he would have ample grounds for boasting. The key is that another individual wielding the power of a god of destruction could bring him endless joy in battle. Since his encounter with the so-called Super Saiyan god, Beerus has yet to meet a worthy opponent. Now that Jiang Xiaofei has grown to such an extent, how could he let such talent go to waste? Not to engage would be a lamentable loss. However, even if I were to fully recover, with my meager abilities, I would still be no match for you. Jiang Xiaofei is genuinely averse to trouble, particularly the prospect of being beaten. Stop making excuses. I witnessed your battle with Kampa clearly. There is no way you could have deceived me. Beerus declares solemnly. If you do not fight me, I shall indeed destroy the earth. Lord Beerus, would you truly do that? Jiang Xiaofei directly calls his bluff. Enough chatter, let us fight. Beerus ceases the verbal sparring, seizing Jiang Xiaofei by the collar and soaring into the sky. Whis, keep up. I was enjoying my meal. This is truly ruining the mood. Whis protests, though he follows closely. Additionally, Sun Wukong and Vegeta take to the skies, eager not to miss such an exhilarating battle. Beyond Earth, amidst the vast cosmos, a cube traverses at superluminal speed between myriad star systems. Under Whis's guidance, the trio, along with the deity, swiftly arrive at the realm of destruction. Here we are. This will be the battleground. Beerus announces. Here, Jiang Xiaofei expresses confusion. This is the realm of destruction. Indeed, here, I cannot fight to my heart's content elsewhere due to concerns for other planets and their inhabitants. But here, I can unleash my full power. Such combat is truly exhilarating. Is this truly acceptable, Lord Beerus? Why such incessant chatter from you now? Beerus's hands, already eager and restless, observed the incessantly noisy Jiang Xiaofei. In an instant, he teleported, delivering a powerful punch that struck Jiang Xiaofei squarely in the abdomen. Caught completely off guard, Jiang Xiaofei was sent hurtling backward from the force of the blow. A resounding crash echoed from his back as stones shattered upon impact, the immense pain causing even the steel-strong Jiang Xiaofei to grit his teeth. Simultaneously, a notification sound resonated in Jiang Xiaofei's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the power of destruction. A surge of divine energy unique to the god of destruction surged within Jiang Xiaofei, purer than ever before. Oh dear! Lord Beerus, you've resorted to ambushes like Kampa. Observing this scene, Sun Wukong couldn't help but comment. Let us not forget, they are brothers, naturally sharing similarities. Vegeta, standing nearby, also chimed in with his own retort. Silence you two, or I shall deal with you as well. At this moment, an aura emanating from Beerus, distinctly his as the god of destruction, was even more potent than during his battle with the Super Saiyan god. A vast energy of destruction encircled Beerus, marking him as the true god of destruction, capable of obliterating planets with a mere snap of his fingers. Having regained his footing, Jiang Xiaofei gazed at Beerus in the distance, his own energy surging instantly. Since it had come to this, a confrontation was unavoidable, regardless of the outcome. He was determined to face it. He was also eager to discover the extent of his newfound power of destruction, and Beerus was undoubtedly the ideal adversary. Within Jiang Xiaofei, a monumental aura surged, distinct from that which he had wielded against Kampa. To Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Jiang Xiaofei now appeared even more enigmatic and unfathomable. Surrounded by a pure white aura, tinged with hints of purple, Jiang Xiaofei exuded a sense of serene gravitas, while the rare purple essence carried an overwhelming aura of annihilation that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Observing Jiang Xiaofei's transformation, Beerus narrowed his eyes. You have indeed mastered a portion of the god of destruction's power. Moreover, your ability to apply it to such an extent in such a short time further affirms your extraordinary nature. Just how far can your strength reach? Allow me to put it to the test. What a delightful prospect. Whenever Jiang Xiaofei ignites his battle spirit, he seems to transform into a different person, exuding an invisible, dominating aura that is utterly daunting. Yet now, he faced Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7. The two figures surged into action simultaneously, creating a tempestuous whirlwind that plunged the tranquil realm of the gods of destruction into genuine chaos. Beerus's fist, crackling with purple lightning, surged toward Jiang Xiaofei. Unyielding, Jiang Xiaofei responded with a fist enveloped in a white luminescence intertwined with purple energy, equally unpredictable. Boom! Their fists collided, unleashing a cataclysmic storm of energy that radiated outward, consuming all in its path. Even the shattered stones from Jiang Xiaofei's impact were reduced to dust. The very fabric of the god of destruction's realm showed signs of impending obliteration amidst their extreme confrontation. Chapter 76. Beerus's Ultra Instinct. Whis twirled his staff rapidly, containing the destructive energy emitted from their clash within reasonable limits. Wow, this energy is immense, Sun Wukong exclaimed, witnessing the confrontation. Indeed, this fellow's power has surpassed mine. I must continue my training. Vegeta crossed his arms, his eyes brimming with determination. This is the essence of what a god of destruction should embody. Whis cast an admiring glance, marveling at Jiang Xiaofei's rapid progress. For one to grow to such a level of combat against Beerus in such a brief time, mere talent could not account for it. Whis sensed that there was a great secret hidden within Jiang Xiaofei, one that even he, as an angel, could not fully decipher. Not bad. You can withstand my punch filled with destruction. It seems you have grasped the fundamentals of the god of destruction's power. Beerus's eyes sparkled with fierce determination, clearly impressed by Jiang Xiaofei's displayed abilities. Before Lord Beerus, I am but a novice. Jiang Xiaofei spoke humbly, yet his actions and gaze were ablaze with fervor. As both withdrew their fists, their figures retreated swiftly, the raging energy of destruction dissipating into nothingness. Jiang Xiaofei's surrounding white aura surged once more, the infused purple energy shining even brighter. This brief clash had granted him a further portion of the god of destruction's power. Observing the change in Jiang Xiaofei's aura, a subtle smile graced Beerus's lips. He held a profound respect for such a warrior. To express his acknowledgement, Beerus elevated his divine aura once again. As the purple energy began to distort the space around him, white lightning crackling within, the two formidable auras clashed anew, erupting into a dazzling display of fireworks, the ground beneath them having already crumbled under the force of their energies. With a thunderous shout, Jiang Xiaofei suddenly appeared before Beerus. A powerful fist surged forth, but Beerus merely extended a finger to meet Jiang Xiaofei's furious blow. The impact did not unleash further devastation. Rather, it entwined them in a moment of intensity. Jiang Xiaofei's gaze sharpened as he sensed the destructive power behind Beerus's single fingertip. Clearly, Beerus had fully engaged, countering with a force capable of obliterating stars. Do you see? This is the true power of destruction. Beerus spoke calmly, yet his words brimmed with immense pride. Heh, at last, I have witnessed it. I must admit, Lord Beerus, you are far more formidable than your brother. Jiang Xiaofei's spirits soared, seemingly invigorated by Beerus's display. After failing to achieve results with his first punch, Jiang Xiaofei extended his other hand, launching another brutal strike, yet Beerus effortlessly countered it with a single finger. Beerus maintained his composure, though he was inwardly astonished. The force emanating from Jiang Xiaofei's fist grew increasingly formidable, instilling within him a sense of impending challenge. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage of punches unleashed fierce winds that rushed past their ears, each collision exerting tremendous pressure upon the surrounding space, flashes of lightning appearing and disappearing like phantoms. Jiang Xiaofei's resolve only strengthened with each exchange, while Beerus, losing his previous calmness, found himself compelled to employ his palms to dissipate the shockwaves generated by Jiang Xiaofei's relentless punches. At the very moment when Beerus transformed, Jiang Xiaofei seized the opportunity, swiftly lifting his right foot to deliver a powerful kick to Beerus's abdomen. Before Beerus's palm could even reach Jiang Xiaofei's fist, his body bent forward and began to soar backward. Such an opportunity was too precious for Jiang Xiaofei to let slip away. Thus, he pressed the advantage, unleashing a devastating barrage of punches that struck forcefully against Beerus's abdomen and face. Under the relentless assault, Beerus's expression contorted into one of fierce intensity. Haha, brilliant. Who would have thought that Lord Beerus would find himself in such a predicament? The voice of Sun Wukong, who relished the spectacle, echoed in Beerus's mind. Humph. It seems that even the god of destruction is not beyond reach. Vegeta, witnessing Jiang Xiaofei's formidable prowess, felt a surge of determination to become even stronger. One day, he too would reach such heights, and not merely surpass them. I recall the last time Lord Beerus was in such a dire state. It was under my tutelage. It's been tens of thousands of years, and seeing Lord Beerus in this condition again is quite nostalgic. Whis couldn't help but tease at the unfolding scene. Clearly, witnessing the once unassailable god of destruction, the pinnacle of the seventh universe, faltering was quite the spectacle. After enduring countless strikes from Jiang Xiaofei, Beerus's body began to react. As Jiang Xiaofei's fist came crashing down once more, Beerus retaliated with a punch infused with destructive power at an even swifter pace. In that moment, Jiang Xiaofei felt a jarring crack resonate through his bones. Had it not been for his system's repair capabilities, he would have likely been pierced through. You seem to be enjoying yourself, didn't you? Allow me to enhance your pleasure. Like a tempest, the onslaught of attacks rained down upon Jiang Xiaofei, the destructive energy sweeping over him as if intent on erasing his very existence. Jiang Xiaofei leapt into the air, flipping several times to swiftly distance himself from Beerus. Noticing that Beerus did not pursue, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when Jiang Xiaofei met Beerus's gaze, his consciousness seemed to plummet into an abyss of unfathomable darkness. Those eyes, radiating an eerie purple glow, flickered with white lightning that annihilated all in its path. Beerus did not rush to strike. Merely standing there, he commanded the surrounding space to revert to its most primal form. Whis, reinforce this space. I am about to unleash my full potential. Beerus's authoritative voice brooked no dissent. Understood, Lord Beerus. Whis, well aware of Beerus's intentions, waved his staff, conjuring layers of radiant barriers that enveloped the entire realm of destruction, isolating it from the entirety of the universe. I must admit, you are quite impressive to have pushed me to this extent. You are worthy of standing tall among the entirety of the seventh universe. However, if you wish to defeat me, you must exert yourself further. Although Beerus did not direct his gaze at Jiang Xiaofei, it felt as though countless eyes were scrutinizing him. Now, prepare to witness my Ultra Instinct. Chapter 77, The Clash of Ultra Instinct. With that proclamation, the aura of destruction surrounding Beerus rapidly coalesced, and the purple radiance gradually faded away. The fluctuations in the atmosphere began to diminish, especially the power of destruction that belonged to Beerus, which became increasingly concealed. Beerus pressed his hands against the golden collar around his neck, which shimmered with a golden light, gradually applying force, causing a reverberating roar to emanate from the collar. The golden glow burst forth, prompting Jiang Xiaofei and the others to involuntarily close their eyes. Veins stood out prominently on Beerus's slender arms, even revealing the swirling destructive energy coursing through him. A deafening roar erupted from Beerus's mouth, his fingers tightly gripping the golden collar as he strained to pull it outward. Yet, despite Beerus's formidable strength, the collar showed no signs of yielding. Witnessing this scene, Whis couldn't help but grow tense. For Beerus, the collar around his neck was of paramount importance. Since Whis had been with Beerus, he had never witnessed the true power that lay beneath the collar. A voice, hoarse and filled with fury, burst forth from Beerus's throat, shaking the very fabric of space. The The ground beneath him transformed into a vast chasm. Beerus's body levitated. He did not relent. As the purple aura of destruction that had been contained within him surged forth, and in that fleeting moment, the collar began to show signs of deformation. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaofei controlled his energy, observing Beerus in silence. Throughout the process, Beerus's expression was one of profound rage, for breaking free from such constraints was no simple feat. Break for me, Beerus bellowed once more. The entirety of his destructive power coursed into the collar. Crack! A sharp metallic snap resonated through the air, as the golden collar ultimately succumbed to the ultimate force of destruction. Under Beerus's raw power, it shattered into two pieces. The moment the collar broke, an invisible storm of energy swept through the entire space, surging towards Beerus. From beneath Beerus's feet, a chilling white aura began to rise, enveloping his entire being in a terrifying shroud. At that moment, Beerus appeared to possess an air of mystique. Beerus exhaled softly, the purple aura mingling with the chilling white, rendering it even murkier. What a nostalgic sensation. Slowly, Beerus opened his clear eyes, a wave of chill washing over Jiang Xiaofei, causing him to shudder involuntarily. This is truly magnificent. Who would have thought that Lord Beerus harbored such power? He never revealed his true trump card during our battles. Gazing at Beerus, Sun Wukong felt a surge of exhilaration, finally grasping the insignificance of his own being in the face of Beerus's might. What kind of power is this? Vegeta's pupils widened in exaggerated astonishment as he fixated on Beerus. This is the Ultra Instinct form of Lord Beerus. Whis' eyes sparkled with passion. A mix of concern and anticipation reflected within them. The Ultra Instinct form? I never imagined that Lord Beerus could also wield Ultra Instinct. Hehe. It seems Jiang Xiaofei is in for a rough time, Sun Wukong remarked, glancing at the furrowed brow of Jiang Xiaofei. In the heart of the energy storm, Jiang Xiaofei could distinctly sense the heart-pounding energy fluctuations emanating from Beerus. This was no longer merely a form of destructive energy. It was interwoven with an indescribable force, resonating harmoniously with the aura he radiated. Yet the intensity of the energy fluctuations was far more overwhelming. Thus far, you are the second person to witness me wielding such power. Beerus's voice was calm and devoid of emotional inflection, yet his eyes sparkled with reminiscence. Is that so? Then I must consider myself fortunate. Jiang Xiaofei's competitive spirit was ignited, for he was facing an opponent of unparalleled strength for the very first time. Moreover, Jiang Xiaofei was acutely aware that engaging in combat with Beerus posed no threat to his life. Thus, this sparring match might prove to be even more intriguing. Now, let us commence in earnest. As Beerus spoke, he slowly raised a hand, and behind him, 6 violet orbs of light rapidly took shape, emanating the destructive energy that surged from within him. However, the peripheries of these orbs were adorned with intricate white patterns, enhancing their resplendence. Each orb radiated a tremendous force, evoking a sensation of being torn apart merely by gazing at them. Had it not been for Jiang Xiaofei's mastery of the Ultra Instinct and the destructive energy coursing through his veins, he might have indeed succumbed beneath the brilliance of these 6 spheres. Jiang Xiaofei dared not exhibit any hint of complacency. His focus was unwavering as he observed the rapidly spinning orbs, channeling energy into a formidable wall of force. With a gentle flick of his finger, Beerus directed the 6 spheres, which surged forth like a tempest towards Jiang Xiaofei. As they passed, 6 spatial rifts manifested before the onlookers, revealing an abyss of infinity. Experience the ease of a god of destruction. Beerus's voice resonated once more, convinced that Jiang Xiaofei could not possibly withstand the assault of these 6 orbs. Do not falter so easily. I have yet to fully indulge myself. Jiang Xiaofei paid no heed to Beerus's words, fully absorbed in the sight of the 6 swirling violet orbs adorned with white patterns. The orbs continued their advance, cleaving through space. Even the barrier erected by Whis began to show signs of collapse under this force, while everything else around them had already reverted to the cosmos's primordial state. In an instant, the orbs reached the energy wall Jiang Xiaofei had erected, and upon collision, an infinite tempest of energy erupted. The friction was accompanied by flashes of white and purple lightning. Crack! Bang! The sound of sonic booms echoed relentlessly, and Jiang Xiaofei, caught in the maelstrom, found his hair in disarray as he summoned every ounce of power from within to mitigate the assault of the 6 orbs. Yet, contrary to his intentions, the energy spheres did not diminish under his resistance. They surged forth with even greater ferocity, akin to a secondary acceleration. Their energy intensity and speed more violent than when they were behind Beerus. Confronted with these extraordinary orbs, Jiang Xiaofei felt a sensation of impending suffocation. If he failed to devise an effective countermeasure, this battle would surely conclude in utter defeat. Chapter 78, Standing shoulder to shoulder with the mightiest god of destruction. The 6 violet orbs, embellished with white patterns, radiated even more brilliance, their overwhelming impact inducing a sense of dizziness in Jiang Xiaofei. His consciousness began to blur under the strain of such colossal energy. Had it not been for the barrier before him, he would have surely been reduced to cosmic dust by the might of the 6 orbs. Within Jiang Xiaofei's body, every cell resonated with the pulsating energy, igniting a fervent heat. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the destructive power enhanced by Ultra Instinct. The system's voice echoed once more, snapping Jiang Xiaofei back to clarity just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. The previously insurmountable pressure had lightened significantly, replaced by a refreshing sensation emanating from his very cells. The white aura enveloping Jiang Xiaofei surged, and his mastery of Ultra Instinct became more adept. Every joint of his body pulsed with destructive power, drawn from the 6 orbs before him, which were brimming with world-ending energy. The once rapidly expanding violet orbs collided violently against the wall of white energy, and in that moment, they began to undergo a transformation. The high-velocity rotation of the orbs gradually decelerated due to the interference of Jiang Xiaofei's emanating aura, while the surrounding tempest of energy also began to wane. This diminishing tempest was not dissipating. Instead, it flowed into Jiang Xiaofei's body, coursing through his bloodstream and permeating every cell. With the infusion of this destructive and serene energy, the activity level of Jiang Xiaofei's cells surged to a terrifying extent. The aura radiating from him now possessed an intensity rivaling that of Beerus himself. As he controlled the wall of white energy, he initiated a counterattack against the 6 spheres. The orbs ceased their rotation, and the power they emitted was entirely absorbed by Jiang Xiaofei. Even so, the energy bodies, still imbued with destructive force, retained their immense potency. However, Jiang Xiaofei now faced them without fear. The white wall of energy enveloped the 6 violet spheres, and in the clash of these forces, the colossal energy was ultimately absorbed by the very fabric of the god of destruction's realm. Witnessing this spectacle, Beerus's eyes shimmered with a captivating purple glow, deep and profound. I did not anticipate that this fellow could continue to grow stronger. That is indeed an attack befitting a god of destruction in the form of Ultra Instinct. Reflecting on Jiang Xiaofei's prowess, Son Goku found it increasingly difficult to comprehend the unfolding scene. The mere fact that he could withstand Beerus's initial assault spoke volumes of his formidable strength. Vegeta also expressed his thoughts, his eyes alight with anticipation for the battle to come. Truly, as a potential god of destruction, Jiang Xiaofei's exhibited power is now on par with many of the gods of destruction. However, Whis' enigmatic remarks piqued both Son Goku's and Vegeta's curiosity. Under the dominion of the Omni King, there currently exist 12 universes, each governed by its own god of destruction, who oversees the operation of certain cosmic rules and stands as the sovereign ruler of their respective universes. Yet, the strengths of these 12 gods of destruction are not uniformly matched. A hierarchy exists among them. In this assembly of 12 universes, which god of destruction reigns supreme? Son Goku was also deeply intrigued by this question, recognizing that Whis possessed far more intricate knowledge than he did. Vegeta, too, displayed a keen thirst for knowledge. Well, Whis glanced at Beerus, pondering for a few moments. How should I put it? Each god of destruction possesses unique abilities, complemented by a shared capacity for destruction. Among the 12 gods of destruction, the most powerful would undoubtedly be the one standing before you. A smile adorned his face, brimming with pride. Wow. I never imagined Lord Beerus's strength to be the greatest among the 12 gods of destruction. Son Goku's gaze towards Beerus was filled with excitement. Vegeta mirrored his enthusiasm. Naturally. Back in the day, well, never mind. Whis' unfinished thought left Son Goku and Vegeta feeling a twinge of frustration. Hey, Whis, speaking like that will leave you friendless. Son Goku interjected directly. Well, as an angel, I never require friends. Whis replied nonchalantly. Alright, let us focus on their battle. Jiang Xiaofei's abilities are truly intriguing. Whis observed Jiang Xiaofei with keen interest. We were already aware of that, Son Goku replied cheerfully, unconcerned. When I first encountered him, he was merely a fledgling, pursued by a diminutive dragon lacking combat prowess. However, after a period of rigorous training, his capabilities have surpassed both mine and Vegeta's. Goku couldn't help but express his astonishment at Jiang Xiaofei's rapid progress. Oh, is that so? As a human, he has managed to become so formidable in such a short span of time. Has he employed a time-accelerated training regimen? Regardless, he is undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Whis observed Jiang Xiaofei with keen interest. One day, I shall surpass him once more, Vegeta declared, his expression a mixture of defiance and perhaps jealousy. In the midst of their exchange, Jiang Xiaofei and Beerus had already engaged in a multitude of exchanges, each moment marked by dominance. The palpable aura emanating from their clash had the potential to obliterate any material substance. The swirling waves of energy created an atmosphere of extreme exhilaration. With a thunderous crash, Another clash of ultimate power occurred, the moment of lightning extinguishing all brilliance. A silent energy storm arose, leaving the surroundings devoid of any matter. Jiang Xiaofei soared into the air, performing several flips before stabilizing his form, his gaze intensely fixed on Beerus. The latter slowly raised his right hand, revealing countless orbs of light shimmering behind him, which swiftly surged towards Jiang Xiaofei. Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Xiaofei concentrated his energy, unleashing a cascading waterfall of white energy towards the barrage of luminous spheres. The collision generated a tumultuous wave, akin to a spectacular fireworks display. The entire realm of the destroyer began to tremble under this force, evidenced by the fissures that quietly manifested in the ground. Witnessing this scene, Whis rapidly waved his staff, gradually restoring the fractured realm of destruction, while the two energy forces ultimately vanished without a trace. That will suffice, Lord Beerus. This battle is drawing to a close. Jiang Xiaofei has indeed attained power that rivals that of a destroyer. Yours, specifically. Whis's calm voice prompted the atmosphere around Beerus to begin to settle. Chapter 79, Reluctance to Become a Destroyer. The severed golden collar, having inexplicably restored itself, reappeared around Beerus's neck. The white aura had vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed at all. In a remarkably brief period, Beerus regained his former appearance. Yet the lingering aches in his body served as a stark reminder of his recent battle with Jiang Xiaofei. Observing Jiang Xiaofei, who still radiated an intense aura not far away, Beerus remarked, "Hey, it's over now. There's no need to put on a brave face." Hearing Beerus's words, a wave of relief washed over Jiang Xiaofei, akin to a deflated balloon. Every cell in his body resonated with a profound ache, more intense than that of Beerus. Yet, this physical pain only heightened Jiang Xiaofei's inner joy. Through this battle with Beerus, he gained a clear understanding of his own strength. It is no exaggeration to assert that Jiang Xiaofei now possesses the power to rival the mightiest of destroyers. His ability to endure such a lengthy confrontation against Beerus without defeat speaks volumes about his prowess. Should he encounter Zampo again, it is likely that Jiang Xiaofei could easily overpower him, provided, of course, that all of his trump cards are revealed. Otherwise, victory would not come so easily. As the white aura surrounding Jiang Xiaofei dissipated, he returned to his usual form. Suddenly, two figures appeared before him, curiously scrutinizing this individual who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Beerus. "Hey, Jiang Xiaofei, are you hiding something from us? How have you become so powerful that you can hold your own against a fully unleashed Lord Beerus?" Goku asked candidly, as he believed there should be no secrets among friends. Well, I assure you, I haven't concealed anything." Jiang Xiaofei feigned a look of grievance, knowing that the system's matters would inevitably come to light. Regardless of what you are hiding, should you pose any threat to Earth or entertain any untoward intentions, do not expect us to hold back, Vegeta warned, uninterested in further inquiries but nonetheless issuing a caution. No offense taken, Vegeta, but can you truly best Jiang Xiaofei? Goku, with innocent enthusiasm, posed a question that caused Vegeta's expression to shift between annoyance and contemplation. While Goku spoke the truth, the bluntness of his words was somewhat disheartening. However, Vegeta seemed accustomed to such remarks and quickly regained his composure. "One day, I will surpass you," Vegeta declared solemnly, his fighting spirit ever present, albeit slightly delayed. "I believe in you," Jiang Xiaofei responded with three simple words, yet they were imbued with unwavering trust. If it comes to competition, I will not fall behind," Goku asserted, energetically swinging his fists in determination to continue striving forward. Observing this trio, a sense of yearning welled up within Beerus. Reflecting on his recent encounter with Jiang Xiaofei, he recalled a time when he was not as formidable as he is now, yet in the past, he had wielded considerable influence. Having become a destroyer, Beerus had relinquished certain aspects of his former self while inheriting others. Now, having the opportunity to know these three individuals could be deemed a stroke of fortune. "All right," Beerus's voice interrupted, instantly dampening the previously jovial atmosphere. "Jiang Xiaofei, you are quite remarkable and aligned perfectly with my tastes. Henceforth, the seventh universe shall be entrusted to you without any reservations." Lord Beerus, is there a possibility that I might not assume the role of destroyer?" After all that had transpired, Jiang Xiaofei felt that he was ill-suited for the position. Although the title of successor to the destroyer had been thrust upon him, it was evident that both Beerus and Whis intended for him to become the next destroyer. Assuming such a role would bestow upon Jiang Xiaofei the power to govern the entire seventh universe, a coveted aspiration for many. However, Jiang Xiaofei held little interest in such authority. He preferred protection over destruction, just as he had chosen to confront Beerus upon his arrival on Earth. Jiang Xiaofei was willing to fight for what he valued. Yet, the primary duty of a destroyer is not to safeguard, but rather to annihilate, while maintaining the balance of the universe. What? Repeat that. Beerus's voice was laced with a hint of anger, as Jiang Xiaofei's words unmistakably conveyed his refusal. I mean to say, I do not wish to become a destroyer. Therefore, I hope Lord Beerus will reconsider and select another. Jiang Xiaofei intentionally raised his voice, glancing at Goku and Vegeta beside him. In an instant, they grasped Jiang Xiaofei's intent and shot him reproachful looks. Haha, Jiang Xiaofei, do you truly believe that now that you possess power comparable to ours, you can oppose me? How naive. Beerus initially perceived Jiang Xiaofei as a threat, for their powers were now nearly equal. No, it is not as such, Lord Beerus. Jiang Xiaofei paused for a few seconds to gather his thoughts. In truth, Lord Beerus, you must be well aware that my intentions do not lie in this direction, and there are certainly candidates far more suitable than I for the role of destroyer. Humph. The selection of a destroyer is not for you to dictate. If you do not wish to assume that role, it is permissible, but only until the day you can defeat Whis. Beerus, not wishing to entangle himself further with Jiang Xiaofei, directly laid forth his conditions. Defeating Whis would exempt him from the duty of being a destroyer. Indeed, Beerus's inclination towards the position of destroyer was somewhat whimsical, initially intended to provoke Kampa. However, Jiang Xiaofei's remarkable progress had sparked the notion of him potentially becoming a true destroyer. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Jiang Xiaofei was acutely aware of Whis's formidable abilities, although Whis had only intervened a limited number of times. The immense power he displayed was still beyond Jiang Xiaofei's current comprehension. Furthermore, Whis's effortless ability to halt their fiercest clashes underscored the chasm between their strengths. Yet, since Beerus had set forth a challenge, Jiang Xiaofei was not one to concede easily. Surpassing Whis was merely a matter of time. With the aid of his system, he had no reason to fret. Given the opportunity to spar with Whis on several occasions and endure more brutal lessons, he was confident that one day he would surpass Whis. Chapter 80, Whis's Test. Beneath a towering tree, imbued with the essence of the destroyer's power, a modest table was set. The table was laden with an array of delicacies from Earth, as Beerus and Whis savored this delightful moment. Having just completed a bout of stretching, indulging in the culinary delights before him, while sipping a beverage from Earth, brought Beerus immense pleasure. He lifted his cup, inhaled deeply, and took a hearty sip. The sweet flavor coursed through his veins, invigorating every cell within him and alleviating much of his fatigue. Ah, truly delectable. This is far more enjoyable than combat, Beerus proclaimed as he set down his cup, smacking his lips in appreciation. Indeed. However, Lord Beerus is also quite spirited during battle, Whis remarked, shoveling pudding into his mouth. Jiang Xiaofei, did you feel exhilarated while battling Lord Beerus? Whis inquired, glancing at Jiang Xiaofei, who was munching on potato chips. How should I put it? I cannot say I was excited, but that fight indeed offered me invaluable insights, particularly regarding the forces of destruction. At that moment, Jiang Xiaofei was in high spirits, having developed a harmonious rapport with them. Humph. Were it not for my restraint, you would likely be lying on the ground now. Beerus interjected, casting a scornful glance at Jiang Xiaofei. Jiang Xiaofei's refusal to become a destroyer was, to Beerus, somewhat regrettable. However, Beerus could not compel Jiang Xiaofei. And given that Jiang Xiaofei's strength was now on par with his own, a slight irritation simmered within Beerus. It appears that Lord Beerus harbors some resentment towards you, Whis stated bluntly, causing Jiang Xiaofei to feel a bit awkward. Haha, the battle between you and Lord Beerus was the most thrilling I have ever witnessed. Were it not for Whis's intervention, I would have charged in myself. Sun Wukong exclaimed, mouth full of chicken leg and grease dripping down his chin. And what would that accomplish? Do you wish to be a mere pawn? Beerus retorted coldly. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, you truly are heartless. Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Heartless? Given your current strength, who do you think you could defeat, him or me? Beerus pointed at Jiang Xiaofei, continuing to deliver verbal jabs. All of this is temporary. One day, I will catch up to you and surpass you. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, demonstrating his stubbornness and unwillingness to concede. Humph. Let us see if you can truly surpass me first. Beerus did not wish to crush Sun Wukong's enthusiasm, for he recognized the boundless potential that lay ahead for him. I've eaten enough. This awakening has indeed drained considerable energy from me. I must take a proper rest to recuperate. Beerus rose slowly, stretching and yawning, his eyes heavy-lidded as he floated towards his quarters. Phew, he has finally gone. Jiang Xiaofei exhaled deeply, the pressure of Beerus dissipating with his departure. Oh, haven't you already attained strength comparable to Lord Beerus? Why do you still seem somewhat timid in his presence? Sun Wukong teased Jiang Xiaofei, observing his demeanor. Strength is one thing, mindset is another. If he were to be in a foul mood and cause destruction, it would be others who would suffer, Jiang Xiaofei replied absently. Are you implying that Lord Beerus is a temperamental being who acts without discernment? It seems I must remind him of this. Whis warned with a sharp gaze directed at Jiang Xiaofei. Ah, no, I absolutely did not mean that. Jiang Xiaofei quickly backtracked, softening under Whist's scrutiny. Haha, I'm just teasing you. Lord Beerus is likely just still recovering. In time, he will naturally come to understand your perspective. However, if you wish to avoid becoming a destroyer, the road ahead remains long. Whis hinted, and Jiang Xiaofei nodded in acknowledgement. Why are you so engrossed in eating? Do you have nothing to say? Sun Wukong asked, glancing at Vegeta, who was gorging himself. Vegeta lifted his head, his eyes filled with resentment and fury. Humph. In this situation, I suppose I have no right to speak. Ah, Vegeta, what's wrong? Do you feel unwell? Sun Wukong remarked, not comprehending Vegeta's words. Haha, Vegeta. Don't take it too personally. We all understand your determination to grow stronger. But do ensure you proceed steadily, without resorting to any dubious methods, Jiang Xiaofei advised, taking on an air of a sage. Humph. The boy who was once incapable of even harming a chicken now seeks to lecture me. I am well aware of my own affairs. Vegeta, driven by pride and a fierce sense of self, would not bow down. I'm full, Vegeta declared, setting aside his food and rising to head to the training grounds, where soon the sounds of thunderous collisions could be heard. Oh, since Vegeta is working so hard, I cannot afford to fall behind. Sun Wukong leaped into the air, racing towards Vegeta. Those two truly are training fanatics. Watching the direction of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and hearing their relentless roars, Jiang Xiaofei rested his chin in his hand, twirling a piece of fruit. This analogy indeed fits well. However, their transformation into this state is inextricably linked to you. Whis gazed intently at Jiang Xiaofei, a unique glimmer shimmering in his eyes. Haha, this is simply unavoidable. Jiang Xiaofei shrugged, an innocent expression gracing his face. In truth, however, my curiosity is piqued more by you, among the three of you. Your cultivation period has been the briefest, yet you appear to be the most formidable of them all. Whis's tone was unsettlingly calm. Ah, perhaps it is due to my exceptional cultivation talent. Jiang Xiaofei averted his gaze, acutely aware that the other party was an angel, and one slip could reveal his secrets. Oh, no matter how outstanding one's cultivation talent may be, it is inconceivable to reach a level comparable to that of a god of destruction in such a short span of time, unless... Whis trailed off, rising to observe the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta before departing, leaving Jiang Xiaofei to grapple with his thoughts in the swirling wind. Chapter 81, The Grand Minister. In the realm of the gods of destruction, within a modest yet meticulously arranged chamber close to Beerus's quarters, Whis stood quietly, staff in hand, attentive to the room's layout as its master. Opposite him, the prophetic fish meandered, its gaze fixed on Whis. You find that young man peculiar? The prophetic fish referred to Jiang Xiaofei. Indeed, his strength does not align with his intellect and emotional intelligence, Whis pondered. Yet, apart from him, isn't that individual named Sun Wukong similarly remarkable? The prophetic fish voiced its confusion, although its intrigue regarding Jiang Xiaofei remained predominant. Sun Wukong is a quintessential warrior, embodying the archetype of a Saiyan. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei is different. Even I cannot discern his true intentions. I cannot tell if he is exceptionally skilled at disguise or simply naive. Whis's expression remained serene, revealing no trace of emotion. How could one who associates with Sun Wukong and Vegeta possess such deceptive prowess? The prophetic fish remarked nonchalantly, dipping its fins into the bathwater. You are the prophetic fish. Surely you can uncover the origins of Jiang Xiaofei? Whis expressed his curiosity regarding Jiang Xiaofei's background. That question truly perplexes me. I have attempted to theorize and foresee, yet the results have been utterly insipid. It is as if he materialized from thin air. The prophetic fish sighed, unable to penetrate Jiang Xiaofei's enigma. Could it be that we are overthinking this? Perhaps he is merely an innocent earth youth. No, it cannot be that simple. If he were merely an earthling, he could not possibly possess such prodigious regenerative and combative capabilities. Whis furrowed his brow, astonished that he, an angel, would encounter a conundrum of this nature. I have encountered many earthlings, yet none could rival him, even when including Sun Wukong and Vegeta in the comparison. The disparity is akin to that of a firefly against the sun. Whis's metaphor, albeit exaggerated, reflected his conviction. Might he hail from another universe? Under the reign of the Omni King, with 12 vast universes, the emergence of such a talent seems highly probable, the prophetic fish suggested. Its curiosity regarding Jiang Xiaofei confined to this conjecture. That possibility cannot be ruled out. But why would such a talent manifest on Earth? Whis appeared ensnared in a loop of contemplation, unable to unravel these mysteries. As an angel, Whis had witnessed myriad wonders across the cosmos, establishing himself as a sagacious figure. Yet, Jiang Xiaofei's case eluded his comprehension, particularly when recalling that during his battles with Beerus and Kampa, Jiang Xiaofei initially found himself at a disadvantage, only to experience a meteoric rise in strength after several rounds of combat. Could it be that Jiang Xiaofei has been concealing his true power? Whis speculated. though Jiang Xiaofei's demeanor seemed inconsistent with such a notion, especially when Whis observed Jiang Xiaofei wielding the powers of a god of destruction. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over him. It was indeed absurd for one who was not a god of destruction to harness such divine abilities. While Jiang Xiaofei attributed his feats to luck and his unique physique, Whis had investigated and found his constitution to be no different from that of an ordinary person, intensifying his curiosity about Jiang Xiaofei's true strength and origins. As Whis delved deeper into contemplation, the orb atop his staff emanated a dazzling light. He hastily shook it, and a virtual projection materialized within the chamber. The projection revealed a figure with striking white hair, elegantly styled, clad in a deep azure ensemble. Exuding an aura of both grace and authority, hands resting confidently behind his back. Despite the projection's diminutive stature, it conveyed an imposing presence akin to standing before a towering mountain. Even in projection form, one could sense the immense pressure emanating from this figure, the Grand Minister, the steward of the Omni King who presides over the 12 universes. Upon recognizing the visage of the figure, Whis bowed respectfully. Grand Minister, you have summoned me. How may I serve? Whis, the Omni King wishes to learn of the current state of the 7th universe. The Grand Minister's tone was affable yet authoritative, leaving no room for proximity. Thank you, Grand Minister, for your concern. Everything in the 7th universe is progressing smoothly. Very well. And what of your god of destruction, Beerus? Following the last tournament, receiving the Omni King's consolation, Lord Beerus has undergone a profound reflection and is currently in his quarters contemplating his actions. Shall I summon him? Whis's voice remained respectful. In that case, it would be best not to disturb him. During this meeting, I have another matter to discuss with you. Grand Minister, please feel free to convey your message. It is not a grave matter. The Omni King, after witnessing your tournament, has developed an interest in hosting a competition among the 12 universes. Furthermore, the Omni King personally intervened to rescue an individual from your universe from a rift in time and space. I see. So it was the Omni King who saved Jiang Xiaofei. Whis exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. His name is Jiang Xiaofei? The Grand Minister inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity. Indeed. He was engaged in battle with Kampa when he became trapped within the temporal rift. Fortunately, the Omni King intervened and rescued him, Whis affirmed, his tone remaining exquisitely respectful. In that case, this simplifies matters. The Omni King seems particularly interested in this Jiang Xiaofei, and thus hopes you can accompany him to the Omni King's palace. The Grand Minister's words were framed as an invitation, yet they carried an undeniable air of command that brooked no refusal. As Whis listened to the Grand Minister, a chill ran through him. It seemed the Omni King had taken a liking to Jiang Xiaofei. However, the Almighty King is also capricious, leaving Jiang Xiaofei to ponder whether this is a stroke of fortune or a misfortune. I shall certainly convey this to them.